Seagulls cry out over the vast ocean, near rocky cliffs. A massive ship, connected to a sprawling city by a long pier, cuts through the waves. The ship approaches Illith Harbor, a sprawling city connected by a long pier. The ship nears its destination, as a seagull perched atop a wooden post cries out. The ship sails onward, accompanied by the cries of seagulls. Seagulls continue to cry out as the ship advances through the water. A wide grin spreads across his face as he mutters, "Finally." Throwing his arms up in the air, he shouts, "We finally arrived." A woman in a bunny suit blocks their path, declaring, "You can buy potions only if you listen to my request." A merchant holding up a large fish asks, "This fish? Do you want to buy one?" Another voice calls out from below, offering storage for items in Mesos. "So this is Lith Harbor," he exclaims, gazing at the town. He thinks to himself, "I want to travel around Maple World, so I need to train." But then a worried thought crosses his mind, "Why isn't my brother coming?" His eyes widen in shock. A hand rests on Raymond's shoulder as a man asks him, "You like it that much, Raymond?" The man's question is interrupted by a sudden shout, "Walker! Be honest, aren't you excited as well?" A voice booms, cutting through the air. The booming voice is accompanied by the sound of someone approaching rapidly. The source of the voice is revealed to be a large man, grinning widely as he admits, "I honestly want to jump around in places like him too." The name Terran appears below. Terran's grin widens, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Terran begins, "Since this is where our adventures would begin." The group strides forward into the city. In these times, a title card declares, set against a backdrop of a moonlit, mountainous landscape. Explorers from all over the world would create their own heroics and become heroes, the title card proclaims, as the group stands before a crowd beneath a moonlit sky. The scene shifts, revealing a trio of figures. A woman with green hair holds a staff, while a masked figure stands beside her. Below them, a man with red eyes draws his sword. He advances forward, his destination unknown. The age of adventure begins. The sign reads, "Gates." Before them, a swirling blue portal shimmers between ancient trees. The gates to adventure stand open. Beyond these mystic gates, which appeared all over the world one day, awaits a terrifying reality. Are terrifying monsters that weren't seen in Maple World. A bloodied sword lies abandoned on a desolate battlefield. Though many explorers died in the gates, the narration states, amidst the shattered remains of a battle. Because the rewards obtained inside the gates were powerful enough to warrant all those dangers, those with dreams had endlessly made their way to the gates. His gaze sharp, he declares, "We need bait." His finger raised, he emphasizes, "We need bait." The group is taken aback by his declaration. A beat of silence hangs in the air as they consider the implications. The camera focuses on his hand, the implication of his words hanging heavy in the air. Who will be the bait? He explains that planning is impossible, stating, "Because there's no knowing what's inside the gates until we enter them, we can't make a plan." Countless explorers, he warns, have lost their lives to the sudden variables within. His face contorts into a wide grin as he looks towards the gates, filled with monstrous creatures. The grin fades as he reveals his true plan, "That's why we need a bait slave." The protagonist is taken aback by the plan. "So you're saying we need someone to distract the monsters for us when we escape?" A heavy silence falls. The two prisoners behind bars exchange a look, the weight of the question hanging heavily between them. Suddenly, a booming voice announces, "Welcome. This is the hiring market operated by the Gaper merchants." A guard's angry shout echoes through the stone corridors as he approaches the white-haired prisoner. The guard's voice booms, "All of these lads are bait slaves, so pick carefully." The guard laughs, declaring, "Once you use one of them, you'll feel they're worth their price." He then adds, "For reference, I'd like to recommend those too." The guard continues his sales pitch, boasting, "Both of them are fresh on the scene, so they're as lively as they get." A voice then responds, "Very well, we'll buy both of them." The guard laughs, responding to the purchase with, "Ha! Excellent choice. I wish you a good adventure." A voice echoes as the scene transitions to a forest. The group finds themselves in a strange forest, a pulsating red light emanating from above. The group is immediately set upon by a strange, insect-like creature. Whenever you enter a gate, you mark it on the pillar, he explains, examining the stone. This is to know how many parties have entered previously. He pauses, then adds, looks like there aren't any marks made by others. That means we're the first for this gate, he realizes. He marks the pillar with his blade. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Then, are you ready? He asks, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let's go, he shouts, a surge of red energy erupting around him. A surge of power emanates from him, a crimson portal swirling into existence before his enemies. That felt so weird, he exclaims, seemingly surprised by the portal's effects. Whoa, he exclaims, still seemingly processing the strange sensation. His eyes widen, a clear sign of shock, as he takes in the massive, glowing mushrooms surrounding him. Lost in this strange new world, he mutters, what in the world? It's my first time seeing such a mystical place. He stammers, taking in the scene. The atmosphere, he realizes, is far different than he imagined. Ahead, a group of figures stands silhouetted against the strange, luminescent forest. No need to get your nerves up. Let's move, he states, steeling his resolve. Normally, the entrance of the gate is created far from. He begins to explain, though his words are cut short. His explanation is cut short by another voice, declaring, you can't use the entrance gate to leave. The priority shifts. Right now, our highest priority is to find the escape gate. A sudden cracking sound makes him pause, eyes widening in surprise. He wonders. Her eyes widen further as a monstrous figure looms over her. Huh, she utters in disbelief. A flurry of dark energy explodes outward. The blast engulfs everything in darkness. What? Why is there a monster here? One of the chained prisoners cries out, shock etched on his face. Charlotte, someone shouts. Another voice cries out, this time calling for Charlotte, as the massive monster looms over the group. Don't tell me, all of these, he exclaims, seeing the sheer number of monsters surrounding them. The monsters descend, their red eyes glowing menacingly as they close in. Damn it, he curses, his sword raised defensively against the incoming horde. He prepares to unleash his fire arrow. The archer's eyes narrow with intense focus. The fire arrow blazes to life, searing the air with intense heat. The archer launches the fire arrow with incredible force. The fire arrow strikes its target, but something's gone wrong. A desperate command rings out, tie the bait to the tree. A close-up reveals the archer's determined face as she shouts, we're escaping from here. Wait, take us with Dash, one of the captives pleads, but another shouts back, shut it and stay still. I'm sorry, one of the captives cries out, while another desperately shouts, and no. Don't leave us behind. Run, someone shouts. Panic etched on their faces, the group desperately tries to escape the approaching monsters. Run, someone shouts, the sound echoing the group's desperate flight. The monster's jaws clamp shut. A scream rips from the man's throat as blood splatters. A deafening roar erupts as the monsters attack. The monster strikes, talons ripping through flesh. The injured warriors fall, blood staining the ground. A voice cries out, declaring, this adventure is a failure. Clearing this place isn't important. With a gasp, she cries out, we need to find the escape gate right now. Panic etched on his face, Raymond is told, get a hold of yourself, Raymond. A guttural growl echoes. Raymond's collar is grabbed as a voice booms, he's telling you to get a grip, you bastard. The panel urges, focus on what Walker's saying. Walker urges, calm down. We might have failed this adventure, but we can always prepare again. Walker, strained and desperate, urges, so, let's focus and not give up. Let's all survive together. Despite his words, Walker's expression twists into a sinister grin. Looming behind him, a dark, monstrous presence makes itself known. A brutal attack lands, the force of the blow sending blood flying. The force of the strike sends Teteran reeling back, blood splattering as he cries out his own name in agony. The force of the blow sends him crashing down amidst the rubble, the sound of impact echoing. He lies defeated amidst the debris, the impact leaving him bloodied and broken. Gasping for air, he sees a massive, bloodied hand reaching for him. He manages to utter a single name, Terran. A flaming staff slams into Terran, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. A monstrous roar erupts as Terran, enraged, bellows, "You damned son of a bitch!" The flaming staff constricts around Terran's neck. He gasps, choking, "Cuck?" Terran's vision blurs, his eyes glowing red as the pressure intensifies. The jaws of the monstrous cuck open wide, ready to devour Terran. A strangled cry escapes Terran as the attack lands. The jaws close with a sickening crunch. Crack, the sound echoes, a brutal finality. The attack lands, a brutal strike. His face contorts in pain, a tear escaping his eye. The brutal impact leaves him reeling. He collapses to the ground, uttering a weak, "No." "Help me," he cries out, desperation echoing in his voice. The monstrous figure looms over him, its jagged teeth stained crimson. He lies defeated, the ground stained crimson beneath him. Crimson liquid splatters across the scene. The blade descends, a final crimson streak against the dark backdrop. The body falls, lifeless. A blood-curdling scream tears through the air, "Kuagh." Then, a sickening crack echoes as someone cries out, My leg! Ack!" Bloodied and battered, he grits his teeth against the pain, gasping, "Cuff! Cuck!" He pauses, a look of grim determination hardening his features as he surveys the scene. His fallen opponent lies in a pool of blood. The realization hits him hard. "Bait," he exclaims, the question hanging in the air. The cold realization dawns on him. "Bait," he questions, the word laced with dawning horror. Bloody and desperate, he cries out, "Why, you're alive! What a relief! That's such a relief!" Then, his tone shifts to urgency, hurry up and help me. All of my party members got killed, now it's only you and me," he reveals, a chilling confession hanging in the air. His eyes wide with a manic glee, he apologizes, Right. I'm really sorry about earlier. That wasn't my real intention, you know? It's impossible to escape this place, all alone," a voice trembles, the words laced with desperation. "You're going to need every hand you can get." Blood streaks down his face as he pleads, "Please." His face bruised and bloodied, he looks down, pleading for help. His voice cracks as he shouts, "Don't just look, and help me." "You bastard," a voice booms from above. A sinister smile creeps across the man's face. Dust billows as something crashes down. He slams into the ground, his spear skittering away. Struggling to his feet, he clutches his spear, asking, "Well, don't you think?" SFX, thud. A dark void descends, declaring, "It's too late for you?" He's caught in the monster's grasp, blood splattering as the creature tightens its grip. His vision blurs, blood streaming down his face as the monster's grip tightens further. Despite the pain, a chilling laugh escapes him. "You damned bait!" He grits out, blood dripping from his teeth. The monster's voice booms, dripping with menace. "Do you think it's going to be different for you?" Tears stream down his face, but his eyes burn with an eerie, golden light. A horrifying grin stretches across his bloodied face, revealing teeth far too sharp. A bloodied hand reaches down as a chilling message echoes, "In the end, you're next." A bloodied hand pierces through, the attack aimed directly at the viewer. The attack lands with a sickening crunch. The monstrous figure looms over its victim, the sound of the attack echoing. He cries out, the sound of pain echoing across the desolate landscape. The monster's attack lands with brutal force. The monster's jaws snap shut. The monster looms over him, its jaws dripping with blood. But a defiant no echoes, as the hero's eyes blaze with unwavering resolve. His face bruised and battered, he grits his teeth. "I won't die." With a surge of strength, he lifts his weapon high, preparing for another strike. He swings, his weapon connecting with a blinding, explosive force. The force of the blow echoes with a resounding "okay." The monster reels from the blow, dark liquid spraying from the impact point. Clutching his head, he recalls, the place I died. A rush of wind whips around him. His face is marred by fresh cuts. Wasn't here, he states. Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. The landscape warps and crumbles under an unseen force. The world is consumed by darkness. From the darkness, a voice booms, "Here he comes." A flurry of wings heralds his arrival. The winged beast descends, claws outstretched and a ferocious snarl contorting its face. SFX, whoosh. The winged beast swoops down, the sound of its descent echoing through the air. The beast descends further, its spiked tail a menacing presence against the fiery sky. The Dragon King's presence looms, his form partially obscured by shadow. The Dragon King's crimson eyes pierce through the shadows, his massive form dwarfing the battlefield. Horntail. The name echoes, revealing the Dragon King's terrifying form. A sinister smile spreads across Horntail's face. Looks like the area of Kentoris fell in the end. Now there's nothing left for us to rely on. The words hang heavy in the air as the Cygnus Knight's resistance crumbles. Even the 6 heroes, once beacons of hope, seem to have failed. A cry echoes through the desolate landscape. The knight's face is etched with despair as she looks up at the sky. The crushing news hits hard, they're all dead. Then, a chilling revelation, you're the only one left. He turns, gazing out at the fiery horizon. The weight of the knight's words hangs heavy in the air. A title hangs in the air, The Last Explorer. The name Elpam appears, a mirror image of Maple, and a reminder of a figure in New Leaf City. Let's go, he declares, his journey far from over. This is our. The words hang in the air as the scene shifts to a vast landscape below. An echoing sound reverberates through the chasm as they descend into the darkness. The chasm echoes with a monstrous roar as a colossal, horned beast emerges from the depths. The hero stands ready, a ball of fire crackling in his hand. Last adventure, a voice declares, setting the stage for what's to come. The air crackles with energy as the final battle ignites. He lies defeated, blood streaming down his face. The forest burns in the background. The sound of crackling fire fills the air as he lies bleeding. Amidst the carnage, a lone figure stands over the fallen. A surge of power emanates from him. The beast's jaws open wide. The hero is struck, blood streaming down his face. Staggering, the hero wonders, is this the end? Above him, the beast looms, its victory all but assured. The beast descends, claws outstretched, ready to strike. The beast's jaws open wide, ready to devour him. The head I barely cut off is regenerating again. All of that was for nothing. He thinks, despair washing over him as the beast closes in. The beast's massive tentacle descends, accompanied by a whooshing sound. The tentacle slams down, the force of the impact sending tremors through the area. The beast lunges, its massive jaws agape, ready to swallow its prey whole. A blade flashes, slicing through the air as the beast closes in. Blood streams down his face, obscuring his vision as the attack lands. So this is where it ends. He thinks, kneeling on the desolate ground, bloodied and defeated. The world. And even our adventures, he concludes, the words hanging heavy in the air. A final, devastating blow lands, splattering blood across the ground. Damn it, he roars, the cry echoing his frustration at the devastating blow. He collapses, blood staining his clothes as a fiery explosion erupts behind him. His knee hits the ground, the impact creating a small crater. From the depths, a menacing voice echoes, "Don't joke with me." His face, bloodied and bruised, contorts in a grimace of pain. His eyes widen in disbelief. A chilling question echoes, "This is how it ends." Below, Philip lies still, blood pooling around him. From above, a figure reaches down, but a voice cries out, "Jaden." But then, a monstrous form descends, jaws agape. Even Elysis. Elysis is caught in the beast's attack, but below, tears stream down her face. A wave of despair washes over the scene, everyone sacrificed themselves. The force of the blow slams into him, a pained Yua escaping his lips. Blood splatters across his cloak as the force of the attack sends him reeling. Despite the brutal assault, a defiant voice echoes in the darkness. I refuse to accept this. Staggering, he fights to maintain his balance, blood staining his cloak as he struggles to stay upright. Through a haze of pain, he gasps, "Horntail." His vision blurs as blood streams down his face. Reaching out a bloodied hand, he cries out in desperation, "It cannot end like this." Above him, Horntail looms, silhouetted against the moon. A surge of power erupts as he screams in defiance, "H-A-A-A-H." With a final, desperate surge, he unleashes a blinding sphere of energy. The energy explodes outward, ripping through the landscape with devastating force. The hero's voice rings out amidst the chaos, "No matter what may happen, I'll protect them all." The hero's resolve burns bright as he prepares to unleash his power. Lightning crackles around the hero's outstretched, bloodied hand. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with energy as the hero unleashes his attack. But then, confusion. The hero's attack seems to have stalled, the energy wavering. A guttural cry echoes as the hero is struck. Blood splatters across the ground. The monster's power surges, a devastating blow landing squarely on the hero. The monster's attack explodes with raw power. The monster unleashes a torrent of raw energy. The energy swirls, forming a vortex of destruction. The vortex of energy explodes outward as a voice echoes, "You pathetic bastard." SFX, Kwang. Darkness descends as a voice laments, "Why did it have to end like this? If only." The darkness consumes all, and a final regret echoes, "I had more power. Just one more." The fading voice pleads, "If I had just one more chance." Suddenly, a forceful command cuts through the darkness. "Get up, you lousy brat." Tears well in his eyes, a single drop escaping as he stares upward. He mutters, sweat beading on his brow as he remains restrained. "Pretending to be sick now, are you?" a voice booms from above. "Lousy bait slave, getting lax and all." The man's face contorts in anger as he questions, "What's this all of a sudden?" The man carrying the bucket demands, "Where's Horntail?" His eyes snap open, wide with confusion. "Am I alive right now?" he wonders, tears streaming down his face. "Wait. This place is..." A voice echoes, as another voice declares, "These lads standing here are the new." "This place is," he exclaims, as another voice declares, "This one is excellent for a ranged dungeon." "Oh my. Thank you for your patronage," a voice booms. Another voice assures, "You won't be able to get one of them with these prices anywhere on the market." One of the group observes, "That one looks good." "Oi, how much is that guy?" a voice calls out. "You've got quite the good eyes." "He's..." Another voice replies. The sign reveals the grim reality, slave market. Tears stream down his face as he gasps, "There's no way." The realization hits him hard, the slave market shouldn't. "But no matter how much I look around," he mutters, despair etched on his face. A voice booms from below, filled with contempt, "All you've got is your stinking long life. Constantly yapping to yourself when you're just..." The man's cruel laughter echoes as he continues to berate the protagonist. But then, a chilling realization dawns on the protagonist: he's the one that was in charge of me when I was a bait slave 6 years ago. A wave of realization washes over him. Yeah, he's definitely the one. He thinks, his eyes widening in recognition. If that's the case, then The man begins, but before he can finish, a realization hits the protagonist: he's returned to the past. The man sneers, calling him, "You brat." The man's voice booms, cutting through the protagonist's thoughts. "What are you glaring at?" he demands. The man's fist hurtles toward the protagonist, closing in fast. That day. The scene shifts as a powerful impact reverberates. The scene fades to black as the protagonist declares, "I return to the starting point." Above, a caption reads, "Of all story." Below, a glimpse of the protagonist's face is revealed. Wounded and weary, he wonders, could I be dreaming right now? No, this feels way too real to call it a flashback, he realizes, the gritty reality of his surroundings sinking in. It's difficult to believe, but he sees no other explanation. All of these lads are bait slaves, so pick carefully, a voice booms from above. Another voice chimes in from below, both of them are fresh on the scene, so they're as lively as they get. Very well, we'll buy both of them, a voice declares, sealing their fate. There's no reason to make this complicated, the speaker thinks. His eye reflects a newfound resolve. My second chance, he thinks, a glimmer of hope igniting within him despite his circumstances. Darkness descends. Complete darkness. Complete darkness still. Emerging from the darkness, a figure grips a staff tightly. The forest looms behind him. The figure now holds a staff, the fire arrow skill ready. He thinks to himself, it's not a bad skill. He assesses the upcoming challenge, thinking, it should be right around my level. An explosion erupts. But this isn't enough, he thinks, standing amidst the aftermath. A voice declares, an explorer should have something more than just a weapon. He thinks, otherwise, there's no real point in coming here to farm. A bloodied boot lies nearby. SFX, thud. A thud echoes as he crushes the boot under his hand. Yeah, some people tend to hide their valuable items in their shoes. A ring. He holds the small, bluestone ring between his fingers, examining it closely. The sound of a powerful strike reverberates. He stares at the ring, a realization dawning. This is Ring of Psychokinesis. His eyes widen in disbelief. Monstrous figures rush toward him, their eyes gleaming menacingly in the darkness. The menacing figures close in. He wonders if they were drawn by the scent of blood. A monstrous blow lands, sending rock and debris flying. The force of the blow sends him crashing down. The impact sends him hurtling backwards. He's sent flying back, narrowly dodging a series of energy blades. A monstrous tongue lashes out, aiming to crush him. He barely manages a word as the monstrous tongue slams down. The tongue crashes down with immense force, kicking up dust and debris. His eyes widen in terror as the monstrous tongue descends, the impact imminent. The monstrous tongue closes in, rows of razor-sharp teeth promising a gruesome end. The monstrous tongue slams down, the sound echoing as the hero braces for the inevitable impact. Fire arrow. The words ignite with the promise of a counterattack. A brilliant flash erupts as the fire arrow streaks toward its target. The fire arrow explodes in a burst of intense heat and light. The monstrous beast lunges forward, jaws agape, claws extended toward the hero. The hero counters with a fiery staff, meeting the beast's attack head-on. Eyes narrowed, he declares, how about I test the ring as well? A surge of power erupts from his hand, meeting the fiery blade head-on. The ring glows with power as he extends his hand, a symbol crackling into existence before him. The symbol unleashes a devastating wave, obliterating the approaching horde. The wave of energy rips through the air, scattering debris in its wake. The energy surges forward, a blazing arrow piercing the darkness. The protagonist surveys the fiery landscape, a ball of energy crackling in his hand. It seems like the duration is a bit lacking, he observes. The monsters roar, their massive jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth. Grips tightening on his staff, he mutters, guess it doesn't matter. His eyes widen in disbelief. A monstrous form crashes down, the ground splintering beneath its weight. The fire arrow won't activate, he realizes, panic rising. It doesn't seem to be broken. He observes, examining the weapon. Then, a new, more pressing thought, is it on cooldown then? He leaps back, barely dodging the monster's snapping jaws. The monster's foot slams down, narrowly missing him. The monster lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. He swings his weapon, a desperate thought echoing in his mind, it can't be helped. The blade flashes as it meets the monster's gaping maw. The weapon connects with a resounding crack. The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward. His brow furrowed in frustration, he wonders, is the cooldown up yet? The staff glows with renewed power. The staff unleashes a blinding barrage of energy. The monstrous opponent, now in close range, bares its fangs. The monster looms, its massive jaws open wide. But the protagonist, unfazed by the proximity, simply states, good. His gaze hardens. The orange glow of the monster's attack reflects in his unwavering eyes. With unwavering resolve, he prepares to face the monstrous onslaught. The fiery attack hurtles towards him, accompanied by the sound of whoosh. He pushes forward, channeling his power. One more. He unleashes a barrage of energy, striking his opponents with pinpoint accuracy. The barrage intensifies, a blinding torrent of energy tearing through the battlefield. The energy subsides, revealing a weary warrior clutching a flaming staff. Scars mark his face, a testament to the brutal battle. The air crackles with residual energy, the aftermath of the warrior's desperate defense. A gust of wind whips through the battlefield, carrying the scent of smoke and ozone. He stands amidst the fallen creatures, the aftermath of the battle visible around him. Wounded and enraged, he grits his teeth, spitting out a furious, "Ugh! You!" Standing over his fallen opponent, he realizes, "So you weren't an ordinary bait slave." An exclamation punctuates the tense air. His eyes widen in disbelief. She's alive. Spearmanship and even magic. He mutters, questioning just what she is. Bloodied and bruised, she struggles to rise. She got lucky, a voice declares, quickly amending, or rather, the opposite. Her face bloodied, she gasps, struggling to comprehend what just happened. "How did you?" she manages to choke out. "Get that staff," a commanding voice booms out. "And that's a circle on your wrist," she exclaims, blood streaming down her face as she realizes the significance of the mark. A voice filled with disbelief erupts, "How did a bait slave like you awaken?" The fallen warrior's thoughts race as he realizes the truth. "Don't tell me. Were you the one behind?" Lying defeated, he stares up in disbelief, blood trickling down his face. Standing tall amidst the forest, the figure responds to the fallen warrior's question. "All of this." The figure stands, blood splattered across their dark robes, a long staff held firmly in hand. The warrior's eyes widen in disbelief, staring up at his opponent. He stares up at the back of the figure, unmoving. The forest looms, silent and still. "What?" she gasps, bloodied and prone. A figure towers over her. "Have you finished talking?" "Sorry, but you got it wrong," he says, looming over her fallen form. The figure continues, "No, I suppose it wouldn't have mattered. Even if you all survived, I would have killed all of you in the end." Lying defeated, she retorts, "What nonsense." Her face contorted in pain and fury, she grits out, "I absolutely despise the likes of you." A burst of flame erupts. Flames erupt around him, but his expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He grips the gem tightly, flames licking at his hand. The flames intensify, burning brighter around his arm. A chilling revelation emerges: who use humans as bait. The camera pans out, revealing the city's skyline under a bright blue sky. "W.H. Watt," a voice stutters, the words hanging in the air above the city. "Look there." One of them exclaims, his eyes wide with alarm. A sense of panic spreads through the crowd. "Wait, seriously?" someone asks, their disbelief palpable. A sudden impact shakes the ground. A figure stands firm, boot planted on the cobblestones. "No way. To think the bait slave would come back alone," someone exclaims, their shock evident. Others behind him share the same disbelief. The die has already been cast, he thinks, a glint of determination in his eye. "I need to hurry so it doesn't end up being a repeat ending." Then, first, he declares, his next move about to unfold. He stands before the Grand Academy, its towering facade a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. He's already moving, a blur of motion against the cloudy sky. Flamecomics.com presents. Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. The camera pans up, revealing the grand architecture of the Academy against a bright, cloud-filled sky. The pair approaches the Academy's entrance, its towering facade adorned with banners. A question hangs in the air: came back alive? "Yes, that's right, Sir Eves," he confirms, standing rigidly at attention. The man relays the information. He's said to have returned without a scratch. "What's the matter with that?" he asks, then answers his own question. "It's not that uncommon for a bait slave to return completely unscathed, no?" The man stubs out his cigar, clearly agitated by the news. "What, you are telling me that he alone survived?" he asks, demanding clarification. The explorer party, it seems, was said to have perished within the gate. The man, his eye narrowed, acknowledges the situation's peculiarity. "That's certainly a special case," he mutters, clearly troubled by this unexpected outcome. He exhales slowly, cigar still in hand, pondering the implications. "And he returned of his own volition instead of running off, huh?" he muses, clearly suspicious. A grim reality is revealed: those who became slaves due to debt are used as bait slaves again, even if they return. He frantically tries to escape, but a monstrous maw descends, teeth like daggers closing in. Seeing as how he didn't attempt to escape, a voice observes, he's clearly well aware that it would be difficult for him to escape our grasp. "That's because the only means of escape is death." Broken chains lie scattered, a grim testament to the statement's truth. The man's face looms, a large cigar clenched between his teeth. "Aren't those?" A voice trails off. A banner bearing a distinctive emblem hangs prominently between two windows. "The ways of us gaper merchants," the thought bubble reads, a question hanging heavy in the air. An irritated voice cuts through the air. "Must you report every insignificant case?" He continues, stating that there are other special details. His eyes widen in disbelief. "That slave has opened the first circle." He stammers, "What?" The man at the desk seems shocked by this revelation. "A bait slave with the first circle," he mutters in disbelief. He can't believe what he's hearing. "A bait slave with the first circle." The man repeats, still in disbelief. He continues, "Seeing as how he lived as a slave, he wouldn't have any particularly good feelings about us." The man adds, "Should things go awry." The man reveals another concerning detail: he also requested to change the contract. The man sitting at the desk pauses, cigar in hand, and asks, "The contract?" The man, visibly surprised, exclaims, "He seems to want to register as an explorer." A slave saying that? It seems like he doesn't realize his place. The man mutters, a clear undercurrent of disdain in his voice. The man, visibly shaken, shouts, "There are orders from Lord Rockin for you to confirm this matter yourself." Lord Rockin, the words echo, a question hanging heavy in the air. The man's question hangs in the air as he wonders, for what reason would an executive of the gaper merchants have interest in a mere slave? His face contorted in anger, the man grits his teeth, clearly frustrated by the revelation. The man's eyes widen as a realization dawns on him. "Don't tell me," he mutters, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The man's thoughts race as the pieces fall into place. "Is it because of that?" he exclaims, the realization hitting him hard. A sharp thwack echoes as the door slams shut. The room is silent, save for the faint crackle of a cigar smoldering in an ashtray. Standing before the window, he considers his situation. A bait slave trying to become an explorer. Sunlight streams through the tall windows, illuminating the floor as he continues to stand in thought. The title card appears, The Last Adventurer. The title card appears, Chapter 2. Chapter 2 begins. The chapter opens with a declaration: under the name of Empress Cygnus, no status of a slave shall exist. But that was only on the outside. The truth, it seems, is far more complicated. The declaration rings hollow as the truth emerges: humans were always slaves to mesos. Gaunt figures reached desperately for the falling coins. If they borrowed mesos but couldn't repay it, they would repay with their labor. That simple concept had created a slave-like status in the maple world. And on the day my father, my only family, collapsed due to an illness. The protagonist's words paint a grim picture as he stands shackled. He became one of them as well. The medicine I bought for my father on a tab from the gaper merchants, black moss, he recalls. He remembers that the gaper merchants set the price of the black moss he needed for his father's medicine at 1,000,000 mesos, several times higher than its market value. The name Elpum flashes in his mind. He stands before a judge, the weight of the gaper merchant's debt pressing down on him. As the defendant was not able to repay the 1 million mesos you borrowed from the gaper merchants by the deadline. His eyes widen in disbelief as the judge's words sink in, you are to repay them with labor equal to the corresponding amount. The judge slams the gavel down, the sound echoing through the courtroom. And that's how they extorted 6 years of my life. The courtroom fades to white. The scene shifts to a formal room, where he sits across from a man in a military-style uniform. Now it's time for me to pay them back, he declares. The man introduces himself as Elpam, then asks, Evies, was it? He internally notes that he's speaking to the left-hand man of Rakan, one of the gaper merchant's executives, and thinks he managed to get someone decent. Elpam leans forward, his one visible eye narrowed. So, you want to change the contract? He asks, his tone suggesting he already suspects the answer. Elpam takes a sip from his cup, his expression unreadable. I already received reports about you, so I'll cut to the chase. The cup rattles against the saucer as Elpam sets it down. Elpam declares, I'll arrange for you to be an F-rank explorer and change the contract. He offers a simple, thank you. However, Elpam thinks to himself, he accepted the terms way too easily. As I thought, he's being wary. However, a question lingers, unasked, in the air. Then, a surprising request, I'd like to request to be an E-rank. Defiantly, he declares, I have no plans on following your schemes. The man across from him is taken aback. What, E-rank? When you haven't even received a rank from the Explorer Association? He retorts, I've already adventured in the gates hundreds of times as a bait slave in the past 3 years. Even then, that's your experience as bait. You have no experience killing monsters, the man says. A counter question hangs in the air, since when was monster hunting a quality of virtue of an explorer? The man appears to be at a loss for words. What? The reason why the first explorer was able to make his great name known was by surviving, a voice declares, as a figure raises a sword towards a beam of light. The voice continues, declaring, the virtue of an explorer is to return alive after one's adventure. Since the information from a returner tends to have much more impact than a strong individual. The man muses, before stating, I'll concede. He then remarks, certainly. Surviving for 3 years as a bait slave is no easy feat. He continues, dismissing the accomplishment, but that's all you've got. The gates those who use bait slaves enter are low in difficulty. Then, he questions, do you think that measly survivability would work in a higher grade gate? The man scoffs, retorting, you must think we're fools to give dangerous contracts to people who would die without even repaying any mesos. What a madman, a voice declares, seemingly in disbelief at the protagonist's audacity. The man, cigar in hand, thinks to himself, he doesn't realize his place at all. It won't be long till he meets his end. However, the protagonist's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. A strange feeling washes over him. What is this strange feeling, he wonders. Suddenly, he realizes there's a gate 12 marks and an entry limit of 5. An exclamation punctuates his sudden understanding. Yes, he roars, a sound of triumph escaping his lips. The man continues, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I'm saying that a minimum of 12 parties have used that place as their grave. The words echo in his mind, prove yourself. His expression hardens as he hears, if you happen to have that much value. The challenge accepted, he declares, then I'll do as you wish. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he holds out a document filled with strange symbols. The document he presents is covered in indecipherable symbols. The scene shifts to a dense thicket of foliage. Sunlight filters through the dense forest canopy. In the forest's depths, a group confronts the newcomer. So you're the newcomer who's decided to come with us, right? The newcomer introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Shev. I'm the tank in this party. A voice cuts through the air, addressing Shev with a blunt question. I've heard about you from Mr. Evies. You were originally a bait slave, right? Shev waves off the question with a smile. I don't care about stuff like that, so don't worry. Another voice chimes in, likewise with my comrades. I'll be in your care, he says, his words hanging in the air. The man asks, from what I've heard, you know how to cast fire element magic, right? Yes, the hooded figure replies. The man beside him asks, what are you saying? Are elements supposed to be predetermined? I've heard that magicians are unable to use elements aside from the ones they're innately compatible with, the man states, revealing a common belief about magic. He continues, so they say it's useless for them to have items with different elements to them. You haven't heard about that? Another man replies, that's confusing. Let's save the talk for later. As you may have heard, the purpose of this mission isn't to hunt monsters, one of the men states. Their true objective is to safely retrieve items left behind by 12 annihilated parties. He clarifies that the mission concludes upon the return of the retrieved items to the merchants. Last I heard, they were giving us 3,000 mesos per item. He scoffs at the offered reward. Aren't they being too cheap, he questions, clearly angered by the low pay. If there are items used by first circle users, then they should be giving more than 7,000 mesos at the very least, but they're not even giving us half that? Interrupting his complaints, the armored figure firmly states, stop whining. He explodes in protest at the accusation. What? When did I ever whine? A voice calls out, now. Let's call it there. Are you all ready? A red glow emanates from the depths of the forest, and another voice declares, it's time to make some mesos. Purple energy crackles in the air. A monstrous form rises amidst the swirling dust and ominous red glow. The forest is bathed in an eerie, red glow. One of the party members notes, it's bright, yet strangely chilly here. Then, another calls out, everyone, pay attention. He continues, the dense forest will likely prolong this mission, so let's first form a base. One of the members suggests, Chev. What about up that tree? Doesn't that place look good since we can hide with all those branches, and we can also move to other trees if there's a problem? Receiving the suggestion, Chev responds, not a bad idea. Alright, let's go with that. Suddenly, a strange tentacled creature bursts from the ground. Pam! You can just rest up, one of the members says. With a sinister grin, the man declares, myself and ugly face over there are in charge of building the base. A small wooden platform hangs suspended in the alien forest. From the newly constructed platform, a voice declares, okay, now that we're done constructing the base, let's scout the nearby area by splitting into two parties. The leader announces the first scouting party, Tom, Max, and Roa. Elpum declares that he will lead the second scouting party, splitting up to scout the eastern and western sides. Elpum instructs them, if something happens, send a signal, and quickly head to the base to join. Understood? A simple okay is the reply. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes. The forest air vibrates with the force of the impact. Two figures stand silhouetted against the forest. One carries a massive hammer. There isn't even a single monster, let alone an item. He mutters, questioning if they positioned their base too close to the entrance. It seems they'll need to head a bit deeper tomorrow. He turns his gaze towards the horizon. That aside, what do you think about your first mission as an explorer? He asks. The hooded figure admits, I'm nervous. His companion chuckles, replying, yeah, that's usually the case. He then admits, as for me, I still get the nerves every time I enter the gate, even though I've started my adventure for some time now. With a wry smile, he then confesses, because I'm a coward. He continues, but the reason why I'm able to be courageous would be because of the good people near me. He then adds, it's sort of weird to say this, but my comrades are all good people. He then admits, I was honestly feeling sorry when I heard your story. He continues, a bait slave. I can't imagine how hard that must have been for you. That said, Elpum, if it's fine with you, how about you join our party, he proposes, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Silence hangs in the air as Elpum considers the offer. Elpum's eyes widen slightly as he lets out a small, ah. I was just speaking lightly, so you can ignore that, the voice says, trying to brush off whatever was just said. Tack tack, the sound echoes. The sound echoes through the dark forest. Ah, you guys haven't found anything either, then, one of them asks, breaking the silence around the campfire. Another voice retorts, did you think it would be that easy? One of the men suggests, why don't we stop talking about work while we're eating? It won't be late even if we continue this tomorrow after we sleep. He takes a long swig from a bottle, the sound echoing in the night. He lies on his back, exhausted. The night sky stretches above him, illuminated by a full moon. Suddenly, a rustling sound breaks the silence. A creaking sound echoes through the forest. Oi, Pam! A voice calls out. From above, a voice cuts through the night air, asking, are you asleep? Holding a torch, the man stands with others in the darkness. Footsteps approach the sleeping figure. A hand touches the man's shoulder, and a voice asks, Boss, what are you doing? A sinister grin spreads across the face of the man holding the blade. There's no way someone who'd be dreaming right now. A dark void appears, promising, could answer your question. The text explains that Mushmom is a field boss in Hennessy's, specifically the mother of orange mushrooms. One voice chides, honestly, you're such a worrywart. Did you forget we mixed something into his food? It was a sleeping agent, powerful enough to instantly knock down even a mushmom that weighs a few hundred. One of them remarks, he drank so much that I'd be surprised if he didn't die from it. Another adds that the staff of fire arrow will go for 10,000 mesos. Suddenly, a blade flashes, piercing through the darkness. His face contorted in a scream, the blade plunging down towards him. The blade pierces through flesh. The story begins with the logo for flamecomics.com. For faster updates, read on flamecomics.com. Honestly, you're such a worrywart. Did you forget we mixed something into his food? One of them asks. It's a sleeping agent, powerful enough to instantly knock down even a mushmom weighing a few hundred kilograms. The man lies unconscious, suspended precariously by ropes. He drank so much that I'd be surprised if he didn't die from it, one of them remarks, before changing the subject. Anyway, a staff of fire arrow, it's going to be 10,000 mesos minimum. A blade gleams ominously in the darkness, its sharp point radiating a deadly light. The man above roars, his face contorted in rage as he brings the blade down. The blade descends, and a voice booms, how about we do some work now? The blade strikes with immense force. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he asks, what's wrong? A resounding thud echoes. Panic rising, a voice cries out, he's not there. What? One of the group exclaims, disbelief etched on their faces. Another voice echoes the sentiment, wait. How is that? Eyes wide with fury, he bellows, find him immediately. He then adds, realizing the urgency, he could still be hiding nearby. An explosion rips through the area, sending debris flying as he raises a torch in defense. Fire, he shouts, as the structure before him erupts in flames. What's going on? A fire, he exclaims, panic rising in his voice. Another shouts, hurry. Quickly grab the items and rations. A sudden thought strikes him, was it Elpham who did that? You ought be boss, one of the men stammers, pointing forward with wide eyes. What, again, another exclaims, his face a mask of disbelief. A colossal eye, ringed with viscous fluid, looms over them. He turns to face the source of the commotion, a fiery glow emanating from the unknown threat. His eyes widen in disbelief. Don't tell me. He mutters, before rage takes over. Elpham. Elpham, that bastard. The source of the fiery glow reveals itself, a grotesque, viscous creature. The wooden structure is engulfed in flames, and the silhouette figures of his companions are visible as they try to escape. He used us as bait, he shouts. Screaming, he desperately tries to escape the inferno. A massive, fiery fist hurtles towards him, splintering the remains of the burning structure. The fiery fist continues its destructive path, obliterating everything in its wake. He observes the aftermath, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. That was sloppy from them. He continues, a note of warning in his voice, if they wanted to deceive me, they shouldn't have acted kind to me. He realizes the deception ran deeper than he thought. In a gate where 12 parties were eliminated, they were welcoming to someone who was originally a bait slave, let alone looking for a veteran explorer. The realization dawns on him. That means they had ulterior motives. The realization hits him, but before he can dwell on it, a monstrous form appears. That said, as I thought, the boss monster of this place was that thing. He expected it to appear from the corrosion, but admits, it's a lot bigger than I expected. Chapter 3 begins. SFX, rumble. The ground rumbles as the hero cries out, bracing for the incoming attack. Damn it! We're completely disadvantaged, one of the men shouts, fear evident on his face. Another urgently asks, boss, do you know what that monster is? If I'm correct, that's a gold slime, a voice exclaims, identifying the approaching monster. The speaker continues, revealing vital information about the creature. It's a rare boss monster that can't be seen in the Maple world, it's something that only appears in red grade gates. The voice continues, revealing grim news, its body is composed of acids, so it's the worst opponent for melee explorers like us. The voice continues, building suspense, and what's most dangerous is. His eyes widen as the ominous sound effects fill the air. What could be so dangerous? Duck, a warning cry shouts as a massive, glowing blade hurtles downward. Reacting instantly, he drops to the ground, narrowly avoiding the fiery blade. Eyes wide with disbelief, the man who shouted the warning stares up at the glowing blade. What? What's with that thing? He exclaims, questioning the nature of the attack. The disbelieving man's thoughts appear, revealing a crucial detail, it can also use ranged attacks. The group scrambles for cover as the system identifies the attack, acid arrow. The man's face contorts in disbelief. That's cheating, he cries out. Get a hold of yourself. Here. The words boom. It comes again, a voice booms as the monster unleashes another attack. Boss. What can we do about that monster? Can we even fight that thing? Another blast erupts as they flee. Let's first escape from here. Acid Arrow has a 1-minute cooldown. A plan forms amidst the chaos. We need to reorganize and find an opportunity to destroy the core that's centered on its head. A sinister grin stretches across his face as he hears their plan. Ha! So you're telling me that it's on cooldown? Max, someone shouts in disbelief as a surge of energy erupts. Max lunges forward, a determined fury etched on his face. There's plenty of time, he declares, his blade aimed true. Leave it to me, he shouts, intercepting the monstrous figure's advance. The impact reverberates. His eyes widen, realizing the gravity of the situation. Wait. We need everyone to dash, he calls out, but his warning hangs unfinished. A crimson slash tears through the air, silencing him. His hand reaches out in desperation as a blade of light hurtles towards him. The golden blade slams into him, sending a spray of liquid erupting outwards. The force of the impact sends him stumbling backward, golden liquid splattering around his feet. His eyes widen in disbelief. What, he utters, clearly caught off guard by the attack. The creature thinks to itself, confused. Shouldn't it still have more than 10 seconds of cooldown left? Golden streaks of energy rip through the air, tearing into the creature's gelatinous form. The creature is blasted apart by the unexpected barrage. The golden streaks continue to obliterate the creature, leaving only scattered remnants. The creature is reduced to scattered bones amidst the lingering golden light. The creature's remains are obliterated with a final burst. Before him, a new monstrosity rises. Looks like it's over, he states. Chev, you weren't wrong. It's just that. He begins, his expression unreadable. The gold slime grows stronger with each item it consumes. It's also said that the cooldown decreases according to its growth. It's abnormally huge size in Acid Arrow without cooldown. He observes. I can see why the parties who went before us were That thing is beyond its typical level already, he realizes, observing the slime's imposing form. The slime had grown strong enough to live even in yellow-grade areas, 2 stages above red-grade. It's impossible for a first circle explorer to defeat that monster now. The system announces, there are no more items remaining in this gate. The crushing realization hits, the mission is already a failure. A sinister figure emerges from the shadows, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His glowing red eyes pierce through the gloom as he issues a chilling command, "Prove yourself." A close-up reveals a grim expression. The ground trembles. A massive, gelatinous creature emerges. A single, inquisitive eye peers out from the gelatinous mass, a question mark hanging in the air. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the creature. The light intensifies, followed by a burst of golden energy erupting outwards. The creature lets out a guttural roar as it writhes in pain. Standing on a branch, he observes the creature's reaction. Is it because of magic resistance? Not bad, especially when I aimed for its core. The creature is struck again. 4 more shots will do. The creature absorbs the hit, but he reconsiders. No, maybe 5 more shots. He pauses, then dismisses his previous thought. Well, it doesn't matter. He grips the staff tightly, a new resolve settling over him. A determined glint in his eye, he declares, "Fine, I'll prove myself." A blinding light erupts. A monstrous figure unleashes a torrent of flames. He dodges the blast of flames, narrowly avoiding certain incineration. The flames continue to lash out. The fiery whips continue their relentless assault. He leaps into the air, narrowly avoiding the fiery strikes. He grits his teeth, a pained cock escaping his lips. His fist glows with an eerie, teal energy. The sword glows with the same teal energy as his fist. I have to attack the same place without a single mistake. If I was an ordinary magician, it would be unthinkable, he thinks, steeling himself for the impossible. But it's possible for me. He thinks, remembering, since the title that I had in my previous life was Greatest Psychokinesis Mage, he recalls, a surge of power coursing through him as he faces the onslaught. A wave of raw power erupts from him. Channeling his power, he unleashes a fiery spear. Fire arrow, he declares, unleashing the attack. The fire arrow explodes in a burst of intense light. The fire arrow hurtles forward, closing in on its target. The creature recoils from the searing heat as the fire arrow strikes. For more to go, a voice declares. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The force of the impact sends him hurtling backwards. The force sends him crashing through a thick, dark structure. The force of the impact sends him flying, his staff spinning wildly. He grips his staff tightly, bracing himself as he shouts, "Fire arrow!" The fire arrow explodes on contact. A voice declares, 3 more. The screen whites out completely. He dodges a barrage of fire arrows, his whip lashing out. He leaps through the air, narrowly avoiding the dragon's fiery breath. He whips around, narrowly avoiding another blast of searing flames. 2. A disembodied voice echoes as a glowing blade materializes, wreathed in ethereal blue flames. Fire arrow explodes onto the scene as the figure leaps into the air, dodging the incoming attack. The fire arrow hurtles forward, a blazing inferno aimed directly at its target. The figure dodges the fire arrow, eliciting surprise. It dodged that? Quite fast for a blob. Energy gathers around his outstretched hand. The figure declares, but it's meaningless. The energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The creature's eyes widen as a blade slices through its form. The blade tears through the creature, triggering a massive explosion. The creature explodes, sending fragments flying in all directions. The shockwave rips through the air. The force of the blast sends a tremor through the very air. He leaps into the air, bringing his spiked mace down towards his target. The mace connects, impacting the gelatinous monster. He grits his teeth, determined. Last one, he declares. The final strike lands with incredible force. The monster reels back, a burst of light erupting from its core. Flamecomics.com. Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. The hero dodges a massive, dripping hand as it crashes down. The monster roars, its attack relentless. He narrowly avoids the monster's attack, dodging to the side. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. His gaze intensifies, locking onto his target. His fist clenches, ready to strike. The sword, glowing with a blue light, whips through the air. The sword strikes, sending tremors through the ground. The ground explodes as the sword's power is unleashed. The force of the blow sends the figure hurtling backwards. He recovers quickly, unleashing another strike with his sword. Fire arrow. The attack blazes towards its target. The fire arrow hurtles forward, a blazing streak against the blue. The fire arrow slams into a grotesque, melting form. A sinister grin spreads across his face. The flames lick at his armor. He leaps forward, staff ablaze, aiming directly at the monstrous figure looming above. The flaming staff strikes true, impacting the monstrous figure with a resounding crack. The impact erupts in a blinding flash of light and fire. The fiery energy explodes outward, engulfing everything. The fiery explosion intensifies, a blinding inferno. The inferno continues to rage, consuming everything in its path. The explosion continues to swell, a mass of molten energy. The explosion intensifies, the heat searing. Amidst the searing heat, a voice cries out in confusion. KRRGH. The explosion throws him back, amidst a shower of debris. The world erupts in a blinding flash of light. The figure is sent flying backwards through the forest, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the blast. Gripping his blade tightly, he prepares to strike. The blade glows with power. He leaps forward, the glowing blade arcing down. The blade slices through the air with incredible speed. The glowing blade continues its descent. The blade connects, a burst of energy erupting outwards. His expression remains unchanged as the blade finds its mark. The golden energy explodes outwards. The golden energy slams into the creature, a shockwave rippling outwards. The Last Adventurer. The title card appears, The Last Adventurer, Chapter 4. The scene shifts to what appears to be a dense, fog-shrouded forest, the ground glowing with an eerie light. Footsteps echo in the strange forest. Through the glowing forest, the protagonist continues onward, his spiked mace held firmly in his hand. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He stops short, an exclamation escaping his lips as something catches his attention. He reaches out, his hand outstretched towards a glowing orb of energy. The ground beneath him shifts, the very earth seemingly reacting to his touch. The orb explodes upon contact, sending shards of earth and rock flying outwards. A red orb now hovers in his open palm, wreathed in swirling green energy. The red orb intensifies, radiating a blinding light. A confident smirk graces his face as the radiant red energy swirls faster. The red energy expands outward, engulfing the surrounding forest within its radiant glow. The red energy subsides, and a voice declares, "I'm back." The scene shifts to an interior, revealing a well-lit room with a tea set on a small table. Inside a well-lit room, two figures sit across from each other at a table. Silence hangs in the air between the two figures. The man speaks, his gaze intense. "As I thought, you weren't a big mouth." The man continues, questioning, "But you returned alone this time as well? And without any of the items we requested." He explains, "The members you assigned to me were beginner hunters. They were scheming after the items I owned." He explains his actions, stating, "When I separated myself to avoid them, they must have all died after encountering the boss monster." The man, sweat beading on his face, is asked, "What was the monster?" "It was a gold slime," he answers. Upon hearing this, someone exclaims, "What? That monster of all things." "In that case, the items inside must have all," before he can finish, the man confirms, "Yes, they all melted away." Cursing, the man grits his teeth, realizing, "Shit, damn it, to think the items that we lent would all disappear." He then acknowledges, "The damages are huge." On top of that, it's an issue he managed to escape, the man states, his expression grave. The panel reveals a crucial piece of information: there are a few common rules for the gates. Further details about the gates are revealed. First, the number of people that can enter is limited. Moreover, once a party enters according to the number marked on the gate pillar, the gate deactivates until all members inside die. The explanation continues: entry restrictions exist based on a gate's difficulty and the number of circles it has. The explanation continues, revealing that the color of the gate indicates its difficulty, ranging from red to purple. Moreover, those with a higher circle than the gate's difficulty are restricted from entry. The explanation concludes, there is only one opportunity given to clear the gate. The most critical rule is then revealed: if even one member survives and leaves the gate will disappear, making it impossible to enter again. The stakes are raised even higher: as long as an explorer who entered the gate doesn't die, there is no other opportunity. It looks like it's already long gone for the gate, the man states grimly. He continues, muttering that the gold slime would have been too much for the first circles to handle. Taking a long drag from his cigar, he acknowledges the explanation. So only you were able to barely survive from there. He understands that the items couldn't be retrieved, since they would have melted away. The man's face is grim as he states, but whatever the reason may be, it is true you failed. You're being too hasty, I wasn't done talking yet, the man with the eye patch retorts. The other party simply responds with a confused, what? The man clenches his fist, the ring on his finger glinting as he mutters, gold slime. His eyes widen in dawning horror, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Don't tell me, he stammers. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as energy crackles from the ring. The sinister smirk remains, and he declares, I ate it up. His opponent shouts, second circle? Realization dawns as he understands, so you absorbed the magic stone that came out from the gold slime. The man across the table leans back, declaring, I think I proved myself with this. He then adds, now, E rank, as you promised. The reward for his efforts, D rank. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. What, he utters, clearly stunned by the unexpected outcome. The one-eyed man's face contorts in rage as he shouts, let's go with D rank. Before the one-eyed man can finalize his decision, an offer is made, no, if you'd work with me, I'd treat you as a C rank explorer. The quill scratches against the parchment as the contract is finalized. The contract now signed, a new statement is made, normally, treating someone who hasn't even reached. The speaker continues, stating that treating someone who hasn't even reached the third circle as a C rank explorer would normally be outrageous. The explanation continues, clarifying that an explorer's rank is greatly influenced by their circle. The hierarchy is then shown: veteran explorers are A to B rank, junior explorers are C to D rank, and beginner explorers are E to F rank. Because the circle is power, the differences between them are glaringly obvious. The speaker interjects, countering the previous statements. But he's no ordinary guy. The speaker elaborates, writing with a pen, a circle up by using a magic stone isn't something your average person can do. The man appears to be in disbelief, pondering, survival instincts, was it? The man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he exclaims, yes, he has that. Survival instincts. No, overwhelming talent. He continues, astounded, someone who just became first circle returned back as a second circle in an instant. The man continues to marvel, stating that nobody could be as fast as him. His eyes gleaming with avarice, the man declares, I need to have him. The man muses that the treatment improved much faster than he expected, and that the protagonist must have been in quite a hurry. That's expected. He concludes. A massive, pulsating red portal dominates the landscape, its purpose unknown. Since there isn't much time left, a voice says, followed by, the first red grade. The voice continues, revealing the portal's challenge, 100-man gate subjugation. The voice continues, revealing that the event that captured the attention of the merchant groups and guilds of Lith Harbor began around this time. Naturally, the Gaper merchants would be greatly interested in this as well, the voice adds, further contextualizing the event. With a decisive tap, he seals the document. Well, there's nothing bad for me, and I'm in a rush as well. He then resolves, it won't be bad to advance my plan. Across the table, the protagonist speaks up. Sir Eves, I'd like to ask for something. An open hand is presented, awaiting something. The protagonist's request is surprisingly direct, lend me some mesos. Lend me some mesos, he asks, his hand still outstretched. The eye-patch-wearing man pauses, considering the request. The man with the eye patch continues to contemplate the request, his expression unreadable. The man's expression shifts to one of anger. Why, this bastard? Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. Some say that the gate opened the Age of Adventures. But all of this was a trap by the Black Mage. Above, a lone figure plummets into the darkness. The text ominously declares, many explorers lost their lives in the gates. And the potential of the Maple World slowly eroded. Then came the last day. Countless monsters that were waiting for their time poured out from the gates. A horde of grotesque creatures now roams the land. The world is now bathed in an ominous, pale light. And thus, they were defeated. Exactly 3 years from that moment, the time of fate for the Maple World would arrive. The Last Adventurer. The story continues with Chapter 5. Chapter 5 begins with a glimpse of a seasoned adventurer, cigar clenched firmly between his teeth. The camera pans up to a large building, its architecture imposing. A lone figure stands on a balcony, overlooking the city. The figure from the balcony is now seen walking with 2 companions. It's not enough, but this should suffice as a start, he declares, a ring glinting on his finger. The man learns that the 100-man gate discovered is red grade. It's also declared that only second circles and below are allowed entry. Usually, the gaper merchants are the sort to pick and hire high-circle explorers. But, he realizes, the reason why they're investing in me is because they're aiming for that gate. I did get some mesos for now. He thinks, observing the bustling marketplace. But it would be foolish for me to spend them all on items. He realizes that buying the grade of items he needs right now would be too expensive. He pauses, considering his next purchase. The most useful thing to buy would be. He muses. He approaches a doorway marked with an inscription in a foreign language, the air buzzing with anticipation. A figure cloaked in darkness stands before him. Up close, the inscription glows with an eerie light. His brow furrows, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He stands his ground, ready for whatever comes next. A man greets him with a wide smile. Greetings, welcome to the Lith labor market. You must be an explorer. Let me guide you. The man asks what kind of help he's looking for, bait for a dungeon? Or a warrior to fight alongside you? He clarifies his needs, stating, I'm looking for someone else, guide me there. The man's cheerful expression falters slightly, a confused escaping his lips. The guide leads him down a torchlit corridor, announcing, this is the punishment chambers. The guide gestures further down the torchlit corridor, adding, it's often used to discipline those who don't listen. Just like the one you're looking for. A foot stops abruptly, the sound echoing in the chamber. The guide gestures towards a cell, stating, over here. Heavy chains hang ominously before them. The heavy chains clang shut, binding a muscular arm. The chains are secured to the wall, the prisoner now fully restrained. Sweat beads on his brow as he strains against the restraints. Dear customer, are you really going to choose him? The man asks, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The other figure simply replies, I know, cutting off whatever the man was about to say. Still bound by heavy chains, the captive remains trapped behind bars. Gazing through the bars, the cloaked figure declares, he's the one I was looking for. His eyes glow with an ominous red light. Before his return, a death accelerated the destruction of the Maple World. Silhouetted figures stand against a starlit sky, their weapons hinting at a looming conflict. Aaron, the hero of Polearm, stands ready. Aaron, the hero of Polearm, is one of the 6 heroes, representing the letter A in Maple. The stark revelation hits, she was murdered. The chains clatter against the cold stone floor, binding the first and last disciple of Aaron, and the one who declared the start of destruction. He is branded with the title Hero Killer, Devo. Chained and bloodied, Devo's red eyes burn with resentment. All because of him. Devo, looking off to the side, asks with suspicion, "You're here for me?" Devo glares, retorting, "First time seeing you. Get lost." A nervous voice pipes up, Dear customer, I'm terribly sorry." His mental state is. The thought trails off, leaving the rest unsaid. "I may not know what happened before my return, but he's just a slave for now," the voice declares. Seeing as how he's showing that attitude to an explorer. His jaw clenched, the man's anger simmers beneath the surface. It isn't just something that can be passed off as being rude. The man scoffs, his face contorted in disbelief. He's a complete lunatic and a mad dog. His lips curl into a sneer as he adds, not just his personality, but his skill as well. The man continues, revealing, "We both received the most attention from people after the last day happened." He elaborates, "As such, I was often compared to him, simply because of many similar factors like being from the same region, the time of awakening, and skill." The man pauses, a fire crackling nearby as he sets up the next, perhaps most important, point. "But the thing we had most in common was..." The fire crackles ominously, the sound punctuating the man's words. "You, how much are you?" the man asks, his tone laced with disdain. "Contrary to your looks, you must be a posh boy, huh? Can you even give me the amount I call for?" 1,000,000 mesos, the man states, a predatory glint in his eye. "How about it? Would that be fine for you, young master?" That we both needed mesos, he thinks, his expression unreadable. Her thoughts drift back, revealing the reason behind his desperation. He needed mesos because he had a sister afflicted with the black blood disease. "Buzz off if you don't have anything. If you're going to brag." He snarls, his face contorted in anger. His anger abruptly gives way to confusion. "Ha," he mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His eyes widen as he's presented with a thick stack of cash. 1,000,000 mesos, he exclaims in disbelief. His companion looks equally shocked. "Are you serious about this?" he asks, while the protagonist stutters, "Is that real? That's not fake, is it?" He gulps, sweat trickling down his face. The weight of the offer settles heavily. "Not yet, so listen closely now," he begins, laying out the terms. "The contract is for a year, and profits will be split 7-3. The priority of items obtained in the gate goes to me." His eyes widen, a bead of sweat rolling down his neck. Is he saying that he'll contract him as a comrade and not as a slave, he wonders. The contract is presented, the terms now laid bare. "Here's the contract. Confirm it." Snatching the contract, he warns, "You better not go back on your word." "Got it?" His face contorted in rage, teeth bared. He's clearly ready to enforce the deal. A guttural growl rumbles from deep within his chest, teeth grinding together in fury. He's sealing it without any hesitation, a voice observes. "Is it because that's worth his sister's life?" A smirk plays on his lips. "Now that the contract has been set, we'll be heading to clear a gate right away," he announces. Another voice booms, "Leave it to me." His gaze sharpens as he declares, "You're going to have to pull your worth, Devo." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he vows, "I'll be your dog far better than others." A bestial roar echoes through the forest. The man with the axe pauses, questioning, "Excuse me, boss?" Holding the axe, he says, "I'd like to thank you for buying me a new weapon, but I normally use a long sword." He then adds, "Let's go back for now and get a long sword." The man's expression hardens as he declares, "From now on, when you're working with me, use a polearm." He continues, "If you don't like that, the contract is over," followed by a dismissive TCH. The man continues, "So is this the gate you're going to use?" To use as a test, the man finishes his question. The group seems to have arrived at their destination. "Looks like we came to the right place," one of them remarks, as a glowing portal with the number 8 hovers on a tree. The portal is marked as red grade, 1 mark, and an entry limit of 8. "But your other party members are not here yet," one of the men points out. He then adds, someone as rich as you should have enough party members. That reminds me. You do have a healer, right? One of the men asks. He continues, combat is important too, but a healer is a must. The other man, visibly unnerved, responds, what? Why are you looking at me like? His eyes widen in alarm. Don't tell me. Boss, did you perhaps? He stammers. The boss reassures him, don't worry, there are plenty of comrades. With a sigh of relief, he says, I figured as much. Got me scared for nothing. He reaches out, his finger gently touching the ground. His eyes widen as he realizes, here. He places his hand firmly on the ground, a surge of power coursing through him. The ground glows faintly beneath his touch. Ha! The axe-wielding character stares, clearly confused by something. His eye widens in disbelief. What? Wait, no way, he exclaims, sweat beading on his brow. A swift kick sends him flying. Stop wasting time and get in there, a commanding voice booms. He screams in pain as he's sent hurtling through the air. He crashes into the ground with a resounding boom. He finds himself at the bottom of a deep canyon, the sunlight barely reaching him. Struggling to rise, he cries out in pain. Eyes wide with disbelief, he shouts, are you insane? He demands, what are you going to do with just the two of us in a place meant for 8? He continues, questioning the sanity of the situation, there's a limit to how crazy you can get. Do you think this is some kind of a joke? And what's worse is that. He starts, before admitting, why you gave me a weapon. I'm not used to. His eyes widen in disbelief. Those? He starts, his voice laced with a growing dread. Those are, he exclaims, realizing with horror that he's surrounded by the strange, glowing-eyed creatures. Stumps, he cries out, finally identifying the creatures surrounding him. He swings his axe, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. I messed up. Because I yelled. He thinks, realizing his mistake. These creatures, he knows, are infamous for their resistance to blades. And their numbers are. A voice cuts through the air, demanding, move. He's sent flying backwards by an unseen force. Staggering backwards, he cries out, wait. The force sends him crashing into a massive tree stump. A fiery explosion erupts, fire arrow. The fire arrow slams into the monster's face. He cries out in pain, K-U-G-H? The monster reels from the impact, but the protagonist looks up, uttering a confused, huh? The fire arrow pierces directly through the monster's head. The arrow continues its fiery path, obliterating everything in its wake. The fire arrow continues its destructive path, leaving only splinters in its wake. The fire arrow continues its relentless assault, tearing through the enemy. The fire arrow continues its devastating impact, engulfing the creature in flames. A voice sneers, how pathetic. Being in such a sorry state the moment you entered a gate. The creature's charred remains fall to the ground. Standing amidst the charred remains, he warns, don't make another mistake again. A figure, wounded and trembling, stands before him. A sudden, panicked thought erupts, what? What is with this monster? Total darkness. Under the moonlight, a voice declares, the merchant groups have taken the bait. The final preparations are underway. The time is currently being scheduled, and we have finished selecting the members to deploy, she reports, kneeling in the dim light. A gloved hand raises a glass of crimson liquid as a clinking sound echoes. Facing away, he is asked, proceed? The figure stands before a large window, awaiting orders. He responds to the unseen question, very well. The sound of something breaking echoes as the first figure collapses. Below, a dark form emerges, slithering towards the second man. A figure holds aloft a glass of red liquid, as a voice declares, all shall be done as he wills. His eyes gleaming with malice, he holds up the glass. All shall be done as he wills. He proclaims, a sinister promise hanging in the air. The liquid swirls within the glass as he declares, freedom to the maple world. The glass orb glows ominously in his hand as he cries out, freedom to the maple world. A monstrous eye glares from within the flames, the sound of crackling fire filling the air. Clutching a bag tightly, he announces, I gathered all the magic stones. 27 in total. Let's go, the hooded figure orders. A gruff voice responds, understood. The group begins their ascent, the sun blazing above. The pair treks onward through the arid landscape. Ha! I thought he was just insane, but he wasn't joking around, he mutters, sweat beading on his brow. Was it psychokinesis? I've never heard of anyone using fire arrows in that way. Clutching a sack of loot, the mercenary grins, thinking, if I'm with this skilled guy, won't I be able to make a fortune? He continues, what a deal. Since he said the split would be 7-3, I should be able to get some mesos for treatment and living. His partner simply states, found them. The mercenary's face is etched with confusion as he wonders what's going on. The mercenary's partner has apparently found the target, but it's not what he expected. Another group of stumps, he observes. The mercenary squints at the scene before him. There are 8. No, 9 of them, he says, counting the strange stumps. A voice then declares, yes, just the right number. The mercenary's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What? Right number, he questions, clearly disturbed by the implication. The mercenary, visibly unnerved, stammers. His confusion is palpable. Chapter 6 begins. A small rock clatters to the ground. From within the tree stump, a single, glowing eye watches, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. A figure descends rapidly, weapon raised high. A question hangs in the air as the attack commences. The axe descends with furious speed, a red blur aimed directly at the glowing eye. The axe hurtles downward, a strike aimed with deadly precision. He's out of his mind. He wants me to face all of them by myself? The hero's outrage is palpable. Sweat beads on his brow as he grits his teeth. It's my first time using this weapon, so it's already as cumbersome as it gets. The monsters close in, their eyes gleaming menacingly. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for this, he shouts, overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents. He swings the cumbersome axe, yelling, you crazy buss. A sickening crack echoes through the battlefield. The creatures scream as the axe connects. Observing from the side, someone remarks, he's certainly sloppy since he said that he only used swords. A close-up reveals a serious expression. But he'll soon come to realize it himself, one voice says. Another adds, the polearm is the weapon that'll make him the strongest. There's no need to doubt his talent, a voice proclaims. It's declared that he is the only one chosen as the disciple of the hero of polearm, Aaron. A guttural cry echoes as the force of an unseen blow sends him reeling. The monstrous figure moves with incredible speed, its massive limbs blurring as it attacks. Swirling blades surround him as the monstrous figure continues its relentless assault. Ha, he utters, clearly caught off guard by the sheer speed and ferocity. He stares in disbelief at the weapon. Would you look at that? This polearm. The polearm blurs as it strikes with incredible force. The polearm feels surprisingly comfortable, even more so than a sword, he realizes. It's also much lighter now that he's using less unnecessary strength. What if he were to swing it much more smoothly than now? The polearm whips through the air, kicking up dust and debris. The polearm continues its arc, a trail of dust and energy following its deadly path. The polearm strikes true, cleaving through the air toward its target. The polearm connects with brutal force. As I expected, he got the hang of it in an instant, a voice observes. The speaker continues, noting the fighter hasn't even awakened his circle, and yet he's that strong. He's sent sprawling, a look of disbelief etched on his face as he struggles to regain his footing. An earthquake, he exclaims, looking up at the sky in disbelief. The ground trembles violently as a massive rock face looms over him. The rock face shatters, sending debris flying in all directions. A dark, spear-like object erupts from the shattered remains, tearing through the earth. The man, poised with his spear, seems to question what's happening. A close-up reveals the protagonist's wide, shocked eyes. A blinding flash erupts, accompanied by a deafening crack. The protagonist is sent flying backward, crying out in pain as he's thrown amidst the rocks. Staggering to his knees, he cries out, what is that? His eyes widen in disbelief at what he sees. Stumpy, he exclaims, the name hanging in the air, heavy with disbelief. The massive tree-like creature looms over him, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. A powerful strike sends him flying backwards. The force of the blow sends rocks and debris flying. The force sends him hurtling backwards through the air, a visible UGH escaping him. He slams into the ground with a pained KOHUK as he crashes down. He collides with a massive tree, the impact echoing through the forest. Despite the impact, he grips his weapon, a fiery determination blazing in his eyes. Size isn't everything. A fiery projectile hurtles forward. It only makes you easier to hit. Lying on the ground, he grits his teeth, realizing, right, if it's magic. A monstrous tree-like figure looms, its multiple glowing eyes fixed on its target as an explosion erupts below. The explosion erupts, but a thought bubble reveals the unthinkable. It deflected the spell. Its reaction is much faster than I thought, he realizes. A fiery blade materializes, and he declares, then, how about this? Activating psychokinesis, the tree-like figure declares as golden energy crackles around it. Golden and blue energy streaks collide. Here's the first shot, the tree-like figure declares, unleashing a blast of golden energy. The first shot explodes in a burst of light and force. The tree-like figure's face is revealed, its multiple glowing eyes burning with intensity. His eyes widen in disbelief. A thought bubble appears, it blocked that as well? Whack! Even magic doesn't work, he cries out, his voice laced with desperation. What are you standing around for? Get running if you don't want to die, he shouts, desperation etched on his face as he charges forward. It's not that the attacks aren't working, he realizes, his eyes narrowing in thought. If they didn't work, then it wouldn't block to begin with. Its branches are the problem, he realizes, as they continue to run from the menacing figure. The warrior is sent flying back by a powerful blow, crying out in pain as he crashes into the debris. The massive tree looms, its branches crackling with ominous energy. A furious roar tears from the warrior's throat. He clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy crackling around it. The ground shatters under the force of his blow. Rocks explode outward, propelled by the blue energy. The warrior's attack connects, sending his opponent flying backward with a cry of "Yua?" The warrior's minion shouts, "Nice job, boss," as the dust settles. The sound of his body hurtling through the air echoes. Stuttering, he manages to say, I thought I almost died. Thanks. He coughs, still catching his breath, as the name Devo echoes. You take on the stumps, Devo declares. The other man looks on in disbelief, wondering when the strange, multi-eyed stumps appeared. I'll take care of that one. What? Wait, he shouts, barely able to react. The force of Devo's attack sends debris flying as he wonders, why is he so fast? Devo advances, a determined look on his face as he wields a fiery staff. The fiery attack slams into him with devastating force. The force of the impact sends debris flying. His eyes widen in panic. No! It's not something that can be defeated without a plan, he shouts, sweat beading on his brow. We should be running right now. An explosion erupts as the creature is struck. Look, just as I thought. A voice declares. The creature is struck again, and its wooden form begins to splinter. But a sudden, sharp intake of breath suggests something unexpected has occurred. His eyes widen in disbelief. He pierced through it, he exclaims, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. His gaze hardens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he prepares for the next attack. He prepares to strike again, his weapon wreathed in flames. The fiery branches strike with unexpected speed. Its branches are much faster than I expected, he realizes. The flames erupt in a blinding burst. It's impossible to evade and land the attack with psychokinesis, he realizes, facing the inferno's speed. However, a new strategy seems to be forming. He realizes, I'm currently able to activate 2 spells at once since I'm a second circle. With a yell, he unleashes a torrent of fire. Amazing, he thinks, but a voice notes, he's hiding another fire arrow behind a. The fire arrows streak forward, and a voice declares, no matter how fast it may be, it won't be able to deflect that kind of consecutive attack. To think that Stumpy is being relentlessly attacked. A voice observes, as the fire arrows continue to barrage the tree-like creature. As the barrage continues, someone observes, that guy, isn't he much more of a monster than I thought? His eyes widen, a guttural sound escaping him. A grimace contorts his face, and he curses under his breath, shit. No, he shouts, as monsters close in around him. A warning cry of behind you. Watch out, pierces the air as he realizes, I screwed up. Some of them passed by me because there are too many of them. Blasts of energy rip through the battlefield as the fight intensifies. A stern voice calls out, Devo, you can't even properly clean up the small fry? An explosion rocks the area near the tree monster. Amidst the chaos, Devo charges forward, his blade poised to strike. Devo's blade cuts through the air, cleaving towards his target with incredible speed. TCH, even the slightest opening I show. He mutters, his attack tearing through the environment. The force of the blow sends tremors through the very ground. His eyes widen as the attack hurtles towards him. The attack lands with a sickening crack. His body recoils from the force of the blow. With a shout, the attacker's spear descends. The hero can only watch as the weapon hurtles toward him. He lands hard, kicking up dust and debris. Catching his breath, the attacker shouts, I saved you just now, so you better take back blaming me for earlier, got it? A sinister smirk spreads across his face. Good. Are you finally getting used to that weapon? He asks, a sense of satisfaction in his tone. He grips the staff, a sinister glint in his eyes. Then, let's go, he declares, a chilling smile spreading across his face. I saved you just now, so you better take back blaming me for earlier, got it? He demands, panting heavily and clutching his weapon. Good. Are you finally getting used to that weapon? He asks, the fiery aura around the blade intensifying. Good. Are you finally getting used to that weapon? He asks, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as the fiery aura around the blade intensifies. With a confident shout, then, let's go, he launches himself forward, a glowing arrow forming in his hand. He collides with the massive beast, a cloud of dust erupting from the point of impact. The impact sends shockwaves outward. He unleashes a barrage of fiery projectiles. Explosions erupt around the point of impact. The figure withstands the explosions, its form shifting to reveal glowing eyes beneath a shadowy cowl. A guttural coo echoes as the shadowy figure is struck. With a furious expression, the attacker drives his weapon forward. The attack connects with a resounding OK. The force of the blow erupts in a burst of light and energy. The force of the impact resonates with a deafening quang. His eyes widen, bracing for the incoming force. Attacks from both sides. The warning rings out as the hero finds himself caught between 2 colossal fists. Devo. I'll take care of the right, he shouts, his fiery blade meeting the incoming attack. Coming right up, he yells, a manic grin plastered across his face as he prepares to meet the attack head-on. The attacks collide, a resounding crack echoing through the battlefield as sparks fly. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The force of the impact sends debris flying. He continues his relentless advance, crushing the ground beneath his feet. The ground trembles as he charges, his axe raised high. The ground explodes as he closes the distance. He slams into the rock face, the force of the impact staggering him. His sword flashes, meeting the enemy's weapon head-on. With a furious yell, he brings his sword down. The force of the blow erupts with a resounding khuk. The strike lands, a single eye glowing with intensity amidst the chaos. Axe biting deep, the monster roars in pain. Qua! A massive rock, crackling with energy, hurtles toward the downed figure. The massive rock slams into its target. He cries out as the rock slams into him, sending him flying. Even as he's sent flying, he grits his teeth, muttering, "How troublesome." He recovers quickly, slamming his axe into a rising rock formation. Despite his efforts, the onslaught continues. "Damn it, there's no end to this," he shouts, his frustration mounting. The onslaught intensifies, rocks exploding around him. He's sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. The monster closes in, its glowing eye fixed on its target. Despite the beating he's taken, he grits his teeth, swinging his weapon. "Let's finish it, Devo." The clash is immediate, a burst of energy erupting as their weapons meet. The impact reverberates, a shockwave tearing through the air. The monster roars in pain, blood spurting from a fresh wound. A figure is sent flying. He cries out as he is sent hurtling backwards, the spear still clutched in his hands. The spear slams into the rock face with explosive force. He hits the ground hard, his face bloodied, but his gaze remains fixed forward with fierce determination. A cloud of dust explodes around him as he slides across the ground. Despite the brutal impact, he roars, "It's not over yet, you bastard." A blade pierces straight through the monster's head. The monster's head explodes as the blade pierces through it. He swings his arm, a blue arc of energy following his motion. The arc of energy cuts through the air. The axe connects, enveloped in the blue energy. He swings the axe down with immense force. Blood trickles down his face as a dark aura surrounds him. Here's the dessert. Blood splatters everywhere as the axe continues its descent. The axe rips through the monster's flesh, blood spraying in every direction. "Cuck," the monster groans as the axe bites deep. The monster reels from the blow, its massive form visibly shaken. The monster stumbles back, a spray of blood marking the impact. The monster's massive shadow looms, dwarfing the hero. He stares up in disbelief. Blasts of energy rip through the air, narrowly missing the hero. Blood streaks down his face as he stares in terror. More energy blasts streak toward him, leaving the hero bloodied and battered. A vortex of energy spirals toward him, threatening to consume everything in its path. A sharp crack echoes. The vortex explodes in a burst of fiery energy. A deafening KWOUGH rips through the air as the fiery vortex intensifies. The vortex explodes with even greater ferocity. He collapses to his knees, gasping for air, bloodied and battered. A voice coldly remarks, "Good job." He stands, looking up at the sky. A determined expression hardens his features. He reaches for the pouch at his side, his expression unreadable. Blood trickles down his face as he mutters, "You too." The air crackles with energy as flames erupt around him. Flames engulf the area, the intense heat distorting the air around them. The flames die down, revealing the townscape under the moonlight. He's late. She thinks, staring at the empty chair. With a sigh, she resigns herself to eating alone. "I should eat soon and go to bed." With her eyes closed, she clasps her hands together. "Thank you for the food," she says softly. Suddenly, a soft knocking echoes from the door. Her eyes widen in surprise. She wonders. Peeking through the doorway, she asks, "Who is it?" Her expression is a mix of surprise and apprehension. A battered face peers back at her through the doorway. He's clearly been through a brutal fight. The figure, heavily scarred and bandaged, whispers a hesitant, "Big brother?" A hand grips the fabric tightly, knuckles white. "I'm back." Tears well in her eyes as she looks up, a mixture of disbelief and hope etched on her face. She embraces him tightly, a welcome home. Hanging in the air. The title card appears, The Last Adventurer. The forest echoes with an otherworldly sound. From above, a lone cabin sits nestled near the forest's edge. Below, darkness obscures what lies within. Inside the cabin, a figure clutches a spiked staff with a glowing red gem. Below, a young man looks up, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The figure looms over him, a dark cloak obscuring their form. A dark figure stands silhouetted against the window, a sword glinting in their hand. A framed photo sits on the table nearby. He lies in bed, unaware of the approaching danger. He stirs, a hand reaching up to rub his eyes as he awakens. But before he can fully awaken, a menacing weapon, wreathed in flame, descends. Flames engulf the surrounding forest, the crackling fire closing in. Through the inferno, a figure emerges, his cloak billowing behind him as he walks calmly forward. Ha! What a problem, a voice sighs from within the expansive, sunlit study. The man, cigar clenched between his teeth, ponders aloud, the subjugation date for the 100-man gate is approaching, but who do we insert in the party? The man's thoughts turn darker, a hint of fear creeping in. Lord Rockin is the one in charge of this case, and if I happen to fail him. The stakes are high, this subjugation is a huge event, and all 10 merchant groups will be paying attention. Especially since a 100-man gate will definitely yield an epic, or even a legendary rank item. He stubs out his cigar, admitting, but honestly speaking, it's going to be difficult at this rate. The scene shifts to a grander scale, introducing the 3 Natasha sisters of the Gold Ritchie Trade Union. These sisters possess skills that would be unbelievable for a second circle explorer. Compared to them, calling the second circle explorers at the Gaper Merchants explorers is embarrassing. The stakes are raised. It's revealed that all the party members deployed by the other 10 merchant groups aside from the Gold Ritchie Trade Union are threatening. The situation worsens as it's revealed that, moreover, us Gaper merchants have the worst reputation among them. Holding up the poster, he admits, it doesn't feel right, but... Suddenly, a voice booms, cutting him off mid-sentence. What, who dares to enter without knock dash? The man's eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Someone has entered the room. His words trail off, a look of disbelief washing over his face. Lord Rockin, he exclaims, recognizing the newcomer. A voice booms out, cutting through the silence. How's the party member composition going? Lord Rockin apologizes, explaining, my apologies. It's yet. The other man replies, I see it's been going slowly, that's unlike you to do. What about the fellow you mentioned before? Lord Rockin admits, as for Elpham, there's still some things I'm wary of. Lord Rockin's thoughts betray his hesitation. Here come the doubts again. He explains that the chef party's annihilation makes confirming what happened impossible, as there are no witnesses. While Elpham is talented, this matter is important. A voice counters Rockin's doubts, questioning, then why don't you confirm him again? Lord Rockin's eye twitches as he admits, there just happens to be one, a fine place. Rockin suddenly exclaims, ah, right. At this point, just try making a party with all the candidates. Let's get it done. With a sinister grin spreading across his face, Rockin declares, ah, right. At this point, just try making a party with all the candidates. Let's get it done. His intentions becoming chillingly clear, Rockin thinks to himself, there's going to be plenty of witnesses this time around. His foot comes down hard, the sound echoing ominously. A blinding flash erupts from the forest, signaling a surge of immense power. Oh! Looks like we have lots of people joining us this time, he observes, a wide grin spreading across his face. Yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. Facing a towering figure, the boy asks, are you the 5th party? The towering figure responds, 2 former slaves. The man scoffs, arms crossed, bandages wrapped tightly around his forearms. Behind him, 2 figures remain shrouded in shadow, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom. A close-up reveals a cold, calculating gaze. His gaze sweeps over the group, a chilling assessment made clear by his words, no matter how you see it, none of them are welcoming at all. Slaves would only be a nuisance to them, huh? He muses, adding, that's natural for a party as they become more experienced. He continues his assessment, noting, seems like they went through their fair share of ordeals in the 1st to 2nd circles. They're completely different compared to the chef party, he observes, concluding, all of them are skilled enough to not need bait. The speaker addresses the gathered crowd, announcing, so you're all here. An unexpected announcement echoes in his mind, he came himself. The man before them, cigar clenched between his teeth, declares, I'll keep it short. The test will now begin. I'll be giving an opportunity to those who show me sufficient skills. The man's words hang in the air as he poses the question, an opportunity? The man's answer booms, yes, the opportunity to challenge the 100-man gate. Several figures lie defeated in the background, bathed in a red glow. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. 100-man gate, he exclaims, clearly shocked by the challenge. I'm saying that you'll be getting special treatment, the man states. The other man, overhearing this, mutters, I see, so that's how it's going to be, huh? A disembodied voice echoes, so do your best. A glowing 40 appears within an opening in what appears to be a massive tree trunk. A blinding red light erupts. A foot clad in a dark boot steps forward onto the scorched earth. Emerging from the light, he finds himself in a forest once more. A forest again, he mutters, a hint of weariness in his voice. The forest is not as it seems. A red portal looms behind them, figures emerging from its depths. An offer is made. How about we cooperate only when we're fighting the boss, the figure proposes, his expression unreadable. Then let's split up here and regroup when we give the signal, the voice declares. Silence hangs heavy between them, the unspoken question of trust lingering in the air. Footsteps echo as they begin to move, the sound of their departure filling the silence. We don't have a lot of time, so let's hunt as much as we can. The urgency in the voice is palpable. Yes, Sir Dolan, comes the immediate reply. The group seems ready to follow his lead. A sudden sound catches Dolan's attention. He pauses, an exclamation mark appearing, indicating his surprise. Before them, a grotesque creature appears. TCH, just one, a voice says, laced with disappointment. Mushrooms again. What a waste of time, the mage says, clearly unimpressed. He holds a staff crackling with blue energy. The mage unleashes a blast of crackling blue energy. The mage's energy bolt skill erupts in a blinding flash of blue, sending rocks flying. How boring. The mage sighs, his disinterest palpable. He then instructs, now, go get the magic stone and let's move on. A strange sound echoes as something emerges from the dissipating blue energy. From the dissipating energy, a grotesque creature emerges. What? It's perfectly fine, a voice exclaims, seemingly in denial. The wizard's eyes widen in disbelief. See, could it be strong enough to be magic resistant, he stammers. It can't be helped, you guys will have to. A voice calls out. The sound of something breaking echoes through the forest. Panic etched on his face, the wizard shouts a warning. Wait. Everyone, watch out. Damn it, a voice exclaims. The group finds themselves surrounded by monstrous creatures. The situation worsens as one of the group shouts, we're completely surrounded. A blade flashes, cutting through the darkness. Blades clash in a flurry of light. A monstrous shriek pierces the air. Both fighters cry out, battered and bruised. It's finally over. A voice echoes through the forest. The fallen beast lies defeated, arrows and blades protruding from its massive form. The group stands over the monster, exhausted but victorious. But before they can truly celebrate, a frantic voice cries out, Sir Dolan, the monsters are stronger than we expected. What should we do? Dolan's expression is grim as he admits, it seems like it would be difficult for us to fight with these numbers. He continues, fear evident in his voice, if this goes on, we'll be the ones to tire out first. Dolan acknowledges the dire situation, admitting, since it turned out like this, it's going to be dangerous. But a nearby warrior declares, but we're calling off the truce and hunting the boss by ourselves. Is what the majority of the parties would think. Panting, he admits, see certainly, that sounds about right. These guys are way too tough. Then, frustration boiling over, he demands, that aside, why have you only been talking and not helping me at all? The response is blunt, because there's only 3 of them. For that much, you're on your own. Anyway, so you're saying that we don't have time to waste. The man continues, then pauses, questioning, only 3, before stating, yeah, let's get moving. The man with the spear declares, to hunt down the boss. His companion counters with a different objective, to wipe out the mobs. The 2 men stand side by side, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Suddenly, a disembodied head appears, uttering a confused, "Huh?" The injured man, sweat beading on his brow, points out, "Just now, you said you're going to defeat the boss monster." The voice continues, explaining that defeating the boss isn't the only factor, mobbing skills are also included in the evaluation. Furthermore, he cautions that the fight could be dangerous due to the competition. "You don't know what they'd do to oppose us." Thinking he's always right, he mutters, his irritation evident. "TCH. And." He pauses, a new concern taking hold. "I smell something dangerous from this gate," he declares. He looks up, his gaze fixed on something beyond the gate. The group continues onward through the forest, their destination still unknown. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Sir Dolan, look over there." Dolan pauses, a question mark appearing in his speech bubble near him. An escape gate stands before them, nestled deep within the forest. Dolan mutters, "I wasn't planning on finding that yet, but whatever, leave a mark." A sudden, maniacal laugh erupts. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Dolan demands, then sharply orders, "Oi, Avant! Shut it!" The laughter intensifies, filling the air with Avant's unsettling glee. Avant grabs Dolan's arm, his face contorted with rage. "Did you not hear me?" he demands. "At this rate, if monsters start gathering." Avant's maniacal laughter continues, tears streaming down his face. Avant's laughter abruptly cuts off. What? He stammers, recoiling in shock. The laughter continues, echoing through the scene. The echoing laughter is punctuated by a shout, "Pea poison!" Panic sets in as he realizes the danger. "This is bad. I have to get out of here." Towering above, the source of the poison is revealed, a grotesque mushroom monster with rows of razor-sharp teeth. He sprints away, a look of pure terror etched on his face as the monstrous mushroom looms behind him. The monster exhales a cloud of poisonous spores, filling the air with a deadly haze. The spores reach him, and his eyes widen in horror as the poison takes hold. The monster's chilling laughter echoes as its poisonous attack takes full effect. "Ku, kakik. Ku, ha." The monster wheezes, its twisted grin widening as it relishes the poison's effect. "Ha, ha." The monster continues, its eyes glowing with malevolent glee as its victim succumbs to the poison. "Ha, ha." The monster continues to cackle, the sound echoing ominously as the poison takes its toll. The sky stretches above a vast canyon, the echoing sounds of battle ringing out. Water crashes down, echoing through the canyon. The canyon walls echo with a resounding crash. He mutters, "This guy, so he ended up not fighting at all today? I was the only one fighting." The sound of wind rushes past. His eyes widen slightly, a puzzled escaping his lips. A bright light pierces the sky, accompanied by strange, glowing symbols. "Ah, boss. There's the signal," someone exclaims. The title card for The Last Adventurer appears. Chapter 9 begins. A voice remarks, "They did say they were going to send a signal for us to gather if they were to find a boss monster, but who would have thought they would actually do it?" His gaze sharpens, a glint of determination in his eye. A stark message flashes, one party is missing. The group stands assembled, but a chilling realization dawns. One of their parties is missing. With a sigh, he announces, "I'll start explaining now that everyone seems to be here." The instructor's brow furrows as he asks, "Isn't Magician Dolan's party here yet?" Someone retorts, "No, there's no need to wait for them." A sudden cry rings out, "We found the boss monster." The cry continues, relaying grim news, and we also confirmed that Dolan's party was annihilated by it. The monster, a grotesque mushroom-like creature, looms over a small figure clutched in its massive hand. The announcement booms, "By the boss here. Mad poison mushroom." Eyes wide with disbelief, he shouts, "What? Mad poison mushroom? That's quite the problem, our party has no way of attacking it," one voice exclaims. Another suggests, if the boss monster is the mad poison mushroom, then it's best to give up on the subjugation. A third voice urgently interjects, "We need to find the escape gate first." Boss, is this mad poison mushroom really that dangerous? He asks, sweat beading on his brow as he looks to their leader for answers. The leader's expression hardens as he states, so it's that thing. One of the worst boss monsters we could encounter at our levels. Another voice cuts in, demanding, excuse me? Do you not hear me? The leader explains the danger. Close-ranged combat is difficult due to the spores it lets out, and it's impossible to use our numbers as an advantage by surrounding it either. Ignoring the other's outburst, the leader continues his analysis. If we were to defeat it, it would have to be done by ranged attacks, but its defense is high, and its speed is beyond imagination, so ordinary attacks won't work against it. The leader reveals a grim reality. Unfortunately, the mad poison mushroom is currently positioned right in front of the escape gate. Escape, he continues, is impossible without encountering the monster. Humph, you scared? That's nothing, the warrior scoffs, boasting of their boss's invincible fire arrow. Devo curtly silences him, shut it. The warrior, clearly rattled, begins to retort, you, son of a... Devo, however, cuts him off, grimly stating, at this rate, we're definitely going to die if we decide to fight. His face contorted in disbelief, the warrior exclaims, what? Why? He then realizes the gravity of the situation, muttering that something like a fire arrow won't even leave a dent on that thing. Before the warrior can continue, Devo interjects, explaining, this gate had tough mobs from the start. I don't need to explain what that means for the boss monster. Someone scoffs, dismissing the situation as buncha nonsense. This is why slaves oughta. Before the situation escalates, someone urges, Iburu, now isn't the time for that. We need to think of a plan. Elsewhere, a hand extends, the character stating, 50,000 mesos. The character with the red bandana looks up, seemingly confused by the offer. What? He asks. The character continues, stating that it'll be 50,000 mesos per person, a total of 1.5 million mesos. The group stands on a path in the forest, awaiting their decision. One of them steps forward, declaring, then we'll be your bait. The group watches as two of their companions step forward, ready to act as bait. His eyes widen in disbelief, gripping his hair as he exclaims, Fuck, what the hell is he saying right now? Shut your trap, he roars, furious. He continues, taunting, you must still have some of that slave instinct in you, but don't. Shut your trap, he continues to roar, his face contorted in fury. He taunts, you must still have some of that slave instinct in you, but don't even think that's going to work like it used to. This isn't the kind of opponent where a bait is going to work. He continues his tirade, warning, if we all headed out trusting in some incompetent bait, only for you two to die immediately, then we're all finished too. He adds, a slave is nothing but a nuisance in a high-level gate. The man continues his verbal assault. Never mind you in the first place, what's the dirtbag next to you supposed to do? He scoffs, just what can you possibly do with 1 second circle explorer and a mere slave? The man's relentless insults ignite the protagonist's fury. That bastard's starting to piss me off. He thinks, his expression hardening. He wonders aloud, why does he keep trying to pick a fight with us? The man stutters, what? That's. As his opponent questions, then what do you suggest? Do you have a different plan? The protagonist retorts, you don't. If you did, you wouldn't have sent out a signal. He smirks, continuing, and if I were to add, our party has 1 second circle. The man behind him stares, a question etched on his face. The protagonist continues, revealing, and 1 first circle. His eyes widen in disbelief. He's right, he exclaims, staring at his own hand. What? When did he stammers, before a sudden realization dawns. Ha ha. I knew I was a genius all along. The man's face contorts in annoyance. Isn't your party also composed of only a couple of second circle explorers, he asks, his tone laced with disdain. Ugh. Wait, he shouts, halting the group's advance. The man's face is twisted with a sneer as he shouts, I'm willing to pay you if you really want to become a bait for us. His offer quickly deflates as he admits, but even if I wanted to, I currently don't have the funds to pay for 50,000 mesos per person. The man states that they will receive payment once they head outside. But he adds grimly, if we can't escape, then just consider us to be sacrificed. However, the man has more to say. The man continues, stating his condition, my condition is that every single one of you agree with it. The group reacts with shock at the man's demand. Now, make your decision, he demands, his gaze unwavering. The woman beside him looks on with a mixture of shock and concern. A stone pillar crumbles to dust. The force of the blow pulverizes a stone pillar. The monster's strike lands, the force sending shockwaves through the area. The monster's skull-like face is inches from the glowing cube. The monster's attack connects. The monster's claws rake across the cube, unleashing a blinding burst of energy. The cube groans under the monster's relentless assault. Devo, we're going to start once it finds us, one of the men declares, readying his weapon. Ugh, do we really have to do this? One of them groans, clearly reluctant. Suddenly, a menacing presence makes itself known, its glowing red eyes piercing through the darkness. A wave of destructive energy erupts, the force of the blast sending shockwaves outward. Here it comes, the warning rings out as the monstrous entity looms closer, its jagged teeth bared. The monstrous entity moves in a blur. Watts with that speed? The entity's speed intensifies, blurring into a red-tinged strike. The entity's attack descends, a red blur aimed with terrifying precision. The attack connects, a brutal impact shaking the very foundations. The hero is sent flying backward from the force of the blow. Everyone, now, he shouts, urging his allies into action. Hurry up and activate it before the baits die. His hand slams down on the activation device, a surge of power emanating outwards. Blue energy crackles between the activation devices. The team watches from behind, hoping the activation succeeds. The energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex of bright blue light. Get moving, a voice shouts. A figure sprints toward the swirling blue vortex. A monstrous beast lunges forward, its massive form dwarfing the figures in its path. His eyes widen in terror as he sees what's coming. He finds himself surrounded by a swarm of bizarre, monstrous creatures. Do I look like some pushover to you? He shouts, swinging his weapon with furious speed. A blinding flash of light erupts as he swings his weapon. With a final, forceful swing, he shouts, get lost. The force of his swing is palpable. A blinding slash rips through the air as his attack connects. A blast erupts as the attack pulverizes his target. His first job warrior skill explodes outward. The warrior's eyes widen in horror as he faces the grotesque, gaping maw before him. Fire arrow. The words blaze as the skill is activated. The fire arrow skill erupts in a burst of flames, striking the grotesque creature head-on. The fire arrow hits its mark, and the grotesque creature roars in pain. Krrrgh. The grotesque creature reels, but another fire arrow is already incoming. One more. The creature is struck again by the fire arrow, the impact sending it reeling. Another fire arrow is launched, streaking towards its target. The creature, struck, lets out a piercing shriek. More fire arrows strike, tearing through the creature. The fire arrows continue to strike, the creature reeling from the relentless assault. The creature's massive jaws snap shut, narrowly missing the hero. Whack! It's going to get me. I'm going to get caught, he cries, panic rising as the ground rushes past. Jump, a voice shouts. Both figures leap from the cliff face. The monstrous creature slams into the cliff face with a sickening thud. The mushroom-headed monster strikes with incredible speed, sending the hero flying. Oi, idiot, a voice booms. As the hero falls, a figure looms above, hand outstretched. Eat this, the figure shouts, preparing to strike. With a burning intensity, he stares up at his attacker, the impending blow imminent. The hero is engulfed by a blinding explosion of energy. He desperately braces for the incoming strike. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. The force explodes outwards. The impact sends debris flying. The river surges violently, the impact echoing with a resounding ah. The river roils, the sound of pain echoing through the water. Gasping for air, he clutches at the ground. Ha! That damned mushroom! I almost died. Struggling to his feet, he notices a figure standing calmly near the water's edge. Still catching his breath, he shouts, "Seriously, just what was that?" Wringing out his cloak, he states grimly, "You heard it, it's this place's boss monster." He adds, "We'll be needing a lot more preparations if we want to hunt down that thing." The sound of something being wrung echoes as he continues to squeeze the water out of his cloak. Scratches and sweat mark his exhausted face. A nervous chuckle escapes him as he stammers, "Excuse me, boss. It seems like you're actually saying that we're going to defeat that thing with just the two of us. I misunderstood that, right?" The boss confirms, "You heard it right." His face contorted in disbelief, he shouts, "Are you kidding me right now? What's your problem? Aren't we here to hunt that monster in the first place?" one of the party members asks. Another retorts, "That's when I didn't know the monster would be like that. Don't you know about tactical retreat?" He continues, frustrated, "Once you escape from a gate, it's impossible to re-enter." The first responds, "I know that." Panic rising, he wonders, how are we supposed to kill that monster when even fire arrow doesn't work against it? He then questions, shouldn't we be leaving anyway since our job as bait is over? The man's face is etched with worry as he recalls, didn't he say that even he would die if he fought that? But then, a shift in his expression. The circumstances changed, he states, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Now that our competitors backed off on their own, this is perfect. And isn't the extra mesos the icing on the cake? Sweat glistens on his brow as a voice questions, "What's the matter? Are you going to defy the—" The man pauses, sweat dripping from his brow, as the question hangs in the air, "What's the matter? Are you going to defy the—" He seems to hesitate, unsure of his next move. The question hangs heavy as sweat continues to pour down his face. That's not what I meant." He stammers, sweat now pouring down his face. "But you better give me more pay in return, got it?" A simple "got it" is the response, though the sweat pouring down his face betrays his true feelings. One of the men speaks up, questioning, "Boss, at least tell me this. How are we supposed to defeat this thing when neither of our melee or ranged attacks work against it?" Another chimes in, declaring, "I don't plan on risking my life to fight some impossible enemy." His brow furrowed, sweat dripping down his face, he asks, "Do you really have it?" Above him, the words "a plan to defeat it" appear. Sweat glistens on his brow as he asks, "Do you really have it?" The screen fades to white, signaling the start of Chapter 10. A blinding red light erupts, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound. From within the forest, a pulsating red portal materializes. They're coming out already, a voice wonders. From the crimson portal, several figures emerge, scrambling to escape. Isn't this bit too fast for a 40-man gate, someone wonders aloud. "Ubear, what happened to the subjugation?" a voice demands. "I don't see a few of them either." Another voice adds, "I suppose that Brat hasn't come out yet." The man with the cigar looks on as a message blares, "The subjugation failed." The man gasps, sweat beading on his brow. Dolan's party was annihilated, and Elpham's party is still inside. He continues, "We were able to barely escape thanks to Elpham stepping up as bait." The man, cigar clenched between his teeth, declares, "It's impossible to defeat the boss monster here with just us." A stunned "huh" escapes him. A bewildered "huh" escapes him, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "So you're telling me that you ran off without doing anything?" he asks, his tone laced with disbelief. The opponent was the mad poison mushroom, which is infamous for its ferocity, they explain, adding, "We didn't have any other choices." "We're pulling out from here," one of the figures declares. A desperate voice calls out, "Sir Evies?" Wait. Elpham's party is still inside, he realizes, his eyes widening. Seeing the gate still active, he concludes, it means that they must be alive. Turning his back, Evies coldly states, "They'll die soon." He continues, "It's only a matter of time. You said it yourself, that the boss is the mad poison mushroom." Interrupting, Evies declares, "If you're going to wait, then do it amongst ourselves. I'm busy as is." Evie scoffs, muttering under his breath, "Useless lot." Evie acknowledges, "Certainly, the opponent is challenging. It's impossible for a second circle to kill a mad poison mushroom." "That's natural," Evie states, continuing, "but I have no need for fools who can only give me this kind of result." Evie trails off, the words "what I want is" hanging in the air as the monstrous mushroom looms. "Someone who can overcome that," Evie concludes, his words echoing with a strange power. Evie leaps towards the monstrous mushroom, his weapon crackling with golden energy. "Someone who can make the impossible possible." His gaze focused, Evie prepares to strike, the blade in his hand blazing with red energy. The blade erupts with intense, fiery energy as he prepares to strike. The fiery blade descends, poised to strike with devastating force. His gaze sharpens, the fiery glow reflecting in his eyes as he commits to the attack. "Let the hunt begin," he declares, the fiery blade now fully engulfed in flames. The fiery blade cuts through the air, a blazing inferno erupting around his target. The fiery blade whistles through the air, closing in on its target. The fiery blade hurtles forward, leaving trails of light in its wake. The boss this time is much more resilient and faster than the others we faced. Furthermore, the boss's ability to poison makes it much more difficult to face. In cases like this, there's no other choice but to create distance and attack with overwhelming power. He realizes, it's impossible to output that much power with my current fire arrow. However, an idea sparks as he begins to gather a swirling vortex of energy. However, if I were to... He'll use psychokinesis to rapidly spin the spell, increasing its piercing power. The vortex of energy intensifies, swirling with increasing speed. Inspired by a bullet, he thinks, as the energy takes shape. It's a skill unique to him in the Maple world. The skill, born from the image of a bullet, is described as one that makes the impossible possible. The skill's name echoes, Revolver. The Revolver skill manifests as a spiraling column of intense energy. The spiraling energy intensifies, accompanied by a flash of crimson light. The Revolver skill descends, poised to strike its target. The Revolver skill manifests as a monstrous skull with razor-sharp teeth. "Killer," a voice questions, fear laced within it. The monstrous skull collides with a blinding flash. The skull's jaws snap shut. A deafening roar rips through the air as the vortex intensifies. The vortex of energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. He stares intently, the vortex's energy swirling around him. The vortex explodes outward, sending fiery debris scattering through the forest. The monstrous mushroom creature speaks, declaring, "I was planning on piercing through the head that contains the core with a single shot. I must have missed slightly," the mushroom creature admits. "How troublesome." The creature mutters, blood dripping from its form. The mushroom creature unleashes a furious attack, red energy crackling around its clawed hands. The mushroom creature's attack pulverizes the ground, sending rocks flying. The mushroom creature's attack connects, a blinding flash erupting on impact. Even amidst the chaos, he realizes, it's not easy to change direction while maintaining Revolver. And to make matters worse, there's also the cooldown problem. He grits his teeth, realizing he needs to finish the fight quickly. "I need to finish it before it can climb up." A massive explosion erupts as the monster is sent flying backwards. The monster roars in pain, "Keeg." The monster's attack comes in fast, but the protagonist shouts, "Now!" His fist connects, a brutal impact shaking the air. With a ferocious yell, he unleashes the full force of his attack. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The monster reels backward, a cloud of dust obscuring its form. The attack's success is uncertain, as a large, punctuates the air. A resounding crash echoes as the monster's form explodes outwards. The monster disintegrates, splattering viscous fluids as it explodes. Standing atop the mountain peak, a lone figure surveys the starlit landscape. A hulking figure emerges from the murky waters. The man's gaze sharpens, his grip tightening on the ornate staff. A pouch hangs from his belt, ready for whatever comes next. "Kiek," the monster screeches, its massive jaws filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Suddenly, a voice booms out, calling them "Hey!" Food waste. A fiery axe cleaves through the air, striking the mushroom monster with incredible force. The mushroom monster is struck with incredible force, a fiery axe cleaving through it. SFX, shatter. The monster shatters into pieces as the axe continues its arc. The axe continues its downward swing, a blur of motion. The axe connects, tearing through the monster's flesh. I can finally breathe a bit now, he thinks, the battle seemingly over. A sharp pain shoots through his hand. A lone figure stands atop a jagged mountain peak, silhouetted against the twilight sky. The last adventurer finds himself in a cavern, facing a grotesque, mushroom-headed creature. Gripping his staff tightly, the last adventurer prepares to strike. He pauses, staff raised, a question forming in his mind. Are the conditions in place with this? The strategy hinges on luring the monster into the swamp. After all, the fundamental principle of hunting is neutralizing the prey's advantages. The text declares, with this, it lost its greatest weapon. The monster gurgles, keek. Its massive maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, hangs open in shock. Eyes narrowed, he taunts, what's wrong? Can't do jack shit because your pores are all covered up? Shame, he shouts, swinging his axe in a wide arc. The axe swings down with blinding speed. The axe connects, erupting in a blinding flash of golden energy. The monster collapses under the force of the blow, a final, gurgled breath escaping him. The axe cleaves through the monster, unleashing a final burst of energy. The monster lets out a final, piercing shriek. The monster falls, and a voice declares, the reason why we lured the bastard here wasn't just to block its pores. The monster collapses, defeated. A murky swamp is the worst playing field, someone comments. The monster crashes into the swamp, the murky water exploding around it. To anything that relies on their speed. The swampy arena is lit up by an intense burst of energy, revolver. The monster is struck by a powerful blow, energy erupting around it. The monster cries out in pain as the attack lands, its anguished scream echoing through the arena, kriegh. The warrior's axe connects, a devastating blow ripping through the air. His eyes widen, staring intently. Is it dead, he wonders. The dust cloud obscures the view, but he realizes the axe wasn't enough. Shit. That's one stubborn bastard. Suddenly, a voice booms, attack the core first. The booming voice continues, urgently revealing the monster's weakness, the core should be on its head. He shouts back, I know, as he prepares to strike the monster's head with his weapon. The weapon hurtles toward the monster's head, a blinding light trailing behind it. The weapon slams into the monster's head with a resounding impact. The axe cleaves into the monster's head, a burst of dark energy erupting from the point of impact. His eyes widen, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. The monster reels back, reeling from the blow. He's sent flying backwards by an unseen force, yelling "Yuah" as he hurtles away. With a focused gaze, he unleashes a surge of blue energy from his outstretched hand. The blue energy intensifies, crackling with power. The blue energy slams into the grotesque, mushroom-headed creature. The hero's attack connects, sending a shockwave through the air as he strikes the creature. The creature reels from the blow, its grotesque mushroom head visibly damaged. He continues his assault, his blade aimed at the creature's vulnerable core. He delivers a powerful kick, sending the creature reeling back further. The creature emits a pained shriek as the kick lands squarely. Keeg. He lands back on the log, ready to continue the fight. Gripping his spear tightly, he prepares to strike again. He falls into the water. The spear pierces through him. The mushroom monster continues its relentless assault, its claws dripping with a dark substance. The mushroom monster attacks again with blinding speed. A surge of blue energy crackles around his hand. The mushroom monster is struck by a wave of blue energy. The blue energy slams into the mushroom monster. The monster is obliterated by the blast, sending debris flying. The force of the explosion sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The monster's remains are scattered as the explosion continues to rip through the area. Amidst the destruction, a monstrous figure remains, bloodied and roaring, Keeg. The monstrous figure lunges forward, its grotesque teeth bared in a renewed assault. The monster's massive foot crashes down, its target obscured amidst a flurry of golden energy. The monster's attack lands, but the impact is met with a resounding, questioning silence. Keeg, the monster questions, its massive form looming over the hero. The hero's unblinking gaze remains fixed, even as the monster's attack lands. He retaliates with a swift, upward swing of his axe, a surge of golden energy erupting around the weapon. The axe connects, a blinding flash of golden light engulfing the monster. The monster erupts from the water, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster stumbles, its form now marred with purple energy seeping from the wound. Far in the distance, a figure stands atop a rocky peak, overlooking the scene. He leans forward, panting heavily. He struggles, pulling himself out of the water. He emerges, a faint smile playing on his lips. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His eyes widen further, a gasp escaping his lips. His eyes widen in disbelief as a massive figure looms over him. The massive figure towers over him, radiating an ominous presence. The hero is sent flying backward by the force of the attack. The hero's spear slams into the ground with tremendous force. A monstrous roar rips through the air. The monstrous figure stomps forward, its massive form dwarfing the landscape. "What's going on? Isn't its head chopped off?" he exclaims, lunging forward with a blade wreathed in flames. A blinding explosion erupts as the monster is struck. The explosion rocks the landscape, smoke billowing as a figure watches from atop a distant peak. The monster reels, staggered by the force of the blast. A swirling vortex of energy surrounds it. The vortex intensifies, unleashing a blinding ray of energy. Debris explodes outward from the point of impact. He clutches a ball of energy, his eyes narrowing. Something's off, he realizes, sensing a shift in the battle. The creature thrashes wildly, engulfed in an eerie blue flame. The creature's struggles intensify, its form distorting within the eerie blue flames. The blue flames intensify, tearing through the creature's form. The creature plummets downwards, defeated. The sound of its descent echoes through the cavern. The creature continues to fall deeper into the cavern's depths. It slams into the cavern floor with tremendous force. The hero is sent flying backwards, a look of shock on his face. An ominous spear hurtles toward him. He realizes he only has one fire arrow left. "I won't be able to make it to the next cooldown after this. Randomly shooting is pointless. Fuck." He curses, realizing the direness of his situation. Despite the blood and sweat, a manic grin spreads across his face. "Shit's really pissing me off," he shouts, his anger reaching a boiling point. His eyes burn with fury, blood streaking his face as he bellows, "Shit's really pissing me off." His fury explodes into action, unleashing a devastating slash of power. The axe blade flashes, a blinding light erupting as the attack connects. The monster recoils from the force of the blow, emitting a pained cry. The hero's axe cleaves through the air, striking the monster with devastating force. The monster's pained cry, "Kayag," echoes through the battlefield as debris explodes around it. The monster is blasted apart, sending fragments flying in all directions. "Ha! Serves you right, you." He sneers, blood splattered across his face as he savors the victory. Amidst the shattered remains, a voice cries out in disbelief, "What?" A devastating blow lands with earth-shattering force. "Boss! Watch out," someone shouts, as a blinding energy attack hurtles towards him. The energy attack slams into the boss, sending debris flying. The smoke clears, revealing the boss's grotesque form, his eyes glowing with menacing red light. The boss remains standing, his crimson eyes burning with renewed intensity. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning, "So that was your real head?" The crimson eye of the boss stares intensely. "Thanks for telling me," he replies, a strange device held in his hand. He wonders aloud, "A signal? Was the attack just now a bluff?" A staff crackles with energy, a ruby gleaming at its center. Fiery symbols blaze around it. A massive blast erupts as the revolver spell is unleashed. The revolver spell obliterates the wall. He dives through the opening as the debris rains down. The revolver spell continues to blaze, carving a path forward. The revolver spell tears through the darkness. The revolver spell continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The revolver spell explodes outwards, the force of the impact sending debris flying. Amidst the destruction, a question hangs in the air. Wounded and reeling, he spits out, "What a pain in the neck till the end." A blinding purple energy erupts. He is engulfed in a surge of violet energy. A symbol materializes before him as the violet energy intensifies. His opponent stumbles back, relieved. "Phew, I thought I was finished." The violet energy surges, accompanied by strange symbols that appear in the sky. The violet energy manifests as strange symbols in the sky. "It's really over this time, right?" he asks, bloodied and weary. A simple, resigned "yeah" is his companion's reply. "Good work, Devo," he says, his gaze intense. He turns, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Let's collect the magic stone once the poison dissipates." His eyes widen, a flicker of madness dancing within them. A wave of dark energy erupts from the monster, its form shifting and becoming even more grotesque. A deafening roar rips through the air as the dark energy intensifies. The monster's eye glows with intense power, a crimson energy radiating outwards. Crimson beams erupt from the monster, piercing the surrounding darkness. The two men stand ready, bracing themselves against the monster's overwhelming power. Despite the blood streaming down his face, he laughs maniacally. "Ha ha!" A booming laugh fills the room. "So that's why you just came back," he cackles. He trails off, leaving his intentions hanging in the air. The man's laughter continues, as he remarks, "Your temper is still as lively as ever, huh?" "My apologies," the man says, his expression softening. "I believe it'd be best to leave this case to the Cygnus Knights." The man's tone shifts abruptly as he barks, "Didn't I say we wouldn't be having any meetings right now? Head back." The door creaks open as a voice declares, "I'm coming in." An indignant shout erupts from within, "What? Who dares to?" The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the intruder. "You?" he utters, his voice laced with a mix of shock and anger. His face contorts in disbelief, muttering, "You." The intruder's unexpected arrival has clearly thrown him off balance. The figure steps forward, declaring, "I'm back." The words hang heavy in the air, promising a return to chaos. A sinister grin spreads across his face, teeth bared in anticipation. His grin widens, a predatory glint in his eyes. "How interesting," he exclaims, his anticipation palpable. The young man's face is marred with dirt and cuts, his expression a mix of shock and determination. An orange glow emanates from an unseen source. The door opens, revealing the young man, covered in grime and wear. A determined declaration echoes, "I'm back." A stern man with an eye patch looks off to the side, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Across the room, the man with the eye patch watches, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at something more than mere observation. A sinister grin spreads across his face. "How interesting," he says, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Oi Evies, what's going on?" A new voice cuts through the air, tinged with disbelief. "Did someone just come back from the dead?" A sinister smile plays on the man's lips as he introduces himself. "Glad to meet you. You can call me Rockin." He continues, "You're Elpum, correct? Just as I've heard, you've got an impressive survivability." Rockin continues, suggesting, "I could say that you're the type of talent we need in our gaper right now." Elpum responds to Rockin's offer, "Thank you for the compliments." Rockin smiles, seemingly pleased. "It's nice to see you be so polite. Let me ask you a question." Rockin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he poses a pointed question. "That survival ability of yours, will you be able to demonstrate it in the 100-man gate?" His face, marred with cuts, remains impassive as he listens to Rockin's challenge. The challenger, bearing the marks of battle, responds with a grim assessment, "That's going to be difficult. A beat of silence follows, punctuated only by his unspoken thoughts. The man's fury erupts. "What kind of manners are you showing towards Lord Rockin?" he bellows. The man's anger intensifies. "Elpum! Do you think I made you into an explorer just so you can be picky with the tasks you're given?" he demands. The unseen man's voice booms, a stark reminder, "Don't forget that you're still indebted to us." His face contorts into a sinister grin. "Difficult, you say?" he echoes, a clear threat hanging in the air. "But not impossible, yes," he finishes, the question hanging heavy with implication. The man at the desk cuts to the chase. "I hate beating around the bush," he states, his gaze unwavering. "I'll change my question." His eyes narrow, the question hanging in the air as he demands, "What do you want?" The screen fades to white, signaling the start of Chapter 12. A sharp TSK echoes as the scene focuses on his intense gaze. Suddenly, he spits out a mouthful of liquid, his eyes wide with disbelief. "WH what? 5 million mesos per person?" His outrage boils over. "Isn't that 10 million mesos with just the two of us?" he exclaims. "That's too much." Visibly flustered, he offers a quick apology. "Ah. Sorry." Slamming his fist on the table, he demands, "Anyway, don't you think you're being a bit too greedy?" He insists they immediately reject the offer, while another voice laments, "And this is also such a big event for us." Wiping his brow, he declares, "That's not for me to care about. They're going to be the ones to decide anyway." "Ha, you're really lax for someone who just did all that," one of the men remarks. Another responds, "If the whole thing goes wrong, then we're definitely going to have a hard time with Evie's." A voice cuts in, observing, "You seem comfortable." He retorts, his expression hardening, "When we're feeling like absolute shit because we're being compared to a certain someone." Slamming his hand on the table, he snarls, "You were really getting on my nerves anyway, so let's do this. Follow me outside. Let's fight this out." The man who challenged him lies defeated on the floor as the challenger says, "I'm sorry." The fight ends swiftly, the challenger already defeated on the floor as he utters, "I'm sorry." His voice cracking with shame, the defeated explorer admits, "I doubted your skills with just my prejudice. I feel ashamed as an explorer for my actions. So, I would like to sincerely apologize to you too." The explorer extends a pouch, explaining, "Here is the payment that's about 30 people's worth, for a total of 1.5 million mesos. And each of us put in some more as a show of thanks." Stuttering, the protagonist begins to thank him, but a firm voice interjects, "No need." Cutting him off, the red-banded man states firmly, "We only agreed to take 1.5 million mesos." The man explains his stance, stating, "I simply worked as I was promised." Holding a wooden barrel, the man retorts, "Save it with this whole show of thanks." The man finishes his thought, warning, "All I'm saying is to not get that mixed up." The man's warning hangs in the air, but the other's wide-eyed expression suggests something else has caught their attention. "TCH. So much for that," he mutters, grabbing a red pouch. It seems he's not happy with the arrangement, adding, "Looks like I'll be the one doing the counting." The man leans in, questioning, "You, the pirate. Iburu, was it?" He then asks, "What about you?" The pirate looks back, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he's asked, "Can you work as you are paid?" He seems unsure of how to respond. The pirate roars in defiance, seemingly accepting the challenge. But then, a voice cries out, "We mustn't." The man with the eye patch exclaims that 10 million mesos is what they'd pay a third or fourth circle explorer. He continues, saying that while the pirate is the most excellent candidate, they'd only end up spoiling him if they agree to his conditions. The discussion continues, with someone suggesting, "It's highly likely that he suggested the price as a proposal of sorts." Another voice chimes in, adding, "It would be best to call him back in and adjust the price." The scarred man wonders aloud, "I wonder, would that really be the case?" He continues, stating that it honestly wouldn't be weird to hear him double the price of that. Then, a sudden, "What?" cuts through the air. A hand pushes a document towards him, a curt read this accompanying the gesture. He reaches for it, a puzzled "this is" escaping his lips. He reads the document, which declares, "We, the Gaper merchants, will only be sending Elpham's party for this subjugation." A wave of doubt washes over him as he wonders, just what could the two of them do? Suddenly, his eyes widen, a visible shock registering on his face. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stammers, what's this? Is this really true?" he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. The man across from him retorts, "It would be quite troublesome if it wasn't real, you know? I paid a hefty sum for that info." A figure emerges from the shadows, his gaze intense and unwavering. A document is presented, bearing the words, "From Dark Lord Jean." The man's eyes widen in disbelief. Dark Lord Jean? Then this is definitely the real deal. A gloved hand rests on the table, a pen held firmly. "Don't be mistaken, Evies. Don't be mistaken, Evies," he warns, the pen poised to strike. His gaze sharp, the pen is now pointed directly forward, a clear threat. The pen gleams, reflecting the light as he declares, "The war has already started." The sky above is bright, a stark contrast to the declaration of war. Before them, a massive, pulsating red portal looms. The air crackles with unseen energy. Below the portal, a camp has been set up, the tents dwarfed by the looming threat. Around a crackling campfire, the group gathers, their voices hushed. An exclamation punctuates the air as one of them voices his surprise. "I didn't think they'd accept that offer." One of the men tells the other to focus. "Stop jittering around and focus." The other replies, "Don't worry, I'm also experienced this time around." The golden emblem, a scale and compass, gleams against the dark fabric. A dark shape rises from the bottom of the frame. He looks warily at the other man. He grips a dagger, his gaze narrowed. "Looks like the air around here all went to shit again," he mutters, his expression grim. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. My. Quite a lot of unfamiliar faces around here." A man with a sinister grin interrupts, inquiring, "Are you two from the Gaper merchants?" He introduces himself as Shuden, an E-rank explorer from the Jenny's trade union. Another voice chimes in, this one identifying himself as Elpham, a C-rank explorer. The man's surprise is evident. What? C-rank, he exclaims, questioning whether participation wasn't limited to second circle explorers due to gate entry restrictions. His shock is palpable. How could a C-rank? He trails off, unable to comprehend the situation. The man's expression remains one of disbelief. A voice calls out, interrupting his thoughts. "You there, could you step aside?" A woman interjects, her expression firm. "I have a prior appointment with him." The woman stands firm, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. He scoffs, his expression twisting with anger. "So you were in cahoots with that sorry lot?" Another voice sighs, "What a waste of time." Her eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening her gaze. Her gaze unwavering, she questions, "Why should I do that?" An irritated voice cuts through her defiance. "Just do as I tell you, what's all the complaints about?" His irritation rising, he demands, "Just do as I tell you, what's all the complaints about?" The emblem of the Gaper merchants glows brightly as he states, "Our Gaper merchants." The leader stands with her arms crossed, a squad of Gaper merchants standing firmly behind her. Their matching uniforms and stern expressions convey unwavering loyalty. The announcement continues, they will be working together with the Cygnus Knights for this gate. It's revealed that the Cygnus Knights are the single most powerful military organization that serves Empress Cygnus. Serving as the symbol of public order, the Cygnus Knights have shown their interest in the subjugation of this gate. He explains that because the group mobilized for the gate was already filled with explorers from various merchant groups, they decided to cooperate with them. "Even if it's only one training knight joining us, the chances of succeeding in the subjugation will get higher," one man states. Another considers, there must be a reason behind their insistence to intervene to this extent. He states that since the offer wasn't bad, he's telling them to cooperate. The other man replies, "Understood. Cooperating with them won't be too difficult." The man with the eye patch warns, "It's not going to be easy, you hear me?" He observes, "Those guys, they're quite the strange bunch. Kairi introduces herself as the leader of the training knights of the Cygnus Knights. She warns, "Don't even think about challenging my authority just because there happened to be some trade between us." Kairi declares, "I would prefer not to waste my time, so obediently follow my orders and don't go making a mess." He retorts, clearly annoyed, "Ha! What the hell is wrong with her?" Kairi, arms crossed and gaze fixed, demands, "Is this it for the members from the Gaper Merchants?" A voice replies, "That seems to be the case." Kairi's expression remains unchanged, his gaze unwavering. "Ha! So the Gaper Merchants have completely given up?" Kairi states, a hint of disdain in his voice. A heavy foot comes down, crushing the ground beneath it. The Dig Merchants' Crocus Party stands over their defeated foes, poised to strike. The Crocus Party looms over their bloodied opponent, their victory seemingly assured. The Cubal Party, part of the Mardia Assembly, surveys the scene with a cold, calculating gaze. The Cubal Party member's eyes widen as he realizes each group's elite members. He then notices the air suddenly changed. The Cubal Party member finishes his thought, stating that the air suddenly changed. A hush falls over the assembled groups as a towering figure looms over them. A blinding flash explodes outward. The towering figure descends, staff raised high, ready to strike. The staff descends, poised to strike. A notification appears, Gold Ritchie Trade Union, 3 Natasha sisters. A closer look reveals a badge, Gold Ritchie Trade Union, 3 Natasha sisters. The woman scoffs, her eyes narrowed. Such arrogance. She mutters, clearly unimpressed. A gruff voice cuts through the air. Looks like everyone's here. A new figure steps forward, his expression stern. Good to see you all, I'm Ronco, the appointed guard. Ronco continues, I came here to assist you for your return from the gate. Ronco prefaces his explanation with, well, you may have heard it from each of your groups, but let me explain again as a warning before you enter the gate. Ronco continues with a warning, explaining that he will reiterate the information already given to each group before they enter the gate. Ronco clarifies that legendary items acquired within the gate are not automatically the property of those who find them. Instead, the ownership belongs to the merchant groups affiliated with the finders, who will receive payment. He then adds, with a hint of amusement, well, at the very least you can still take home the magic stones, so be happy about that. Ronco continues, in any case. Ronco's gaze sharpens. Ronco's expression turns menacing, his eyes narrowed and a predatory grin spreading across his face as he warns, if you're caught stealing those items? Ronco's threat hangs heavy as he gestures menacingly, his eyes promising dire consequences. His companions stand behind him, weapons ready. Ronco's warning is clear, you're going to have to face the B-rank explorers here. The protagonist's eyes widen as he notices the intricate, thorny tattoos on Ronco's arm. Fifth circle, he mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The protagonist is clearly alarmed. Don't tell me, all of them, he exclaims, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Ronco stands alongside 2 others, all 3 casting long shadows, their expressions grim. The announcement concludes, and with that, the announcement is over. The order rings out, everyone, enter the gate as ordered. The blonde knight declares, follow me. I will be the one to command the subjugation. The knight's confidence booms, declaring, we will be the ones succeeding. The knight's gaze hardens, his jaw tightening with resolve. The knight's approach is met with immediate resistance. Ugh! What's her deal, anyway? One of the men exclaims, clearly frustrated. Do we really have to work with that woman? Another adds, echoing the sentiment. A close-up reveals the knight's piercing gaze as she thinks to herself, finally. Her piercing gaze remains fixed, anticipation building. All the work I've done so far was so I could come here, she thinks, gazing at the glowing portal emblazoned with the number 100. Despite failing in her previous life, she resolves, now I must succeed. A sudden realization washes over her, since everything started here. Let's go, one of her companions urges, as they move forward. Ha! I'm not going to help you even if you cry and beg for it later, the other retorts, revealing a callous side. The screen fades to black, signaling the end of the first red grade 100-man gate and the start of the subjugation result report. The report comes in: the explorers from the Jenny's Trade Union, Mardia Assembly, Dig Merchants, and Sky Trade Union have been annihilated. A faint glow emerges from the darkness. The faint glow intensifies into a blinding, red-hot burst. A searing, red-hot blast erupts. "All of you, follow me," he shouts, urging the others forward. He stops short, eyes widening at the sight before him. "Whoa, what's with the size of this grass?" he mutters, clearly astonished. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, dripping with sarcasm. "Do you think we came here just to do some sightseeing?" "Hurry and keep up," she commands, her expression impatient as she glances back. He stares after them, a look of frustration etched on his face as the group continues down the narrow path. He stops in his tracks, hearing someone shout, "Boss, are you really going to stay still for that?" Looking down, he sees the speaker sprawled on the ground. "Why, those. What are you doing?" he asks, looking down at the prone figure. He seems utterly perplexed. "Prone?" Looking down, he asks the fallen figure, "What are you doing?" "Prone?" His expression is one of utter bewilderment. A cloud of dust erupts as something massive slams into the ground. What is that sound?" he mutters, his eyes widening as a cloud of dust rises in the distance. A guttural roar tears through the air. The roar culminates in a shocking revelation: a ribbon pig? The camera focuses on the approaching horde. That's roughly over 1,000 of them. Eyes wide with urgency, she shouts, "What are you all doing? Spread up and get their attention, quick." Some allies, she realizes, have yet to enter the fray. TCH, he clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed. Wasn't it an unspoken rule for the entering parties to not immediately get involved? "El Nido merchants, come over here," he shouts, trying to draw the attention of his allies. "We'll be going this way." A massive force slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris as the El Nido merchants scramble to escape the sudden attack. The merchants scatter as the earth cracks under the force of the mysterious assault. A monstrous boar, screaming "Kuergh," charges toward the fleeing merchants. A swift strike lands. "Good, continue heading towards the forest since it has plenty of obstacles." "We'll hunt them there," a voice commands. But another shouts, "Lady Kyrie, we have a problem. We lost sight of the Gaper Merchants members," someone shouts. Kyrie's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" she exclaims. Amidst the tall grass, a voice sighs, "Phew, that was refreshing. Looks like we can relax a bit now," he says, a grin spreading across his face. But the other asks, "How did you know that the ribbon pigs would be charging in?" He explains his reasoning, "Based on my experience, there are a lot of monsters that move in clusters in vast plains like this one." The words ribbon pig appear, identifying the creatures they just fought. These ribbon pigs, averaging 2 meters in length, are ferocious monsters. And they usually move in herds, ranging from hundreds to even thousands. They may be tough, but defeating them isn't impossible, he thinks, his gaze focused. That should be the same for the other merchant groups. He realizes they won't want to waste stamina right away, so the other merchant groups will likely try to lose each other. He then considers that there's no knowing what monsters will appear from now on. The pulsating core glows ominously as a voice declares, "This definitely can't be the end of it. Since Sleepywood's 100-man gate subjugation in my previous life," he recalls, the battlefield lies littered with broken banners. That subjugation, he remembers, had ended in a failure with the deaths of all the explorers. Breaking his reverie, a companion asks, "What's got you all thinking?" Suddenly, a foot stomps down, pinning the staff to the ground. A question hangs in the air. His eyes widen in shock as an unseen force strikes. The wooden training dummies descend upon him, a brutal barrage of attacks. The force sends him crashing to the ground. What is that?" he cries out, bewildered by the unseen assault. The training dummies relentlessly continue their assault, pinning him beneath their weight. "At trap," he exclaims, finally understanding the nature of the training exercise. Pinned and clearly frustrated, he shouts, just who would put something like that? A blade flashes, cutting through the air with incredible speed. The blade slices through the air, a deadly arc of light. The bald man prepares to strike, his eyes glowing with intense power. A fiery energy erupts as he unleashes his attack. The air cracks with the force of the blow. The force of the impact sends debris flying. The warrior's dual blades cut through the air. Humph! Pathetic, the warrior scoffs, his dual blades still dripping. We're done disarming the traps here too, a voice declares. That's the last of them. The bald warrior warns, don't drop your guard, Babel. The masked figure looks up, his red eyes gleaming ominously. The masked figure utters a single word, Crocus. The scene reveals crude but deadly traps. Though their quality may be lackluster, these traps are still sufficiently lethal. It's clear, these are no ordinary monsters. And they even copied humans' hunting methods. Just from that, we can tell that these are no ordinary monsters. If it's a monster with this much intelligence. The creature is identified, it's a hobdot. A glimpse reveals its glowing red eye, adding to the sense of danger. The scale of the threat becomes clear. They're that troublesome of a monster, so it's safe to consider them as the boss monster in the Red Gate. I've roughly figured it out with this. It certainly is a high difficulty gate, he states. The explorer adds with arrogance, unless you're an explorer of my caliber, you all would have hopelessly died here. Determined, he declares, I'm going to have to make the best out of this situation. Follow me. He thinks, before warning, Oi, careful. Don't lose your it. Suddenly, the masked man pauses, uttering a hesitant, hem. A devastating blow lands. The attack rips through him, blood spraying. Staggering back, he's caught completely off guard. What in the... With a sinister grin, his attacker slashes again. Blood splatters across the ground as the attack lands. Who would? He struggles to say as blood splatters around him. A final, wet cough escapes him. Idiot, talking as if you're a know-it-all, the hooded figure sneers, blood dripping from the blade. Shifting the attention right at the entrance by using the ribbon pig herd. Seated amongst the tall grass, the hooded figure muses, I don't know whose idea it was, but thanks to that, my job got a lot easier. He continues, I should get working now that the turn of events got just right. Ah, how annoying, he mutters, his expression a mix of irritation and weariness. The hooded figure's eyes narrow, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. But I'm running out of time, so that can't be helped, he thinks, then asks aloud, shall I start? Silence hangs in the air as the response is left unsaid. A trembling hand clenches into a fist. Trying to move is pointless, she states, revealing, it's that kind of magic. Their opponent, visibly strained, learns he'll be stuck for, at the very least, for about 30 minutes. Tears well in her eyes as she questions, why would you do such? Why would you do such? She begins to ask, tears welling in her eyes. He responds, oh. How impressive, to be able to speak while in that state. As expected of Natasha. The man declares, I'll just kill you since you look dangerous. Natasha's eyes widen in alarm as her opponent's weapon descends. The weapon strikes, a burst of energy erupting on impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through both Natasha and her companion. Their faces contort in pain and fear. Crouching, the attacker clutches his face, a pained expression twisting his features. You asked such a tough question. He mutters, before a darker thought surfaces, why am I doing this? His eyes widen, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. A sudden realization hits him, and he gasps, ah. A menacing voice cuts through the air, would it be easier to understand if I were to explain it like this? Before them, a figure brandishes a weapon wreathed in flames. Fear grips the faces of the two women. His face contorted in a sinister grin, he declares, something like all shall be done for the black mage. The weapon blows intensely as he channels power into it. The eye flares with power, and the air crackles with the promise of a fire arrow. The fire arrow explodes outward with devastating force. The fire arrow hurtles forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The archer stands amidst the carnage, the air thick with the scent of blood and fire. He looks on, defeated, as the fiery destruction continues. Ha! There's just no end to them, he mutters. His eyes heavy with exhaustion, he admits, I really want to take a break right about now. Looking out the window at William, he confirms, yes, I'm here. For ages, we've waited for this very day, a voice declares. They continue, revealing their long-term strategy. We've avoided their watch, hid our identities, and ingrained our roots to spread our power and influence. His eyes narrow with a sinister glint, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he reveals the depth of their infiltration. He declares, now, it's time to bear the fruit. The culmination of their long-laid plans is at hand. He vows, I will not disappoint you. Then, holding out a burning, golden feather, he commands, take it. This is a gift bestowed by him. The burning feather hovers in his outstretched hand as a disembodied voice booms, failure will not be tolerated. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he wonders, I shouldn't be cutting corners with this, right? He plants his staff firmly on the ground, resigning himself to the task ahead. Guess it can't be helped. He looks out across the field of tall grass, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. So why don't I try a bit harder? A fortified gate stands tall against the night sky, its wooden spikes a formidable defense. Watchtowers flank the entrance, promising vigilance. A monstrous roar shatters the night's tranquility. The gate shatters under immense force, splintering into fragments. Orcs spill through the breach, their assault beginning. A goblin, eyes gleaming red, charges forward, blade in hand. More orcs pour through the shattered gate behind him. The warrior pauses, a stunned escaping his lips as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. Eyes wide with terror, he shouts, what the hell are those? Those are all boss monsters, he exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief. The other responds calmly, I already explained it to you earlier. There's only one boss among them. Not only are their numbers a problem, but each one of those mobs will be difficult to face due to their high strength and health. Facing them will be even more annoying, seeing how they've looted items from the dead explorers. The protagonist's eyes widen in horror as he realizes, since a few of them can use items to activate skills. Suddenly, a shout rings out, what in the world is that? The enemy retorts, you're absolutely right. You really are a quick learner. Another voice shouts in disbelief, that's just a pack of explorers then. You want just the two of us to kill that? Wait, what are you even saying? One of the enemies exclaims, frustrated. I'm telling you that it's impossible with the two of us. He then suggests, at this point, let's just go back and join Kairi, or whatever her name was. What's the matter? Didn't you want to split up with them as well, he asks, a hint of amusement in his voice. He then recalls the moment he realized the true danger, stating, that's when I didn't know about the existence of those monsters. Anyway, I won't do it with just the two of us. He pauses, lost in thought. Chapter 14 begins. The forest looms, and the sound of footsteps echoes through the trees. Orcs advance through the forest, their footsteps heavy on the barren ground. A hulking orc scans the horizon, his red eyes piercing the gloom. Footsteps approach as the orc turns, a question mark appearing above his head. Axe raised high, the approaching figure swings down with furious speed. The axe descends, and a guttural cry escapes the orc. Quo? Eyes wide with fury, he grits his teeth and shouts, ugh, honestly? He's doing that on purpose, right? I didn't mean that I wanted to go alone, he yells, clarifying his earlier statement. He shouts, I didn't mean that I wanted to go alone, as a massive fist hurtles toward him. The massive fist slams into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth. He narrowly dodges the attack, the spear slicing through the air where he once stood. He retaliates, swinging his spear in a wide arc. The spear clashes against his opponent's leg, the impact sending debris flying. With a fierce yell, he continues his attack. The monster reels back from the blow, momentarily stunned. He presses the attack, his weapon flashing as he strikes again. The monster is struck again, its open mouth revealing rows of sharp teeth as it howls in pain. The hero's attack continues to land, flashes of light erupting as he strikes the monster's body. The hero grunts in pain, ugh, as the monster's attack lands. Pipe down, you bastard, the hero shouts as he continues his assault. His sword a blur of golden light, the hero strikes the monster. Blood splatters as the attack connects. The monster reels back, its face contorted in a furious snarl. An axe, wreathed in golden energy, descends with immense force. The axe hurtles downward. You're finished, the attacker shouts as the axe continues its descent. The axe strikes true, biting deep into the ogre's flesh. The axe's power is undeniable, sending rocks and debris flying. His eyes widen in terror as the axe descends, the impact imminent. The orc crashes down, his massive foot pulverizing the ground. The orc's fist slams into the earth, the force of the blow sending tremors through the ground. The orc follows up with a brutal axe swing. The axe connects with a sickening thwack. SFX, shoo. His teeth grit, blood trickling from his nose. Seriously, there's just no easy way around this. He mutters, steeling himself for the fight. A monstrous roar erupts as the enemy closes in. He barely dodges the monstrous fist as it hurtles towards him. The ground trembles as a foot slams down with incredible force. The axe swings down with incredible speed, a flash of light preceding the blow. The hero narrowly dodges the axe, dust and debris exploding around him. The hero cries out as the monster's axe connects. The axe slams into him, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. The force of the impact reverberates, a deafening bang echoing through the air. His teeth bared, the protagonist grits against the pain of the brutal blow. He clutches the spear, the weapon pointed directly forward. The monster swings its arm down, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The hero is sent flying backward from the force of the monster's attack. The hero slams into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth around him. With a desperate cry, he swings his flaming axe. A pained cry rips through the air, kyagh. His cry fades into the night air. The goblin lies defeated, bloodied, and broken. TCH, I didn't know you actually weren't going to help me, the warrior grumbles, his fist still raised. It didn't look like you needed help, the axe-wielding warrior states. Thanks to that, don't you feel more confident in facing them from now on? His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he thinks, confident, my ass. All I got was distrust. He continues, it's really unlikely, but if the place is filled with monsters like that, then I. A sword, glowing with power, slashes down. He's struck down, a glowing blade piercing him. What's all this? He gasps, collapsing. A final, brutal strike lands, accompanied by a deafening impact. Lying defeated, he wonders aloud, aren't all of them the Cygnus Knights? Bloody and battered, he cries out, just what could have happened here? He coughs, blood trickling from his mouth. A comrade, equally battered, shouts, boss, over there. The protagonist's gaze follows the direction indicated, a silent question hanging in the air. Lying against a tree, heavily wounded, another soldier asks, a survivor? Two figures approach the wounded soldier. What happened here? Were you all defeated by Hob? One of them asks, his tone sharp. Bloody and beaten, the soldier grits his teeth, declaring, Hob. It's nothing like that. The soldier's cryptic words hang in the air, it's trolling. The camera pans to a window, revealing a night sky. The man sits back in his chair, exhaling a plume of smoke. He stares intently, a cloudscape reflected in his eyes. It doesn't make sense, he mutters, his brow furrowed in thought. The screen fades to black. The darkness reveals a grim scene, a fallen explorer lies in a pool of blood. Above him, a figure with glowing red eyes holds a bloodied dagger, a sack slung over his shoulder. The text ominously explains, there are those that attack explorers who have entered together by taking advantage of the gate's inability to show the situation inside of it. The text explains that the gate is the perfect place for a crime, as it disappears along with the evidence if the perpetrators escape. But for this case, it's no different than a competition without a winner. The situation inside the gate grows dire. The remaining members must subjugate the high difficulty gate with even fewer people and dwindling power. Even if they somehow succeed and bring out a unique item, they won't escape suspicion. The thought then arises, was the goal to eliminate the ace? Taking a drag from his cigar, the man scoffs, that's not a good enough reason. He continues, explaining that even if true, it risks war against the other groups if they're caught. That kind of dangerous gamble isn't something that a merchant group would consider. But could there be a greater mastermind behind all of this? One of the men cries out in disbelief, and no way. Boss. Another simply replies, yeah. The man searches the area, stating, I don't see that woman around. Slamming his fist into the ground, he shouts, damn it. It's my fault, to think there was an enemy hidden among us, a man laments, kneeling on the ground. Another wonders aloud, why would Lady Kyrie do such a thing? I don't understand, he says, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why would that woman commit trolling, when she's a member of the Cygnus Knights? It's definitely hard to believe that. It doesn't feel real for me either, he admits, surveying the carnage. But now, thinking back, he realizes, I could see the reason behind the order she gave at the gate's entrance. Just before the situation came to an end, Lady Kyrie said this herself. Tears stream down his face as he struggles to speak. Lady Kyrie, she's. The hooded figures loom, and a chilling revelation echoes, a follower of the Black Mage. Kyrie stands, clad in armor, her expression unreadable. The Black Mage, the companion exclaims, his face etched with terror. The words Black Mage appear, confirming the companion's terrified exclamation. The text reveals the Black Mage, one of the transcendent beings, threatened the Maple World 800 years ago with his countless followers. 6 heroes rose to stop him, but the tide of war only turned when the Black Mage and the heroes were sealed together. The text reveals that the Allied forces launched a counterattack on the Black Mage's followers who had fallen into chaos. The counterattack led to the complete disappearance of the Black Mage's followers. Silence. Any citizen of the Maple World would recall the event like that. A voice narrates. Then, disbelief, as another voice exclaims, a follower of the Black Mage. No way. He reconsiders their strategy. Looks like this wasn't the time to hunt monsters. We'll need to find that woman first. Bloody and bruised, he's asked, are you coming with us? Then, a stern warning, you'd best prepare yourself to clash swords once we find Kyrie. Despite his battered state, a chilling grin spreads across his face. That's just what I want, he declares. He takes off at a sprint, the sound of his boots echoing in the forest. The sound of her footsteps echoes through the trees as she sprints forward, determination etched on her face. Her eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on her as she continues to sprint. Suddenly, a voice booms, oh. Welcome. I've been waiting for you. The knight, now in view, prepares for battle. The knight's sinister grin widens as he calls out, Lady Kyrie. His grin widening, the knight reveals, haha. So you were the one behind the order to deal with the ribbon pigs. He continues, boasting that thanks to everyone splitting apart, proceeding with the plan was much easier. And now we're just about in our finishing stage. With a sinister tone, the knight asks, what do you think about the present that we sent you? Her eyes narrowed with fury, the knight prepares to strike, a blade gleaming in her hand. Who are you people, he demands, his voice echoing with a mix of confusion and defiance. We can go slowly if it hurts too much, one of them offers, but the protagonist insists, thank you, but I'll be fine. He seems determined to press on, even with their leader already ahead. One of his companions reassures him, don't worry, boss is really good at finding stuff. He adds, hinting at their objective, and you'll soon be able to meet that woman. Struggling to his feet, he manages to stammer, I see. A wave of relief washes over him, what a relief. A blade crackles with purple energy as it's drawn. The clash of steel echoes across the golden field. He moves with incredible speed. Blades flash, a whirlwind of motion. The clash of steel rings out. How impressive, a voice observes. The speaker continues, musing if that's to be expected of the leader of the training knights of Cygnus Knights. The leader of the training knights of Cygnus Knights engages, but wonders how long this fight will continue. A blinding flash erupts, signaling a powerful clash between the two fighters. With a determined gaze, the Knight Commander prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The Knight Commander's sword glows with power as he prepares to unleash the rising Sunday. The Knight Commander swings his sword down, unleashing the attack. "What are you posing for?" he yells. The Knight Commander's attack clashes against his opponent's blade, the force of impact sending shockwaves outwards. The Knight Commander's blade glows intensely as he continues his attack. "W8, he cries out, his eyes wide with panic as the Knight Commander's attack bears down on him. The Knight Commander's strike lands, engulfed in a burst of light. "Solar slash," the Knight Commander declares as the attack connects, a blinding light erupting. The force of the solar slash sends the Knight Commander sliding backwards. Though the solar slash connected, the Knight Commander grits his teeth, sweat and blood mixing on his face. Despite the blow, the Knight Commander, sweat-drenched and furious, demands, "If you all don't wish to die here, then reveal your purpose." Despite the Knight Commander's demand, a new voice cuts through the air, furious. "How noisy! What are you all doing? Finish her right now." A figure lunges forward, screaming, "Die!" Screaming "Die!" another assailant leaps into the fray. The blade cuts through the air. The blade connects with a sickening thwack. Her blade finds its mark. The enemy's eyes widen in shock as the attack lands. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as the severity of the attack registers. Staggering back, he utters a single, choked word, "You." Turning, he stares back at the source of the attack, his expression a mixture of pain and disbelief. The figure stands amidst tall grass, a sword strapped to his back. Chapter 15 begins. The chapter begins. "Don't worry, boss is really good at finding stuff. And you'll soon be able to meet that woman," comes the reassurance. "I see," is the reply, as the pair continue through the forest. What a relief, he thinks, standing over the body of his defeated foe. His foe's eyes widen in terror as the protagonist's blade, wreathed in purple energy, descends. The dying man's final words echo in the air, "Send Kairi my regards once you meet her." The protagonist is struck, blood dripping from his face as his opponent's fist connects. "Ha," he mutters, clearly surprised by the sudden attack. What?" he exclaims, clearly caught off guard. My hand," he screams, blood dripping from his mouth. Staggering back, he wonders aloud, "B-boss. Just what's going on right now?" The boss coldly states, "You just never exceeded my expectations." Below, the subordinate looks up in terror, hearing the words, "And this is what you do the moment I give you the chance?" The boss stands over his fallen subordinate, the man's perspective looking up as he hears, "Sorry, but..." The subordinate, bloodied and terrified, is met with a chilling declaration, "I don't trust people to begin with." The boss's hand ignites with a blazing, geometric energy. Two figures stand their ground in the distance, weapons drawn, as the boss advances. His face contorted in rage, he growls, "To think an uninvited guest would come here." One of the figures reveals, "Sir William, he's a member of the Gaper Merchants. Seeing how he's still alive means..." But the other figure cuts him off, stating firmly, "I already know." Piton, that coward who couldn't even kill himself, must have failed, he sneers, looking down at the injured man. "Just when I gave him the chance to make up." He continues, reflecting on the situation, "For the mistake of losing Lady Kairi, but was that just a waste of my compassion? Ah, it's truly bothersome." She mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. Then, addressing someone off-panel, she states, "Since you two look to be quite skilled." The woman declares, "We have no choice but to send out the elites from our side." A crazed grin stretches across the man's face as he prepares to fight. "Watch out. Those bastards are," she yells, her face contorted in fury. But the man simply replies, "I know." Blood trickles down his face as he spits out, "Bunch of perverts, right?" The sound of impact echoes as the woman wonders, "What are you?" He declares, "Now, let's wrap this up," as he moves to strike. Though injured, he grits his teeth, declaring, "You can take care of at least one, right? I'll face the rest." The woman, sword raised, warns, "Don't underestimate them." A savage blow lands. A savage blow connects, the force of the bandit's second job skill slamming into his unseen opponent. The bandit's axe connects with a resounding crash. The bandit's axe bites deep, eliciting a pained grunt from his target, khuk. "Nothing much, huh?" The bandit taunts, driving his axe deeper. That makes one. A piercing strike lands. The skill-piercing arrow, a second job advancement for the crossbowman, activates. He cries out, a searing pain engulfing him as the piercing arrow strikes. With a TCH, he fires the piercing arrow. The arrow blazes with golden light as it hurtles forward. He grits his teeth in fury, shouting, "That sneaky bitch," as the piercing arrow flies past him. His eyes widen in disbelief. Sweat beads on his brow as he realizes the arrow has passed him. An upward charge skill activates, the warrior lunging upwards with his axe, surrounded by a fiery aura. The fiery charge slams into something, eliciting a pained quaff. "TCH, that just nicked him," the warrior exclaims, frustrated that his attack wasn't more effective. The enemy advances, declaring, "Don't worry, I'll put you to rest soon." The enemy lunges forward with a leap attack. The enemy's sword flashes, a streak of light cutting through the air. The enemy descends rapidly, executing a basic mid-air downward attack. Chestnut head. "What are you doing?" she shouts, bracing to defend against the incoming strike. The descending figure pauses mid-attack, a look of confusion washing over his face. "Huh?" he questions. His eyes widen, the attack faltering as he registers her words. The words hang in the air, "I'm just playing along." The words hit home as blood erupts from his mouth. His eyes bulge in disbelief. The force of the blow sends him reeling. He swings his spear, a furious curse escaping his lips, "You son of a bitch." He parries the incoming golden strike with his spear, his expression hardening with determination. The clash of their weapons erupts in a blinding flash of light. The force of the golden strike sends him flying backwards. His foot slams into the ground with a resounding crack. Skidding backwards, he struggles to maintain his footing, muttering, "Shit, what kind of strength?" "Disappointing," a voice echoes. The voice continues, laced with disdain, "Disappointing." His opponent, now visible in the distance, launches a swift counterattack. The counterattack lands, eliciting a pained cuff. Eyes narrowed in fury, she demands, "You call these your elites?" His face contorted in rage, he spits out, "You bastards." His teeth gritted, he declares, "I simply cannot let this farce go on." His eyes narrowed, he declares, "This is the end of your disruptions." An orange aura blazes around him. The orange aura intensifies as he declares, "We've already wasted enough time on you." His eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, "Fire arrow?" A massive fire arrow hurtles toward him. His eyes widen, fear gripping him as he realizes, what the hell? It's much faster than boss attack. The fire arrow detonates in a blinding explosion. Grinning, the mage boasts, "My fire arrow is on a completely different level." He adds confidently, "Well, even if you knew about it, you still wouldn't have been able to dodge it." Through the smoke and debris, the mage smirks, declaring, "Seems like it's over." Now then, let's proceed with the gate subjuga. SFX, cough. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as his eye widens in alarm. A figure in a dark cloak appears, flames erupting around him. The warrior with the axe braces for the incoming attack. He looks up, his expression unreadable as the flaming weapon hurtles toward him. His eye reflects the approaching flames, a storm brewing within. He shouts, his voice strained, "Who are you?" The air crackles with energy as the attack is unleashed. A surge of power emanates from the ring on his finger. The ring's power surges as he warns, "There's more of your guests coming." The ring's energy explodes outwards in a vibrant pulse. A monstrous boar, eyes glowing red, descends upon them, its massive jaws open wide. The monstrous boar's attack sends them reeling back in shock. A pained cry erupts from the boar. A brutal strike lands. The force of the blow sends debris flying. A high-pitched screech pierces the air. The beast lunges, its jaws wide and teeth bared. The beast strikes with incredible speed. The beast's claws tear through the air, closing in on their target. They really are making it difficult, he grits out, struggling against the relentless onslaught. To think they'd run off after dumping these monsters on us. Gerald, a voice shouts. Meanwhile, a figure apologizes, saying, "My apologies, Sir William. The aftermath, we've just finished over here as well." A sword drips with blood, the beast lying lifeless in the sand. "We don't have time to reorganize, so let's begin pursuing them immediately," he commands, his gaze intense. "Yes, sir," comes the immediate reply. "If they happen to escape out of the gate." A voice warns, as the pursuit intensifies. His gaze fixed on the fiery landscape, he mutters, "It will certainly be troublesome." Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds, "That said, what an unpleasant man." A strange sensation washes over him. What is this strange feeling? He wonders. "Good," he observes, spotting footprints. He instructs, "If you happen to encounter the caped man first, just hold him down the best you can. I'll be facing him myself." "Pardon. I don't think there's a need for you to face him alone." The injured man protests. The robed figure responds, "If I may, that man earlier, he didn't seem to be a small fry." He then asks, "Who are you worrying about? Don't you know?" Arrogance drips from his words, "That there can't be someone more powerful than me in this gate." The man's face contorts in rage as he declares, "That there can't be someone more powerful than me in this gate." An intense energy gathers in his hands, a bright light emanating from his palms. Gathering power, his hands glow with an intense light. The scene shifts to the title card, Chapter 16. A forest scene comes into view. The man with the staff asks if they saw their faces at the end, musing if they'll be trampled to death by those pigs. Another man replies that they're not the type to die just from that. He then warns to watch their feet, asking if they forgot about the traps. The man with the bloody lip retorts, "Of course I didn't. But boss, why didn't you finish them off there?" Another voice responds, "You could have just aimed for an opening." The man with the bloody lip is taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" His eyes widen as he hears the unexpected reason, "Because they're stronger than me." His expression hardens as he recalls the fire arrow back then. A fiery arrow streaks toward him, the air crackling with heat. "Fire arrow," the words blaze across the scene as the attack hurtles toward him. The fire arrow explodes in a burst of intense heat and light. The force of the blast sends him flying back, a pained UWAH escaping his lips. Despite the explosion, he quickly knocks another arrow, undeterred. He fires, the arrow piercing through the swirling flames. His eye widens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he focuses intently on his target. He realizes, with growing dread, my fire arrow could only shift its trajectory, while his fire arrow wasn't affected at all in the end. A twisted smile spreads across his face, blood dripping from his mouth. "CC-mon stronger than you, boss? Stop joking." He taunts, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. From above, the dark-haired figure questions, "Joke? Why would I do that?" Below, another voice confirms, "Yeah," after the scarred man exclaims, "Then you really did run away?" The scarred man's face is etched with confusion as he looks at the dark-haired figure. Looking at his arm, he observes, "Looks like my circle got thickened to its limit." A surprised voice then wonders, "What's wrong with that?" He explains the implications of the thickened circle. As circles become thicker, the same spell will change in speed and power. He continues, "Since I'm at the peak of the second circle, we should have been equal or I should have even won, but then," a voice declares, "his spell was beyond logic." A sinister grin spreads across the speaker's face as flames erupt behind him. The voice continues, "Seeing how he was able to enter the red gate confirms that he is in the second circle as well. It seems that he may have reinforced his skills through unknown means. He's probably the strongest explorer in this gate," someone observes, their voice laced with concern. "Just how? Then what should we do?" someone asks, panic evident in their voice. Another suggests, should we try to use the hobs like before? But a third voice quickly dismisses the idea, stating, no, that would be difficult. The man with the staff warns that the hobs are different from the ribbon pigs. He explains, they could figure out the relation between us and those bastards and use it against us. His eyes narrowed, the man demands, wait, what are you saying right now? Do you not realize the situation? He states the most pressing issue, what's important is that a black mage follower managed to infiltrate the Cygnus Knights. She declares, with unwavering resolve, this is a serious matter where the fate of the entire Maple world lies upon. The injured warrior urgently insists, we need to leave this place at once. The warrior, gripping his sword tightly, declares, give up on subjugating this gate. Cutting him off, the dark-haired warrior declares, don't bother. The injured warrior, confused, asks, what do you mean? He continues, just as I expected from a former slave. The blonde warrior, face contorted in rage, spits out, are you still lusting after those mere subjugation rewards? He counters, let's say you manage to tell the news after leaving this place, then what are you going to do? He then warns, do you really think that would be the answer for their elimination? Don't underestimate them. It's revealed that the Black Mage's followers have hidden their identities and ingrown their roots for several centuries. The warning continues, announcing their return would only drive them further underground. If they choose to hide, they'll become impossible to find, a blight gnawing away at the world in secret. A fierce grimace contorts his face, teeth bared in frustration. His frustration boils over. Telling me that this and that won't work, he shouts. Then what do you suggest doing, he demands, his anger barely contained. Don't you dare run your mouth without any concrete plans. His face contorted in fear, he shouts, we're being pursued by them right now. We need to escape this place before we get caught by them. His expression hardening, he declares, we simply have to teach them. His fear replaced by resolve, he states, we simply have to teach them. He finishes his declaration, revealing the core of his plan, who the hunter is. Rustling through the dense forest, the hunter's presence is palpable. A boot strides purposefully through the undergrowth. He looks up, face contorted in pain as he's struck. A shadowy figure looms over him. The attacker, blade in hand, leaps through the dense foliage. Find them quickly, he commands. He charges forward, axe raised, desperation etched on his face. If they manage to escape, then our lives will. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. What's up? It asks, revealing a grinning face marred by blood and scars. The axe hurtles towards its target. The axe connects with a sickening thud. You fool! You came to your own grave, the armored figure shouts, poised to strike again. His rage intensifies, the armored figure vowing, I'll kill you this time. The armored figure's attack connects with tremendous force. The armored fighter is sent flying back by the force of the blow, crying out in pain. Andres, someone shouts, their voice filled with urgency. Despite the force of the blow, Andres manages to brace herself against a tree. Humph, she grunts, her eyes narrowed. Despite her injuries, Andres swings her weapon, shouting, got the time to look around? A blinding flash erupts as Andres's attack connects. Roaring with fury, Andres plunges her blade downward, screaming, die. Her eyes blazing with murderous intent, Andres's blade hurtles downward. Her eyes widen in disbelief, shouting, what? He meets the incoming blade head-on, a fierce determination etched on his bloodied face. The blade strikes, impacting with a sickening crack. His hand reaches out, grasping the broken staff as dark liquid drips from the shattered weapon. Blood splatters as he reels back from the force of the blow. The force of the impact sends blood flying as his face contorts in pain. He grits his teeth, enduring the pain as his opponent unleashes a furious kick. A trail of blood streaks through the air, marking the path of the devastating blow. The force of the blow sends blood spraying, his vision blurring. He cries out as the attack lands, the force of it nearly overwhelming him. He cries out, staggering from the blow. A woman takes aim with a crossbow, tears streaming down her face. Staggering, he cries out, what's going on? Another blow lands. Huffing, he struggles to maintain his stance as another attack comes in. The enemy's attack connects with a sickening khuk. The golden blade descends, a clear sign of the enemy's power. The enemy reels back, a look of shock plastered across his face as the golden blade clashes against his own. The enemy grits his teeth, struggling against the golden blade's power. "Focus on the battle, you trash," he snarls, eyes blazing with fury. Even as the golden blade presses against him, he thinks, "I already dislike this situation as is." The forest echoes with a resounding crash. "Looks like everyone has started," he observes, a curious glint in his eyes. "Anyway, I'm a bit curious. By chance, were you waiting for us?" a figure calls out from the forest steps. Emerging from the forest, a figure with dark hair and piercing eyes grips a uniquely crafted staff. "Kakik. Well, whatever the case may be, let's get started as well," he announces, the staffs in his hands glowing ominously. The staffs unleash a surge of purple energy. Orange flames now engulf the staffs, the man's maniacal grin widening as the energy intensifies. "Fire arrow," he declares, the flames taking the shape of a massive arrow. A fiery explosion erupts, the air crackling with intense heat. The explosion throws debris in all directions, engulfing everything in a blinding light. He slams into the ground, creating a shockwave that rips through the earth. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. A fire arrow hurtles towards him. The fire arrow closes in, leaving streaks of heat in its wake. The arrow approaches, but a voice booms out, filled with glee, "How superb!" The fire arrow explodes, sending shards of flame outwards. The staff explodes with fiery energy, sending searing fragments in all directions. He braces himself against the blast, shielding his face from the searing heat. The explosion continues to erupt outwards, consuming everything in a fiery inferno. The shockwave rips through the air. The inferno rages, a roaring conflagration consuming all. The hero dodges a brutal strike as the inferno blazes behind him. The hero continues his evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoiding another blow. Eyes wide with disbelief, he cries out, "A rock?" A voice booms, taunting, "Was that all you had?" His opponent towers over him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Fire arrow," the words blaze across the screen. The staff crackles with fiery energy as he prepares to strike. The fire arrow hurtles forward with explosive speed. The fire arrow engulfs the surrounding area in flames. SFX, boom! The flames crackle and blaze, obscuring the figure standing amidst the inferno. Emerging from the blaze, he grips a flaming spear, his gaze hardened. His opponent, standing amidst the inferno, asks, "Did you just nullify that attack?" A wide grin stretches across his face, the opponent exclaiming, "My goodness, that's certainly an unexpected outcome." He then demands, "You don't have the firepower to block that, so how?" The opponent, his face marred with cuts, pauses, a question hanging in the air, "What did you just do?" Seems like you're not the talkative sort," he observes. Gripping his weapon tighter, he declares, "Well, no matter. We can't continue chatting in the middle of a fight." The figure, surrounded by a fiery aura, declares, "I'll be figuring it out by myself, then." A fiery strike explodes outward. A determined glint shines in his eyes. Revolver, the fiery skill announces itself. He unleashes a torrent of flames. Eyes widening in disbelief, he exclaims, "This is?" He spun his fire arrow with psychokinesis, he wonders, watching his own spell being torn apart. "He's chipping down my spell like a drill. I've never heard of such a thing," he exclaims, witnessing the impossible. The fire arrow explodes, a blinding inferno consuming the space. The explosion rips through the forest, sending shockwaves outward. The arrow whistles through the air. Wounded and battered, he realizes, truly impossible. Reinforcing your skill with psychokinesis. But then, a realization dawns on him. "I've figured it out now. You." He glares at his opponent, standing firm amidst the flames. "Are one of those so-called geniuses, aren't you?" he challenges. The camera zooms in on his face, twisted into a grotesque grin. "The lot I happen to hate the most." His grin widening, he declares, then why don't we enjoy this occasion a bit more? A fiery energy crackles around his spear. The fiery energy intensifies as he demands, show me more of what you're capable of. A fist, wreathed in crackling energy, hurtles forward. The earth shatters under the force of the blow. Debris explodes outwards, a shockwave ripping through the battlefield. Sprawled on the ground, the hero struggles to rise. Above him, his grinning opponent taunts, "Huh? What are you doing?" Focusing, the opponent prepares to unleash a new attack, energy swirling around his outstretched hand. Is hiding the best thing you managed to come up with? The hero, from his prone position, looks up in disbelief as the opponent's fiery spear descends. When did you?" he exclaims, clearly caught off guard. The opponent's hand glows with power, energy crackling around him. The spear strikes, a resounding khuk, echoing as it connects. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The spear wielder grins, the force of his blow sending his opponent reeling backwards. The spear rips through the air, tearing into its target. Playtime is over, he declares, his spear engulfed in flames as it hurtles towards his opponent. The fiery spear hurtles forward with incredible speed. Revolver! Revolver, he shouts, unleashing the full force of the spinning, fiery spear. The spinning spear connects, erupting in a massive explosion of fire. A maniacal grin stretches across his face. Ha ha! Finally, he exclaims, savoring the moment. Towering over his opponent, he sneers, "You shot all 2 of your spells, yes?" He unleashes his poison breath, a swirling torrent of toxic energy. The poison breath surges forward, a blinding torrent of toxic green energy. His face contorted in exertion, the poison breath skill now fully activated. The poison breath explodes outward, filling the space with a virulent green haze. The virulent green haze intensifies, the poison breath skill unleashed with devastating force. The forest canopy is now choked with the poisonous green haze. The poisonous haze continues to spread, saturating the air and clinging to every leaf. Poison breath is certainly powerful, but it leaves me defenseless while I'm casting the spell. A voice admits. Another voice then questions, your elements are psychokinesis and fire, correct? He declares, if I can manage to bait out the cooldown for Fire Arrow, then I should be able to stop your attacks. A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing sharp teeth. He declares with certainty, now it should be impossible for you to move for about 30 minutes. The green tendrils lash out, binding their target's legs. The tendrils tighten around his legs, securing him in place. With his target ensnared, the attacker draws a dagger. My fire arrow is also on cooldown, so forgive my rudeness for finishing you off with just a dagger. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Now finally, my favorite time. He can't wait with all this curiosity. His face contorted in a grotesque grin, the attacker taunts, "Oh, the face of despair you're probably making." He continues, "Are you trembling? Or are you crying? If not, then..." The attacker's fist clenches, ready to strike. His eyes gleam with cruel anticipation. The attack is imminent, the hero bracing for the inevitable blow. The fist hurtles towards its target. Behind the hero, a cloaked figure advances, a sinister smile twisting his lips as he brandishes a dagger. The world blurs as the punch connects. The punch lands, and the world dissolves into a disorienting blur. The staff slams into his face, sending him reeling. The force of the blow sends him hurtling downward. His vision blurs as he crashes down, blood splattering around him. Despite the blood and the obvious damage, a defiant smirk plays on his lips. He lies prone, unmoving. A blade descends, poised to strike. The attacker descends, a furious scream escaping his lips. But a question hangs in the air, just how did he do that? His face contorted in rage, he demands, tell me how he managed to overcome the poison of the mad poison mushroom. Isn't it fine for you to tell me now that your boss isn't here? Another voice cuts through the tension, offering to pay for drinks in exchange for information. I'll also pay for the drinks, so just tell me. But his offer is met with mocking laughter. There's no use hearing about it, you know? That's not something you can copy just because you heard about it. The man reveals a key detail. He called it room, I think. The man explains that the skill sucks in the air and traps it using psychokinesis. He continues, revealing that just when he thought he was dead from the mushroom poison, the other man sucked it all in. The man smiles, relieved. That's it. Nothing much, right? The tab's on you since I told you. But the other man, looking shocked, wonders. What in the world? Isn't that broken? The man laughs, agreeing with the other's shock. Haha, that's what I'm saying. Another voice chimes in, thinking, my boss is way too overpowered. A devastating blow lands, sending the man reeling back, the force of the impact evident. The force of the blow contorts his face in agony. Pea poison. He gasps, blood spraying from his mouth as he chokes. He stares ahead, a look of grim determination etched on his bloodied face. He throws a punch, his face contorted in a fierce snarl. He screams, blood dripping from his mouth as the force of the blow hits him. The punch lands, a blinding flash erupting on impact. The force of the blow sends him flying backward. He's sent hurtling through the air, the force of the impact visible in the distortion around him. The staff follows, trailing a wave of energy. He grips the staff, preparing to strike. He swings the staff, a surge of energy crackling around it. The staff's power backfires. He screams in agony, blood streaming down his face. His eye widens in disbelief as the staff's energy spirals out of control. The corrupted energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. A devastating blow lands. The force of the impact sends the opponent reeling. The air crackles with energy as the attack connects. The staff, crackling with blue energy, hurtles forward. The staff slams forward, a blue streak cutting through the air. The impact sends him reeling. Blood splatters as he clutches his chest, a look of agony contorting his face. The staff connects again. He's sent flying back, the force of the blow visible. The staff slams into him again, a burst of energy erupting on impact. His vision blurs, the impact of the blows taking its toll. The staff continues its relentless assault, a flurry of strikes aimed at the protagonist. The staff blazes with fiery energy, poised to strike again. He crashes to the ground, a heavy thud echoing through the arena. A powerful blow sends him crashing down, the impact shaking the very ground. Spitting blood, he desperately reaches out, a green glow emanating from his hand. Suddenly, a voice booms out, filled with fury, "How dare you!" A surge of green energy erupts from the staff he wields, obliterating everything in its path. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, glowing with the same intense energy. The green energy intensifies, and the word room appears, signaling a shift in the environment. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashes the green energy, the environment morphing around him. A feint. The realization dawns as the attack unfolds. He realizes he's aiming for something else while pretending to have lost his mind. Poison breath won't work, so his best bet is to retrieve his staff. With a steely gaze, he commands, "Now, show yourself." He vows, "I'll end you in that moment." Flames erupt around him, intensifying his resolve. A burst of intense flames erupts, signaling the start of the battle. The flames intensify, engulfing the area in a fiery blaze. The flames sear closer, and his eyes widen in disbelief. He's blasted back by the explosion, barely able to keep his footing. "Ko, Kehara," he shouts through the flames. The flames erupt, consuming everything in a blinding inferno. Eyes wide with fury, he screams, "You fucking bastard! I'll tear your limbs apart and scorch them down." The forest burns around him, the inferno raging as he stands defiantly amidst the destruction. Blood streams down his face, the inferno's glow reflecting in his eyes. He lies amidst the rubble, bloodied and bruised. "I got careless," he admits, regret lacing his words. He reflects on his opponent's hidden power. To think he was hiding something as powerful as flame orb in his sleeve. A grave error, he realizes, one he wouldn't have made in his previous life. The flame orb surges forward, engulfing everything in its path. The flame orb hurtles towards him, and a thought flashes through his mind: I'm slacking off. The flame orb detonates in a burst of searing light and heat. The explosion throws him back, leaving him bloodied and battered. His eyes widen in shock. Grasping the man by the throat, he stares down at him, a question hanging in the air: "Boss?" A blinding flash erupts. A golden blade descends with blinding speed. His eyes widen in terror as the blade connects. "Stop playing around and finish him," a voice demands. The opponent is too tough for Elemi. "I was going to, he snaps, clearly annoyed by the order. Another voice insists that the opponent is too strong for Elpam to handle alone. A pained kook escapes from someone nearby. A splatter of blood erupts, painting the scene with a gruesome finality. A sharp intake of breath echoes in the aftermath. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares down at the fallen figure. An arrow protrudes from the victim's head, a gruesome testament to the swift attack. Massive, clawed feet stomp down with brutal force. A horde of goblins descends, their crude weapons raised high, their faces contorted in savage glee. An orc prepares to fire a loaded crossbow. "TCH, I was wondering why they weren't showing up," he mutters, readying himself for the fight. A teammate, sword drawn, declares, "Are those green hobs? Focus, we'll start cleaning them up right here." "Don't underestimate them," another warns. "They're not as easy as you think." "Even more," a voice observes as the ground crumbles under approaching footsteps. The green hobs approach, carrying a makeshift bridge. Perched on a crude throne, a hulking figure observes, "There's a creepy one mixed in there." A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Page 18. Huffing and panting, he struggles to catch his breath amidst the fiery landscape. Through ragged breaths, he wonders, that damned scoundrel, is he finally dead? A red blur streaks across his vision. A fresh torrent of blood erupts from his mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Uwergh," he cries out, a thick stream of blood gushing from his mouth as he collapses. Despite the blood still flowing, he manages a chuckle. "Yes. I'll acknowledge this. You weren't half bad." Even as defeat looms, he wonders aloud, "Maybe I should have gotten to know your name before finishing you off." The scene erupts in flames, the word Elpam emblazoned across the inferno. He stands silhouetted against the inferno, a silent exclamation marking the scene. Bloodied and enraged, he stutters, "Don't tell me." A boot slams down amidst the flames as a voice declares, "Remember it well." Bloodied and battered, he hears the chilling words, "Since that's the last name you'll ever hear in your life." He's seized by the arm, his vision blurring. His captor sneers, "Ha! What a cockroach you are." He continues, confident in his victory, "You must be joking. No matter what bluff you may pull, you can't." But the hero interrupts, resigned, "Yeah, I gave up." Despite his injuries, the hero clutches a glowing orb, a desperate gamble. Despite his apparent surrender, he reveals his true plan. "I figured defeating you would be tough while I'm still in second circle." Bloodied and battered, he wonders aloud, "A magic stone?" The sound of something deflating echoes. A maniacal laugh erupts as the villain mocks him. "You absolute madman. That's what you're planning? Trying to circle up by absorbing a magic stone?" The villain continues his taunts, declaring, "What you need is knowledge through countless experiences." Surrounded by swirling energy, he simply replies, "Yeah." The villain's words echo, "Experience and knowledge." "Ha," he mutters, a flicker of confusion briefly crossing his bloodied face. A blinding flash erupts. The world is consumed by an intense white light. Amidst the inferno, a voice declares, "Don't worry about it, I've got plenty of that already." Wounded but defiant, he clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hand. "Who are you trying to scare with that mere trickery of yours?" he shouts, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy. "Die," he screams, launching a searing blade of pure energy. The energy blade hurtles forward, a searing orange streak against the dim surroundings. His eyes widen, reflecting the approaching energy. The searing light illuminates the blood splattered across his face. Fire arrow. The attack is upon him. The fire arrow slams into him. The fire arrow explodes in a burst of flames. The flames engulf everything. The inferno rages, punctuated by a sharp exclamation. Flame orb, someone gasps as the inferno intensifies. The man launches a flame orb. The flame orb surges forth, propelled by his outstretched hand. The flame orb hurtles forward, a blazing inferno of destruction. His eye widens in shock as the flame orb approaches. The flame orb engulfs him, a vortex of scorching energy. Blinding light erupts as the flame orb makes contact. The force of the impact sends him reeling. He's bloodied, but still standing. Blood sprays as the attack rips across his face. The force of the blow echoes with a resounding zbam. The force erupts in a blinding flash of light. The impact reverberates. The forest erupts in flames. His face, streaked with dirt and grime, is set with grim determination as the inferno rages around him. He exhales, as the flames engulf him. A massive, clawed foot slams down, crushing the earth. The orc raises his axe high, preparing to strike down on his fallen foe. The ground shatters as the axe comes down, the force of the blow sending leaves scattering. The hero barely manages to raise his sword in defense, bracing for the devastating blow. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Clutched in another's arms, the hero realizes the situation has gone awry. The title card flashes, The Last Adventurer Episode 19. A fiery axe descends. With a ferocious grin, he roars, "Hyria," as the fiery axe hurtles downwards. The axe connects, and he shouts 16. The clash sends sparks flying as he yells, 17. Steel clashes against steel as the monster's sword meets his. What? How is he able to defeat those monsters so easily? With a manic grin, he declares, "Easy as pie." He continues, "I can read your attack pattern like a book, you bastards." His blade flashes, deflecting the monster's attack with ease. The monster's attack is deflected by his spear, a burst of golden energy erupting from the point of impact. 18, he shouts, his spear piercing through the air. The monster roars in response, "Quo?" The spear strikes true, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The monster is engulfed in a fiery explosion. The monster is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The monster stutters, barely able to get the words out, that's. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the attack. "Orbital flame," he exclaims, sweat beading on his brow. The monstrous figure raises his staff, summoning a swirling vortex of fire. He wonders aloud, how is a monster able to cast such a spell? The hero is shocked, realizing, a monster that can use items, what an unthinkable. Leaning against a tree, she realizes, shit, the situation has gone awry. The monster, with glowing red eyes, thinks, it seems there's no other choice but to hide a bit longer and join Elpum. Clutching the injured man, she thinks, I hope he's still alive. A massive foot crashes down, sending them flying through the forest. Kyagh, an orc bellows as the attack connects. Pinned beneath the orc, the blonde warrior cries out in pain. The warrior grunts in pain, the orc's axe looming over him. The warrior grits his teeth, his eyes filled with determination despite the orc's crushing grip. He's sent flying backwards, the force of the blow evident. The orc's blade slices through the air, drawing a trail of blood as the warrior is sent hurtling backwards. A barrage of pain strikes him as he's sent flying. It would have been doable if they came up to me one by one. He thinks. A massive explosion erupts behind him as he's thrown through the air. A maniacal laugh echoes as the hooded figure unleashes a fiery attack. Kyagh. If only that monster wasn't here, he thinks, the explosion still raging behind him. The hero is engulfed in a blinding inferno. He's sent flying backward by the force of the blast. The force of the explosion sends him hurtling backwards. The explosion erupts, debris flying in all directions. Through the smoke, a chilling laugh echoes, "Kikiki." Amidst the smoke and debris, a voice wonders, "Ki." The smoke continues to billow, the source of the laughter still obscured. The smoke parts, revealing a figure, battle-scarred and weary. The figure emerges, axe in hand, towering over the fallen warrior. Bushy hair, you. He begins, his words hanging heavy in the air. The axe swings down, poised to strike. The axe descends, a final blow aimed squarely at the warrior's face. The warrior is struck, the force of the axe sending him reeling. A deafening roar erupts as the hooded figure stands triumphant, his axe radiating a menacing glow. The hooded figure isn't alone, a horde of orcs advances, weapons raised, ready to strike. An enormous orc looms overhead, its red eyes burning with malice. Charging forward, he aims his weapon directly at the viewer. His weapon flashes, striking the orc with tremendous force. The blade connects, a red flash erupting as it slams into the orc. The orc reels back from the force of the blow. The orc's singular, glowing red eye dominates the panel as he feels the full force of the attack. The force of the impact explodes outwards. The orc cries out as the attack lands, the force of it shaking him to his core. Kieegh. Her eyes widen in disbelief. And no way. She whispers, shaken by what she's witnessing. Her face contorts in a scream of anguish, the reality of the situation crashing down on her. He's sent hurtling backwards, a trail of fire erupting behind him. The hooded figure is thrown back, but his underlings quickly move to support him. Is he really just a first circle? Eyes glowing, he swings his weapon with furious speed. The hooded figure's face contorts in rage as he brings his weapon down in a blinding strike. The strike erupts in a burst of flames. The fiery attack slams into the enemy forces. The battlefield is engulfed in a blinding flash. The flames sear through the battlefield. The hero is sent flying, a fiery spear hurtling toward him. He slams into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. A monstrous roar erupts as the creature's gaping maw fills the frame. Gah! The monster unleashes another guttural roar, gh. Jua gh. A sickening crack echoes as the monster's flesh tears. The monster cries out in agony as a blinding light erupts from the staff. Guaaagh. Stand back. I'll be facing them from here on, she shouts, stepping forward. Sword raised, she prepares to meet the enemy head-on. A guttural roar erupts as the enemy unleashes a torrent of fire. The torrent of fire engulfs everything in a blinding inferno. The fire rages, consuming everything in its path. The knight stands firm against the inferno, sword raised in defiance. The hooded figure recoils, a pained gua, escaping his lips. A swirling vortex of fire erupts before him. The vortex slams into the figure, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outward. The force of the blast sends debris flying as the figure is engulfed in flames. The figure's voice echoes out from within the inferno, a questioning HAAH. Eyes wide with disbelief, he cries out, HAH. Scratches and soot cover his face, a single tear escaping. His hand glows with an eerie blue light. The staff blazes with a fierce orange energy, while the blue light intensifies around his hand. Flamecomics.com. Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. The man roars, HAAH. His face contorted in frustration, he exclaims, it's already been 3 days, yet there's no news from them. He grumbles that he thought he'd make some easy money, but this whole ordeal is making him act up. This sort of thing doesn't fit me at all. From now on, I should turn down any future base guarding quests. Hearing a commotion, he wonders aloud, What's all the commotion about? A massive, fiery explosion erupts, shaking the very ground. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. What? He exclaims, bracing himself against a fallen log as a blinding red energy surges toward him. The tree-like monster towers over him, its massive form crashing down. The monstrous tree slams down with tremendous force. Someone! Hurry up and bring a bishop here, he shouts, desperate for aid. Kite, what's going on? Report to me right now, he demands, sweat beading on his brow. Another shouts, relaying news, Ronco, we have survivors. Seeing how the gate got destroyed, the subjugation must have. His brow furrows with concern as the report continues. The news of survivors offers a glimmer of hope amidst the destruction. The battlefield is littered with bodies. Survivors, a voice echoes, tinged with disbelief. The grim reality of the battlefield sets in. Survivors, he questions, a note of stark disbelief in his voice. The title card flashes, The Last Adventurer. His eye widens, a flicker of something akin to hope igniting within it. You're finally awake. A voice says. Lying in bed, the adventurer groggily asks, this place is. The scarred man's face fills the view, his expression a threatening scowl. Listen up. From now on, answer my question the best you can. He reveals that, of all the merchant group's aces, only the 3 gaper merchants survived this gate subjugation. Just what happened inside the gate, the man demands. Visibly injured and distraught, the adventurer replies, we were the only ones. I had my doubts, but as I thought everyone did die, the injured man admits, his voice strained. The interrogator's threat hangs heavy in the air, answer properly, unless you want to lose that life of yours that you barely regained. The injured adventurer whispers, Demon, there's a demon in there. His voice barely audible, the injured man whispers the chilling truth, Demon, there's a demon in there. Could I borrow a pen and paper? Let me draw it for you, he offers, hoping to illustrate the demon's form. The scratching of pen on paper fills the silence as he begins to sketch. I don't know the name of the monster, but... Scratching sounds fill the air as the drawing takes shape. The scratching continues, filling the air as the image comes to life. The man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes something. Realization dawns on him. I see. He mutters. Suddenly, a voice booms, how outrageous. A large tent is seen in the distance. The crowd murmurs in disbelief. A 100-man gate, one exclaims, while another questions, you're telling us to believe that all those members were annihilated by the monsters? Around the table, the murmurs grow louder. One man declares, realistically speaking, they couldn't be beaten in the Red Gate. Toriel, the representative of the Sky Trade Union, slams his fist, rage contorting his face. My cousin was among the party as well, he shouts. The man continues, stating that it didn't seem like he was making things up. Apparently, this was the monster behind the attacks, the boss of the 100-man gate. The man holds up a sketch. Green Hob, he exclaims, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The man continues, wondering if some green hobs are known to use items. He adds that he's heard that due to their high intelligence, they form colonies. One of the men wonders aloud, and 100 men were supposed to deal with them? It certainly wasn't easy. Humph. I refuse to accept this at all, a voice exclaims, filled with frustration. Franco scoffs, his expression twisted in disbelief. It certainly may have been difficult for the others, but I doubt our Natasha would have been defeated by the likes of them? Franco's brow furrows, suspicion etched on his face. What are you trying to say, he demands. A voice responds, tinged with condescension, are you really asking because you're clueless about it? Franco's face tightens, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. It doesn't make sense unless there was a backstabber from the inside. Doubts surface as one man questions, there's no way for us to know the internal affairs of the gate, is there? I could see them having a change of heart for the worst. Another wonders aloud, who knows whether that was accidental or premeditated? The conversation takes a turn as someone realizes, come to think of it, the 3 that survived are apparently in the same affiliation. Cutting off the speculation, the man with the eye patch retorts, now. That's enough of your nonsense. He then questions if they're implying that the Gaper were the traitors. Raising an eyebrow, the man with the eye patch asks if they're suggesting that the explorers of their trade union are worse than the Gaper ones. He then states that he isn't suggesting anything, but the results speak for themselves. Why, you jest, comes the retort, followed by a sharp accusation, if there were that many talented people in the Gaper merchants, you wouldn't have been the last of the 10 merchant groups. Bursts of laughter erupt as the man with the cigar declares it's because they're up and coming. He continues, warning that as time goes on, the ranks will change, so his opponent better get a move on from his position. The man with the cigar continues to laugh, but a desperate plea echoes in his mind, please just end it. Clearing his throat, the man with the cigar asks, seeing how you're speaking to that extent, you must have some sort of proof, yes? The question hangs in the air, proof? The man with the cigar begins, to begin with, there weren't any items that were looted from the gate. The man's voice booms, his words ringing with conviction, there's no motive behind them, you hear me? Then we'll be heading back. Thank you for healing us, a voice says. Yeah, take care, he replies to the departing group. Ronko hesitates, questioning, is it really fine to send them off like this? A close-up reveals the protagonist's scarred face as he asks, it's all concluded, no? The forest is quiet, save for the rustling of leaves. Suddenly, an exclamation point appears above the protagonist's head, as a large snail emerges from the trees. Ha! Would you look at that? Did it really follow after you, a voice remarks, seemingly amused by the snail's persistence. The blonde woman is clearly annoyed. TCH, she clicks her tongue, her expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. The snail, seemingly unfazed by the blonde woman's reaction, continues to smile innocently. Her eyes narrow, and she demands, what are you hesitating for? The aftermath of a brutal battle unfolds as a voice declares, we've already eliminated the followers of the Black Mage and completely wiped out the Green Hob colony. The hero, bruised and battered, proposes a grim solution, don't we just have to throw away all the items we obtained, injure each other, and leave the gate? He stares down, his face grim, at the fiery glow emanating from the chest in front of him. The system message clarifies the requirement, I did say that. Defeat the boss and drop the item. But something makes him hesitate. The item he needed to defeat the boss was the Phoenix Feather. The Phoenix Feather, it turns out, isn't just a key item, but one that increases the destructiveness of fire spells by 30% simply by possessing it. Furthermore, unlike other items where stacking effects is impossible, the Phoenix Feather does allow for it. This explains why the explorers were wiped out in his previous life. Realization dawns on him. I finally see why. It's an unexpected boon, he realizes, resolving to take the Phoenix Feather with him, no matter what. If we leave the gate with items that we didn't report in advance, we'll be suspected of committing trolling, she warns. I'm sure you were the one who brought that up, Elpum, one of them accuses. Another voice cuts in, demanding, stop your meaningless greed and just do as we planned. The speaker continues, especially since we also found the escape gate near the post. The flower, seemingly untouched by the conflict, stands tall. Below, the injured man looks up at it, his expression unreadable. Beside him, the blonde woman's eyes widen in fear. Suddenly, a question hangs in the air, a snail? The words snail pet materialize, adding to the mystery. Unlike ordinary snail monsters, this one isn't aggressive, and it has a habit of sniffing out items and collecting them. Adding to its unique characteristics, the snail's shell grows larger the more items it takes up. The protagonist cradles the snail as a text box appears, revealing, a creature that was discovered after the gates opened in my previous life. A faint sniffle is heard as the protagonist continues to cradle the snail. Tears well in his eyes as he continues to hold the snail close. The snail suddenly shouts, KYU, as the protagonist smiles, holding up 2 burning feathers. The other man questions how he managed to bring the snail along without getting caught. How did you figure out how to use that snail, he asks. So, I did everything as you said. What's the plan now, she asks, looking up. A voice responds, don't fret. Since those bastards have infiltrated the Cygnus Knights, this information must be treated with utmost caution, a voice warns. If anything goes wrong, they may just hide deeper. Then, looking up, the hero appears weary, his face bearing fresh cuts. They should have arrived by now, so let's just wait and see, one voice says. Another speaks of the grim news, Jenny's trade union annihilated, Mardia Assembly and the Dig merchants annihilated as well. The news worsens, Gold Richie, El Nido, and Sky were all eliminated. Then, a crushing blow lands as the subjugation failed. The situation worsens. The subjugation failed, they say, annihilated by the boss monster. Only 3 members of the Gaper merchants barely escaped. Though suspicions of trolling arose during the meeting, they focused on the Gaper merchants, not them. Even then, lack of evidence kept them in the clear. Despite the mission's failure, their identities remained safe. Under the cover of a heavy downpour, a voice echoes, requesting permission, allow me to prepare for the next operation. As lightning flashes outside the window, the figure awaits a response. Below, a man's face emerges from the darkness, a sinister glint in his eyes. Not caught, you say? He questions. Pardon, he asks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The voice continues, revealing their plan. Our plan was to eliminate all the parties and proceed with the boss raid. But a contradiction arises. If that's the case, then the 3 survivors must have encountered William. Yet, no such event was mentioned in Elpham's testimony. But there's no reason for them to hide, is there? No reason for them to hide, the voice echoes, then poses a chilling question. What if the mastermind behind this incident isn't just an ordinary merchant group, but by the followers of someone else? The voice continues, revealing a disturbing possibility, the sole party that knows of the return of followers of the Black Mage. What if that's their intention? His eyes widen in alarm at the implications. If what you say is true, then the situation is dire, he exclaims, realizing the gravity of the Black Mage's followers' potential return. He urgently declares, we must remove all the members we've infiltrated into other merchant groups before they're further exposed. The voice then states, an invitation. A sinister cackle echoes as he gazes upon a skull emblem. Ka-keek. Is this their invitation? He questions, a wicked grin spreading across his face. A sinister cackle escapes him as he considers the invitation. How interesting. Very well. I shall accept it, he declares, but then adds, but it would be best to change the stage. His words hang in the air as the scene shifts to a stormy landscape, rain lashing down amidst flashes of lightning. So that they may become the 101st guest. The declaration echoes as lightning crackles around a massive, scarred tree. It was hell, a voice declares, amidst a fiery landscape. Amidst the inferno, 2 monstrous figures clash violently. Living in absolute poverty, considering that a life worthy of a human is a luxury. The words hang heavy, reflecting a harsh reality. Having no choice but to only watch my younger sister suffer every day from the black blood disease. The weight of his helplessness crushes him. And even being unable to be there for the death of my only family. This place was always a hell. The stark declaration hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of his past. A sinister grin spreads across his face. So, someone was still around, huh? A monstrous eye peers through a hole in the wall, offering a twisted hand. You look like you need help, want some? The hero falls to his knees, exhausted. Above him, the monstrous figure stands triumphantly, spear in hand. Despite his weakened state, the hero refuses the offered hand. Fuck off, he spits. That was my first encounter with Aaron, the narration reveals. A monstrous roar erupts from the depths of Aaron's being. Razor-sharp teeth descend as Aaron lunges, a blinding flash erupting from the impact. Alright, I'm first place, he shouts, a triumphant grin plastered across his face as he unleashes a devastating attack. That's if you were 30 seconds faster, one of the fighters taunts. Another adds, looks like we got our dishwasher decided for today. Looks like everything's settled, he says with a grin, then adds, great work. Then, shall we get going? A mountain of corpses lay before them as the warrior stood atop the pile, her axe held high. 1 year. That was enough time for me to completely change my sense of values. She was a cold but warm hero, protecting people by clearing the path before anyone else could. Watching her changed his perspective, allowing him to see the world in a new light. And naturally, helping her became my goal. He found himself in charge of dishwashing from the entire dead mine to the Cave of Trials, a task he greeted with laughter. What a sight! That's because my condition isn't at its best, you know, he exclaims, trying to stop the laughter. The almighty Devo can't be this weak after all. Because you're the self-proclaimed disciple of Aaron, the muscular man booms, laughing. But the other retorts, agitated, I told you to stop talking about that. Shannon, is this the right way? One asks. She replies, judging from the mark left by my big brother above, this place looks like the correct one. The atmosphere here seems to have changed, one observes, as they venture further into the cavern. So this sort of place existed under the El Nath Mountains. From within a nearby structure, a desperate plea echoes, "Please." Her voice trembling, she explains, "The deeper areas of the dead mine in the El Nath Mountains are too dangerous for me to go alone. And there's no one else willing to join me either." Her plea continues, revealing the purpose of her request: "I need your strength in order to find my big brother, Aaron." But the offer is met with a cold rejection. "You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't take up individual requests like that." He continues his harsh rejection, adding, "And the clause that I must take you along with me is very inefficient." Then, he questions her abilities. "You call yourself a guide, but aren't you fully aware that you'll end up being a nuisance since you only have the skills of a third circle?" His rejection continues with a cruel blow, even more, "There's no guarantee that your big brother is still alive." He then coldly suggests, "I suggest you find another explorer instead." Tears well in her eyes at his harsh words. Another voice interjects, addressing Aaron, "Sorry for butting in, but we're probably the last hope she has." The man continues, explaining, "Since there haven't been any explorers traveling to the Cave of Trials since the last day." The man's face is determined as he shouts, "I want to help. I'll take responsibility for that child's safety. Could you please reconsider your choice?" A sword lies abandoned amidst the fiery landscape. Lying abandoned amidst the fiery landscape, a sword remains. More swords are scattered across the desolate, fiery terrain. A fallen figure lies before them, prompting one to question, "Is this corpse?" Another voice quickly responds, "No, that's not my big brother." The speaker wonders how the fallen man died, noting the wounds don't seem monster-inflicted. Another voice chimes in, "It looks like it's been exactly a week since he died." A realization dawns, "Wait. If I remember correctly, this person is..." Dust explodes outwards, obscuring the scene. The force of the blow sends debris flying. The impact reverberates. "Just what's going on?" he demands, axe raised high. Could that be, he wonders, just as the monstrous figure breaks through the barrier. Damn it, it's Zakam. A devastating blow sends the hero flying, the force of impact throwing him back towards the fallen girl. "Get behind me," he shouts, bracing for another attack. The hero and the girl look up in stunned disbelief, unsure of what is coming. A voice shouts, "Devo. We'll be attacking from the left." A wave of blue energy erupts as the enemy attacks from the left. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Let's quickly finish this." The hero slides forward, shield raised to deflect the incoming attack. The hero braces for the impact, his shield meeting the enemy's powerful attack. Her eyes widen in terror as the force of the unseen attack sends tremors through the air. The force of the blow sends them hurtling backward into the darkness of a cavern. Huffing, he struggles to his feet, his axe still clutched in his hand. The warrior above remarks on his opponent's resilience, just as he'd heard. But his concern is elsewhere. "Where's Shannon though? Anyone know where she is?" he shouts. Suddenly, a voice cries out in disbelief, "What?" Resting amidst the debris, a familiar plush rabbit lies discarded. What could this mean? Clutching the small rabbit, he cries out, "Don't tell me she went in there alone." Damn it! Why did she move all by herself? He shouts, his worry escalating. "Stay alert, everyone," he warns, his gaze intense. "Whatever it may be. I can sense even more powerful energy from inside." "What? You're telling me that there's something else inside?" one of them exclaims, sensing a new threat. Though unsure of the specifics, he can feel a powerful being, one that's going to be dangerous. He declares, "I'll bring her back. I was the one in charge of her safety," he states, his voice firm. "As the rest of you, please guard this place." His eyes narrow, determination etched on his face. "I'll go with you," he declares, "whatever the being inside is." He grips his weapon tighter, a grim resolve hardening his features. "And it's my job to stop that," he vows, his gaze fixed on the looming threat. "So, are we in agreement, then?" "Let's hurry up and go," a voice urges, as the group heads toward the unknown. The group moves forward, their path obscured by a swirling, ominous darkness. They descend into what appears to be a cavern, the air thick with an oppressive heat. The cavern floor is now visible, revealing a blazing river of lava. The air crackles with heat as they descend further, the lava river now directly below. Bubbling lava churns below, while above, a massive, chained tree looms in the darkness. She sits at the base of the colossal tree, its chained trunk disappearing into the heights. Over there. A voice whispers, followed by a shout, "That's Shannon." Wait, a corpse, someone questions, the grim discovery hanging in the air. A voice confirms the worst, "Yes, this is my big brother." The camera focuses on an eye filled with rage. "Damn it," a voice curses from below. "Of all things to happen," he exclaims, his face contorted with rage. Then, a desperate shout rings out, "Shannon! Stay right there, I'll come get you." Tears welling in her eyes, she smirks. "So you followed after me, Devo. I knew you'd come. Because, you're a kind person," she begins, but then drops a bombshell, "but I can't go back anymore." A stunned "what?" echoes. "Do you know the meaning of the word, Zakam?" she asks, revealing its dark origin. It means, tree of the demon. The revelation continues, many mistake the moving statue for the true Zakam, but it's merely an object that Zakam possesses. The real Zakam, she declares, is the huge tree itself. "All of you have yet to fight the real one," she declares, as someone shouts back, "Shannon! Just what in the world are you saying?" A stunned warrior replies, "Thank you for telling us. To think it'd have a different true form." Another shouts, "Shannon! I'll chop off that demonic tree, so don't worry about it. For now, it's best for you to leave since it's dangerous," Shannon warns. "You might get crushed from the falling tree. Or is there something you aren't done with?" Her piercing gaze intensifies as she questions, such as using your own brother as the sacrifice? Below, a figure clutches a glowing red orb. Above, a voice questions if they still haven't understood. Below, tears stream down her face as she clutches the orb, exclaiming, "It's already started." "The moment you all have stepped foot in here," a voice booms. The red orb pulses with violent energy below. The voice continues, revealing, Zakam is a being that possesses, and what it can control isn't limited to a statue. A brutal strike lands, the force of the blow sending blood splattering. The force of the impact reverberates. His eyes widen in disbelief. The brutal assault seems to have caught him completely off guard. A blinding flash erupts as the attack connects. The attack explodes with raw power. "Cuck," he gasps, reeling from the force of the blow. Staggering back, he spits blood, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. "Miria! What did you just—" "You killed my friends," she screams, her eyes burning with furious rage. A savage roar tears from her throat as she declares, "It's useless to them. You're just the target of their vengeance. Now, it's time for the finale," she declares, her rage palpable. A blinding flash erupts from her hand, the finale beginning with a surge of raw power. The world is engulfed in a fiery inferno. The inferno intensifies, consuming everything in a vortex of fire. Amidst the raging inferno, a mechanical figure declares, "After all, the show must finish at its best." A blinding light erupts as the inferno rages, obscuring everything. Below, a figure with flowing white hair is struck, the impact sending shockwaves. Grinning maniacally, the figure declares, "All shall be done for the Black Mage." The ground explodes in a cloud of dust and debris. Wounded and bleeding, he grits his teeth, fear etched on his face. As shit. Did she get possessed by Zakam? He wonders aloud. Devo. Don't act so helpless and finish her off quickly, a voice commands. From below, another voice cries out, "She's not the Miria you know anymore. Snap out of it." Below, Miria's form is now clearly visible, her eyes glowing red. "I know that. Damn it," she shouts, fighting the possession. Adrenaline rush activates, her battle prowess reaching its peak. The force of her adrenaline rush shatters the surrounding landscape. Her basic attack, amplified by that adrenaline rush, becomes the first strike in a devastating combo. Sweat drips down his face as he grits his teeth, muttering, "Shit." The force of her attack sends him flying, and he realizes, "I'm the one that fucked it up." Blood trickles down his face as he admits, "Because I told everyone to come here." He roars, charging forward with his weapon raised high. His eyes blaze with fury as he screams, "All because of me." The clash of weapons echoes as he whispers, "Sorry, Miria." His eyes widen in shock as blood drips from his lip. A brutal strike lands, sending blood splattering across his face. He manages a weak th. Anks. Even as blood continues to trickle down his face. Despite the blood, he smirks, uttering, "I'll leave. Aaron, to you." He grits his teeth against the pain as the attack lands, the force of it shaking him to his core. The screen fades to black. Chapter 22 begins. With a furious yell, he swings his staff down with incredible force. "So that's your real form, huh?" he finishes, the swing of his staff creating a massive arc of blue energy. The staff slams into the ground, the force of the blow creating a shockwave of destruction. The ground erupts as the staff's power is unleashed. Chunks of earth and rock are thrown skyward in the devastating blast. Despite the devastating blast, he clicks his tongue in annoyance. Amidst the chaos, she lunges forward, her staff aimed directly ahead. Amidst a flurry of debris, she swings her weapon. The golem reels back, its glowing eyes dimming slightly from the force of the blow. "Aaron. Let's destroy this," she declares, poised to strike a decisive blow. The golem shatters, its form collapsing into fragments. With a ferocious yell, she unleashes her power. Hi-ya! Her strike connects, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. Her attack shatters the earth, sending debris flying. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the ground. Grit and blood stain his face as he curses, "Cuck, damn it." Below, a voice declares, "Only a perfect show for him." A crazed grin stretches across his face as he brings the blade down. The blade flashes with a blue light as it cuts through the air. His opponent is sent flying back, crashing into the rough terrain. "Looks like all that's left is the statue," he observes. The statue remains, but the surrounding area is now littered with debris and blood. A massive eye looms, and a voice declares, "It won't go down as easily as we dash?" A pained scream erupts. Eyes wide with shock and desperation, he cries out, "Aaron, it's too late. Hurry." He then gasps, "Devo. Could it be?" His face contorted in agony, he screams, "Hurry up and kill me. Right now. Before I do something." "Shit, damn it all," he curses, his grip tightening on the glowing blade. A desperate plea escapes him, "Forgive me, Devo." His face still contorted in pain, he grits his teeth, finally resolving himself. "Yeah, it's better this way. Maybe this is the price for my idiotic act," he thinks, bracing himself against the inevitable. "Everyone. I'm sorry, because of me," he thinks, as a voice booms, "Aaron, do it now." His eyes widen, a fiery light igniting within them as the command rings out. His vision blurs, and he wonders, Dinev, as he sees a figure below. Another thought surfaces, why, is his sister lies before him, bathed in an ethereal glow. What's going on? Who did, he demands, fury building within him. An ethereal figure materializes, her red eyes piercing through the light. Who are you? Are you one who heard Dinev, she demands, her grip tightening on a formidable polearm. An enraged voice booms, "How dare? How dare you?" Then, a chilling promise follows, "Don't worry. I'll end you quickly." His face contorted in fury, the man roars, "How dare you kill my sister?" His eyes blazing crimson, the man's rage reaches a fever pitch. Unforgivable. The ground shatters under his immense power. A furious assault descends upon him, the hero gritting his teeth against the overwhelming force. The onslaught continues, a blur of motion and raw power. His eyes widen, a flicker of desperation crossing his face as the relentless assault continues. The relentless barrage intensifies, each strike threatening to overwhelm him. Grit and determination etched on his face, he spits out, "TCH, you and that stupidly good sense of yours." Energy blades and strikes rain down, the onslaught showing no sign of stopping. The relentless barrage continues, energy blades flashing as the opponent presses their attack. However, a massive axe, wreathed in blue energy, descends. The blue axe swings down with incredible speed. The axe cleaves through the air, aimed directly at its target. The axe strikes true, and the world explodes in a flash of pain. The axe finds its mark. The word final looms, signaling the end. The earth shatters as the axe's power cleaves through the stone giant, leaving a trail of crystalline shards in its wake. Toss. The skill launches the shattered remains of the giant skyward. The shattered remains become projectiles, streaks of blue energy ripping through the air. The projectiles hurtle toward their target, the giant's glowing green eyes widening in response. With a final, desperate surge of power, he roars, "Let's end this!" The projectiles streak towards the giant, meeting his attack head-on. The hero's third path skill unleashes the fury of the polar bear. A massive, spectral bear roars to life as she prepares her third successive attack. The hero's attack lands, impacting the giant's face with a resounding crack. The hero's eyes glow with intense focus as she continues her relentless assault. "Devo, you idiot," he roars, gritting his teeth. "This is my only chance. I can't stop here." The clash sends shockwaves. The force of their collision explodes outwards. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through, "Sorry, Devo." A massive, blue energy wolf explodes outwards. Chains snap and stone shatters as the energy wolf unleashes its full force. A blinding light fills the chamber. Crumpled on the ground, he groans, "Ugh. What happened?" His thoughts immediately turn to his companion. "What about Zakum?" A voice cuts through his daze, "Looks like you're finally up." Relief washes over the speaker. What a relief! The figure looms over him, covered in blood. "I thought I'd be leaving without a farewell." Aaron's face contorts in disbelief. "Aaron!" "Don't tell me," he shouts, panic rising. "And no. You can't." Aaron's hand, bloodied and scarred, reaches out. I told you to kill me, but why?" He struggles to say. "Why would you?" Struggling to speak, Aaron hears Devo's chilling words, "No, we had already failed once 800 years ago." Devo continues, revealing a surprising twist, "I am not needed anymore to stop the Black Mage. Rather, Devo, you've got an excellent talent that's incomparable to the one I had when I was your age." "And no. Aaron." He stammers, his face etched with desperation. I can't become like you. Even if it were to take my entire life." Devo's mentor continues, entrusting him with a heavy burden, "Devo, I leave Maple World to you." "I'm sure you'll do great," the mentor's voice echoes, a final encouragement as Devo faces the daunting task ahead. Though injured, Devo's expression hardens as he thinks, since. A voice echoes, declaring, "You're my only disciple." Meanwhile, another voice weakly murmurs, "I'm getting a bit tired, let me rest a bit." Someone urgently calls out, "Aaron. Get a hold of yourself," and then, desperately, "Aaron, wake up." Devo's name is also called out, though the tone is unclear. And so, Aaron died. The narrator somberly states, "I had to tell this news to her friends, the heroes." The wielder of the axe walks forward, the weight of the news heavy on their shoulders. Thus, he set off on that path once again. There was no place for him in this world. There is no place for me in this world without Aaron. It was hell, he thinks, as a swirling inferno surrounds him. He laments, consumed by the inferno, "I failed to protect the newfound purpose I had finally regained. I wasn't able to atone for the sins that I've committed, and I couldn't even fulfill the request made by someone dear to me." Amidst the fiery landscape, a shadowy figure looms before him. "This place was always." The figure begins to say, as the flames intensify. The fiery blast hurtles towards the protagonist, the impact imminent. The fiery explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The world is engulfed in a blinding inferno. The inferno fades, leaving only a stark white void. His eyes snap open. He awakens. He lies in bed, the sound of cracking joints echoing in the room as he stretches. Ah! Big brother, are you awake now? She asks, a pile of clothes in her arms. She admits, I was worried because you wouldn't wake up even though you didn't have injuries. A thought strikes her. Come to think of it, you were also talking in your sleep. Were you having a nightmare? Sitting up in bed, he wonders, a dream. But he can't recall anything about it. A knock echoes from the doorway. Huh, who's that? He wonders aloud. We shouldn't have any visitors. He calls out, yes, I'm coming. A cheerful voice calls out, Big brother, come out. Your guest is here. For me, he wonders, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He leans against the wall, a silent tension filling the air as he awaits his unexpected guest. Devo, we'll be moving forward with our plan. Hurry up and get ready, he commands. A voice from below questions, Boss, don't you ever take a day off? From below, a voice questions his relentless drive. Weren't you resting fine just a while ago? A hob post? The question hangs in the air, its meaning yet unknown. The man recounts the grim details, so that's how all 97 of the members died, and you were able to barely survive with a circle up? A voice confirms, yes, that's right. This bastard, what is he scheming? The man's suspicion is palpable. The man's frustration boils over. So, you don't know anything? He reiterates sternly, let me remind you again that the subjugation payment for this gate will only be given once you bring proper information. The man leans forward, pressing his advantage. Aren't you in need of this mesos? He asks, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Forgive me, then. He mutters, his hand now delving into his pocket. The man looks up, a glint in his eye. Allow me to repay my debts first. A thick wad of cash is slammed down, the sound echoing loudly. His gaze intensifies as he declares, 2 million mesos. That should suffice for everything I owe you. The sudden influx of funds sparks suspicion. Would you look at this? When did he gather this many mesos? One of them exclaims, realizing, we've yet to pay him this much. That means he has another source of income that we haven't found out. And in this timing of all things, the man wonders if he's about to be charged an exorbitant price. Seemingly oblivious, the instructor congratulates him, stating, well, congratulations. With this, you are now a fully fledged and free explorer. A new contract? The instructor holds out a small, intricate compass. The man is then told to suggest a price for the contract. He states, 50 million mesos. The instructor's face contorts in disbelief. What? 50 million, he shouts, his voice laced with incredulity. You crazy. There isn't a single place that would pay that much to a mere C-rank explorer. Then, his hand slides across the table, the sound of movement filling the tense silence. The instructor's hand stops, and a chilling declaration fills the room. Our talk ends here. The instructor grabs his arm, a look of disbelief on the other man's face. Ha! His brow furrowed, the instructor asks, how did it go? He refused once I told him the contract's price, he explains. The instructor, shocked, asks, what? How much did you ask for? The reply comes, 50 million mesos. The instructor explodes, what? 50 million mesos? Boss, are you out of your mind? The man simply replies, nope. Another voice chimes in, annoyed, TCH, you're always starting stuff up without even talking about it. Then, questioning their current situation, the character asks, but why are we here all of a sudden? He then asks, do you know this place? Of course I do. He replies, revealing their location, the slum ground. He reflects on his past, admitting, I've done everything to get out of this place when I was young. Even if his current situation isn't ideal, he considers it heaven compared to this place. He sits alone in the slums, reflecting on the area's faded glory. People say it used to be the most thriving area in Lith Harbor back then, but that's all old talk. He reflects on the area's current state, realizing, now it's just a haven of criminals. It's probably the worst place in Victoria Island, you know, a voice declares as the protagonist and his companion walk through the slums. A shadowy figure beckons, come play with us. He is sent flying backwards, a red energy ripping through the air. Landing hard, he looks up, confusion etched on his face. Ha! He slams into the ground with a resounding kohuk. Another figure stands over him, ready to strike. The opponent towers over him, sword raised high, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Another figure descends, an axe raised high above his head, ready to strike. Shit, and here I thought it was going well, he exclaims, realizing the dire situation. His face contorted in fury, he grits his teeth. This looks like a fight. Let's just go around, he says, sighing, this place never changes. The man's face is inches away, his wide grin displaying his teeth. Good heavens, my dear brothers. Why were you so late, he booms. Whoa, he mutters, taken aback by the sudden outburst. The man continues his tirade, pleading, those bastards have been accusing me of being a thief, and now they've made me like this. Please say something. Tears stream down his face as he cries out, help me. What are you saying? You lunatic, he retorts, clearly angered by the man's plea. He scoffs at the man's attempt to gain sympathy. Calling me brother with that old face of yours, like they'll fall for that. Brothers, huh, good timing, he says, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And you believe that? His face contorted with rage, the man shouts, that younger brother of yours stole and sold off my item. He demands, so I'll let him off the hook if you pay it for him. 3 million mesos. Hand it over right now. Did you even see me steal it? He roars, demanding an answer. What can you even see with those beady eyes of yours? Stop accusing innocent people and get lost. You must really have a death wish, he bellows, his face contorted with rage. The man pauses, a question mark forming in his mind. 3 million mesos, you say? With a cold stare, he declares, I'll pay it for him, so scram. The boss, utterly bewildered, stammers, wait. Why would you do that? His gaze intensifies, a barely audible tch escaping his lips. His expression hardening, he commands, Ralph, follow me. A flicker of confusion crosses his face as he wonders, who? You know me? So you're here, a voice declares. He questions, so you're here because you want to recruit me? What about the mesos? The other man responds, I don't have any for now. That was all I had earlier. He then asks, any merchant groups you're in? He receives a disappointing answer, nothing at the moment. The man scoffs, incredulous. You kidding me? Then why would I be joining your party? Enraged, he demands, why, you little. Then fork over the 3 million mesos from earlier. A smug grin spreads across his face as he retorts, that? Who asked you to pay for me? You're the ones that paid all by yourselves. A stunned what, is the reply. He continues, stating that since they've come this far, they should have a rough idea of what he's capable of. That means you should pay a fitting price for that. His grin widens, the mercenary offering a special discount to join their party, for the small price of 3 million mesos. He then asks, how about it? Before anyone can answer, a voice shouts, RGH. Let me at this fucker. Another voice cuts through the air, more measured, excuse me. Interrupting the exchange, a figure announces, I am Beiju from the Cania merchants. Their gaze sweeps over the group, asking, which one of you is Sir Elpham? A narrowed gaze pierces through the crowd, a palpable intensity radiating from his eyes. Beiju's question is immediately answered. A sinister grin spreads across Elpham's face as he declares, I am Elpham. The man from the Cania merchants visibly recoils, exclaiming, Cania merchants? Elpham continues, an honor to meet you. I've wanted to pay proper respects before meeting you, but there simply was no time. Forgive my rudeness. Elpam continues, informing them, we, in the Kania merchants, highly value your ability in succeeding the 100-man gate subjugation. With that, Elpam declares, as such, I'll be getting straight to the point. Elpam's expression hardens as he reveals his true intention, we would like to scout your party. Elpam elaborates on the scouting offer, of course, there's a formal test in subjugating a gate. We'll offer you a starting payment of 3 million mesos, and 50 million mesos upon completing the test. The offer leaves someone utterly stunned. What? His eye widens in disbelief at the staggering sum. The voice then asks, would you like to join? A sinister smirk spreads across his face. He states ominously, the subjugation will begin at midnight 3 days from now. Then, I wish you good luck. We lucked out, boss, one of his men exclaims, a wide grin on his face. He presents the boss with a large stack of cash. Take it, a voice commands as stacks of cash are thrown forward. His eyes turn to golden coins as he clutches the cash, a manic grin spreading across his face. Here's the contract payment you wanted, a voice states, laying out the terms, 1 year, 7 million mesos for subjugating the gate. The other man, clearly alarmed, stammers, wait, hold on a second. Boss. Are you on something funny? Why would you spend 10 million mesos on that sort of scum, a voice booms. Another voice interjects, let's head out now. We'll be late for our next meeting. A final, panicked voice cries out, what? What else is left, before desperately calling out, boss. Boss, the desperate cry echoes, hanging in the air. His eyes widen in terror as he stares up, fear gripping him. His terror intensifies as he looks up, eyes wide with dread. She crosses her arms, a stern expression hardening her features as she looks up. Be boss. Why is this loud woman here? The thought races through his mind as he stares up in disbelief. Her patience wearing thin, she silences the room with a sharp retort, shut it. I'm just here to uphold my promise. A decisive step. The woman's foot crushes the ground with a resounding thud. Rain lashed down as lightning illuminated the mountains. A voice declared, what wonderful weather to enter the gate. The woman's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she stares at the fiery gate before them. 5 parties, with a total of 50 members. A voice states, before adding, that should be enough to clear this thing, right? The man scoffs, clearly unimpressed. TCH, bringing all those ragtag bunches. He mutters, adding, that's less in for me then, no? Suddenly, a voice booms out, greeting, I am Beiju of the Kania merchants. Beiju's voice cuts through the air, declaring, as you may all have been informed, this gate is in orange grade. Beiju continues, stating that the gate allows a maximum of 50 members with 3 scars. He believes the difficulty is sufficient for everyone present to defeat it. A voice echoes, surprised, I expected the followers, no, the Kania merchants to reach out to me, but who would have thought they'd bring me here? The man wonders aloud, realizing, so this place was being used already. He realizes that, despite the different time frame compared to his previous life, he's already cleared this gate. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A booming voice declares, there are no changes to the plan. The booming voice continues, dictating, please keep in mind that all parties must send out a signal to reassemble once the second gate is found. But one of the others looks up, confused. Second gate. What's that? The hooded figure remains silent, hovering near him. The booming voice then explains that gates are composed of multiple configurations depending on their color, and that there's basically a different gate inside of a gate. Yellow has 3, green has 4, and so on. The booming voice continues, explaining that an orange gate has 2 compositions, meaning a total of 2 explorations. Furthermore, the inside of the second gate is completely different in terms of regions and monsters compared to the first. The protagonist's incredulous what reflects the daunting reality. One of the men shouts for someone to shut up. The man with the axe states, to think you were this much of a greenhorn. I'm quite concerned. He then turns to Elpam, saying he will make things clear for him. The man retorts with a sneer, you may have recruited me, but that doesn't determine our hierarchy. He then questions, wouldn't it be better to choose the party leader based on their skill? A sinister smile creeps across his face. Ha, aren't you the greedy sort, he remarks. He proposes a challenge, stating, fine, let's decide the party leader with the contribution for this gate's subjugation. He thinks to himself, Kiki. Got you now, brat. The moment he becomes the party leader. A sinister grin spreads across his face, sweat beading on his brow. Then, I wish you all luck, the voice declares, leaving their fate hanging in the balance. A massive, glowing portal tears open in the forest as rain pours down. It's finally starting. A character observes, her expression a mix of anticipation and apprehension. It's 50 million mesos if we clear this place, a voice exclaims. Boss, let's just get this 3-scar gate done and over with. Phew, do you think we're here for a picnic? A voice remarks, dripping with sarcasm. I guess I won't be seeing this first circle greenhorn anytime soon. But then, his expression twists in disbelief. What? He exclaims, before shouting, fucking seriously. I can't take this anymore. Bring it on. As the hooded figure steps forward, a voice declares, why would I do it when the result is obvious? I don't do stuff that doesn't make money. Why, that asshole. Why did boss recruit that bastard anyway? The voice exclaims, his anger palpable. Thanks to that, the atmosphere's all gone to shit. He continues, before muttering a confused, huh. He lies defeated, a massive axe looming over him. His eyes widen in terror as the killing blow descends. Cake off. Help, he cries out, the monster's axe falling towards him. Everyone, focus and maintain your formations. It's over if we split, a voice shouts, desperately trying to rally the team. Run. It's the evil eyes, the warning shouts, the urgency palpable. The monsters native to Alinea, they are characterized by their distinct cyclopean eye and their means of movement with their 2 arms. The ground trembles as the evil eye descends. The evil eye slams down, the impact echoing with a sickening kohuk. Pinned between the monster's teeth, he shouts, what the hell is this? The evil eye unleashes a piercing shriek. A surge of golden energy erupts, throwing the hero back. The evil eye's spiky appendage hurtles towards the downed hero. It closes in. Phew. Let's keep our cool, damn it, he mutters, trying to regain composure. But then, a realization dawns on him, this can't be. The gate entrance is at the center of the pack? A monstrous shriek pierces the air. The monsters unleash a terrifying roar. Engulfed in flames, a searing heat radiates outwards. The hooded figure retaliates, wielding a fiery staff against the approaching monster. The hooded figure realizes, no, back then, the evil eyes didn't swarm to the entrance the moment I entered. It's a different pattern compared to my previous life. The hooded figure unleashes a powerful rising sun attack. The monster howls in pain, as the hooded figure's attack lands. It avoided that? The hooded figure exclaims, clearly surprised that their attack missed. The monster dodges the attack with incredible speed. Again, he shouts, frustration evident in his eyes as the monster evades another strike. What is this movement? I can't predict it at all. He thinks, struggling to keep up with the monster's unpredictable attacks. Cock, the monster roars, its unpredictable movements continuing to overwhelm him. He grits his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth, as the monster's attack continues to overwhelm him. The monster's claws descend, a barrage of attacks overwhelming him. A look of shock crosses his face. The monster's attack connects, and the hero's eyes widen in terror. SFX, thud. Pinned down, the hero grits his teeth, shouting, "This is driving me crazy." The force of the blow sends him hurtling downwards. He plummets. He braces for impact, a look of shock on his face. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards. He is sent hurtling through the air, a trail of dark liquid spraying behind him. As he flies, a voice declares, "So that's already 2 outs for the greenhorn, and 1 for the tight ass." His face bruised and bloodied, he struggles to focus. Despite the injuries, he grins, raising a fist crackling with energy. Thrilling as always. No need to thank me. He strides forward, muttering, just keep acting like that from here on out. So that I can be in the spotlight, hee hee. A sudden realization dawns on someone nearby. So that's the man's true skill. A close-up reveals a character's dirt-streaked face, a bead of sweat trickling down. I hate to admit it, but as expected, a third circle is different. A monstrous face contorts in rage, screaming, "Killer!" A flurry of purple energy erupts as he strikes, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the area. The air crackles with energy as the blow lands. The monster lunges, its massive form blurring as it closes in. Its movement may be irregular, but that's all there is to it. The monster's attack continues, the narrator stating, "For now, the two greenhorns are done and over, so the only one remaining is." The monster's attack lands, a brutal strike connecting with its target. Alpum combines his fire arrow with psychokinesis, skills that are sure to attract the attention of the Cania merchants. I don't know about boss fights, but his mobbing speed is extremely faster than me, a character thinks, clearly surprised by his opponent's skill. The realization dawns, then that guy is. The opponent's grotesque features are revealed, his single eye wide with a predatory intensity. An intense glare emanates from the single eye, a beam of light cutting through the air. He struck, a blow sending him reeling, teeth bared in pain or defiance. The force of the blow registers, definitely useful. Even as he struck, a thought surfaces, 50 million mesos as a contract fee isn't a fortune that anyone can easily receive. The hero realizes, and considering the attitude the merchant group showed him, they may even give him more in the future. I can see it, he exclaims, seemingly having found something. His eyes widen, a glint of gold reflecting in his pupil. His vision is filled with gold coins and gems. I can see myself swimming in mesos after I take over this party, he declares. He raises a massive gem above his head, a manic grin plastered across his face. Coins swirl around him as he imagines his impending victory. He stands amidst a mountain of gold, a testament to his avarice. Ha ha ha. The woman charges forward, sword drawn, her face contorted in fury. That monster, he's just having all the fun in the world. A purple, monstrous fist hurtles towards him. Kaya ha ha. This is exhilarating, the woman exclaims, her monstrous eye gleaming with manic glee. She utters a single, chilling word, "Killer." Cuck, he gasps, reeling from the blow. What? He is sent flying backwards from the force of her blow. Staggering, he demands, what was that underhanded attack for? He glares at his opponent, adding, "Are you picking a fight with me?" "No need to thank me," she declares. The man, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught, shouts, "What kind of nonsense?" The barrage of blue energy tears through the battlefield, obliterating the man's defenses. Blue energy rips through the air, shattering the man's defenses into pieces. Staggering back, he shouts, "What was that just now? Which bastard?" The force of the blow sends him flying backwards. The force sends him hurtling backwards through the air, a vast army of humanoid figures and monstrous beasts stretching out before him. He continues to be hurled backwards, the speed accentuated by motion lines. The force continues to send him hurtling backwards, a blue energy weapon flashing past. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes unleashes a barrage of blue energy blasts. "Over there," he mutters, his gaze narrowing as he spots something in the distance. He sprints forward, staff in hand, as grotesque monsters close in. A blinding flash erupts. The ground shatters in the wake of the explosion. The creature's face contorts in a grotesque snarl as the blast rips through it. A blinding flash obscures the creature's form, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outward. Eyes narrowed, he prepares for the next strike. He already fired it, he thinks, bracing himself against the creature's advance. A wave of shock washes over him as the hooded figure advances, glowing eyes piercing the darkness. The hooded figure unleashes a fiery blast, catching him completely off guard. The blast explodes outwards, engulfing everything in a fiery inferno. The world is consumed by the intense heat of the explosion. Despite the explosion, he blocked the attack with an evil eye and retaliated. What a genius idea and bold execution, a voice comments. Boss! Watch out, a warning cry rings out. Boss! Watch out, someone shouts, but it's too late. He can only think what, as the attack comes. Too late, the warning arrives as the attack strikes. It came from the other side, he realizes, just as the barrage of energy spears hurtles towards him. Boss, someone yells, but the attack has already landed. The spears strike with a whistling sound. What's going on? Didn't my attack? Someone wonders aloud, clearly confused. Didn't my attack definitely land? He wonders, looking down at his injured arm in disbelief. Attack suddenly came from behind, a voice warns. Help him! It's dangerous here. We have to run away now. Roaring in fury, the warrior's face contorts in rage. Run, he questions, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. Blades of energy streak across the landscape. Energy blades rain down upon them. The hooded figure stands ready, staff in hand, as the others brace for the onslaught. A single, bright blue drop falls. Streaks of blue energy erupt, tearing through the air. Shit. Run, he yells, panic etched on his face. But it's too late. A fatal blow strikes him from below. Cuck. The energy pierces him, and he cries out in agony, quack. He screams in agony, aagh. The attack tears through him. The attack continues to rip through him, the force of it almost unbearable. The golden energy continues to tear through him. Solar slash. The energy continues to rip through him. The woman shouts, "What are you doing? Start running towards the forest if you want to live." He shouts back, "We would have gone there if we could." How are we supposed to go there when it's cramped with evil eyes, he argues, sword raised against the encroaching threat. A blinding flash erupts as the hero clashes against the encroaching magical assault. The magical assault slams into him, and he cries out in pain. Quack! Struggling to his feet amidst the fiery chaos, he gasps, the path. His eyes widen as he realizes, opened up. The path now open, an armored figure declares, "I'll be heading in first." Enough hesitating and get moving, she yells, seemingly impatient with the others. With a burst of speed, he launches himself forward into the fiery corridor. Chapter 25 begins. His foot slams down onto the ground, narrowly missing a discarded blade. Ah, he yells, unleashing a burst of speed. He moves in a blur of speed, leaving trails of blue energy in his wake. The world warps around him as he continues to accelerate. The air cracks as he's sent reeling back, bloodied and bruised. A desperate warning rings out, "Boss! At this rate, everyone's going to die." Despite his injuries, he presses forward, a fiery blade extending from his hand. A blinding flash erupts, filling the space with searing light. The world explodes in a cataclysmic burst. Through the chaos, a voice cuts through, "Devo. Listen up." Devo's eyes widen in shock. A realization dawns on Devo. He instantly figured out my location, he wonders, before adding, "I see." An intense barrage of energy arrows hurtles toward Devo. As the energy arrows close in, Devo realizes, "I understand why Lord Ivok's concerns weren't an exaggeration." With a swift turn, the cloaked figure delivers a parting blow. "Elpum, was it? Sorry about this. Farewell." The barrage of energy spears sends Elpum hurtling backwards. The force of the energy spears sends Elpum flying backwards. The energy spears continue their relentless assault. Straining to comprehend the speed, Elpum wonders, what kind of magician is that fast? Suddenly, a realization dawns on Elpum. Wait, 6. One's missing. Suddenly, Elpum realizes who is missing, the one who uses a polearm. Eyes wide with alarm, Elpum draws back his bow, ready to fire. A burst of flames erupts before Elpum, forcing him to shield his face. The flames explode outward, engulfing the space before him. The explosion intensifies, the force of the blast sending shockwaves outward. Through the inferno, a figure emerges, his gaze unwavering amidst the chaos. Through the flames, a system message rings out, "I've confirmed that the attack landed this time." With a confident stride, he declares, "All right." How the disguise plan was a success, he exclaims, a smug grin on his face. "It's all thanks to me for dragging out." His boast is abruptly cut short as a blade pierces through him. A brutal strike fells him. "Devo," the attacker shouts, standing over the fallen figure. His eyes widen in disbelief, a question mark looming over him as he falls. A blue, energy-like blade hurtles toward him. The energy blade strikes, ripping through his shoulder. More energy blades rain down, striking all around him. "In no way," he cries out, as more energy blades pierce him. "Helaagh. Damn it, run properly," he shouts, struggling to escape the relentless rain of energy blades. Another pained cry escapes him as the relentless assault continues. Another energy blade slices past, drawing blood. He's clearly struggling to evade the relentless barrage. He grits his teeth, desperately trying to block the incoming attack. He cries out as the relentless energy blades strike. Amidst the relentless barrage, a voice booms out, "Get a hold of yourselves." The energy blades tear through the landscape. "How tiresome." "I wasn't planning to act like a dad," he mutters, gritting his teeth. Then, a name escapes him, a question hanging in the air, "Ralph." The figure speeds through the forest, a trail of energy following him. "Run as much as you want," a voice booms. "You can't escape from my sight anyway." Energy crackles as he unleashes a flurry of attacks. His target can't escape his sight, nor his power. His eyes widen. "That's," he exclaims, seemingly in disbelief. "Just what kind of plan is it that?" He begins to question, the sound of crackling energy punctuating his words. "I don't know either." "Just shut up and do as the boss says," one of them barks out, clearly annoyed. Another voice chimes in, "I'm really getting annoyed at your attitude when you're the one who's dying." The two figures clash in a burst of speed and energy. The force of the collision sends leaves scattering as the two sides meet head-on. The impact sends shockwaves through the group. Each of them shows a mixture of shock and pain. Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out in disbelief, "A second gate? Impossible. Could it be?" Elpham knew about its location, a voice exclaims, panic rising. Wounded and weary, he grits his teeth, muttering, "Well, now I'm safe thanks to that." Grinning despite his injuries, he calculates, "I'm about 100 meters away from the enemy. Then I should be able to enter the gate faster than the arrows can reach us." But a voice cuts through his calculations, questioning, "Wait. You're not thinking of entering the second gate without the boss, right?" Another voice retorts, "Huh? Don't you think that's Elpham's plan for leading us here?" An order rings out, "Once we head in first and wait for that bastard to come." He roars, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. The energy blasts explode outward, sending debris flying. He groans, lying prone amidst the scattered debris. Staggering to his feet, he wonders aloud, "What's going on? How did the attacks come from the front?" He then questions if they could have been outrun in such a short amount of time. He narrowly dodges two energy blasts that streak past him. Another barrage of energy blasts erupts from the staff, forcing him to evade once more. "This is," he exclaims, now facing a barrage of crimson spikes. He recognizes the weapon. The polearm that the boss took. "As I thought, he is saving you," the man realizes, polearm in hand. The man stands firm, polearm in hand, ready to face the approaching figures. Bloody and bruised, he grits his teeth. "Ah! Fuck!" he cries out as he's sent flying. He slams into a barrier, a fiery glow emanating from within. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outward. The barrier shatters in a burst of light. With the barrier gone, a portal of swirling orange energy now stands open. Sweat beads on his brow, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The Last Adventurer. The Last Adventurer, Episode 26. The forest air vibrates with a menacing tremor. A blinding flash erupts as the attack lands, accompanied by a strangled cry of pain. Heek! The force of the blow sends him crashing downwards, a spray of dark liquid erupting from the point of impact. TCH. Evil eyes again. He mutters, his thoughts racing. Why isn't he making a move? Is he planning to find me by dragging out time whilst staying hidden? Eyes narrowed, he prepares to fire an arrow, muttering, "Fool." Very well, try your best to struggle as I play along with your scheme. Elpum, he declares, seemingly confident in his strategy. A flashback begins, on the day of the 13th year since I was taken in by Lord Ivok. The flashback reveals a brutal past, a selection process where only 5 out of 300 assassins would survive, forced to kill each other. And during the bloodbath that continued on for 7 days. The flashback continues, revealing a rain-soaked figure standing over a fallen body, a bloody knife clutched in his hand. The flashback continues, not a single one of them found me even in their last moments, he recalls. So Lord Ivok had bestowed me with the title of Ghost. The flashback intensifies, focusing on his piercing gaze, now with an unnatural green glow. A blinding light erupts, accompanied by the sharp sound of impact. The energy explodes outward, tearing through everything in its path. Debris flies as the shockwave continues to rip through the landscape. His face contorted in frustration, he realizes, another miss. Another energy blast streaks past, narrowly missing the cloaked figure perched high above. Another strike misses its mark, the energy blast exploding against the structure behind the cloaked figure. This time, a barrage of sharp projectiles streaks toward the cloaked figure. "Oh, not bad," he remarks, deflecting the projectiles with ease. Leaping from the tree branch, the cloaked figure evades another volley. The cloaked figure fires a volley of energy bolts, but a voice warns, "But you should have taken into account that your location would be discovered with that attack." The energy bolts strike, obliterating the surrounding trees. A stunned silence follows the devastating attack. The barrage of energy explodes around the cloaked figure, throwing him back. His face contorts in pain as he is engulfed by the blast. "What?" he exclaims, amidst the explosion. He realizes the attack was a smokescreen. That bastard, did he use psychokinesis to hide his location? He scoffs, resorting to useless schemes. Ha! He hits the ground hard, blades of energy erupting around him. Energy blades tear through the environment. He clicks his tongue in annoyance as a blade of energy hurtles toward him. He braces himself, conjuring a glowing blue blade to meet the oncoming energy. The two energy blades collide in a burst of light and force. The archer's shot connects, resulting in a massive explosion. "Shit, my vision," he cries out, momentarily blinded by the explosion. "Damn it," he shouts, narrowly dodging another fiery blast. Another explosion erupts, filling the air with fire and debris. He struck, a guttural cuck, escaping his lips as he's sent flying backwards through the fiery blast. Staggering, he manages to stay upright, but the name Elpum escapes his lips in disbelief. "Would you look at that?" he remarks, observing something on his gauntlet. "Fine. This is getting interesting," he declares, a hint of excitement in his voice. A cloud of dust erupts around him. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination etched on his face. He's deep within the forest now, the sounds of battle echoing around him. The sounds of battle fade away. It's suddenly quiet, he realizes. Did he decide to seriously hide, he wonders? Things have become bothersome. He's surprised his opponent could hide his presence to the point of being completely undetectable. He recalls, there was no one as skilled as him in this gate in my previous life. Then he must be an assassin sent from Kania. He realizes. He wonders if the future truly changed once he entered the 100-man gate. A voice booms, calling out, "Come forward, Elpum." The protagonist's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He gasps, a realization dawning on him. From the other side, he wonders aloud. "Don't you already know this?" "Let's not waste each other's time," the voice declares, impatient. "There's nothing you can do by continuing to hide like a coward," the voice booms, taunting him. I've heard plenty of rumors about your fearless antics, the voice taunts, but were you just an ordinary coward after all? Laughter echoes, mocking his unseen opponent. Suddenly, the hero emerges, his hand outstretched. It's him, he exclaims, finally revealing himself. He charges forward, but confusion clouds his face. What's going on? It's impossible to not make a single sound while traveling across this distance, he thinks, a chilling realization dawning on him. Could it be teleportation? The hero realizes, then is it blink shot? His opponent stands ready, bow drawn, a faint shimmer around him. The enemy's eyes lock on, a predatory gleam in them. Found you, he declares, the words a chilling promise. A barrage of glowing projectiles streaks toward the hero, filling the air with deadly light. Eyes wide with alarm, he braces for the incoming attack. The projectiles strike, engulfing the snowy landscape in a blinding explosion of light. The explosion intensifies, a searing flash consuming everything. The world fades to white as the explosion reaches its peak. The force of the blast sends them flying, their screams lost in the inferno. Wounded and furious, he grits his teeth, blood dripping from his face. Damn it! We went through, while leaving boss behind. He explodes in anger, his face contorted with rage. You think someone told me to do that? Why the hell are you making a fuss with me? Shitty punk bastard. How is he supposed to fight all by himself? He mutters, still clearly enraged. A voice then questions if the boss stayed behind because he has a plan of his own. Wounded in facing his opponent, he pauses, confusion etched on his bloodied face. Ha! He finds himself on the ground, surrounded by skulls. The hero, now on his hands and knees, looks around in disbelief. What the hell are these? Wasn't this a gate with 3 scars? What's with this mountain of corpses? A voice echoes, revealing a startling truth. There were more than 100 parties here, not just 3 of them. Wounded and enraged, he realizes the truth. Damn, those Kania bastards. I finally got it. This was all staged. The pieces fall into place. It was the sudden recruitment offer, the immediate trolling on the first gate, the mismatched number of corpses and scars. Don't you still get it? A voice taunts. The rain intensifies as the truth is revealed. Kania are followers of the Black Mage. See, could Kania really be? He wonders aloud, the realization dawning on him. They lured in explorers who were a hindrance, and even sent an assassin. Elpham was right, they took the bait. Sweat beads on his brow as he interrupts, followers, ha. Sorry for interrupting your interesting talk, but how about we save the conversation for later? Bloodied and enraged, he declares, cause the master of this house looks pretty pissed off. His companions look on in terror. A towering figure emerges from the shadows, his eyes burning with an eerie blue light. A monstrous roar rips through the air. She collapses to her knees, her sword clattering to the ground beside her. Towering over her, a monstrous figure with glowing blue eyes appears. What in the world, is that the boss monster here? The monstrous figure grins, a dark humor in his eyes. Drat, looks like I have to pay the rent this time. He continues, look, count yourselves lucky, because this. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he holds up a glowing artifact. Isn't something I show to anyone, he declares. He clenches his fist, ready to unleash the artifact's power. Ralph as a person can be defined as such. A complete asshole, he yells, his face contorted in rage. He continues his tirade, calling Ralph a lousy douchebag. He continues to insult Ralph, now calling him a money grubber and trash. But if Ralph were to be defined as an explorer? The voice continues, leaving the audience hanging. He's pretty useful, the voice concludes. Forget his other traits, but his skill alone is extraordinary. Ralph's sinister grin spreads as he clutches a bloody piece of meat, a gleaming knife held menacingly in his hand. That bastard, he's probably. The voice begins, cut off by another, deeper voice finishing the thought, the best, Bishop. Ralph's grin widens, the sinister question hanging in the air, healer in the third circle? A surge of golden light erupts, accompanied by the word, heal. The healer shouts, "Heal," as green energy envelopes the wounded man. His expression shifts from pain to shock. The green energy swirls around his hands. "And my wounds got cured instantly," he exclaims, astonished by the sudden recovery. As the green energy fades, a realization dawns: he wasn't a buccaneer, but a bishop? His eyes widen in disbelief. Then, that was without even using a skill. He realizes the implications of the bishop's power now terrifyingly clear. The bishop continues his relentless assault. A sinister grin spreads across the bishop's face. "If you're all healed up, then get ready," he taunts, adding, "Shouldn't you work to earn your keep?" The bishop's taunts continue, as he observes, "Seems like this one's ready to go as well." A monstrous form erupts, its single, glowing eye burning with intense power. The monstrous figure roars, its voice booming, "So show off your skills now." "What? You jerk," someone shouts as a massive fist slams down, the impact shattering the ground. He's sent flying backward, barely dodging the attack. "Damn it! That crazy son of a bitch!" Barely clinging to the rocks, he narrowly avoids being swallowed whole by the monstrous beast. The monstrous beast lunges, its glowing eyes burning with rage. The beast roars, the sound waves vibrating intensely through the air. The hero barely manages to deflect the beast's massive jaws with his weapon. "What are you looking at?" he shouts, bracing his weapon against the monster's attack. The monster roars, "Kuogh," as the battle intensifies. His blade flashes with golden light as he clashes against the monster's attack. The monster's massive paw slams down. He's sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The beast roars, "Qua," as a beam of energy erupts from its mouth. He's sent hurtling backwards through the air, a speech bubble indicating his shock. The force of the blast sends him crashing into something solid. The impact slams him into the side of a massive, grotesque creature. The beast roars, its massive form filling his vision. The force of the impact sends him hurtling away. "Honestly, you're such a handful," the beast exclaims as the hero is sent flying with a pained cry. As he flies through the air, a heal notification appears. Even as he's sent hurtling backwards, a surge of healing energy washes over him. "He's something else," someone exclaims, realizing that the healer isn't just supporting from the rear. He's also acting as a frontline. The timing of the heal is impeccable. When we're unable to continue fighting. "Oops. I forgot to mention this," he says, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "The first one was free of charge." The figure declares, "But from here on, you better pay up." With a sinister grin, he begins chanting "Bless," golden energy erupting from the book in his hands. "This is," she gasps, bracing herself as the golden energy surges toward her. His grin widens, a surge of power coursing through him. "I can feel power rising from my body," he exclaims. "That'll be 100 mesos per use," he shouts, a predatory grin spreading across his face. The impact reverberates. The beast roars, its massive jaws wide open. "It's finally over." A voice echoes, as silhouettes fall through the air. "Ha! What a horrible foe!" He sneers, a cruel smile twisting his lips. That was SOSO. Now, how?" A monstrous roar erupts, "Qua." But even as the sound fades, he's already thinking ahead. "How about we start calculating my pay? I'll send you off," he declares, but then hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Soon, a flurry of icy shards explodes outward. The ice shatters, sending shards flying in every direction. The hunter stands his ground, facing the monstrous beast. A desperate plea begins to form. Don't tell me," he cries out, fear etched on his face as a bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. The beast's jaws snap shut. The massive beast looms over them, its glowing eyes burning with chilling intensity. A powerful strike lands. The force of the blow sends him reeling, a spray of blood flying from his mouth. A barrage of energy spears rains down. The spears of energy slam into the ground around him, explosions erupting with each impact. He dives forward, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Something strange. I can't figure out where his attacks come from. He finishes, still pondering the source of the attacks. The secret to his opponent's movements is revealed, the blink shot teleportation skill, available to third circle bowmen. The mystery is solved. It's the blink shot skill, allowing the user to return to a previously marked position. If only one mark can be maintained, shouldn't that sort of attack be impossible? Didn't I tell you that is useless, he shouts, mocking his opponent. I'm about to yawn just by how slow you are. A massive, fiery orb hurtles toward him. The fiery attack blazes toward him, prompting a desperate question. Kiki, where the hell are you aiming? The archer takes aim, his warning cutting through the air. If you continue to waste your skills like that. The archer's warning intensifies. You'll get yourself in a mana shock. Dark energy erupts from his mouth, a visible manifestation of the impending mana shock. Ignoring the impending mana shock, he fires a volley of arrows. It looks like he's trying to distract me with his skills and escape to the second gate. He realizes. Explosions erupt as he declares, Kiki, not gonna let that happen. Wounded and struggling, he grits his teeth, realizing, damn it, I can't continue fighting against an enemy whom I don't even know where he is. He realizes it's over if he gets caught in a mana shock, but he thinks, but before that. He's struck by a powerful blow. A sickening crack echoes as he's sent flying. Despite the brutal impact, he clutches a potion tightly in his hand. Despite the onslaught of attacks, he thinks, I don't have any luxury to think. He forces the potion down, thinking, if that's the case, then I have to gamble. A flame orb erupts, engulfing the area in a fiery explosion. A flame orb explodes, the fiery blast engulfing everything. Kiki. Fool. A voice taunts as a blade cuts through the fiery explosion. He bursts through the flames, moving with incredible speed. His gaze intensifies, a piercing green eye focused on an unseen target. A flurry of motion surrounds him, the clash of metal echoing through the air. Blades clash in a blinding storm of sparks. What in the... 6 shots, he exclaims, narrowly dodging the volley of arrows. A blinding flash erupts. He fired off the most number of attacks he could do as a third circle in the middle of a mana shock, he thinks, clutching his weapon, bloodied but determined. A wave of energy surges outward. Is he planning on self-destructing? He coughs, bloodied and bruised, the strain of the attack evident. Kook. Energy crackles around his hand as he declares, if I'm right, your secret. I'll forcibly drag it out. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash engulfing the scene. The energy erupts, a blinding flash consuming everything around him. Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out, he's firing off indiscriminately without even knowing my location? The speaker continues, furious, that crazy bastard. He's completely lost his mind. The indiscriminate barrage continues, a magical orb hurtling towards the speaker's location. The magical orb streaks through the air, closing in with terrifying speed. A green arrow intercepts the incoming magical orb, a burst of energy erupting upon impact. The arrow and magical orb collide, creating a massive explosion. Despite the explosion, he grits his teeth, blood trickling from his wounds. Not yet. It's not over yet. A surge of power erupts, shaking the very landscape. Blazing energy explodes outward, scattering debris and shaking the earth. A voice cries out, hold on. Just a bit more. Straining against the immense pressure, he grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hold on. Just a bit more, he shouts. How pathetic, he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. Did you think I'd be hit by an attack like that? The hero lies defeated, his body riddled with dark thorns. Your fate is sealed now, a voice declares. Die as your body writhes in pain from the mana shock. Dark thorns erupt from the ground around the hero's leg, impaling him further. The thorns explode outwards, the force of the mana shock ripping through the earth. He cries out in pain, blood streaming down his face. The mana shock intensifies, the world around them consumed by a blinding light. His face is now marred with deep, bloody gashes. a powerful blow lands. A fiery explosion erupts. The explosion reveals a massive, intricate seal. A wave of heat washes over the protagonist as he looks up in shock. Through the flames, a figure strides forward, weapon in hand. The flames rage, consuming the landscape. A close-up reveals a character's shocked expression as they utter, "Huh?" Plunging through the inferno, he cries out, "WH what?" As the inferno rages around him, he realizes the whole area is on fire. That lunatic. Don't tell me he planned all this. Panic rising, he thinks, this is bad. I'm going to burn to death at this rate. Spotting an escape, he cries out. There! The open fields. He knows he needs to get there, and fast. Wait! An open space. He thinks, hope flickering in his eyes. But suspicion quickly follows. There's no way it just conveniently happened to. His hope quickly turns to dread. And no, he cries, realizing it was all a trap. Suddenly, a warning cry echoes, "Go back! It's a trap!" Ignoring the warning, he continues his headlong rush forward, flames licking at his cloak. He stops short, eyes wide with shock. "Big brother? What do you mean?" he asks, clearly confused. A fist, crackling with energy, flies toward him. "Cuck," he cries out, his eyes widening in disbelief. He cries out as a massive energy attack slams into him. "Big brother," a voice cries out. "Shit," he curses, unleashing a blast of energy. He's knocked off balance by the force of the attack. He cries out as he's sent flying. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air, surrounded by a vortex of fire. "One down," booms a voice, as the injured man crashes down, bloodied and beaten. The Last Adventurer. The Last Adventurer, Chapter 28. The sword cleaves through the fiery barrier. "One down," booms a voice as the adventurer, bloodied but unbowed, continues his assault. His sword continues its descent, poised to strike another foe. Eyes narrowed in fierce determination, the adventurer brings his weapon down with brutal force. Erg! The blade slams into the earth, sending rocks flying. The adventurer grunts as his blade strikes the ground, sending debris scattering. His golden eyes widen in disbelief. A gloved hand reaches down, the adventurer lies defeated below. A final blow lands. The adventurer is struck. The adventurer is sent crashing to the ground, blood splattering across his face. Spitting blood, he grits his teeth. "I don't have much time. I need to finish this quickly." A flurry of attacks rains down, each blow punctuated by a sharp crack. He struggles to catch his breath. He's sent flying backwards, his eyes wide with pain as he crashes through the ground. He launches himself back into the fray, spear aimed directly at his opponent. Arrows rain down, piercing through his defenses. The clash sends shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow sends him flying back, a pained cuck, escaping his lips. He grits his teeth, swinging his weapon with desperate speed. He cries out in pain, blood dripping from his face. "You ugh!" A clawed hand descends with terrifying speed. Blue energy crackles as the hero is struck. The hero is sent flying backwards, crashing through the debris. "Get up, Nier," a voice shouts, urging him to fight on. His face bloodied and bruised, Nier grits his teeth against the pain. He can't use offensive spells anymore, a voice declares. Blue energy crackles around the masked figure, as a new command rings out, "Finish him." A blue, spectral scythe materializes, poised to strike. The spectral scythe hurtles towards its target. A dagger, he exclaims, eyes widening as the spectral scythe is deflected by a smaller, bladed weapon. He prepares to fight with psychokinesis, thinking, is he planning to fight with psychokinesis since it uses up less mana? The hero is struck, the impact throwing him back. A brutal strike connects. He is sent flying backward from the sheer force. The hero is sent reeling, a look of shock on his face as he's sent hurtling backwards. Ugh, he groans, struggling to maintain his footing amidst a flurry of attacks. A flurry of blows descends, each strike a burst of vibrant energy. The barrage continues, a storm of energy threatening to overwhelm him. The masked archer unleashes a torrent of energy arrows. "Enough with your petty tricks," he shouts. The attack lands, the energy blast exploding directly in his face. The archer cries out as the blast engulfs him. Despite the blast, the archer retaliates, a glowing energy forming in his hand. His sword, crackling with blue energy, is brought to bear. The archer's barrage of arrows meets the swordsman's defense head-on, the clash echoing through the air. A desperate cry rips through the air as the swordsman closes in. What kind of magician goes for close combat? Despite his injuries, the magician grits his teeth, a surge of power emanating from his hand. "I can't give them any openings." SFX, whoosh. The magician's counterattack gains momentum. His counterattack manifests as a blade wreathed in crackling energy. The energy blade streaks forward, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The hero is sent hurtling backwards by the force of his own attack. The blade continues its trajectory, a blur of motion. The sword spins away, clattering against the ground. A pained quack escapes him as he's sent reeling. He struck again, the force of the blow sending him staggering back. Another blow lands, and the hero is visibly wounded, blood splattering as he's struck by what appears to be arrows. His eyes widen in pain and shock. "Nice," the unseen attacker shouts, clearly relishing the hero's pain. The attacker shouts, "You're the best, big brother," as the hero is sent flying. He is sent hurtling through the air, the impact blurring his vision. A spear whistles through the air, aimed directly at him. He slams his sword down with incredible force, bracing for the incoming spear. His blade connects, a blue arc of energy slicing through the incoming spears. His opponent is sent flying back, defeated. With a manic grin, he taunts, "What can you do with just one arm?" He's immediately struck, blood splattering as the enemy's attack lands. A sharp blade hurtles towards him, eliciting a shocked reaction. Shit, he cries out, the blade now inches from his face. "I got you," the attacker questions, as the blade makes contact. A piercing scream erupts as the blade finds its mark. "Why, you stupid fucker? Let go of me," he snarls, teeth bared in pain and fury. "Do you want holes in your body again?" the voice threatens. A hand, radiating golden light, clenches tightly. A blinding explosion erupts as arrows rain down. The figure, bloodied and enraged, screams, "Why, you crazy son of a bitch? Wait, wait, wait. No. Run," a voice screams. The warning comes amidst a fiery explosion. The explosion erupts as someone cries out, "Near." The explosion continues. The explosion intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast sends him flying backwards. A pained grunt escapes him as he's blasted away. Landing hard, he coughs, the force of the blast clearly taking its toll. Struggling to draw breath, he gasps, I can't breathe." Struggling to rise, he thinks, at this rate. Stumbling forward, he exclaims, what is this?" A surge of energy erupts, the ground ablaze. A massive barrier of energy materializes. The figure is thrown back by the force of the barrier. Staggering from the impact, he cries out, "Shit. Where's Big Brother?" He's sent hurtling back through the air, flames erupting around him. Flames engulf the air as he's blasted backward once more. The force of the blast sends him reeling, his expression one of pure pain. The impact reverberates. A spear hurtles toward him, wreathed in fire. "You're about to die anyway." His face contorted in rage, he screams, "You're about to die anyway." The fiery spear strikes, sending him crashing down. "Die," he screams, as the world turns red. SFX, whoosh. "It's getting dispelled," he shouts, realizing the tables are turning. Engulfed in flames, he plummets, questioning, what happened? Could it be? His eyes widen in shock as a blinding light engulfs him. The light intensifies as a voice cries out, "Near." He collapses amidst the flames, his sword clattering beside him. "Get a hold of yourself, Near," a voice urgently commands. The world spins, a blurry mix of light and shadow. Now isn't the time, one of them shouts, amidst the blazing forest. We've taken too much time. Let's hurry and retrieve the phoenix feather. His armored arm lies outstretched on the scorched earth, bloodied and battered. His eyes widen in disbelief. Near, he gasps, recognizing the figure before him. The figure, eyes glowing with an eerie light, lunges, blade aimed directly at him. The blade hurtles towards him, accompanied by a deafening whoosh. Blood splatters as the blade cuts through the air. The blade slices through, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. More blood sprays out. The bloodied blade falls to the ground with a clang. He struggles to breathe, blood streaking his face. Ha! He lies defeated amongst the fallen, the fiery landscape a testament to the battle's intensity. A vast, snow-covered mountain range dominates the horizon. A deafening crack echoes across the mountains. A monstrous roar rips through the air. Koa-ak! The hero is sent flying, a pained Kohuk, escaping his lips as he crashes against the ice. The hero is sent skidding across the ice, the force of the blow evident. The hero cries out as the monster looms over him, ready to strike again. The monster soars through the air, closing in for another attack. Cuck, he grunts, teeth bared in pain. The monster roars, its crystal spikes glinting menacingly as it descends. The monster descends with terrifying speed. Kua, the monster bellows as it hurtles downward. He plummets toward the crystalline beast below. The crystalline beast's massive jaws open wide, ready to swallow him whole. The beast roars, Kua! Its massive jaws are inches away. He dodges the attack with a burst of speed. Too slow, he taunts. A blinding flash erupts as the hero unleashes a powerful strike. The hero's strike connects in a burst of light and force. The hero recoils, battered and bruised. What the hell? Why's it so tough? He exclaims, clearly struggling against the force of the impact. He strains against the immense power, his face contorted in a desperate struggle. The hero cries out in pain as the monstrous wolf's jaws close in. Ugh! Why, you bastard, he manages to choke out through gritted teeth. A surge of power erupts as he unleashes a solar slash. The attack lands, a resounding KUOGH echoing as the recipient reels from the blow. With the blow landed, he declares, that's one payment down. The beast roars in pain, a guttural KUAGH, escaping its maw. The beast is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The hero is sent crashing through a wave of ice, a pained Kohuk, escaping him. The beast crashes down, creating a shockwave of ice and snow. The beast descends, a plume of ice erupting on impact. The beast roars, quaff. A shockwave explodes outward. Suddenly, a surge of healing energy washes over the battlefield. The protagonist charges forward, propelled by the surge of healing energy. Eyes wide with determination, he shouts, "Oi, punk! Is there a way to defeat that thing? At this rate." He then yells, "Back!" The target of his warning is confused. What? What do you mean by back? A massive force descends, the air itself seeming to crack under the pressure. Ugh! Do you even know how big this guy is? Just say it clearly. The character's frustration is palpable as the immense scale of their opponent becomes terrifyingly apparent. Shut up and get its attention right now, he yells, bracing himself for the incoming attack. That way, I can get as close to its weak point as possible, he declares, a strategy forming against the icy behemoth. The attack lands, a blinding flash erupting from the point of impact. Now! Hurry, he shouts, urging himself forward as the winged figure descends with a weapon raised high. The ground rushes up to meet them as they plummet. They are engulfed by a mass of blue crystals as they fall. SFX, whoosh! The force of the impact sends him flying, a pained cry escaping his lips. Skidding across the ground, he struggles to regain his footing. As he's sent hurtling through the air, his opponent taunts, "Shit, did you notice? So you weren't a huge oaf after all, huh?" He cries out as he's sent flying. He slams into the ground with tremendous force. The impact shatters the ground. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The hero collapses, defeated. As the hero falls, a desperate cry rings out, "Ralph, quick! Heal!" The monster roars, its icy breath frosting the air. The monster's attack shatters the ground. The warrior cries out, "Devo," as his ally is sent reeling from the monster's attack. The monster lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut. The warrior steels himself, realizing, "I can use a maximum of 4 heals now." Meanwhile, his ally shouts a warning, "Dodge as much as possible." The monster roars, and split while I wait for an opening. A flurry of ice shards explodes outward. The ice shards fly, filling the air with a deadly hail. The hail of ice intensifies. The beast roars, its breath a visible cloud of frost. A piercing scream rips through the air, "Aya!" The force of the blow sends him flying. "Damn it! You got yourself hurt as soon as I'm done talking?" With a furious expression, he throws a punch, channeling healing energy into his fist. Heal! The punch connects, but he realizes his healing power was wasted. She's knocked out? TCH, wasted my skill for nothing. A monstrous figure barrels toward him, its massive fist poised to strike. A thunderous impact shakes the very ground. The hero lies prone, his axe cast aside, amidst the snow and shattered earth. He lies defeated, blood staining his shirt amidst the falling snow. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Circle up?" The injured man sits at a table, as another advises, "Yeah, you should already have enough experience to reach the second circle." He continues, "It's best to circle up in preparation of what's to come." The conversation turns to enlightenment. One asks if it happens as easily as being said. Another voice explains, since enlightenment is all about your mindset. But then someone demands, "Enlightenment? What is that? Tell me." Finally, a voice concludes that enlightenment differs from person to person. Taking a sip from his cup, he states, "Even if I were to explain what I understood, it wouldn't help you." A voice retorts, So what do you want me to do, then?" The reply comes, "Find the keyword that fits you." Setting his cup down, he muses, "That could be an understanding about mana, a search for knowledge. Or it could be an unforgettable memory," he finishes, as a heart pulses with ominous red light. A blinding light erupts. The light subsides, revealing a hulking figure encased in ice. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. The hulking figure's eyes glow with intense power as he prepares to strike. A blinding strike erupts, the air crackling with energy. The blast rips through the air, followed by a shattering KO. His eyes widen in disbelief. "He cut even through the ice," he exclaims, struggling to comprehend what just occurred. Just what happened? A surge of power erupts, obliterating everything in its path. He swings the axe, a blue aura emanating from his arm as he unleashes a devastating blow. "Did that brat just circle up?" he exclaims, clearly surprised by the maneuver. The golden blade slices through, meeting its target with deadly precision. The warrior's axe cleaves through the icy barrier with a burst of golden energy. The axe shatters the remaining ice, the warrior lunging forward. The axe plunges into the core, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. The core explodes in a burst of light and energy. The explosion sends the massive beast reeling backward, its grotesque face contorted in pain. The hero, still clinging to the beast, is thrown violently through the air. He plummets towards the jagged, crystalline ground below. The impact sends tremors through the crystalline landscape. Amidst the shattered crystals, a voice booms out, "Nice work, kid." The blow lands, tearing through fur and flesh. The beast reels back, blue blood spraying from the deep gash. The beast roars in pain, but a voice booms, "Get up right now." A surge of green energy washes over the beast, accompanied by the command, "Heal." Golden energy explodes outward as the beast unleashes a devastating counterattack. The beast roars in fury, its crystal armor gleaming menacingly. The warrior spins, unleashing a whirlwind of power with his weapon. The warrior's attack explodes outward in a burst of blinding energy. The warrior's face contorts in pain as the attack lands, blood splattering. Though wounded and falling, a surge of healing energy washes over him. The force of the blow sends him reeling. A pained scream rips from his throat as he's sent hurtling backward. Blood drips from his mouth, but a manic grin stretches across his face. Despite the pain, he spits out a curse. "You dumph." Before he can finish his sentence, a surge of green energy washes over him. Heal flashes brightly. The healing energy surges, but beneath it, the massive crystal hammer slams down with brutal force. The crystal hammer connects, and a pained Kuo erupts from the monster. His face contorted in agony, the monster reels from the devastating blow. The crystal structure around the monster shatters from the force of the blow. The hero's strike connects, unleashing a burst of energy. The hero's energy rips through the monster's defenses. The monster's crystalline armor shatters under the force of the blow. A warrior, bloodied but unbowed, raises his spear high. An eerie green energy swirls around him. The spear shatters against a crystalline barrier. A blinding red energy erupts from the shattered spear. The crystalline barrier explodes outward, as a wave of golden energy washes over the scene. The beast roars, its crystalline armor shimmering as golden light pierces the darkness. A blinding red flash fills the space. The crystalline armor shatters in a burst of light and flying shards. A monstrous maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, opens wide. He retaliates with a furious strike, his eyes burning with intense resolve. The monster roars, unleashing a devastating attack. The monster's attack crashes down, an earth-shattering blow. He gasps for air, his eyes wide with exhaustion. The monster's attack clearly took its toll. "What?" he exclaims, bloodied and clearly caught off guard by the sudden counterattack. He struggles against his attacker, confusion etched on his bloodied face. Ralph? What's going on?" he manages to choke out. The clash sends a shockwave through the air. Ralph's face contorts in rage, crystalline structures jutting from his body as he roars. Crystalline shards explode outwards. The crystalline explosion fills the space. The beast, now partially crystalline, looms forward. A pained Kuo escapes the beast. The crystalline growth intensifies as the beast cries out in agony. The beast's anguished cry, Kuagh, echoes as the crystalline formations crackle ominously. The crystalline prison shatters, the sound echoing like a death knell. The beast lies defeated amidst the shattered remains of its crystalline prison. The beast roars, its crystalline shards falling away as it unleashes its fury. The beast roars again, a guttural Kuagh, escaping its throat. The crystalline beast stands over a prone figure, its roar echoing through the desolate landscape. The warrior struggles to his feet, battered and bruised amidst the swirling snow. "Ugh," he groans, struggling to focus. A voice echoes, taunting him, "Oh, you're finally up. You're still alive," a voice asks, dripping with disbelief. The warrior retorts, "Well, as you can see, what do you think you're draped over with?" He admits he was so hungry he even considered eating the monkey's meat, but that stuff's rock solid, you know? A voice replies, "Quite the strong stomach you got." "Then, were you just waiting until we got up?" one asks, suspicion lacing his tone. Another voice cuts in, "Waiting or not, I don't see the escape gate anyway." Lying on the ground, bloodied, he remarks, "Weather's all shit too. I figured it would be best to just take a break." Another notes that he's not looking too good. A companion then offers, "I'm thinking of scouting the area a bit once the snowstorm settles down." He adds, "You keep resting here. I'll be the one scouting around." The snowstorm rages outside the cave, the wind howling. The blizzard rages on, the winds howl echoing the ferocity of the storm outside. The wind howls across the snow-covered peaks, the blizzard intensifying. Through the blizzard, a figure presses onward, leaving footprints in the fresh snow. He coughs, his body battered and bloodied, as the blizzard continues to rage around him. He realizes a day has passed. What happened with Boss? Damn it, I'm getting all sorts of thoughts. Suddenly, an exclamation mark flashes on the screen, signaling a new threat or discovery. He stands his ground. A new figure looms in the distance. A monstrous roar erupts as a cold eye, a variant of the evil eye monster resistant to ice, appears. "TCH, why did I even get surprised by it?" he mutters, clearly annoyed. "Phew. I'm only attracting a bunch of weirdos," he sighs, clearly exasperated by the constant stream of monsters. He strikes the cold eye with brutal force. The cold eye reels from the blow. The force of the blow sends the cold eye flying. Staggering, the cold eye struggles to regain her footing. You're back? What about the exit?" she questions. "Why you?" the cold eye exclaims, clearly surprised. "What happened?" Standing tall despite his injuries, he replies, "You're up?" "Nothing much." What, there were still monsters left, she thinks, clearly taken aback. Panic rising, she stammers, "It's too dangerous. Let's go together." Despite her fear, she steels herself. "Someone's gotta protect this dying old punk," she thinks, acknowledging, "since at least now we're comrades." Despite her offer, he firmly states, "Forget it. It's better for just one person to go so we don't end up scouting the same place." She insists, "Then I'll go this time. There's no reason for you to bear this alone." He lies prone, bloodied and exhausted. Despite his weakened state, he insists, "Don't even think about wasting your strength and just rest up." Lying on the ground, he hears a voice scolding him. "Fool. Enough with your act. If you keep straining yourself like that, you might." A monstrous roar erupts, kyagh. A monstrous kyagh shatters the air as he swings his staff at the approaching beasts. The monstrous roar continues as he scales the icy cliff, staff in hand. The climb continues up the icy cliff face. Reaching the summit, he finds himself surrounded by a horde of shadowy beasts. "Ha! It's stinking cold." He grits out, his breath clouding in the frigid air. A monstrous, ice-covered beast lunges, claws extended. He braces himself, ready to meet the attack head-on with his axe. With a deafening roar, the beast crashes into him. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. The force of the impact is immense. He lies prone on the ground, bloodied and battered. "That was close," he gasps, realizing how near he came to death. Lying on the ground, he notices something approaching. A person, he wonders, his eyes widening in disbelief. His brief hope is quickly dashed. "Never mind, it's just a corpse," he mutters, exhaustion evident in his voice. Inspecting the corpse, he notes, doesn't seem like they'd been dead for long. Then, something catches his eye. "What's this? Some kind of will?" He examines the discovered item more closely. A letter? There's plenty of stuff written on the front. Then, a startling revelation, "I leave this letter to you, whom I don't know the name of." The letter continues, stating, "To call this a reward would be a long shot, but I'll give you my gloves as well." It further explains, if you're a warrior class, it contains the warrior mastery skill, so it should be of some help to you. The letter continues with a grim admission, "As you can see, we fell into Kania's trap." The letter reveals the grim fate of the writer's comrades. They were annihilated by the snow yeti, also known as Nyalmo, a yeti-type field boss. If there's any silver lining, it would be that he's found the escape gate. That he's found the escape gate. But unfortunately, it seems that this one is special. The gate stands inert, a message revealing its activation is tied to the boss's defeat. I've left behind its location at the back of the letter as a map. I hope you have the strength to do so. Bloodied and battered, he presses on through the snowy forest, a final request weighing heavily on him, "And please, deliver the letter in my place." The sword now stands guard, plunged into the snowy ground at the base of a small, rocky mountain. The journey ends here, the sword planted firmly in the snow. The beast lies defeated, sprawled lifelessly on the ground. The beast's body begins to dissolve into a trail of light. His hand lands firmly on the stone structure. She stares intently at the glowing structure, her breath visible in the frigid air. The glowing energy intensifies, swirling around her. The man with the axe embraces her tightly as the energy swirls around them both. The embrace continues, the swirling energy enveloping them both against the snowy mountain backdrop. Their embrace intensifies, the energy swirling faster around them both. The snow crunches underfoot as they stand together, the energy still building. A blinding flash erupts, the energy reaching critical mass. The blinding flash gives way to a massive, tree-lined portal, swirling with fiery energy. The portal's base is revealed to be a sandy clearing, surrounded by trees. "What should we do now?" one of them asks, exhaustion etched on their face. Another replies, "We first need to recover." At this, a figure in a mask and hood appears, musing, My. I was being skeptical myself." A speech bubble below conveys their surprise. The masked figure wonders aloud, questioning, but Ghost was really defeated? The masked figure peers down at the scene below, blade in hand. Two figures are visible through the fiery light. His eyes widen in alarm, blood streaking his face. "Don't tell me, these guys are Kania? Those persistent bastards." He realizes, it's dangerous. Especially in the state we're in. "Don't fret too much. We'll finish you before you can even blink," the masked figure declares, moving with impossible speed. The masked figure's blade descends with lethal speed. A desperate clash of steel echoes as the heroes struggle to defend themselves. "Stand back," someone shouts. The masked figure unleashes a barrage of daggers, each streaking with deadly intent. The daggers find their mark, piercing through the hero's defenses. "AGH," he cries out, pain etched across his face as the daggers strike. "Kyrie," he shouts, as the hooded figure closes in. A blinding flash erupts. He's sent hurtling backwards, blood splattering as he cries out in pain. The attack rips through him, more blood spraying as the force sends him crashing down. What? He cries out, his eyes wide with disbelief as the attack continues. The energy attack continues to rip through him. A strangled cry escapes him as the attack continues to tear through his defenses. "Qua," he screams, the energy tearing through him with brutal force. "Cuck," he coughs, the force of the blow visible as blood splatters around him. Staggering back, his eyes widen in disbelief as he looks down at the carnage surrounding him. His eyes dart upwards, wide with shock, as a blade falls nearby. Wounded and battered, he grits his teeth, a pained smile forming. "Ha! I really hate to say this, but I'm not in very good shape right now." He strains, lifting his weapon to meet the incoming blow. A blue energy gathers in his hand as he retorts, "What? About how you missed me?" Yeah, let's call it that," he replies, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, let's call it that," he says, a wide, almost manic grin spreading across his dirt-streaked face. Under the moonlight, a new threat emerges, but first, the tab's on you for being late. A monstrous beast with glowing red eyes and massive fangs looms, energy crackling around it. The beast, now subdued, rests on the floor, a heavy chain around its neck. Seated calmly on its back, the pale figure appears unfazed. The beast's massive claw rests on the floor, the heavy chain now secured around its wrist. Someone with that level of skill has suddenly appeared. A voice observes. But more concerning is the question, and yet there's no hunch of who is backing him? His eyes narrowed, the man declares, "I may have to risk starting a big commotion." "Lord Ivok, Elpham has returned," a voice booms, as the figure strides forward. Another voice asks, "What should we do about the suggested offer?" Lord Ivok's eyes blaze with fury. "Kill him," the Lord commands, his voice cold and absolute. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Pardon. But..." He stammers, clearly taken aback by the sudden command. Ignoring the concerns about public opinion, the Lord acknowledges that the protagonist is exceeding expectations. "Do you truly think he did all that on his own?" he then questions. A chilling voice echoes, "Just give it a proper reason later." Then, the Lord's true intentions are revealed, he's not alone. His crimson eye widens in disbelief. "What?" The Lord's words hang in the air as he states, he has a party. The sound of footsteps echoes. The title card appears, The Last Adventurer. The chapter begins, Chapter 51. Bland, he states, unimpressed by the meal before him. He quietly remarks, I think she left out most of the salt. Enraged, the other man slams his fist on the table, yelling, don't you even dare talk shit about the meal my sister made. Shut up and eat. Despite the outburst, he says, appreciate it, thanks for the meal. His face contorted in anger, he grits his teeth and exclaims, this is why I didn't want to bring you guys here. I figured this would happen. The news must have reached Kenya by now, so there's no point in splitting up, he states. Rather, this place is perfect for your sister's sake. And it's obvious we'll quickly get caught if we were to hide. He realizes. A creaking sound echoes nearby, causing him to pause, a thoughtful escaping his lips. He inquires, how are everyone's conditions? A voice urgently asks, boss. Where did you go out during a time like this? His response is a curt, business. The other person replies, what? You came at the right time, he states, a smirk playing on his lips despite his injuries. Since you mentioned business, how about you start calculating my pay? Interrupting, someone says, well, let's hold off on the talk about the party leader since our contributions were pretty much the same. Another voice, incredulous, demands, hey, are you out of your mind? You want to go to Kenya to get paid in this situation? The boss, however, is focused on his own priorities, asking, when are you going to give me the extra 7 million mesos you mentioned? He explodes, enraged, and didn't you tell me that I defeated the Snow Yeti all on my own in the end? He pauses, momentarily confused, though I don't remember. Continuing his tirade, he shouts, not only that. You were dead asleep while I was searching for the escape gate. The woman states, from what I heard, Elpham also dealt with twin assassins. He pauses, questioning, but did anyone see him do that? His eyes widen, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. His doubt quickly turns to rage. Why, you punk bastard, he yells. So, what's your next plan, she asks. A grim warning follows, Kenya will shortly start moving. At this point, it won't be just us. His fist clenches, ready to strike. Suddenly, a voice booms, impatient and demanding, Oi! How long are you going to keep me waiting outside? The door creaks open, and a woman, eyes wide with surprise, stammers, who are you? The scarred man's face twists in confusion. Ha! Meanwhile, the woman's eyes widen further as she recognizes him. That man is. The one-eyed man shouts, hey, kid. Can you tell the big jerk who just entered to hurry up a bit? Suddenly, a commanding voice booms, fix it. His face contorted in rage, the man surveys the scene. Shit. What a mess. He mutters, clearly displeased. He fumes, realizing the Kenya merchants would have reached out to Elpham. Moreover, the subordinate went to subjugate a gate before he could even do anything about it. He wonders, should I have held on to him no matter the cost? He clutches his head, realizing the gravity of the situation. I'm a goner at this rate, he exclaims, panic rising. His panic subsides, replaced by a contemplative, The man across from him remarks, how unexpected, why, your negotiation with the Kenya merchants didn't go too well. He scoffs, remembering, they said they'll reward me with 50 million mesos as contract pay upon succeeding the test. Now, with the gate's subjugation over, all that's left is the contract. Then what? Then what? Are you here to just brag about it? The man asks, his voice laced with annoyance. He continues, still the ever so annoying brat. If you've got nothing else to say. I wouldn't mind it if you just got up and walked out, the man says, his annoyance palpable. Phew, fine, it's my loss, he says, turning to leave. The man stops him, holding out a contract. 60 million mesos, he states, his expression cold. Sign it. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he states, I added more than the pay you requested, so there are no problems anymore, yes? The pen scratches across the contract, finalizing the deal. So, now that we've become official partners, how about we have an honest talk between us, he proposes. Caught off guard, he exclaims, what? As he realizes, the man is going straight to the point. The culprit behind the trolling is Kenya. The gate used as a test was also one of their traps. They lied about the gate only having 3 scars, while it took the lives of about 100 people, and then they sent out assassins. This is a huge discovery, he realizes. The contact was an act of desperation to remove any evidence. The man chuckles, muttering Kiki, Kania. A sinister intent is revealed as he declares, with this, I'll empty out even their souls. The man with the eye patch asks, are you satisfied with just that? A voice responds, what? My testimony is all there is, even if you call it evidence. The man questions the value of the testimony if the accused deny the allegations. A voice scoffs, anticipating denial, but confident that it will be enough to sway public opinion. The man with the eye patch believes other merchant groups need to find who is responsible for the failure of the 100-man gate. He concludes, as long as Kania cowers from the negative sentiment, we can crush them. The eye patch-wearing man's target is revealed, the Kania merchants. His face contorted with malice, he clarifies his intentions. I'm talking about completely wiping them out from the Maple world. What else do you know? He demands, furious. He insists, didn't I just tell you not to hide more things from me? He's told not to expose the trolling case just yet, it would be more effective to bring all the issues to light at once. The response, I got it, so hurry up and speak. The Black Mage's followers, it's revealed, have begun to make their moves. Darkness descends, signaling the beginning of a new phase. It's been a while, Sir Eves. But what brings you all the way here, he asks. A figure responds, I'm here to make an apology. The statement hangs in the air, followed by a questioning, an apology? The apology continues, elaborating that our merchant group had a little misunderstanding with our friend, Elpum, over here. The apology continues with the man adding, he must have come here as a fit of temper, as he is young. Oh, I'm so terribly sorry. The man continues, stating firmly, to put it clearly, Elpum is an official business partner of the Gaper merchants. He then adds, I'm sorry if it seems as if we're snatching him away. Stammering slightly, he responds, I see. But then comes the caveat, if that's the case, we won't be able to give you the offered contract pay. Is that fine with you? Despite the visible discomfort, he replies, yes, fine by me. The man continues, stating that this is a continuation of his talk, and he's decided to give due proper treatment to excellent individuals such as him. The protagonist wonders to himself, due proper treatment. A sinister grin stretches across his face, revealing sharp teeth. The man continues, I'm thinking of placing skilled guards with him at all times, protecting him day and night from all possible dangers. He clarifies, that includes all of Elpum's party members, of course. Outside, several figures stand guard. /code he adds, as we did confirm how good their teamwork is from the earlier subjugation. Code. A sinister laugh escapes him. His eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity. /code his threat hangs heavy in the air, should any one of Elpum's party members be harmed, code. Then the assailants would have to face the entirety of the Gaper merchants. The Last Adventurer. The Last Adventurer. Chapter 32. His eyes widen in disbelief. As 60 million mesos, he exclaims, sweat beading on his brow. Holy crap! Just what kind of magic did you pull? She exclaims, clearly impressed. A guard wonders aloud, to think they'd even assign us guards. Gaper would do this much. You're amazing, Elpum. A fine gen I use in trading, the man exclaims, his face flushed with excitement. Cutting off the man's praise, Elpum coolly states, don't make a fuss. Elpum continues, you always remind me of the value of this party. But then he adds, with a chilling undertone, it'd be perfect if we could get rid of some useless members here. Ugh. That douchebag. Someone mutters, clearly annoyed by Elpum's words. But another voice quickly interjects, let me assure you. With a smug grin, the bishop declares, there's no bishop like me in Lith Harbor, no, in the entire Maple world. The bishop's grin widens as he boasts, I can heal and act as a frontline as well. You can call me an all-rounder, if you will. Someone responds sarcastically, you're so amazing. Someone off-screen retorts, and about this brat. Enraged, he shouts back, what? Brat? His face contorted in confusion, he wonders, this monster, just what is he? Someone observes, not only did he circle up after getting knocked out, he even defeated the boss monster all by himself. A sinister grin spreads across the man's face as he mutters, there's something. There's something about him that simply cannot be explained in terms of circles. Come to think of it, when you fought the Hobbs? She begins, her expression shifting to one of deep suspicion. You went on a rampage whilst being unconscious. What exactly are you? The mysterious fighter responds to her suspicion with a startling admission, forget who I am or whatever. I don't remember any of that. His brow furrows as he struggles to recall his past. All I can remember is some kind of dream. A strange grin spreads across his face as he recalls, some unknown girl appears in it, and we battle together. He pauses, then adds, almost as if we're some kind of friends. His eyes widen in disbelief. But after I woke up, strangely enough, I couldn't remember her face, he realizes, panic rising. All I can remember is that she used a polearm? What? His eye twitches, the realization hitting him hard. Pole arm, he mutters, a growing sense of unease washing over him. Was it all a dream? In my previous life, everyone knew that Devo and Aaron were together, he recalls, the pieces falling into place. If the woman in his dream is Aaron, could fragments of his previous powers be leaking out while he's unconscious? His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as a horrifying thought takes shape. How could this be? Don't tell me. He begins, his voice laced with dread. Did something get distorted after I came back and changed the past? Well, it's a shame that he is a bit stupid. Someone observes, seemingly underestimating the protagonist. Above, someone shouts, you asshole. Then, are you saying that you're smart, huh? Below, another voice calmly observes, Elpham, you're just like him. Ignoring the bickering above, he examines a dark ring on his finger, a thoughtful expression on his face. A voice booms, singling out someone's skill, not only are you unbelievably fast to circle up, but you have the insight and experience despite your short time in this field of work. The voice continues, revealing the reason for the high praise, I can see why the gaper merchants are desperate to have you. But the lady responds, on the contrary. As for you, lady. Well, what can I say? Her expression suggests she's not impressed by the praise. Haven't you realized it as well, she asks, leaving the listener in suspense. He continues, praising her basic skills and decision-making, stating, certainly, your basic skills are refined and your decision-making is alright for a former leader of the training knights of the Cygnus Knights. Then, he adds, not bad for a second circle. His face contorts into a sinister grin as he declares, but you've got nothing special about you. One of the figures declares, we're acting as their bait, and they paid the price. He continues, stating, from now on, our job is to willingly go into the traps laid. He continues, stating that they must undertake the insane act which is to find evidence that they are the followers. He then adds, I'm willing to do whatever crazy act they want me to do as long as they pay the price. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he admits, but I'm not exactly satisfied that I'd have to share my mesos with someone who'd obviously be a burden. He then suggests, I'd be happy if you were to return to the Cygnus Knights right this moment, you know? A choked cock escapes her lips. Her expression is a mix of frustration and barely contained rage. Suddenly, a voice calls out, dripping with sarcasm. I heard you went through a lot this time, huh? The source of the sarcastic voice is revealed, a man in gleaming armor, his face contorted in a wide, mocking grin. I thought you died at the 100-man gate because I hadn't seen you in a while. Sir Chasm. He stammers, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Are you heading to Master? Chasm asks. Yes. Chasm continues, having heard rumors of Kyrie joining an explorer party. You really are a pain in the neck. A sinister grin spreads across Chasm's face. Wait, maybe it just might fit your skill level. Chasm walks away, suggesting, yeah, quitting might be the way for you to keep the Knights as well as Master's honor. He then adds, go on, Master should be in his office. So, where does that leave our hero? The quill scratches against the parchment as he begins to write. You're going to quit the Knights? Kairi looks down, sweat beading on her brow. My apologies. It's difficult to say why right now, but someday. He pauses in his writing, a thoughtful expression on his face. Someday, he wonders aloud. Kairi is told, I'll consider you joining the Explorer Party as part of your secret mission. Return every 3 weeks and directly report to me. The man's face is shadowed, but his words ring clear, don't forget, Kairi. You are still my disciple. The quill finishes its inscription, and then, Knight, of our Cygnus Knights forever. I know that I'm being shameless, he admits. But as long as there's a follower hiding between the knights, I can't return to my master until I bring something decisive to end their lives. He shouts, I don't need my recompense. Desperation etched on her face, she pleads, I'll solve the issue of my lack of skills if you just give me time. So please. Her eyes are downcast, a glimmer of hope still flickering within them. A sinister smirk spreads across his face, a chilling contrast to her desperate plea. His sinister smirk widens as he scoffs, Ha! You have no idea how the world runs. He then adds, Don't you get I'm telling you to buzz off. Are you confident? Yelp, she cries, her eyes wide with shock. Enraged, the man barks, Oi! What in blazes are you saying? His expression darkens. Nothing good will come out for us, too, he mutters, then adds, if she goes off by herself, searching for the followers with that attitude of hers. The man then interjects, let me add one thing. His gaze sharp, he states, you seem to be fairly confident in your own skills, but you're not the only one who's disappointed in the party members' skills. He continues, revealing, the reason why I sent you all to the second gate first was because I believed that you, Ralph, would be able. Ralph is sent flying backwards, but a voice, dripping with suspicion, cuts through the air, but you told me that you guys would have died without Devo, right? The man denies that the monster was ordinary, pointing out that the others haven't even fought it themselves. A mere snow yeti, he scoffs, before revealing, I hunted that snow yeti. The man proudly declares that he hunted the snow yeti all by myself before. The man's bold claim is met with disbelief. What kind of nonsense, one exclaims, while another asks, huh? Are you serious? He clarifies that his yeti hunt happened, of course, that was in my previous life. He adds, if things had gone according to plan, I would have faced it again. He reveals that the assassins sent by Kania were stronger than anticipated. So I had no choice but to change plans. He grits his teeth, injured and straining. We're still insufficient, my party members, as well as me. Cut the crap, he shouts, sweat dripping down his face. How would you have done that when you were just a slave until some time ago? Can't believe me? Then. He begins, his face twisted in fury. Below, a figure with long, dark hair remains unseen, obscured by shadow. Eyes blazing with an eerie light, he challenges, how about I confirm it for you? He hesitates, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. So are you telling me that I'm not needed as well, he asks, his voice laced with disbelief. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he seems to relish the other's despair. He turns, declaring, it's simple. We just have to get stronger. He continues, stating they have about a month until the next subjugation, hinting at a plan. His expression hardens, the words no pain, no gain echoing his resolve. A sudden, unspoken question hangs in the air. He admits, it seems the problem has spiraled into a bigger mess. A risky plan forms as he continues, we'll get more attention if we clash with the Gaper merchants. The question of how much their enemies truly know hangs heavy. One of the figures wonders aloud, was their break-off with the negotiation all a show from the start? Another admits, I am not too certain. I haven't heard about this from our informant either. He then suggests, perhaps there's more information from higher-ranking officials. Gaper merchants, huh? He muses, a flicker of intrigue in his eye. He confidently declares, they shouldn't pose an issue. He continues, a hint of anticipation in his voice, and once the day comes, removing them won't be a problem. The Maple Alliance, he declares, is now their enemy. Yes. It was the same even 800 years ago, a voice echoes, revealing the Maple Alliance's long-standing formation. The Alliance, comprised of the Cygnus Knights, the Resistance, the Explorer Alliance, and the Novas, has been their only threat since the six heroes were sealed away. If it's just conflict between the merchant groups, a voice states, it should be resolvable without the help of the higher-ups. But something feels off. A voice muses, questioning why he pulled all this after only trusting in the Gaper. A beat of silence hangs in the air as the man considers the implications. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he continues to contemplate the situation. The man finally breaks the silence, issuing a sharp command. Gather information first. Everything you can about the Gaper merchants. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, immediately responds to the command. Yes, me lord. The shadowy figure moves, a dark energy swirling around him as he speaks a single word, Elpum. His red eyes gleaming, the shadowy figure declares, I pray you aren't a boring opponent. The scene shifts to a wide shot of a forest, leaves scattering in the wind. Sunlight streams through the dense forest canopy, leaves swirling in the gentle breeze. The sound of Shah echoes through the trees. Suddenly, a pained UGH echoes through the forest as someone is violently struck. He's sent crashing to the ground, a blue energy effect visible. Damn it! Just what are you? What kind of magician? He exclaims, clearly in pain. He collapses onto the ground, the blonde warrior standing over him, sword at the ready. Towering over him, the warrior asks, what's the matter? The mysterious figure strides forward, his cloak billowing behind him as he moves through the forest. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Come and try hitting me. He swings his weapon, declaring, we're done for today as long as you get one hit on me. He lunges forward, as his opponent shouts, Gee, get away from me. A resounding Aya echoes through the forest as the blow lands. Silence falls after the impact. He stands over his fallen opponent, a dark expression on his face. Suddenly, a voice booms out, complaining, honestly, I can't concentrate with all these loud noises. The man's face contorts in rage, lines of fury etched deep as he screams. TCH. I'd rather be moving around right now, but why am I the only one? He mutters, frustration evident as he remains stuck. Darkness descends, enveloping everything. The other man suggests, try seeing if you can draw out the mysterious power that only activates once you're unconscious. However, he replies, honestly, I don't know if that's possible. A sinister smile spreads across his face. But if you succeed, things are going to get interesting. His face contorted in fear, he begs, quaff. Go easy on me, please. The sounds of impact echo through the forest as he cries out, begging for mercy. The scene shifts to Elpum, a city bathed in the soft glow of a moonlit night. Bloodied and battered, he questions, Ish the ish wheelly twaining. A mocking laugh echoes his pain. Pa ha ha ha. Not really? I simply faced you according to your circle, he retorts, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The injured man can only respond with a pained, seems like you meant it, though. Clearing her throat, she asks, anyway, is it fine to leave that girl, Kyrie, alone like that? She continues, stating that Kyrie should have a guard assigned to her, and that she told Kyrie to make sure it wouldn't affect tomorrow's training. Ah, boss. Come to think of it, I have something to ask you, one of the men exclaims. The boss responds with a simple, about? He holds out a worn letter, explaining, this is someone's keepsake I found in the previous gate, and we were able to escape thanks to this. He continues, I brought it along with me since I figured they helped us, so it would be right to send this to the proper place, but the recipient of this letter wasn't written anywhere when I tried to. He holds up the ring, looking at it intently. Do you have any good idea what to do with it? He asks, then exclaims, the cross ring? A sinister smile spreads across his face as he mutters, from bronze, silver, gold, then platinum. His sinister muttering is interrupted. Boss, what's wrong? Someone asks, concern evident in their voice. The muttering ceases as someone asks, Boss, what's wrong? Concern is etched on the speaker's face. He pauses, a realization dawning. I have a hunch. He states, I'll take care of this, so go to sleep early for today. The man beside him grins, blood smeared across his teeth. Since you're going to be joining us starting tomorrow. The scene shifts to a dark forest, the air thick with an unknown tension. The scene shifts to a forest shrouded in darkness, an unsettling tension hanging in the air. With a mighty H-A-H, the sword flashes. H-A-H, she shouts, her sword cutting through the air with blinding speed. Teeth gritted, sweat pouring down her face, she struggles against an unseen force. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "You've got no talent." Her face contorts in pain, teeth bared as she fights against the unseen force. The sound of metal echoes as she grips the sword tighter, her knuckles white. A fierce H-A-A-A rips from her throat as she swings her sword. A flash of light erupts as the blade cuts through the air. Her boot slams down onto the stone floor with a resounding crack. He strides through the silent, stone-paved streets. A looming shadow falls across the door, its eye-like shape watching. He pounds on the wooden door, the sound echoing in the silent space. The sound of knocking fades as he stands silently before the door, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a voice echoes from within, demanding, "Who are you?" A single, piercing eye peers through the cracked door. In response to the question, a voice answers, "Let's just say I'm the mailman." The mailman holds up a worn document, a silver ring dangling from its string. The document is titled, "The Gate Destruction Incident." The document details the destruction of the gate's entrance by unknown people. The affiliated merchant groups searched for the culprit, only to end up with an unresolved case. The document clarifies that, to be precise, there was no need to search for the culprit anymore. Surprisingly, the gate reformed near the site of its destruction. And after the truth was revealed, no further gate destructions occurred. He now realizes the culprit behind that incident. He realizes, as well as their motive for such an act. The figure stands silhouetted in the doorway. Standing before the door, he is cloaked in shadow, his expression unreadable. The figure demands, "How did you find this place?" His gaze intensifies as he awaits an answer. "Explain yourself." "I'll give you 5 seconds, he demands, his patience wearing thin. Emerging from the shadows, a group of figures with glowing red eyes surrounds them. The figures are identified, the Silent Crusade. It turns out a secret organization realized the gates were traps set by the followers. They were also behind the gate destruction. The Silent Crusade's emblem appears above a silver ring, as the narrative speaks of their noble, yet unnamed sacrifices in history. However, this time, a hooded figure, a single red eye gleaming, takes aim with a large, ornate pistol. But instead of a gun, a blade crackles with blue energy, the silver ring from the previous emblem now adorning its hilt. An exclamation mark punctuates the air. The blade pulses with intense blue energy, ready to strike. His gaze hardens as he declares, "I've come to return what was lost, but it seems like you're not in the mood to reward me." A countdown begins, 5. The countdown continues, but the protagonist interrupts, informing the group that he came to tell them about the shortcut, as they looked a bit lost. He adds that it would be troublesome for him if they were here to waste his time. The countdown ticks down to 2. He then reveals, "Due to my circumstances, I can't tell you why I know about this place. However, if you kill me." Underground, the Edelstein City Hall. The protagonist reveals the location of the shortcut. His eyes gleam, a sinister offer hanging in the air. Edelstein, a region controlled by the Black Wings, harbors a secret. Its citizens are planning a revolt against their tyrannical rulers, giving rise to the resistance classes within the game. The offer takes a concrete form: the location of your leader, Bastille, will be revealed. The offer hangs heavy in the air as the figure prepares to strike. His foot descends, ready to crush his opponent. Her red eyes blazing, she demands, what are you?" Her mechanical arm is raised, ready to strike. A voice answers her question, stating, "Nice to finally meet you, Starling." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he says, "Nice to finally meet you, Starling." A single tear streaks down her face, her crimson eye reflecting a palpable dread. He corrects himself, stating, "No. In a while" would be more correct to say. The man then reveals, since, before my return, she and I were comrades. Her hand rests on his head, a wide, almost unsettling grin plastered across her face. He, however, looks away, his expression unreadable. Starling joined the forces of resistance after the Silent Crusade was wiped out. And they faced many, many battles together. Till that day. A massive flock of birds darkens the sky, an ominous sign of things to come. Though wounded and weary, Starling smiles. Go. Help 'em. I'll be right there. A voice echoes, filled with regret, I never thought you would go this far. When you sacrificed yourself. He declares, I'll repay that debt first. I'll be straightforward. Her expression strained, she orders, withdraw the Kerning City branch. That place has already been exposed by the followers. Her blonde hair whips in the wind as she moves. He pauses, then declares, and one more thing. I recently picked up something. A wooden box, glowing with blue energy, appears in his hands. Inside the box, resting on a velvet cushion, lies a severed hand. It seems Kania was raising something interesting within their ranks, he observes. Eyes narrowed, she demands, what do you mean? Her tone shifts, a threat laced within, if you're going to taunt us, I'll make you regret. He holds the severed hand aloft, a faint blue aura emanating from it. Her eyes widen in disbelief. That's, she exclaims, a mix of shock and recognition evident in her expression. A red sigil blazes on the severed hand, the brand of the follower. A hooded figure, eyes glowing red, declares, I'm sure of it. That's the brand of the follower. A question hangs in the air, brand of the follower? The Kania merchants. The woman's eyes widen with realization. A mark that the followers hid somewhere within their body in order to prove themselves. She exclaims, continuing, it's difficult to find it because it doesn't reveal itself until mana is imbued. Her voice trembles as she finishes, and there shouldn't be that many people left who still know about their existence. What is it that you want? She demands, rifle raised. You better not say some nonsense about coming here to do some good deeds. His expression remains unreadable as he looks down, seemingly unfazed by her accusations. His gaze sharpens as he finally speaks, revealing his intentions. Is information. He begins. I need information, he finishes, his demand hanging in the air. SFX, sizzle. The door bursts open with a sizzle. Starling. Don't tell me you believe all his words, right? One voice questions. Of course I don't. There's still plenty of suspicious things about him, another replies. The woman, still suspicious, voices her concerns about his actions and how he suddenly showed up at this timing. The woman's suspicions deepen as she voices a chilling possibility, perhaps this might be a trap from the followers. A foot steps forward onto the stone floor, a voice declaring, for now. How about we allow him to fool us, he proposes, his expression unreadable as he continues forward. And I also got the information that I needed, he concludes, revealing he unexpectedly gained something else as well. Kania, to think they'd already target that place. He muses, considering the implications. A new question arises, are their plans changing due to the changed future as well? He concludes grimly, at this rate, she will. It's decided, a voice declares, the skull-faced warriors resolve hardening. The skull-faced warrior declares their next destination. The next destination is the Nautilus. A flock of seagulls circles overhead, their cries piercing the sky. Oh, he exclaims, gazing at the pier ahead. A crowd of people waits by the docks. Surrounded by his companions, he wonders aloud, is it because it's been a month? A wide grin spreads across his face. My body's tingling already, he declares, clearly excited about what awaits. Darkness descends, obscuring everything. The scene shifts to a well-lit room where a man with an eye patch sits across from the protagonist. A single word hangs in the air, choose. The man with the eye patch continues, laying out the options, the 60-man gate in the Six-Path Crossway, or Alinia's 77-man gate. I've brought all the gates that Kania may be interested in. He leans forward, pressing the protagonist for a decision. How about you get things started now that it's been a month? The protagonist remains silent, lost in thought as he considers the options presented. I wonder, he muses, before his expression hardens. What? You bastard. Don't tell me now you're getting scared after coming this far? His eyes still closed, he declares, I've already chosen where to go. The protagonist's decision is made, Eagle Eyes Tomb. What? Someone exclaims, clearly shocked by the protagonist's choice. Eagle Eyes Tomb. Do you have any idea what kind of place that is? The vessel is revealed to be the Nautilus, commanded by Kirin, a captain who leads countless pirates. The captain reveals that she had a first disciple named Eagle Eye Rhea. The Eagle Eye Gate, Kirin reveals, is where Rhea died, now a tomb in her honor. You mean that place with 9,990,000 mesos as a bounty? One of them asks, surprised. The other responds that countless explorers have already failed to clear it, deeming it impossible to subjugate. Don't tell me, the Kania merchants are after it, he asks, a hint of concern in his voice. Before that, he demands to know where they got that information. He then asks what interesting story he's hearing. What brings you here, he asks. One of the men recognizes the newcomer, Lord Rockin. What brings you here, he asks, but one of the men recognizes the newcomer, Lord Rockin. Suddenly, a voice from below commands, here, take it. As sweat beads on his forehead, a voice offers, it's an item specially prepared from the gaper. The man exclaims, a phoenix feather. And two of them at that. A voice from below adds, I'm looking forward to a good result. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face, a scar bisecting his cheek. He muses, that means I have to accomplish as much as I was given. With that, I have 4 phoenix feathers. It's an unexpected gain. But then, his subordinate asks, but why aren't you going in, boss? The boss stops, declaring, there's still someone coming. One of his subordinates wonders, someone. The boss's words are cut off as someone retorts, or drunkard. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A wide grin stretches across his face as he declares, it's been a while. Someone below exclaims, oh. Iburu? What's that in your hands? He announces, the goods that your boss ordered. He then adds, honestly, making me do the delivery as well. Anyway, try wearing them. One of them exclaims, oh, while the other asks, is this free? Nice. She tries on the armor, surprised by its weight. It's a lot lighter than I thought. It's as if I'm not wearing anything. With a wide grin, he answers her question about the armor's material. Snow Yeti leather. Your boss tossed it at me and told me to make this last time, you know? Suddenly, a new voice declares, I'll take this. Another man behind them gasps, as the first man wonders, was it then? The man with the red bandana smirks, observing them. You guys must be eating good lately, huh? The man with the red bandana continues, well, I guess that's normal since you have the skills to clear a 100-man gate. Startled by the man's words, he blurts out, hey. Keep it down. Wait, how do you even know that? The man with the red bandana responds, how could I not know when I received an item that clearly looks difficult to obtain? He reassures, I'm the only one who knows about it, so don't worry. He then adds, also, there's some equipment left. This is? The man, holding his staff with a glowing gem, states simply, that's yours. He is met with surprise. Ha? Mine? Ahaha, what's the occasion? The man with the red bandana responds, thanks for the offer, but I don't think I'll have a particular use for. The man with the staff repeats, his tone leaving no room for argument, I said, it's yours. The man with the red bandana's smile tightens as he urges, there's not much time left. Just hurry up and change. A bubble appears, questioning the sudden order, huh? What? The screen fades to white, indicating the start of chapter 34. The new chapter opens with a man's exasperated voice. It's so boring. He complains. The submarine surfaces near a tropical island, the sound of the ocean breaking against the shore. Emerging from the depths, the submarine looms over a strange, submerged structure. On the beach, two figures stand guard as one exclaims, "Ah, here she comes." The crowd erupts with praise as Lady Minor arrives. Lady Minor. Thank you for your great work. Lady Minor arrives, declaring, "Few sea breezes are the best, you know." A nearby voice shouts, "Lady Minor did it. She cleared the orange grade 200-man gate," someone exclaims, as a chorus echoes, "Lady Minor is back." This changes everything for gate subjugations. A defiant no echoes from the pirate flag. The pirate captain stammers, questioning why she's only being assigned a 74-man gate after clearing a 200-man gate. "Captain. I even cleared a 200-man gate. 74-man should be." The pirate captain insists, "I'm much stronger than what Eagle Eye used to be." Her eyes wide with disbelief, the pirate captain shouts, "There's no reason for you to stop me." The pirate captain's anger flares. "Are you talking back to your captain?" she demands, then continues, "You're going to disobey me?" Her face contorted with rage, the captain explodes, "Then how am I supposed to avenge Big Sis Rhea?" Her fist clenches, knuckles white with strain. "You know how hard I worked for this." She grits out, the words heavy with repressed emotion. Turning her gaze sharply, she declares, "I once again order you as your captain." The captain's order rings out, a stark command, "Go back." The captain's words hang in the air as she lies prone, gasping, "Ha! She's not going to allow me at all." He thinks, then wonders if he should just ignore her and take the bounty. "That's how much Kirin's doting on you," a voice declares. The man laughs, towering over the person below. "She's way too overprotective." Footsteps echo loudly. "M. Minor, we have a problem," someone shouts, running towards him. The messenger rushes towards Minor, his expression urgent. The messenger urgently shouts, "Come outside, fast. Just a while ago, some guys took the bounty for Eagle Eye's tomb." Her eyes widen in disbelief, a tear streaking down her face. The news of the bounty sends her into a frenzy. The news hits her hard. "What?" she exclaims, reeling from the messenger's words. The man's face contorts in fury. "Who the hell are they?" "Landlubbers," he roars. Beside him, the woman grits her teeth, demanding, "Those whelps took the bounty?" The group strides forward, their expressions grim. A palpable tension fills the air as they advance. What's with the mood here? It's making me feel weird." He mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he notices two figures lurking above. "This is their zone, so shut your mouth," a stern voice declares. Ignoring their tacit rules, she warns, "It wouldn't be strange for a bullet to fly towards us right now." "Rules," comes the questioning reply. The rules of Nautilus, it seems, are about to be laid bare. The rules are laid out. The person who takes the bounty has priority in the gate subjugation. Further, the gate that had its bounty taken must then be entered. It's implied you don't take the gate bounty that another person has laid their eyes on. The speaker then reveals, "And the bounty that we took is." The reveal is interrupted by a shout, "Oi! Who the hell are you?" The group stops in their tracks, one of them muttering a confused, "Huh," as the sound of approaching footsteps grows louder. A furious woman with a pirate hat yells, "Who are you to take that?" "That's mine, you know?" He retorts, "Then you should have taken the bounty first." He then hears the woman's explanation, "I was waiting because I wasn't given permission yet." "Permission? I don't recall hearing about needing anything like that," he says, clearly confused by her statement. The woman's voice rises in response. "Well, I have to. Because Captain Kirin is my instructor." Dismissing his confusion, the woman declares, "Anyway, that's not going to work." She adds, "You don't seem to be fully aware of the rules, but the bounties of Nautilus only exist for the pirates." She continues, stating that people who aren't pirates cannot take them. The woman emphasizes that there isn't a single gate under the ownership of the Nautilus. Put. A sound effect punctuates the air. "Ka ha ha. I finally got it now, boss," he exclaims, giving a thumbs up. "What?" Stop laughing and hand over the bounty, he yells, clearly frustrated by the other's reaction. His grin widens, a defiant glint in his eye. Ha! I don't want to, he retorts. Suddenly, a group appears, announcing, "Let me introduce ourselves, we're the Iburu Pirates." Ka ha ha. I finally got it now, boss, the man exclaims, raising a thumb in triumph. The pirate captain, however, is furious. What? Stop laughing and hand over the bounty. The man's wide grin stretches across his face as he refuses. Ha! I don't want to. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Let me introduce ourselves, we're the Iburu Pirates." A menacing group appears. The man with the wide grin puts his hand on the shoulder of the dark-haired man, who looks at him with a displeased expression. The dark-haired man's anger flares, his eyes narrowed. "I didn't mean that kind of fake nonsense, you understand," he shouts, continuing, "You think just anyone can become a pirate?" The man retorts with a mocking tone, "How calling us fake nonsense, you hurt me. When we're all the same pirates." The man scoffs, incredulous. "How could you not know the party leader of the Iburu Pirates, Captain Iburu?" he asks. The man bursts into laughter, "Ha! Ha ha!" He boasts that Iburu is the real deal, asking if they can't tell by how they managed to get on the Nautilus. He continues, posing the rhetorical question, "If that's not a pirate party, then what is?" The question hangs in the air, "Isn't that way too far-fetched?" He retorts, "Based on your words, doesn't that mean the rest of you aren't pirates?" Meanwhile, an unseen character angrily demands, "Who the hell is talking back this time?" The red-haired pirate grins maniacally, spotting someone in the crowd. "Ah! Why, you're here." He shouts a name, Nurhat. Interrupting the pirate's call, a voice booms, "What's the reason behind this commotion?" Nurhat's name sparks a flicker of recognition, yet also confusion. Nurhat. I haven't seen him even in my previous life. He muses. Then, a question, "We haven't particularly broken any rules, did we?" The pirate smirks, replying, "Well, Kirin was the one who came up with the rules, so that's for her to decide." He then demands, "Where's the rest of your crew? Don't tell me that's all you've got." The protagonist responds to the pirate's taunt, stating plainly, "The 5 members here are all of them." The pirate scoffs at the protagonist's declaration. "Ho, you're out of your mind. Are you saying that while knowing it's a 74-man gate?" he questions. Another member wonders, "How is he even looking at us anyway?" Someone from the pirate crew asks, something strange, "What's your name?" A voice answers, "Elpam." Another pirate, visibly surprised, exclaims, "Elpam." Then, before another interrupts, asking, "What? You know the lad?" Elpam recalls, "I've heard about him. If I remember correctly." Elpam's memory sharpens, he's the survivor of the 100-man Red Grade Gate. Another exclaims, "That 100-man gate? The one where the majority of the explorers who entered died." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he acknowledges the truth of the rumors. TCH, so they weren't just any ordinary bastards after all. His eyes narrow, a cold glint in them. "So what?" he challenges, unfazed by their recognition. Her anger flares, shouting, "Doesn't that mean they just failed to subjugate? Who cares about simply surviving?" She continues, voice dripping with scorn, "That just says they're unskilled cowards." Then, a sudden shift, as she asks, "Why are you mad at me?" "Lady Minor cleared a 200-man orange grade gate this time," someone exclaims, followed by, "Just by skills alone, isn't it an obvious win for her?" Visibly annoyed, she retorts, "I told you not to make a fuss about it." Before muttering to herself, "Well, you're not wrong, though." A voice cuts in, "I see, so you're the rumored." The statement hangs in the air, leaving the rest unsaid. Cutting through the tension, a voice proposes, "Very well, how about you two compromise a bit?" He continues, stating that since they took down the bounty, they have priority over subjugation, suggesting they fill the remaining 69 spots with other parties. The man scoffs, retorting, "Humph. No can." His refusal hangs heavy in the air. The man relents with a curt fine. His tone suggests the agreement is far from enthusiastic. A confused "huh" escapes him. His confusion deepens as he hears the price, 100,000 mesos per person. The terms become even more restrictive. Also, I'll only sell exactly 10 spots. A voice questions the decision to buy in at such a high price. Wait, you're seriously going to buy it? Another voice adds, in the end, they're gonna die. You could just wait and enter after they wipe out. Despite the skepticism, he states, there's always a chance. The woman with the red hair, clutching the money, exclaims, if they decide to escape just to survive, then it's all over. Clutching the money, he declares, since things turned out this way, I can't wait any longer. He then dismisses the question of permission, stating he'll just go and apologize later. His eyes burning with resolve, he declares, I'm not making any compromises about that place. To no one. His face contorted in fury, he demands, what's your deal? Everything was going just fine. His face twisted in rage, he roars, what's your deal? Everything was going just fine. You're only opening 10 spots out of all that, he bellows, enraged. You just lost 5,900,000 mesos. Another suggests, let's just go and sell the rest of the spots. She counters, reminding them, if we do sell them, they'll outnumber us by 14 times. You haven't forgotten about the followers, have you? Dismissing her concerns, another retorts, who cares about them? If anything, we'll just have to crush them. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. I absolutely won't just for this time. Their current goal is assassinating Kirin's second disciple, Minor. The scene shifts to the gate where Kirin's first disciple, Eagle Eye Rhea, met her end. Kirin is thrown into shock by Minor's death in the same gate where Eagle Eye perished, a place from which she retreated from the front lines to live in seclusion. Then the pirates of Nautilus are completely broken apart by the internal schemes of the followers who took that opportunity. The narration continues, revealing a shift in the timeline. Originally, this should be happening 2 years from now, but the situation has changed. He realizes that Kania moved their funds to the Nautilus, signaling advanced plans. I have to be one step ahead of them. He resolves, I need to limit the number of party members in order to definitely protect her. He stares intently at the emblem on his chest, realizing, I can't afford to make the same mistakes. I need to minimize my mana usage. Shut up. Boss must have already planned all this, one of his subordinates shouts. Another cries out, Aya. Our chances of making mesos. The protagonist, however, wonders to himself, why am I here? The sound of rushing water fills the air as a submarine surfaces in the distance under the moonlight. A knocking sound echoes through the wooden room. A hand clenches, surrounded by a swirling, ethereal blue flame. Peering through the cracked door, he asks, who is it? His eyes narrow with suspicion. His gaze sharpens, the intensity in his eyes growing. This is unexpected. He mutters, his voice laced with surprise. He reaches for the door handle, a voice from within beckoning, come in. Inside, they are greeted by Captain Kirin, a woman with a sharp gaze and a pirate's hat, standing alongside a muscular man with a bandana. And your hat. The captain continues, introducing another member of their crew. A voice cuts through the air, demanding, what brings you here this late? The unseen speaker continues, I've got something to confirm for myself. It's best you don't lie. Her intense gaze pierces through the darkness as she utters, Elpum. His eyes widen in shock as the question hangs in the air, are you a follower of the Black Mage? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he wonders, how does Kirin know about the followers? The realization hits him hard, did the future change again? Or was it ever since? The hero wonders, then why did she act like that before? The blindfolded pirate's expression twists in frustration. You seem to be quite restless. Could it be? He begins, before cutting himself off with a muttered, shit. The hero retorts, I am not a follower. He continues, explaining, it's just. I was simply surprised because I didn't think you would say that word. The pirate questions, so you're not questioning their existence. He declares, because there's no need for me to beat around the bush. Suspicion etched on his face, he demands, how do I trust your word that you aren't one of them? What's your proof? He admits, I don't particularly have proof. His lack of evidence hangs heavy in the air. A voice retorts, but didn't you come here knowing already? She begins to explain about who the followers are and what relation I have with them. Then, she adds with a knowing look, if that wasn't the case, you would have answered with a bullet, not a question. The question hangs in the air, was it the Silent Crusade? So you already had a connection with them. Confirming his suspicions, she states, that's right. The Kania merchants are the followers, and you are their enemy. Her gaze intensifies, the green of her eyes seeming to glow as she adds, but that doesn't mean you are my ally. Extending an offer, she states, but we could cooperate. I believe that's the reason why you visited me today. He counters her offer with a direct question, demanding, what do you want from me? Her expression remains unreadable as she looks down, considering his question. Her gaze still lowered, she finally answers, stating plainly, the situation is dire. She reveals that the Black Mage's followers were responsible for Eagle Eye Rhea's death, adding that they've already hidden deep inside the Nautilus. Furthermore, she declares, no one can be trusted aside from Murhat, me, and some of the few trustworthy mates. The revelation hits hard. He grits his teeth, muttering, damn it. It's already gotten to that point? The situation intensifies. He realizes, everything is progressing much faster than I thought. A confident smirk plays on her lips as she reveals, I've heard that they're on the move. They're probably after Minor as of now, since that child is the icon of the ship while Rhea's gone. The woman elaborates on the dire consequences, stating, if Minor, who's acting as the center of our pirates, dies, the Nautilus will be in complete chaos. Her expression hardens as she admits, even I won't be able to handle the repercussions. His gaze sharpens, a silent agreement forming. This is a deal. The terms are set. You need to make sure Minor returns alive from the Eagle Eye's tomb. A cascade of gold and silver coins rains down, filling a treasure chest to overflowing. The offer is sweetened. In return for Minor's safe return, they'll receive an item from the Nautilus treasury. A monstrous figure looms, a glowing 74 emblazoned on its chest. Go in first, so take your time, a voice booms. A portal shimmers, revealing a group of figures on the other side. Her gaze lifts towards the sky, a determined glint in her amber eyes. She continues to gaze upwards, her expression unreadable. A blinding light erupts. A deafening crack echoes through the light. The light subsides, revealing a cavernous space. Oh, isn't this a new place, he remarks, adding, it's gloomy in here. Dust swirls around them as they stand on a newly formed platform. Do you think you're here for a picnic? Stay on your toes, she warns. Frustration etched on his face, the man clicks his tongue, muttering, TCH, we ended up selling only 10 spots. The group seems surprised by something massive emerging from the dust cloud. One of them mutters, clearly taken aback. From within the dust cloud, a reptilian creature emerges, its sharp teeth bared. Kiek, it cries out, seemingly confused. A cruel laugh escapes him as he stares at the confused reptilian creature. What's with that stupid-looking face? He taunts, gripping his weapon tightly. The text clarifies, this monster is a drake from the Sleepywood area, a popular training spot for low-level characters. Different variations of drakes exist. Just hold still. I'll finish you off instant, he declares, preparing to strike. But then, his eyes widen in surprise. He utters, clearly taken aback. The monster towers above, its red eye gleaming menacingly as it exhales a plume of smoke. A piercing screech echoes as a smaller, dragon-like creature opens its jaws wide. You're here with your mom, huh? The man's taunting words drip with malice as he looks down at his opponent. The man's cruel laughter rings out, his sword raised high. SFX, slash. An eerie rustling sound fills the forest. A deafening blast rips through the air, the sound echoing like a thunderclap, kua. The girl continues her assault, a fiery blast erupting from her weapon as she strikes one of the creatures. Don't stop. Aim for only one each time. Go. The gunshots are constantly attracting them, he shouts, fear etched on his face. He then urges, don't be scared. We can easily. All of you, don't fear some measly drakes, he shouts, trying to rally the others. We've even cleared the 200-man gate. But a massive drake looms over him, teeth bared, ready to strike. Gunfire erupts, a barrage of shots aimed at the approaching drake. A deafening roar rips through the air as the drake descends. The men scatter in panic. The drake crashes down, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Yeah, Gio, it's just as you said. Line up for battle. I'll clear this place, she declares, her hand already on the trigger of a massive firearm. The title card appears, marking the start of the story. Chapter 36 begins. A monstrous roar erupts, Kyagh. Shit! Another one's coming for us, someone shouts, as yet another monstrous figure looms over them. Where the hell are they constantly coming out from? Go on ahead. I have something to do, he states, his expression unreadable. Ugh. And he just had to disappear by himself as well, he exclaims, clearly frustrated by the other's sudden departure. Crap, he mutters, hearing the distinct sound of something approaching rapidly. A monstrous figure crashes down upon him with a deafening quack. The monstrous beast's jaws snap shut with terrifying force. The hero narrowly avoids the beast's snapping jaws. The hero's eyes widen in terror as the beast lunges again. Alright, bring it on, he shouts, bracing himself for the next attack. He retorts, simply, your combat styles are all over the place. I'm saying that it's inefficient for each of you to flail around all on your own. The instructor's voice booms, declaring, now, you'll have to fight as a team. From here on, you're a family. The group's expressions range from shock to disbelief. A collective what erupts as the instructor continues, starting with Devo. A monstrous dragon's head lunges forward, jaws agape, as golden energy crackles around its teeth. Two monstrous dragon heads snap forward, energy crackling as the instructor's command rings out, dive into the enemy lines and stir them up. The hero grips his weapon, a fiery aura surrounding it. It's fine if you don't kill them in one go, the instructor's words echo in his mind. His eyes narrowed, the hero focuses on the task at hand. Only focus on wounding them, he remembers. The key point is to go only forward, the text declares, no matter what. Ignore the attacks coming behind you, the text declares. The beast lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut. Blood splatters as the attack connects. He retaliates with a fierce punch, a determined glint in his eyes. Dad will protect you. With a fierce yell, he declares, our cute son. Daddy's got you. His fist flies forward, but a voice yells, shut up already. The voice continues, declaring, Ralph, you're Devo's shield. The voice commands Ralph to forget his selfish fighting style. From now on, he must fight for Devo. The voice's command rings out, protect him at all costs. This is an order. The massive beast lunges, jaws wide, directly towards Ralph and Devo. Facing the monstrous attack head-on, Ralph grits his teeth, a fierce determination blazing in his eyes. All right. Let's do this. The monster's foot crashes down with incredible force. Energy explodes as the monster's attack connects. He's sent flying backwards by the force of the monster's blow. Though reeling from the blow, he manages to brace himself, planting his spear against the ground. His eyes widen, fear flashing across his face as the monster's attack bears down on him. The monster's massive form crashes down, and a desperate cry rings out, my son. The monster's attack connects with a sickening cock. But amidst the chaos, a surprising thought surfaces, ugh, so is this what paternal love feels like? Exhilarating. Despite the blow, a crazed grin spreads across his face. I said, that's enough, he roars. Despite the ongoing battle, he turns his attention elsewhere, a sinister smile playing on his lips. And Kyrie, you'll have the most important role. The flames intensify, accompanied by a warning: burns inflicted by your skill makes it difficult to heal. The dragon-like creature is commanded to use that, as it lunges forward, a trail of golden energy following its attack. The command is given to instantly finish off the injured ones. The dragon-like creature's attack lands, engulfing its target in a burst of golden energy. Solar Slash. The dragon-like creature's attack tears through its target, leaving a trail of blood and golden energy. The dragon-like creature stands firm, golden energy still radiating from her blade. The one among us who has improved the most over the past month. The golden energy crackles around her gauntlet as she declares, "Is you, Kairi." A sinister grin spreads across her face as one of the other warriors clutches his bleeding arm. "Wasn't that easier than I thought?" she asks. "All right. Let's clean them up," she shouts, as the monstrous creatures close in on the remaining warriors. A crushing blow lands, the sound echoing through the battlefield. Far from the battlefield, two figures stand before a glowing portal, a stark contrast to the chaos behind them. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. That's. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Kedril," he exclaims, questioning what he's seeing. He demands, "What brings you here?" All the expected party members have already been. Sweat beads on his brow as he urgently shouts, "Move. This isn't the time for that. It's an emergency." He insists, "We have to tell Minor about the situation right now." Towering above, a monstrous figure looms, its jagged teeth stained crimson. The monster breathes a sigh of relief, acknowledging, "Phew, good work, Minor." Having heard the monster's praise, Minor grins, suggesting, "That was nothing then, shall we start moving?" Minor's companion exclaims, "Minor, we've hit the jackpot already. Just look at the size of this magic stone." Minor raises a bandaged arm, grinning widely, "It'll fetch for at least." A searing blast rips through the air, cutting off Minor's sentence. His eye widens in alarm. A bewildered "huh" escapes him. Blood trickles from his mouth as he utters, "WH. What was that?" His eyes are wide with shock and confusion. The force of the blow sends blood flying. The hand strikes with incredible force. The attack continues, a blur of motion. "WH what?" someone exclaims, caught off guard by the sudden assault. "Everyone, watch out. TCH. Minor," someone shouts, caught in the fray. Another voice responds, equally tense, "I know." A fiery blast tears through the arena. SFX, whoosh. A wave of heat washes over the battlefield. Eyes widening, she spots a red energy source. "Over there," she shouts, spotting the source of the energy. A rapid blast of energy erupts. Rocks explode outward from the blast's epicenter. The energy converges on a golden, star-shaped shield, a red light intensifying at its center. The pirate captain, face contorted with rage, snarls, "You, son of a..." "Go on, explain yourself." The man's eye glows with an ominous red light as he prepares to explain himself, flames swirling around him. Flames erupt around him as he declares, "Just doing cleanup." "Hold still," he commands as spears of fire rain down upon the silhouetted figures. The fiery spears continue their descent, poised to strike the figures below. "Everyone's forgetting," he mutters, his expression grim. His face contorted in rage, he roared, "Everyone's forgetting about me." He erupts in fury, questioning Devo's betrayal. "Devo, that asshole. How could he just leave me like that after telling me to believe in him?" He demands, "If you were going to do this, why did you even bring me here?" He barely escapes the monstrous jaws, tumbling through the ant tunnel. "I could have died if it wasn't for this ant tunnel," he exclaims, still reeling from Devo's betrayal. "But I can't just die here," he declares, resolving to fight on despite the betrayal. His eyes widen with a dawning realization. "If everyone else makes their escape, then I'm really, stay hidden the whole time." Silence descends as he considers his options. "Damn it. I'm a second circle explorer too, I'll have you know," he shouts, his frustration echoing through the cavern. A powerful impact shakes the cavern. He defiantly shouts, "I'm not going to die so easily in this place." Footsteps echo as a new, glowing gate materializes. A second gate? Before him, the glowing gate looms large. He wonders, what should I do? If I just wait here? Suddenly, he's struck, crying out as he's sent flying. Staggering, he looks up to see a strange creature, a snail-like being with wide eyes, who asks, "Q?" He realizes, you're Elpham's. Still reeling from the blow, he gasps, "Phew. When did you get here? I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest." His eyes widen, noticing something amiss. A whirling sound, he wonders. A blinding light erupts, accompanied by a desperate cry, "No!" The whirling sound intensifies, drawing closer. A soft voice calls out, "Q." A blinding light erupts. The light intensifies, becoming almost unbearable. The blinding light fades, revealing the title, Maple Story, The Last Adventurer. The title fades, revealing Chapter 37. The chapter begins as a figure commands, "Hold still." A red glow emanates from his eye. A blinding light erupts as he declares, "I'll end this quickly." Golden arrows materialize around the group, poised to strike. "Shut up and explain yourself." "Did you not hear me?" she demands, her voice echoing across the battlefield. A beam of red light shoots from the device on his head. An exclamation point punctuates the sudden attack. A sudden blast erupts from the device, catching him completely off guard. "What?" he exclaims, reeling from the unexpected attack. "Fortunately, it doesn't look like I'm late," Kedril says, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he aims a cannon-like weapon. "Kedril? How did you?" Kedril flies through the air, while below, someone shouts, "He's still alive." Chase after him. The red-haired woman reveals, apparently that kid called Elpham has done the same thing in the 100-man gate too. The man reveals that, "Kiran sent us here after figuring out his identity." The woman's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she asks, "Kiran did?" He unleashes a flurry of attacks with his spear, streaks of fire erupting with each strike. The woman is struck by the fiery spear attacks, blood splattering as the man with the eye patch screams in fury. "What are you all doing?" the man with the eye patch yells, his face contorted in rage. The man fires again, the word swift emblazoned across the fiery explosion. "He's just one guy," he shouts. His face a mask of strained determination, the man declares, "Got him." A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the area in flames. The explosion sends the men flying, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Their faces contorted in terror, the men scream as the full force of the blast hits them. A final, desperate scream pierces the air as the explosion reaches its peak. The explosion rocks the area, and a voice declares, "That's 3. He glances back, a flicker of concern in his eyes. There's more that came in. Did they realize it, he wonders. His eyes widen as he sees another dark figure, glowing red, emerge from the dust cloud. Red beams of energy slam into him. He cries out in pain, bracing for the attack. He cries out, the force of the attack clearly taking its toll. The attacker unleashes another blast. "Did you think I'd lose sight of you?" she yells, her eyes blazing with fury. Explosions erupt, the force of the attack seemingly inescapable. The blast explodes outward, a wave of destructive energy unleashed. The hero spots something amidst the chaos, exclaiming, "That's..." "Everyone, get down," he yells, spotting a spiked ball hurtling towards them. Another man shouts, "What?" "Wait." A red beam fires from an ornate device, while below, a character prepares an attack, energy swirling around his hand. A red beam cuts through the air as one of the fighters prepares a counterattack. An enormous energy sphere hurtles towards the fighter. The fighter is engulfed in the sphere's blinding light. The impact sends debris flying. Minor. The name echoes amidst the destruction. "All of you, come here." "Quick," a voice commands, followed by a frustrated, "Shit." The group rushes forward across the cracked earth, answering the call. Coughing, she struggles to understand what's happening around her. What's going? She manages to choke out. A staff glows with power, a gem radiating intense light. Her eyes blaze with golden light, a surge of power coursing through her. He raises the staff, a surge of fire erupting around its gem as he prepares to strike. The staff slams down, a shockwave of energy erupting outwards. The pirate captain, face contorted with fury, demands, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing? Spit out what you're planning right this instant." The staff is now pointed directly at the viewer, its ornate details glinting ominously. The pirate captain grits his teeth, his face a mask of pain and fury. The question hangs in the air, and are you prepared to handle it? A pained grunt escapes him as he clutches his arm. A shout rings out, "What did you just do?" Minor got swept in there as well. The man roars, demanding, "What did you just do?" Minor got swept in there as well. The other, stammering, can only manage, I was just. A massive explosion erupts, throwing rock and debris everywhere. The force of the blast leaves those nearby reeling in shock. Minor. "Are you alive?" he shouts, his face etched with worry as he searches through the dust cloud. He continues to shout Minor's name, his voice raw with desperation. A blinding light erupts, accompanied by streaks of fiery energy. "Cuck! What in the world?" the man shouts, eyes wide as a blinding attack hurtles toward him. The weapon fires, a blast of energy hurtling forward with incredible speed. His eyes widen in terror as the energy blast approaches, the man bracing for the inevitable impact. The energy blasts slam into him, the force of the impact sending him flying backwards. Bloodied and battered, he can only muster a single, desperate question: why? Standing over him, the woman holds both a pistol and a dark blade. His face contorted in disbelief, he gasps, Minor? What did you? Towering over him, Minor coldly asks, "So, what's the outcome?" She adds, "I've only wasted mana thanks to your useless stubbornness." Just as I thought. Far below, a group of new members stands amidst the rocky terrain. The new recruits remain far below, their silhouettes stark against the desolate landscape. "Geo," she says, her face marred with dirt and determination. His face contorted with urgency, he commands, "Take the others and run." But the woman beside him seems hesitant. Her face set with grim resolve, she declares, "Kirin's orders." The pendant emits a blinding light. The light intensifies, becoming a searing blast. The hero recoils, shielding his eyes from the intense light. The small creature beside him cries out, "Kyu." Catching his breath, he realizes, huff, huff. I accidentally entered. Now I have to wait for the others to come in. He surveys the cavernous space, a chilling realization dawning. Is the second gate a cave as well, he wonders aloud. Then could those guys be in here too? Oh, he exclaims, spotting a distant figure. A wave of confusion washes over him as he wonders, a person. Hey, wait, a voice shouts. Q. Q, it calls out, seemingly in pursuit. I got separated from my party, a voice calls out. The figure continues, if it's okay, could I join you? The man cries out, quack. His expression contorted in pain, he clutches his arm. A fiery blast sends him flying. Scrabbling backwards, he shouts, what the hell are you doing? You want me to roast you over the fire when Elpum's not here? Ah, this snail isn't a monster, but, he exclaims, a strange sound accompanying his words. The man scrambles back, eyes wide with terror as a grotesque figure looms over him. A guttural groan escapes him as terror grips him. A piercing scream rips through the air. The creature looms closer, its grotesque face filling his vision as it closes in. A woman with fiery red hair, wearing a pirate bandana, urgently shouts, Geo, take the others and run. The woman's order rings out, Kirin's orders. Geo's face contorts in anger, sweat beading on his brow. He's clearly reluctant to leave. Suddenly, a realization dawns on someone nearby. That's... The exclamation is followed by the sight of a golden locket, shining brightly. The question hangs in the air, just what are you planning? The woman raises what appears to be a modified flare gun, aiming it directly at her target. A strange, fiery energy crackles around the weapon's tip. The woman's question cuts through the tension. Do you know about the death of Eagle Eye Rhea? What? He mutters, clearly caught off guard. An outburst follows. You, son of a, what the hell are you saying all of a sudden? But the woman's chilling words continue. Beyond these rubbles, there are followers of the Black Mage mixed amongst those you trust as mates. They are the ones who killed Eagle Eye, she declares, as the man shouts back, why you shut your mouth? But a deeper voice reveals, Karen already knew all of that. That is why I'm here, he states, before continuing with, don't you get it? In order to isolate Karen, their other aim is her second disciple. Then, the deeper voice reveals the shocking truth, it's you, Minor. Minor's eyes widen in disbelief, her grip tightening around the cannon. A tear streaks down Minor's dirt-streaked face as she struggles to process the revelation. Wait, what is he saying? F followers within the Nautilus. And my mates were the ones who killed Rhea. A hand extends, presenting a familiar golden locket. Karen asked me to deliver this to you. Minor's eyes widen. Is that? I'm certain it's Karen's necklace. The figure holding the locket speaks with certainty. She wouldn't have given this proof of hers to anyone. A realization dawns, then Karen really did know everything and sent him to protect me. The implications hit hard. Then, the people you killed earlier were. A simple, chilling confirmation, correct. An intense gaze pierces through the red haze as he asks, but how? What method are you using to identify the followers? Starling, no matter how much I think about it, this just isn't right. Not only does he know of our existence, but you've even permitted him to take our items. The cloaked figure accuses. Starling retorts, it just doesn't make any sense, we can't trust him like this. It's the see-through eye patch, an item that allows one to see the flow of mana. The item is an excellent means of discerning the followers of the Black Mage, allowing one to see the flow of mana. However, it comes at the cost of greatly consuming the user's mana. There wasn't anyone in here who could use that after Chorus died, no, she asks, her eyes narrowed slightly. The item only activates if it's compatible with the user's element? He wonders aloud, questioning how someone who looks like a magician can even use the see-through eye patch. Doubts linger, as she admits, I don't exactly trust him either. But for now, she concedes, since it seems like they have the same purpose. The woman voices her suspicion, warning, it could be a trap. We don't even know who's behind him. Despite the risks, he responds, well, it can't be helped. I've already lent it to him. A hint of warning underlies his final words, don't frown too much. Her red eyes narrowed, she mutters, if his mana isn't fit for it, he'll probably die before properly using it anyway. A chilling anticipation fills her voice as she concludes, let's see how things will turn out. The scene shifts to a vast, desolate landscape. Overhead, a disembodied voice echoes, posing a question, and what answer he'll bring. A voice declares, except for the three at the front, the rest are the followers. The voice continues, clarifying that only the trio at the front are the true threats, the rest merely followers. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. He scoffs at the notion of the others being mere followers. F follower? What kind of nonsense? He continues, incredulous that Lady Minor could believe such a baseless claim. The red targeting reticle intensifies. You mean this? The voice echoes with the revelation that facing the followers before his return was a painful ordeal. It's revealed their brand wouldn't appear unless mana was imbued into them, and its location could be anywhere on their bodies. Dust swirls as he lands. His foot hits the ground. An ethereal form materializes, its presence announced by the words, however, it's only invisible to the eye. A voice then murmurs, a follower. The voice declares that the follower definitely comes with a brand. Despite the injury, the follower retorts, well, I can accept your horrible sense of style. He grips his opponent's head, a blue energy emanating from his hand. But don't you think it's a little too laid back to be this brazen about it, he asks. A crimson mark blazes on his forehead. The brand of the Black Mage, one of the men exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. It can't be. Damn it all, he curses, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and desperation. His teeth grit, a tear streaks down his face as the weight of the situation crashes down on him. With a surge of speed, he draws his flintlock pistol. Shit! Kill them all, he yells, leading the charge. Flintlocks blaze as his companions open fire. What in the world is going on around here, he shouts, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He unleashes a devastating cannon blaster, the force of the blast ripping through the battlefield. Eyes blazing with fury, he prepares to unleash another devastating attack. He cries out in pain as the attack backfires. Grimacing, he realizes, I've used too much mana to single out the followers. At this rate, we'll be at a disadvantage. The second gate is nearby, a voice announces. A desperate plan forms, let's go in there and hide. His face contorted in rage, he shouts, shut up. A furious roar erupts. Shut up, he bellows. His grip tightens on the weapon as he vows, I'll kill them all with my own hands. Someone shouts, stand back unless you want to be swept along. It's time to hunt, he roars, a skull mask glowing with menacing purple energy clutched in his hands. Purple energy explodes around him as he aims a strange cannon-like device. A woman behind him watches, fear etched on her face. His eyes widen in disbelief. What was that? He exclaims, struggling to comprehend what he's seeing. Hallucinations. Darkness envelopes him. I can't see anything, he cries out, completely blinded. A blinding light erupts. The light intensifies, but it's no reprieve. Cuck, he gasps, a pained expression contorting his face. Despite the blinding light, Miner smirks, bloodied but unbroken. As expected of Miner. You shouldn't be able to see anything, but that was impressive. He warns, but your luck ends here, you best prepare yourself. I can't see anything, he shouts, panic rising as he struggles to regain his vision. Shit, what kind of? Miner declares, now, Miner. I'll send you off to where your dearly adored Eagle Eye is. He holds a weapon, ready to strike. Miner's weapon strikes with incredible force. The force of the blow explodes outward. With a fierce glare, she launches another attack, shouting, send her my regards. The attack lands with devastating force. Purple energy explodes around the target, the force of the blow sending him flying. His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. What? How, he stammers, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. He hits the ground hard, the impact sending dust and debris flying around him. He clutches the woman tightly, his red eye glowing menacingly. A shield suddenly appears before him, deflecting an unseen attack. How are you able to see? He demands. Suddenly, glowing figures materialize around him, energy coalescing in the center. A voice shouts, fire at him. Just as I thought, something's up with that bastard. Blasts of energy erupt from the figure's weapons, converging on their target. A surge of energy emanates from his hand. The combined energy unleashes, engulfing everything in a blinding surge. The man with the gun stares in disbelief at the power unleashed before him. The unleashed energy forms a monstrous claw, poised to strike. The force of the blow sends his body flying, pieces of his weapon scattered amidst the impact. Cakewalk, he cries out in pain. The fiery energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in its path. What do you think you can do with that mere fire arrow? He shouts, unleashing a cannon spike of fiery energy. The cannon spike rips through the air, scattering debris in its wake. What? He cries out, as the fiery attack slams into him. It can't be Dash. Staggering back, he wonders aloud, what's with that power? He struggles to comprehend the attack's power. When it's just a fire arrow? Stop him, a voice shouts, as a barrage of purple energy streaks toward the hero. The fire arrow transforms, erupting into a cluster of blazing, eye-shaped feathers. The fiery feathers coalesce, forming a swirling vortex of heat and light. Above, the word revolver blazes into existence. The swirling inferno intensifies as a series of violet beams erupt from below. The revolver's skill erupts in a blinding explosion of fire. Amidst the chaos, he realizes, he spinned his fire arrow. The fire arrow pierces through, impacting the man with the white hair. Quack, he cries out as the arrow strikes him. The force of the impact sends him flying backwards. Despite the arrow's impact, a surge of power erupts around her as she shouts, "I'm freed." Shit. He curses, clearly caught off guard by her sudden burst of power. Her eyes widen, a manic gleam in them as she declares, "All shall be done, for the Black Mage." A blinding light erupts from his chest, his face contorted in a scream. Suddenly, a barrage of glowing orbs erupts around them. The explosion sends debris flying in all directions. The blast consumes everything in a blinding inferno. The force of the explosion sends him flying backwards, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Kaya ah ah. The world blurs as he is hurled backwards by the immense force. Amidst the chaos, a desperate question echoes, "Elpum? I'm at my limit." He gasps, the strain evident. Straining, he thinks, "I need to reach the second gate before my mana runs out." He grits his teeth, facing down two opponents. One lunges forward, fist crackling with purple energy. The hero reaches out, desperately shouting, "M minor," as his comrade is blasted away by a surge of purple energy. His face contorted in fury, he screams, "Damn it," as a surge of cyan energy erupts from his outstretched hand. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Not so fast." A massive, spiked weapon hurtles toward the hero. The spiked weapon hurtles closer, a blur of motion aimed directly at him. His eyes widen in terror as the weapon closes in. Impact is imminent. The weapon strikes, erupting in a blinding explosion of light and debris. The world dissolves into a blinding white. Silence descends. The silence is broken by a groan. Beaten and bruised, she struggles to rise. Ugh! Her eye flares with a sudden, intense light. A surge of power erupts around her, the cavern air shimmering with heat. The cavern floor erupts in flames, the raw power unleashed obliterating the immediate surroundings. The man with dark hair looks on with wide eyes, sweat dripping down his face. Shit. Second gate? Did we lose Elpum and the others? He asks, fear evident in his voice. He shouts, his face contorted in what seems like forced reassurance, "It's fine. The gate will soon be restored nearby." But then, his tone shifts, hinting at a hidden agenda. "Anyway, our real purpose is..." The man's true intention is revealed with a furious shout, "To kill that bitch!" His gauntlet crackles with violet energy as he unleashes the corkscrew, a signature skill of the Buccaneers. The corkscrew connects, a devastating blow erupting in a spray of blood. Despite the devastating blow, the opponent smirks, declaring, "That's not gonna work against me." Wide-eyed and sweating, the protagonist wonders, was he hiding his skill? Kahahaha. Weak, he roars, unfazed by the attack. Kahahaha. Weak, he boasts, completely unfazed as the protagonist is sent flying backwards by the force of the blow. The force of the blow sends tremors through the ground. Eyes wide with disbelief, the protagonist stares down at the weapon pointed directly at him. The punch lands with devastating force, and the protagonist cries out in pain. The protagonist is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. Ugh, he groans, skidding backwards. His outstretched hand desperately claws at the ground, failing to find purchase. The monster unleashes a series of devastating purple energy blasts. Kakak, he coughs, blood splattering as the monster's attacks land. Screaming in pain, he fires a volley of shots. Quack, he screams, unleashing a torrent of fire. Calf, he roars, fury contorting his face as he hurls a dagger. "You, fucking rat." The dagger connects, a spray of blood erupting as the protagonist counters with a swift strike of his own. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The protagonist's strike lands squarely, a brutal impact echoing as the enemy cries out in pain. The enemy reels from the blow, staggering backward. Below, a figure watches with grim intensity. Staggering, the enemy cries out, "P. Pedro?" Meanwhile, below, the figure states grimly, "I don't have much time." A close-up reveals Pedro's face, marred by dirt and blood, but his golden eyes burn with determination. "Come at me at once." Pedro shouts, issuing a bold challenge. The title card appears, Maplestory, The Last Adventurer. This is chapter 39. Pedro, lying on the ground, looks up in disbelief. What's all this? Multiple gates, he utters, seeing something unexpected. There's more over here too, Pedro exclaims, seeing even more gates. A question hangs in the air, could all these be second gates? These must be the special gates, he realizes, sweat beading on his brow. I've heard of them. A realization dawns on him. They must be connected to a different area in the second region. The explanation continues, once a certain number of members pass, the corresponding gate will close, and they'll have no choice but to use another gate. The realization hits him, wait a second, we don't know where we'll end up in each gate. Then, a more pressing question arises, how are we supposed to join with boss? Do we have any other choice at this point, he sighs, resigned? We'll have to leave it to luck. Let's just go in for now. A blinding light engulfs them as they enter the gate. The gate pulses with energy, a blinding light swallowing everything. Emerging from the gate, one of them notes, looks like 3 people are enough to pass, fortunately. A warning follows, let's keep an eye on our surroundings. Elpham will probably cross over using another gate, so we have to join him as soon as possible. What's that? One of them wonders, spotting something approaching. He then asks, doesn't it look like it's coming towards us, could that be, boss? The approaching figure is identified with shock, Iburu? Terror etched on his face, he screams Iburu's name as the monstrous figure looms closer. Guys! You have to come save me, he screams, desperately calling for help as Iburu closes in. But then, he shouts, what are you saying? Don't come here. His expression shifts from terror to desperate warning. The Iburu pirates declare, we, the Iburu pirates, live and die by honor. Meanwhile, another voice shouts, we're not. Get away from us. And finally, a desperate plea rings out, boss. Just where the hell are you? Staring directly at a menacing red light, he gasps, this can't be. A monstrous creature lunges, its gaping maw and razor-sharp claws poised to strike. Guaf, it roars. Claws tear through him in a burst of dark energy. The force of the attack sends the hero flying backwards. Straining to speak, he gasps, these things. They're not ordinary monsters, they're wearing our pirate outfits. A chilling thought strikes him, could they have been humans? Damn it, he thinks, this isn't the time to wonder about something like that. These things won't die. Even after blowing their heads off, they're still moving. And to make matters worse, he's almost out of bullets. Shit! I've never heard of something like this, he exclaims, his one visible eye wide with disbelief. The monsters have no core? He wonders if they're zombified human corpses. Because they have no weak points, they don't go down no matter where he aims. He's starting to think things are way too different compared to his previous life. I have to find it. No matter what. He declares, a surge of determination coursing through him. Suddenly, he notices strings of mana connected to the seemingly unkillable monsters. Wait, these strings of mana connected to them, is this? Shit, just how far does it connect to, he exclaims, realizing the implications of the mana strings. The mana strings converge, revealing a source of immense power. There must be something beyond that wall. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. Devo, he questions, seeing the figures bathed in ethereal light. Gasping, he grits his teeth against the pain. Did everyone enter the second gate already? He's at his limit, his mana reserves depleted. I don't have the mana to maintain my skill any longer. A monstrous roar rips through the air as Elpham is urged to get a grip. Oi! Elpham! What's the matter? Get a grip! An explosion of light erupts above, shaking the very ground beneath Elpham's feet. Elpham, sweat dripping down his face, stares up in disbelief. What the hell, he exclaims, witnessing the spectacle above. The force of the blast sends Elpham flying backwards. She descends rapidly, a pistol gripped in her hand. His face contorted in rage, he bellows, Minor. Explosions erupt before him. Screams pierce the air amidst the chaos of the ongoing explosions. What a relief, he shouts, his voice strained. Are you injured any dash? His eyes widen in horror, the name Kevin escaping his lips. A blinding light erupts as a voice booms, back off unless you wanna die. The light fades, revealing a man with a wide, almost maniacal grin. He seems unfazed by the recent events, muttering, "Ha." The blinding light subsides, revealing two monstrous figures poised to strike. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. Debris rains down as the explosion's force intensifies. The explosion throws him back, a metallic clang ringing out as he's struck. Blood trickles down his face as he grits his teeth against the pain. The air crackles with energy, and a vortex of power begins to form. A colossal vortex looms, dwarfing the figures below. One kneels, defeated, while the other stands ready, weapon drawn. Minor. I almost died just now. He gasps, struggling to his feet. Another voice cuts through the air, laced with annoyance. TCH, what gives? There's still that plenty of them? What should we do? We're also running out of ammo. One of them says, concern etched on his face. Another voice interjects, I can fire one more time. I'll use all my remaining mana in. But before he can finish, a third voice commands, wait. Elpham, the man asks, confused. The woman, her face streaked with grime, replies, wait just a bit longer. We're going to need that skill. Cutting her off, another man questions Elpham's decision. What are you saying when you look like you're about to die? Urgency laces her voice as she replies, don't you see those things? We have no time to wait. The realization hits, Devo is approximately 1 kilometer away, but time is running out. I can't afford to think any further, she declares, knowing action is now paramount. 5 minutes, no, buy me 3 minutes, Elpham urgently requests. A voice responds, questioning her, what? What can you possibly do in just 3 minutes? The words clearing the gate appear, signaling a crucial turning point. He grits his teeth, forcing the glowing orbs into his mouth. Shit, he shouts, facing down the monsters. SFX, thud. What the hell is going on, he exclaims, clearly overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. These zombie bastards. He grits out, sweat beading on his brow. They may have human corpses, but they won't go down even after I chop their heads off. He cries out in pain, blood splattering as he's sent flying. The zombie's attack sends him hurtling backwards. As he's thrown back, he wonders if there's even a way to kill these things. He's met with a sharp rebuke. Stop complaining. Knock out at least one more of them if you have the time to think about stuff like that. Despite the sharp words, he's still fighting. You just die already, he yells, firing at the creature point blank. The creature withstands the blast. Ugh, he exclaims, clearly surprised by the monster's resilience. The blast rips through the air, but the creature remains standing, unfazed. The creature roars in defiance, its massive form barely flinching from the attack. Despite the blast, the creature remains standing, prompting one of the fighters to exclaim, all right. Iburu, nice shot. Clearing his throat, the creature dismisses the attack, ahem, that was nothing. The ground crumbles beneath the force of the attack. The attack shatters the ground, sending debris flying. He stares in disbelief. The force of impact reverberates outward. His face contorts in rage. What the fuck, are you out of your mind? He shouts. A monstrous form looms into view, its grotesque wings spread wide. A monstrous claw tears through flesh, the victims scream echoing in the air, Kaya. Blasts erupt from the man's weapon, the muzzle flash illuminating his grim determination. He moves in a blur, a wave of blue energy emanating from him as he advances. Grimacing in pain, he grits his teeth, feeling the strain. Ugh, damn it. My heart feels like it's going to explode. He admits, I didn't want to strain myself again like this, but I have no other choice. The blue energy intensifies as the thought rings out, it's too early to try to circle up. He realizes attempting to circle up now would only hinder him. Weighing his options, he concludes, then, there's only one option left. I had always faced these kinds of situations ever since my regression, he reflects. He reflects on his predicament, the ever-growing powerful monsters, and in contrast, my lacking mana and attack. He continues, once I had reached my limit of sixth circle. I had to find new ways of dealing with them, he realizes, acknowledging the need for innovation. It was a gamble, he thinks, holding the magic stone that was used purely for circle ups. Reasoning that the magic stone is a concentrated form of monster essence, he wonders if directly ingesting its core could substitute for mana. He believes that ingesting the core can restore his mana. Now, all that's left are the waves of rampant mana. He channels the energy, reciting an incantation as he does so. If I course it through my heart in the direction of my bloodstream, and if my body can hold on. He fires the weapon, but a monstrous screech echoes as the attack connects. His eyes widen in pain as the force of the attack reverberates through him. Well done, Miner, a disembodied voice booms. A powerful, crimson energy slices through the air. A massive explosion erupts, the force of the blast sending debris flying. The inferno rages, consuming everything in its path. A pained cry echoes through the devastation. Keeg. Pam levels her pistol, a look of disbelief etched on her face. Pam. You. A voice commands, prepare that skill from earlier. Confusion clouds the face of the one addressed. What? A voice booms, questioning, what the hell is up with his appearance? He stands ready, a strange eye patch obscuring one eye, as blue energy crackles around his outstretched hand. The blue energy intensifies around his hand, a large, dark symbol appearing before him. The symbol explodes outward with immense force. The force of the blast sends the hero hurtling towards a monstrous figure, blood spraying as he collides. The hero is sent flying by a monstrous tail. Ack, he cries out as he's struck by a bizarre green substance. What the hell? Mushrooms? Clutching his sword, he realizes, shit, was it this? The secret to that zombie mushroom. The zombie mushroom is slashed to pieces, its dark secret now revealed. A heal spell activates, but a warning rings out, all of you, be careful not to get scratched by that tentacle. The warning continues, a dire warning, else you'll become one of those disgusting zombie mushrooms. The grotesque zombie mushroom monster looms, its tentacles thrashing wildly. Realization dawns on him. So that thing was the one behind all this. A grimace tightens his features. Everyone's getting sluggish. He realizes, the situation growing dire. His eyes widen, a desperate realization hitting him hard. At this rate, we'll be wiped out, he exclaims. Leave this place to me and get away from here, he shouts, a desperate command amidst the chaos. He charges forward, a blur of motion. What? Wait, a voice cries out, unanswered. His face contorted in fierce determination, he grits his teeth, muttering, I need to do this. He moves in a flurry of strikes, his weapon leaving trails of light in its wake. The onslaught continues, his strikes a furious dance of light and steel. The flurry of blows intensifies, his relentless assault continuing without pause. The relentless barrage continues, each strike echoing with devastating force. He cries out in pain, blood dripping as the force of the blows continues to batter him. Quack! The relentless assault continues to pummel him. The attack lands, the impact sending shockwaves outward. The relentless strikes continue to rain down. The relentless assault continues, each strike a burst of dark energy. His eyes widen in terror as the onslaught continues. Blood splatters across his face as the relentless strikes continue to land. She continues her assault, her blade a blur as she strikes with relentless speed. Her relentless assault continues, the speed of her attacks overwhelming him. The relentless strikes continue to land, each blow sending shockwaves through the cavern. Focus on maintaining your skill, a voice commands. Leave the aiming to me. The voice directs him, clarifying, your target is this wall. The wall is now splattered with blood. He fires the weapon, a bright flash erupting as it connects. We only have one chance. With a determined look, he declares, "Begin." Blue energy crackles around his outstretched hand. The cannon roars to life, unleashing a torrent of fire and energy. His face is set with grim determination. The attack is named Black Boot Bill as it hurtles towards its target. Black Boot Bill slams into the stone structure, sending debris flying. The stone structure crumbles under the force of the impact. The force of the impact explodes outwards in a burst of energy. The energy expands, obliterating everything in its path. Screams echo as the devastating energy rips through the landscape. Faster, even faster, he urges, pushing his power to its absolute limit. Let's go! The revolver technique explodes with blinding speed and power. He strains, pushing even harder. It's not enough. I have to add more momentum. Hold on. Maintain it till the end. The command rings out, urging him to persevere. Fire arrow. The skill is unleashed, blazing forth with incredible speed. SFX, qua qua. The fire arrow streaks forward. The fire arrow hurtles forward. The arrow strikes its target, erupting in a burst of flames. The flames swirl violently, consuming everything in their path. He shouts in frustration, "Shit! I'm out of ammo. Run!" "Minor," a voice booms. The group sprints away from the looming, clawed hand reaching for them. The creature lunges, screeching "Kid," as it attacks. His face contorted in rage, the creature grits its teeth, spittle flying. The screen flashes with a stark revelation: monsters without a core. The speaker realizes, the puppets in front of my eyes were deceiving me and making my judgment hazy. The speaker realizes the true identity of those unkillable bastards, as he sees the threads of mana connected to somewhere. The threads of mana stretch upwards, revealing their source. The threads converge, revealing a core unlike anything expected. The master of the core was something else entirely. The threads led to an unexpected master, but what was needed to fight was. A monstrous form is revealed, surrounded by debris and energy. The monstrous form unleashes a devastating burst of energy. The monster's attack hurtles towards the protagonist, who prepares to meet it head-on. You. The protagonist braces for the incoming attack, a surge of power emanating from his eye. The monster's attack collides with the protagonist's power, creating a shockwave of energy. The force of the impact is immense, the word smash echoing the sheer power of the blow. The monster reels from the impact, a vortex of energy swirling around it. The monster is obliterated, reduced to fragments amidst a burst of energy. The hero looks on, the battle's aftermath visible in his eyes. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his bloodied face. He braces himself, clenching his fists as the monstrous creatures close in. The monstrous creatures lunge forward, closing the distance. The attack lands with a resounding crash. The monster's attack explodes in a shower of gore. The monster's remains are scattered, a gruesome testament to the attack's power. The hero swings his axe, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. "Ha ha! I'm saved," he exclaims, relief washing over his face as the threat recedes. The enemy collapses, a spray of blood marking the decisive blow. A gate appears, its purpose yet unknown. Wounded and weary, she stares ahead, her expression unreadable. The man's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared. "My parents who abandoned me." His rage is directed at the horrible adults. But then, a different thought surfaces, the one who solely protected us orphans from those people. But then, he remembers someone else, Big Sis, Durami. His memories shift, a new figure emerging in his thoughts: Rhea was my hero. The scene shifts to a memory, two figures stand silhouetted against a vibrant sky. It's already been 10 years since our instructor took us in. One of them reflects. Time goes by so fast. It feels like everything went by like a flash since then. Well, you are the genius that the famous Kirin acknowledged. One of them says, seemingly downcast. Every day must be fun for you. He then mutters to himself, Kirin must have scolded her again. A tear streaks down her face as she confesses, I'm getting anxious. It feels like I can't catch up to you. The memory seems to be a source of deep unease. If Kirin. She begins, her voice trailing off. She cries out, as a blonde woman grabs her face, demanding, why are you so disheartened when all you've got is confidence? Above, a sharp voice declares, I told you not to do that. But below, a softer voice counters, quiet down, this is my right as your big sis. You can take it slow. The blonde woman smiles, declaring, I'll always be by your side. Someone asks, Kairi, are you really okay? She responds, I'm fine. Is it because of the new equipment? The man retorts, it's obviously because of my heel. It's a fortune that I had some mana left. If I hadn't, this would have been your gravesite. His face bruised and cut, the man thinks to himself, all because of me. Hey. Look, over there, he exclaims, his eyes widening with alarm as he spots something in the distance. What? He stammers, spotting something ahead. A group of figures stands silhouetted against a massive, rope-bound stone structure. The scene shifts to a close-up of a figure bound tightly with thick ropes, blood staining their clothes. Blood stains the figure's clothes, a strange weapon clutched tightly in their bound hands. Ropes bind the figure tightly to a large stone, blood pooling around them. A desperate cry echoes out, Aria. Her face, marred with dirt and a fresh cut, tightens with determination. Ropes? Ria asks, her gaze sharpening. A nearby companion wonders aloud, did she bind herself before turning into a zombie mushroom? Her eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. An old, brittle letter is presented. Its faded ink hints at a forgotten language, perhaps holding the key to the mystery. The letter begins, to my instructor. The letter continues, revealing a grim warning, the followers of the Black Mage have returned. The letter reveals more dire news, it seems that they've already infiltrated deep into the Nautilus. It continues, I have to return and help you, but I think it's difficult with my current state. Please take care. The letter trails off, ending with, and minor. The letter continues, noting that the followers must have prepared quite thoroughly. It ends with a mournful reminiscence, Frina, Kedrick too. We've been together for so long. The letter reveals a shocking truth, half of the party members were followers. He can't fathom how many more are hidden within. Clutching a bloodied gun, a voice whispers, so, don't trust anyone. He thinks it's already over for him. Tears stream down his face as he thinks, sorry for not being able to keep my promise, lil sis. A sob escapes him, hic. Tears continue to stream down his face. The sound of crackling energy fills the air as he lies defeated amongst the fallen. Lying defeated, he wonders, they're late, could it be? A group of masked figures stands over him, one holding a bloodied blade. Kedril took the night fragment, one of the figures states. He continues, even if it's Miner's party, as long as they're under darkness, they can't. The masked figure stares intently, his eyes gleaming. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks erupts. KKUAGGH. It's an ambush, a voice cries out. What? Just who? The ambush intensifies. A close-up reveals the masked figure's shock. Why you? Didn't you go to the meeting? He exclaims. Her eyes narrowed, the pirate captain spat, how does it feel getting shot in the back? Bunch of worms. The barrel of a gun is pointed directly at the viewer. SFX, bang. The aftermath, all 46 members lie dead. A voice echoes, ordering, stand by at each of your positions. Don't worry too much, he says, then questions why she sent him along with her. If Miner doesn't come back, I won't be able to forgive myself, he thinks, his gaze hardening as he whispers, Kirin. A blinding flash erupts. Suddenly, a massive explosion of light fills the area. The landscape reappears after the flash, revealing the lower half of a figure standing amidst the tropical scenery. Two figures stand in the distance, seemingly shocked by the arrival of the imposing figure whose lower half is now visible. A revolver hangs at his side, and blood splatters his clothing. Held up by her crewmates, the woman looks down in horror, whispering the name, Karen. Tears well in her eyes as she stares down in disbelief. Karen's face contorts in anguish, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. Through his pain, Karen manages to choke out, "I've brought Big Sis back with us." He manages a weak, tearful smile, murmuring, "Yeah. Yeah." He whispers, a weak smile gracing his lips as tears stream down his face. A voice echoes, "Welcome back, you two." Figures emerge from the blinding light, silhouetted against the brightness. A woman stands tall, while another figure is carried in someone's arms. The light fades, revealing two figures. A woman stands tall, while another is carried in someone's arms. A torch blazes, illuminating their path forward. A monstrous figure looms, its skull-like head a terrifying sight against the fiery sky. The group rows across the water, torches held high against the looming darkness of the vessel that awaits. "Whoa, that's a lot of people," he exclaims, observing the figures ahead. A companion confirms that all the major crewmates of the Nautilus have arrived, adding, "Since it's no other than Eagle Eye's funeral." The words hang heavy in the air, revealing the somber occasion they are about to witness. The vessel carrying Eagle Eye's body is consumed by flames, sending sparks skyward. Flames engulf Eagle Eye's body, the pyre blazing against the night. The flames crackle as she looks on, her expression a mix of shock and grief. The subordinate wonders aloud, but where did Boss go this time? The airship cuts through the sky, a fleet of smaller vessels trailing behind it. Inside the airship, a liquid drips from a shattered vial near a wooden crate. A blue liquid is poured onto the protagonist's face as he lies prone. "An offer?" he questions. The scene shifts to a jungle path, where two figures stand silhouetted. "Your conditions are a bit excessive," one of them remarks. Far above, the silhouetted figures in the jungle claim, "I definitely need them." Below, the pirate-hatted man retorts, asking me to prepare that many mana potions for you. The pirate-hatted woman questions, "Don't you know how expensive each and every one of those potions are after their crafting methods were lost?" Karen responds, "I know. That's why I'm asking you." "Our deal should be done, so why are you insisting on helping us again?" the pirate-hatted woman asks, her hand outstretched. She continues, "Our deal might have ended, but you can say that your cooperation. I do thank you for protecting Miner, but that doesn't mean I can trust," he says, his green eyes gleaming. He proposes, "You can think of it as another deal, then. As for the item from the treasury," he demands, "give me two of them, not one. In return," he proposes. He continues, "I'll find all the followers in the Nautilus." The deal is struck. A fleet of glowing ships, each carrying several figures, sets out across the water. Grip tightening on the potion, he grimaces. "Damn it. My second life isn't as easygoing as I thought." Her eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. "What's making you think so hard?" a voice asks. His eyes snap shut, a grimace twisting his features. He attempts to brush off her concern, stammering, "It's nothing. I just have a lot of stuff on my mind." Then, he urges, "Go, Miner." Miner, clearly suspicious, asks, "What?" She then insists, "I wasn't purposefully trying to eavesdrop on you." He reveals, "But I know Elpham offered you to join his party." He then angrily claims, "And no, that asshole just asked that all on his." He continues, reminding her, "But the followers who killed Rhea are still there." He adds, "And I'm sure you must want to take an eye for an eye." A clenched fist tightens as he states, "That's the same for me too." He continues, "If you join Elpham, you'll likely end up on the front lines facing the followers." A voice urges, "So go on at him." Another voice declares with resolve, "I'll protect this place." With a wide grin, he declares, "Believe your big bro." A flicker of concern crosses his face as he mutters, "Geo." But then, a sinister grin spreads across his lips. A vast river winds through a dense, sun-drenched forest. A sudden splash breaks the river's surface. The source of the splash is revealed. A pirate captain and her companion navigate the river in a small boat. The boat cuts through the water, leaving a frothy wake behind. Aboard the vessel, a man with a staff gazes out at the water. The pair approaches a massive structure rising directly from the water. From above, several figures aim large weapons at the approaching boat. A blast of energy erupts. He retaliates, unleashing a torrent of blue energy from his staff. The blue energy crackles around him. Chains rattle as the blue energy surges. The surge of power propels their small boat through a doorway, now flooded with water. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "So this is," he utters, seemingly in disbelief. An echoing voice booms, declaring, "Kirin's treasury." The legendary Kirin's treasury, a shimmering expanse of golden water, stretches before them. Chapter 42 begins. One of the characters asks, "Could I ask you to explain the items to me?" The other retorts, "Is there even a pirate who tells you their treasure's worth? Figure that out on your own." The pirate retorts, "All I promised was to give you 2 items." Meanwhile, he wonders if she's angry because of the offer he made to Miner. That being said, doesn't this go beyond my expectations? He wonders, gazing upon an onyx dragon staff and even a dominator pendant amidst the treasure. Holding up a gleaming ring, he wonders, could this be the Dawn Guardian Angel Ring? He realizes, all I can take are 2 items. I have to find the strongest ones. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Ha!" he exclaims, clearly taken aback by something. A question hangs in the air, did he decide? Someone is walking away. I'm certain that this is what he wore. He declares, his hand reaching toward the glowing object inside the box. After the last day, when the followers began leading the charge, one of them slaughtered the Alliance's forces at the front lines. The scene shifts to a close-up of a man's face, bloodied and grim. He is identified as the betrayer of humanity, Leek. Leek, the betrayer, had infiltrated the Alliance's highest ranks. He betrayed everyone at the worst possible moment, dealing devastating blows. I lost so many of my comrades to that bastard. A voice seethes, teeth clenched in fury. So he took it from here after the Nautilus went down in ruins, and this is the symbol of fear that he used. I'll choose, this is my first item, he declares, his grip tightening on the artifact. Seems like he has an eye for things at least, she muses, but a nagging doubt lingers. But, why? From what I know, his element is. He takes a step forward, the sound echoing in the chamber. The chamber glows with a sudden burst of light. It's my first time seeing this item. He thinks, examining the ring. But a nagging doubt lingers, but I don't feel anything coming from it. Is it just an ordinary ring? He reaches out, a new thought surfacing. That's strange. Why would an ordinary ring be in this place? Suddenly, the ring flies towards him with incredible speed. Ugh, he cries out, clearly caught off guard. A woman in pirate attire appears, demanding, "What's wrong?" The protagonist, clearly bewildered, wonders, just what is this?" He stares at his hand in disbelief. It suddenly equipped itself before I could even touch it. He exclaims, utterly baffled by the rings now adorning his fingers. His eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He exclaims, clearly taken aback by this sudden development. The shopkeeper apologizes, stating that the ring is temporarily in his care and he can't give it away. He then coldly tells the protagonist to pick something else. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he says, "I see. Got it." What does he understand? The pirate captain wonders aloud, "But what should I do?" She seems genuinely perplexed. He struggles with the ring, but it won't budge. "It's not coming off, see," he says, frustrated. He continues to struggle with the ring, his frustration palpable. Suddenly, a disembodied voice announces, "The gold Ritchie case has been concluded successfully." Then, a figure emerges, adding, "I see. Good work." Then, "What about Elpham?" a voice asks. Another responds, "I believe it should be about time." Struggling to stand, he offers a stammered apology, "My apologies." He slumps, defeated. "I have failed. His face contorted in rage, he bellows, failed? How dare you utter such words? Even though you used the night fragment? He continues, his voice laced with disbelief, this can't be the extent of the merchant group I've raised. A stark warning flashes, last chance. The Demon King's threat hangs heavy in the air, if you fail this as well. The Demon King's rage intensifies, his words a chilling promise, I'll have you pay with your life. Phew, all right, he exclaims, grabbing his bag. With a determined expression, she sprints through the doorway. Let's go, big sis, a voice calls out, a uniquely designed weapon clutched tightly in hand. Are you going now? A voice asks, as a small boat pulls away from the larger vessel. I'll come back once the opportunity comes. The booze here is great. Well, thanks for the gains, one shouts, eyes replaced with dollar signs as he raises his fist in victory. Another, however, grits his teeth, muttering, crazy gambling bastard. The question hangs in the air, should I start now, boss? A grin stretches across the scarred man's face as his boss responds with a simple, yeah. Before he can react, the man with red hair lunges, fist flying towards him. Wait, he cries out. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stammers, huh? You're... Don't tell me, he exclaims, a wave of realization washing over him as he sees who is approaching. A crazed grin stretches across her face as the pirate-garbed woman demands, where's my spot? He grits his teeth, panting heavily. An anguished cry rips through the air as his opponent's blade, wreathed in green energy, descends. Shit! Run faster, he shouts, scrambling desperately across the ground. Stop looking behind us and keep your eyes on the front already, he yells, his face contorted in frustration. No, we're going to die at this rate. He thinks, the sound of pursuit growing ever closer. Something, please. Suddenly, a shout rings out, there. Hurry up and get in. I'll activate it, one of the men shouts, while another, grinning maniacally, declares, ha. Good riddance. But a massive blade, glowing with green energy, slashes towards him. Looks like I'm not fated to die after it, he cries out, cut off mid-sentence. Gukrin cries out, the massive blade crashing down, shattering the ground around him. He's sent flying backwards as a shockwave erupts from the point of impact. Bloodied and battered, Gukrin lies prone, desperately urging himself, I idiot. Hurry, up and run. A figure clad in dark armor appears, riding a skeletal steed wreathed in blue flames. You, of all people, at the very least. He says, his words hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. Flamecomics.com. Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. A voice booms, declaring, I'm back. Muscles tense, ready to strike. An accusatory voice demands, what's with that confident face of yours when you returned empty-handed? The table rattles violently as the man slams his fist down, enraged. What? You're telling me simply coming back alive is a miracle, when you were talking big before? The papers on the table flutter as a voice booms, what do you? But then, a revelation, Minor, who was the current target of the followers, has joined our party. Another voice exclaims in disbelief, the G-Gold Eye? What in the world? The man with the eye patch declares, since they won't sit still and watch that happen, they'll show themselves much more clearly next time. An irritated voice demands, next time? Just how long do you expect me to play along to your... But then, a separate thought surfaces, not yet. I can't reveal all the information to Gaper. A looming thought bubble declares, if a full-out war were to happen after being blinded by their justification to take down Kania. The hooded figure's looming presence casts a shadow as the thought continues, it'll be difficult to expect anything more out of them if not being scapegoats. The hooded figure's thoughts continue, warning that, if that happens, then we'll never reach the root of those followers. It's also revealed that, at this rate, Gaper's patience will soon run out. I have to hurry. The hooded figure thinks, urgency filling his mind as Gaper's patience wears thin. Despite the urgency, he confidently thinks, well, it won't take long. Fury contorts his face as he demands, how could you increase the party size without telling us first? The thought of a smaller cut fuels his rage. Now the pay's going to be split even more. Countering the complaint, another states, having more skilled people is a good thing. But the argument continues as someone else protests, party leader? Who said that? Our competition is still ongoing. A third voice declares, yes, temporary. I say he's the temporary party leader. Setting the cup down with a sharp tap, he declares, temporary, huh? Well, I don't care. If you have any complaints, say it with your skills. Suddenly, a system message appears, opportunities. His piercing gaze intensifies as he declares, opportunities always arise. He grits his teeth, a pained cuck escaping his lips. A resounding crash echoes as he erupts in fury, damn it. It's my mesos. Why would you make that decision all on your own? He then mutters, ugh, that greedy idiot. Another man questions, huh? Where are you going now, boss? The figure responds, I have somewhere to be. Let's call off today's training. Good grief. Those two are splitting off, no, someone observes, watching as the boss and another figure head in different directions. The speaker then remarks, good grief. Those two are splitting off, no? Shit, do they think they have multiple lives? Why can't they have some consideration for the people who have to protect them? He internally fumes. His frustration boils over as he questions aloud, why do they act individually so often? Suddenly, a voice declares, let's split up. We'll take care of him. The figure strides forward, his cloak billowing behind him. The title card appears, Maple Story, The Last Adventurer. The screen fades to black. It's not coming off? What kind of nonsense are you saying? The woman demands, arms crossed. A hand is outstretched toward her. Is it something like the item choosing its owner? The man asks. Why are you asking me? She replies, suspicion evident in her tone. How troublesome. The owner of that ring is? She thinks, her expression contemplative. Ha, whatever, the man replies dismissively. You'll just have to ask for permission from the ring's owner yourself. A voice declares. The man stands tall, looking down at the woman who now kneels before him. His hat lies discarded on the floor. The woman stands defiantly, flanked by two figures whose eyes glow ominously beneath their hoods. You somehow came back alive, she questions. Are you the owner of this ring? He asks. The woman's response is simply a questioning, ring? I've come here to ask for permission, he states. By permission, you mean? Comes the woman's skeptical reply. He holds out his hand, the ring glowing with an ethereal light. This ring attached itself to me and won't come off. Since it's stuck, he continues, he's considering simply taking ownership. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the ring. That's, he stammers, a realization dawning. If he can't remove it, he thinks, then what could it be? The woman stares at the man in the hooded cloak, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. He returns her gaze, his expression unreadable. I can't give it to you right now. The owner isn't here at the moment. The cloaked man states. The woman responds, asking if he could call them. He continues, this ring. I don't know how to use it, so I'd need to hear some explanation about it. Suddenly, the man in the cloak states, then you've come right on time. The woman responds with a bewildered what? Interrupting the conversation, a woman's voice booms, Elpum, this is a request. Her piercing red eyes lock onto the cloaked figure as she continues, the owner of that ring. Above them, a disembodied voice declares, rescue Fur, the hero pursuer. The disembodied voice continues, declaring the mission, rescue Fur, the hero pursuer. The voice's command hangs in the air as a message appears, last day. The monstrous beast lunges, jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The hero screams in terror as the monstrous jaws close in. A message declares, the hope of humanity, driven to desperation. But then, a sly grin spreads across his face. He holds up a glowing orb, a potential solution in his grasp. Suddenly, the focus shifts to a new figure, successor of Freud, Evan. But looming above, the adversary of destiny, Luminous, appears, a sinister grin on his face. The focus shifts again, revealing Phantom Thief, Phantom, and Queen of the Elves, Mercedes. Now, Hero of Polearm, Aaron, and Hero of Mystic, Shade, are revealed. The remaining heroes are revealed: Hero of Polearm, Aaron, and Hero of Mystic, Shade. The text above them proclaims the return of the 6 heroes. Shade unleashes a blinding blast of mystic energy. The monster roars, its massive maw wide open as Shade flies directly towards it. We witnessed them, a voice narrates. Shade's eyes widen in shock. Their overwhelming powers. A voice echoes as Shade moves with incredible speed. The force of the blow shatters the ground. A blinding light erupts from the impact. And the miracles they performed. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the battle. A figure stands atop the defeated beast, while the others look on with grim satisfaction. We began hoping once again, the text reads, as the people below clasped their hands together, tears streaming down their faces. That they would save the world this time. They hoped that the heroes would save the world, but they didn't know the powers of the 6 heroes awakened from the seal were incomplete. 800 years ago, during their battle against the Black Mage, the heroes lost their items into the rifts of time for an unknown reason. And somehow, these items were being discovered all over the current gates. With that, the collapsed alliance couldn't buy time for the heroes to regain their power. A voice declares, things must change this time. The heroes, it seems, require a formidable shield to repel the approaching followers. The plan is set, whilst being the bait to lure the followers out. Each faction in Maple World must rally together. The banners of the factions begin to glow with power. The pirate banner glows as the call goes out, to create a powerful alliance. A massive, winged beast appears, ready for battle. The alliance forms as 2 figures charge toward the massive beast. One leaps forward, while the other prepares to strike with a glowing weapon. And change history. The words hang in the air as the battle begins. That's one hell of a scenery, he exclaims, witnessing the unfolding battle. A wide grin spreads across his face as he watches the spectacle unfold. He leaps off the cliff, a determined yell echoing as he descends into the fray. The world blurs as he plummets toward the floating islands below. His gaze sharpens as he scans the landscape below. It should be around here. He mutters. A voice booms out, everyone, put this on your body. Below, a character looks up, bewildered. Huh? What's that? Looking up, he sees something falling towards him. He mutters, a mix of curiosity and apprehension on his face. He braces himself, preparing to catch whatever is falling. A rectangular object, glowing with intricate blue markings, descends rapidly. He looks up, exclaiming, "Whoa? What the hell is this?" This is," he stammers, the object's descent intensifying. The descent continues, the object appearing to be a massive wave of energy. A gate, he questions, as the wave of energy descends toward a strange, glowing structure. What is this, he exclaims. A gate just appeared out of nowhere. Eyes wide with surprise, she utters, "Sage skills, right." Another voice chimes in, stating they would have never found this if they didn't know. The protagonist's eye narrows as he realizes what this could mean. The hero pursuer. He mutters. The pieces begin to fall into place. A voice explains that Fur discovered a way to track down the hero's items. Looking at the ring on his finger, he realizes, so this is one of them. The ring glows with a faint blue light. Very well, I'll definitely save you, he declares, standing ready for battle. He charges forward, his expression grim as he races across the fiery landscape. Flame-comics.com. The story begins here. For faster updates, read on flame-comics.com. The story begins. A colossal structure looms, its metallic surface stretching into the dark, starry expanse. A blinding light erupts. The light intensifies, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. Emerging from the light, the group stands victorious. We completed the first gate within 3 hours, one of them exclaims, pride evident in his voice. He then asks, isn't this a new record? A voice then chimes in, declaring, that was easy. That firebore or whatever was a piece of cake, one of the group members boasts. A smaller character retorts, say that after wiping off the burn marks on you. That's surprising, she says, questioning his earlier claim of being a first circle mage. He replies, it's 'cause I'm a genius, and boasts that he'll reach third and fourth circle in an instant. Getting all that excited? A voice says, seemingly unimpressed by the mage's boasting. The mage, grinning widely, taunts, why? You scared? The mage's taunt is met with a calm response. Don't be in a rush, unlike public reception, a fast circle up isn't all that good. He is then asked, why's that? He explains the risks of repeating the process too quickly. A circle up is a very drastic change of all stats. If you repeat something like that in a short span of time, it's bound to take a toll on your body. He continues, warning that one must balance physical ability and enlightenment, or face a roadblock in their growth. He looks up, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Ha! Didn't you recently circle up twice in a short frame? Then, isn't that quite fast? I didn't have a choice back then, he explains. Normally, it would have been great to have a 2-month period between them. A thought then crosses his mind. He talks as if it's possible to circle up whenever you want. She finishes the thought, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. A bead of sweat trickles down her cheek. He reflects internally, realizing, my previous self couldn't surpass the wall of the 7th circle. He continues, ironically, the short time frames limited me. Though the endless threats gave me the enlightenment to lead me to circle up. His fist clenches, glowing with power. Now that I know the future, I cannot stop at 6th circle, he declares, resolving, I have to raise my circle at the ideal timing. He thinks, and if I can reach the 7th circle? No, the 8th circle that only the heroes have reached. But, haven't we arrived at the second gate a bit too quickly, she asks, her brow furrowed with concern. Didn't we come here to find someone, not to clear the gate? What if we missed them? Reassuring her, he states, don't worry, we didn't miss each other. He continues, I've checked everything. The man's face is marred with dirt and scratches, but his expression remains determined. You're wearing that weird eye patch again, a voice questions. Are you really able to find that person with that? The response comes, as long as they're not dead. The eye patch glows red, and he seems to have found something. He mutters, a question hanging in the air. His eyes widen as he sees what the eye patch has revealed. Hundreds, no, thousands, he questions, the sheer number clearly shocking him. His eyes widen further, now spotting the approaching threat. They're coming, a voice warns, as he wonders, what is? His eye widens in disbelief, the sound of approaching footsteps growing louder. He exclaims, unsure of what is coming. He cries out in disbelief, finally seeing the approaching figures. What the hell are those? He exclaims, panic rising in his voice. The skeletal figures rush toward him, their glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. One of the figures shouts, get running, everyone! Panic sets in as he realizes, aren't there too many of them? Shit, it's the skeletons, one of them shouts, panic rising. He curses, realizing bullets are useless against the undead. Damn it! Things just got annoying. First it was the zombies, and now these piles of bones, he exclaims, his face a mask of frustration and mounting dread. Are these the only monsters we'll face from now on? TCH. It can't be helped, since it turned out like this, he grits out, his expression hardening with grim resolve. He charges forward, his armored legs blurring as he closes the distance. He roars, all of you, get down. A monstrous skull descends, its glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. He grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. The hero swings his axe, but he's immediately swarmed by skeletal warriors. The axe cleaves through the air, a purple energy trail marking its path. The skeletal warriors descend upon him, their swords raised. The axe slams into the skeletal warrior's shield with a resounding crash. The axe cleaves through the shield, the force of the blow resounding through the air. The skeletal warrior reels from the force of the blow. SFX, shatter. The see-through eye patch. Are you perhaps the Silent Crusade? A voice booms out. What a relief, it was so close for me, he exclaims, a wave of relief washing over him. Then please, quickly. The other urges. Give me something to eat. A voice pleads, the urgency palpable. Desperation etched on his face, he begs, give me something to eat. He collapses to the ground with a thud. One of the onlookers questions, clearly surprised. Silence descends as everyone processes the situation. His thoughts drifted back to his month of isolation. I figured out this place while I was isolated here for a month, he mused, piecing together the patterns of the skeletons and the mechanisms within. Holding a glowing, inscribed tablet, he declares, well, I have my fair share of tricks, so I'm confident in my infiltration. He then reveals a more pressing issue. The problem was that I ran out of food 5 days ago. He adds, there weren't any monsters I could hunt either. He reveals with a nervous laugh, so that's why I was on the verge of starving to death. Then, addressing Fur directly, he says, Fur. I've got one thing to ask. But with his mouth full, all that comes out is a muffled, MMPH? Deciding against whatever he was going to ask, he thinks, never mind, just continue eating. Anyhow, good thing you're alive. Now, then. She begins, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Since you said you found the escape gate, we'll just have to return and get it over with, one voice declares. Another chimes in, there's no need to overstrain ourselves by defeating the boss. Sweat drips from his brow as he grits his teeth. Wait. Not yet. I have a request. She stammers, halting their progress. Her companion looks on, clearly confused by her sudden plea. Tears stream down her face as she pleads, 3 days. Please be my guard for just 3 days. Her request takes an unexpected turn. I'm searching for an item, she declares, her desperation evident. His expression hardens as he responds, if I were to leave now, then I won't be able to hold my head up to my dead comrades. Inside the dungeon, a voice admits, I want to investigate a bit more, but fighting isn't my specialty. A second voice follows, it's honestly impossible for me alone. Bowing his head, he pleads, I need your help. He assures them, just give me 3 days, and I'll definitely find it. Once we leave, I'll also pay a fitting reward. But doubts are immediately cast. How are you going to find something in 3 days that you couldn't in a month? One retorts, adding, we're not exactly free enough to waste our time for no reason. He insists, it'll be different from before. I've been putting off searching the dangerous areas. There's a place he has a hunch about. Looking out through the window, he declares, so it's about to begin. Looking out the window, he warns, you won't be able to do anything this time, Elpum. A disembodied voice echoes, casting doubt, are you sure? His eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. His expression hardening, he shouts, who's there? His eye widens in shock as a red aura flares around him. The red aura intensifies, searing itself into his vision. The red aura solidifies into a monstrous form, its many eyes focused on Ivok. How disappointing, Ivok, it booms. The monstrous form towers over Ivok, its many eyes burning with disappointment. I thought you were useful. Yet look at you, unable to eliminate one greenhorn explorer. The monstrous form's disappointment intensifies. How much more embarrassment will you show me, it demands. A web of dark energy descends, the spider-like monster poised above Ivok. The spider-like monster declares, see Commander Will. The spider-like monster, face contorted in what looks like fear, shouts, I have no excuse. I will gladly accept whatever punishment you have for me. Despite his pleas, a chilling declaration rings out, however, the plan that will kill him is already in progress. Desperate, the spider-like monster begs, I beg you, please give me the opportunity to get rid of this dishonor myself. Ho, you're going to take responsibility, are you? The voice questions, followed by a chilling command, let's hear it, then. The spider-like monster bows low, awaiting the command. Dark energy crackles around him. The words hang in the air, what your trump card will be. A legion of armored skeletons appears, their glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. One of the skeletal warriors looms close, its glowing green eyes burning with eerie intensity. A brutal strike lands, shattering the skeletal warrior's skull. The warrior's attack continues, a flurry of motion blurring the scene. The warrior's movements intensify, a whirlwind of strikes overwhelming the battlefield. The warrior's attack continues with blinding speed. The warrior's relentless assault continues, a blinding flash accompanying each strike. The warrior's flurry of attacks continues, each blow delivered with incredible force. The warrior's onslaught continues, a whirlwind of strikes against his unseen foes. The warrior's relentless assault continues, now focused on a strange mechanism. The warrior reels back, a visible shock registering on his skeletal face. A surge of blue energy erupts from the mechanism. The blue energy intensifies as the man holding the mechanism grins, clearly relishing the power surge. He. This is great. This is going to be easy now that we blocked off their path, one of the figures exclaims. Another replies, there's no time to waste. The mechanisms, however, cannot be completely closed. If one place is closed, then the other path opens up. They realize. They'll soon realize it and come to us through the other path. A figure's foot comes down, the ground beneath glowing faintly. Well, you'll just have to find it within the time, right? The figure taunts. Now. A figure encased in armor sits, hands clasped. How about we take a look, the figure proposes. The armored figure continues, a question hanging in the air, at the item of that so-called legendary hero? In the dim light of what appears to be a dungeon, a knight clad in full armor stands guard, his sword held firmly before him. I don't see. I don't see any items around, though. He observes, gazing around the room. Another voice chimes in, questioning, are you sure this is the right place? It's definitely different from the other locations, one of them notes. Another adds, I think there might be something here if we look for it. One of them wonders aloud who built this place. Who knows, comes the reply. Another, looking around warily, asks, it won't suddenly move or anything, right? Suddenly, she urgently calls out, everyone, come over here. Her eyes widen in alarm, a clear sign of impending danger. Staring intently at the stone tablet, she admits, I can't read it. Yet, a strong feeling persists, I feel like this has to be important. Suddenly, he exclaims, oh! A riddle written in an ancient language. He believes it's a clue about the item's location. He declares his intention to translate. The stone tablet reveals the riddle, when you hear the musicians. Behind the deep, dark curtains, there is a shining actor who looks down upon us at all times. Those with meaning, follow that light. A large, ornate door comes into view, prompting the question, hey, then do you think this is important too? She points to the massive door, stating, there's some drawings on this. A sudden realization dawns on him. There are more here, he exclaims. Now, he notices more drawings, exclaiming, here too. Suddenly, he realizes, I think this is the key to the riddle. He believes each drawing symbolizes something. There are a few pretty straightforward ones, but the others are a bit more hard to figure out, he admits. Stroking his chin, he recalls, it said to follow the light, so? He seems to be deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice calls out, yeah. Try putting mana into the symbol that looks like the sun. With mana flowing into the sun-shaped symbol, he asks, like this? The door bursts open with a resounding boom. Oh! It opened. Stepping through the doorway, he remarks, what? That was pretty simple dash. Before he can finish his sentence, a blinding flash erupts. Before he can finish, a surge of flames erupts, engulfing the doorway. Didibois, someone shouts. His eyes widen in disbelief. The shock of the explosion registers on his face. Amidst the chaos, one of the men laughs maniacally, declaring, he's well done now. But the protagonist, wiping grime from his face, mutters, I thought it was the sun, but that's not right. His eyes widen, a single bead of sweat trickling down his face as realization dawns. Ah, right, he exclaims. Suddenly, the protagonist pieces it together. Behind the deep, dark curtains, he exclaims, realizing, that's night. The answer hits him. That means the answer is the moon, he declares. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm certain this time, he shouts, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. A voice agrees, hoo-hoo, sounds about right. A professional is definitely diff dash. A sudden, sharp keuheuk cuts off the statement. He's sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. An ah escapes his lips as he hits the floor. The two men loom over her, faces contorted in anger. I'll get it right for sure this time, she stammers, clearly intimidated. Silence hangs in the air as the group stands in formation. The blonde speaks up, the tension still palpable. Anyway, it seems like we get a trap related to the symbol if we get it wrong. The protagonist's frustration is evident. I get that, but the problem is we don't know how to solve this riddle. The protagonist struggles to decipher the symbols. I think that must be some boulder. He muses, before admitting, I don't know what that X symbol is supposed to be. He adds, the others are pretty confusing too. Finally, he hazards a guess, I guess the lightning one would also be related to light. An irritated voice suggests, why don't you just try pressing it? But the protagonist hesitates, replying, but I'm not certain. You know what happens if we get it wrong. Perhaps we're interpreting the symbols incorrectly, one of them suggests, before adding, why don't we try solving the riddle first and look for what fits the answer? The protagonist, with a worried expression, states, I don't think your interpretation of the riddle was wrong. He elaborates, stating that deep, dark curtains likely refers to the night sky. Further, he assumes the musicians are crickets, and that looking down on us might mean the moon and stars. The fireflies glow softly in the night. Since we're supposed to follow the light. His eyes widen in realization. It's the stars, he exclaims, the answer dawning on him. It's looking down on us at all times, so it can't be the moon, he realizes, the truth becoming clear. Continuing his train of thought, he realizes, the moon changes with the cycle, after all. The stars move too, but they don't disappear. Then the symbol would be. He mutters, deep in thought. His fingers touch the symbol, and he exclaims, this. Realization dawns on her face. Ah. So it's a star, not an X, she exclaims, recognizing the true nature of the symbol. The glowing symbol pulses with newfound clarity. Her hand presses against the star, the glyphs around it glowing intensely. If we were correct, she thinks, bracing herself for what comes next. A deafening roar erupts as the gate begins to open. The ground trembles as something massive approaches. He exhales, sweat beading on his brow. Phew, looks like we were right. The approaching figure elicits a tch of annoyance. Two figures stand their ground, bracing themselves. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, all right. Let's get going. He believes they must head down this path. A flurry of motion fills the space as a voice challenges, are you sure? His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He smirks, a confident glint in his eye. Then we'll take care of the rest. He whips his chained weapon forward, a dark energy swirling around the blade. The chained weapon streaks forward, crackling with dark energy as it hurtles toward its target. The weapon strikes true, eliciting a shocked "Wh what" from the target. The weapon continues its relentless assault. The onslaught continues, the target crying out in pain, cook. Little rat, he snarls, his fiery weapon continuing its descent. His vision narrows as the fiery blade hurtles towards him. The fiery blade closes in, a blinding flash promising imminent impact. His eyes widen in terror as the blade draws closer. I got he shouts, his blade connecting. A teleportation skill, he exclaims, surprise etched on his face. His eyes widen in disbelief. A chilling smirk plays on her lips as she brandishes a wickedly curved blade. Beiju. His face contorts in horror as he shouts, shit. A trio of dark figures rushes forward, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. Who the hell are they? He cries out, fear gripping him. An even larger group of figures now stands before him, their shadows looming ominously. A strange symbol materializes before him. A massive weapon appears before him, and he wonders aloud, what should I do? A woman stands between two cloaked figures, her hands raised to her head. Shouldn't we have waited a bit longer before attacking, she asks, before stating, we need the hero's item. The woman continues, stating that they need the hero's item in order to make up for our past mistakes. A sinister smile spreads across her face. Well, I guess it'll work out one way or another, she says. What is going on? She asks, clearly alarmed. The man replies, they shouldn't have been able to find the gate because of the illusion charm. He adds that he thought he'd made sure no one could trace them. Goodness. You didn't think this would happen, a voice asks mockingly. You all look so curious. A voice says, dripping with malice. The voice continues, laced with a sinister edge, why don't you ask that person right there? Stunned, he can only utter a single word, what? Before he can react, a dark, powerful force slams into him. The force explodes outward, shattering the surrounding area. The shockwave rips through the air, sending debris flying in all directions. The force sends him hurtling backwards. Blood sprays as he cries out in pain. Staggering, he demands, hey, you, what the hell are you doing right now? His eyes widen in disbelief. A bloodied fist, adorned with spikes, looms close as a voice retorts, can't you tell? A twisted grin contorts his bloodied face as he declares, I'm earning money right now. Under the pale moonlight, a quiet town sleeps. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Ha ha ha. My beauties, he exclaims. He gazes into the chest overflowing with gold and cash, declaring, I live for you guys. His brow furrowed in concentration, he forces the safe open. The floorboards creak under someone's weight as a voice says, what? It's too late for visitors. The safe creaks open. Looking down, he says, huh? Why are you here? Aren't you guys supposed to be on night watch? He demands. A voice from below retorts, watch your damn mouth. We're not your secretaries. A voice from above states, there's someone who wishes to see you. Scowling, the man below retorts, humph. I don't. Who are they to tell me to come and go? He fumes. But a voice from above cuts through his anger, I'm here myself, actually. Suddenly, a massive foot descends, and the man below cries out in disbelief, what the hell? A sinister smile spreads across his face. Kekenia Merchant Union, he muses, then asks with a predatory glint in his eyes, then shall we talk? Despite the dire situation, a twisted grin contorts his face. I'm earning money right now, he declares, seemingly unfazed by the threat looming over him. His gauntlet, stained with blood, clenches into a fist. A furious glare pierces through the panel, the hero's voice dripping with venom. Ralph, you piece of shit. His blonde hair shifts as he turns, his gaze locked on his target. Phew, that's scary, a voice admits, while another retorts, don't look at me like that. Eyes blazing with fury, he shouts, you fucker, you're betraying us just for a few coins? The question hangs in the air, a few coins? He scoffs, face contorted in what seems like disdain. Goodness! Who do you think I am? Even the guards of Gaffer switched over to Kania. The voice booms, a chilling reminder, Elpum, do you realize how much money is on your head? The ground trembles as the voice continues, revealing the exorbitant bounty, 100 million mesos. Elpum grits his teeth, blood trickling from his mouth as he struggles to catch his breath. A maniacal grin spreads across the man's face. How could I say no to that, he exclaims, clearly motivated by the massive reward. Ugh! Elpum grunts as a barrage of golden projectiles hurtles towards him. The masked figure dashes forward, declaring, that's enough for goodbyes. Get 'em all, the masked figure shouts, launching an all-out assault. The masked figure leaps into the fray, his axe wreathed in fiery energy. Excuse me, a voice calls out, as the two clash, weapons sparking against each other. His eye widens in fury as he shouts, damn it. Do you guys really think that things will work out in your favor? The clash continues, but another voice rings out amidst the chaos, of course, Miss Carey. The battle rages on as a voice declares, of course, Miss Carey. Meanwhile, a critical observation is made: you learn to double wield in Cygnus, but you have a habit of always using your right hand for stronger attacks. If I can just read my opponent's patterns, she thinks, blades flashing. Dodging attacks is nothing. Dubois, battered and bruised, faces multiple opponents. A voice observes, Dubois is good when fighting one-on-one, but his flaws are much more clear when he goes against more than one enemy. Brandishing her swords, she declares, I know every single move of y'all. Just accept it. You will all die here. Screw off, you followers, she yells, firing a blast from her weapon. As expected of Kirin's disciple, a voice observes. A sinister grin spreads across his face. The blast rips through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A chain whips through the air, aimed directly at him. The chain slams into him, the force of the blow evident. The chain wraps around his neck, and he cries out in pain. Chains tighten around his neck as he gasps, Ack. Above him, a figure declares, but you're facing the wrong opponent. He struggles against the chains tightening around his neck, barely managing a choked, ugh. Ralph! Get it together, a voice shouts, followed by another taunt, do you think fighting this guy is easy? Ralph grits his teeth, struggling against an unseen force. His opponent sneers, confident in his victory. He shouldn't be able to hold on for long since I broke his rib during the first ambush. Ralph's hand, adorned with a ring, trembles as he struggles to maintain his grip. Ralph's eyes widen in terror as he's struck. Blood splatters across his face. The force of the blow sends him crashing through the floor. P-Pyru! Ralph cries out as the blade descends. Damn it, his opponent curses. A surge of blue energy erupts. What? The masked opponent exclaims, eyes wide with shock as the blue energy surges directly toward him. A fake, he stutters, realizing the weapon is not what he expected. Over here, you idiots, the hero shouts, drawing the attention of the remaining masked figures. A hand reaches out, touching a glowing, circular portal. Don't you want to know what this is? He yells, sweat beading on his brow. Because I think I have an idea. The glowing portal shatters with a resounding crack. The portal's destruction leaves the hooded figures visibly surprised. What? He exclaims, staring in disbelief at the intricate gears and chains now filling the space where the portal once stood. Staring at the gears and chains, he stammers, H-ha? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he admits, I have a really bad feeling. Suddenly, a figure shouts, about THIIS, as hooded figures descend upon him. He's immediately overwhelmed, falling to the ground amidst a hail of debris and the descending figures. The sound of impact echoes as the assault continues. The onslaught continues, the falling figures a blur against the backdrop of the structure. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Ah, he utters, mid-fall. His fall is interrupted by a sudden, sharp impact. Ah, he cries out, the sound echoing his surprise. The sword slices through the air, aimed directly at him. A desperate cry rings out, Dubois! Over there! He's sent flying backwards, a look of utter shock on his face. What? He cries out, completely bewildered. Looking up, he begins to realize just what they're up against. That's Minoru, hold on, he shouts, reaching desperately for his comrade as she's sent hurtling through the air. Dubois, he cries out, bracing for the incoming attack. Hold on tight, he yells, swinging his weapon with desperate speed. The weapon slams into its target with devastating force. The force of the blow sends debris flying in all directions. A pained scream escapes him as the weapon connects. The hammer slams down, meeting the hero's blade with devastating force. The hero struggles to maintain his grip as the force of the blow reverberates through his weapon. The hero is sent flying backwards by the force of the blow, a pained yell escaping his lips. Go! Still airborne, he hurtles backwards, the force of the impact undeniable. He slams into the brick wall. The impact reverberates as he collides with the wall. The force of the impact sends debris flying as he is pinned against the brick. Pinned against the wall, she grits her teeth against the pain. She struggles to catch her breath. The force of the blow sends her opponent sprawling. The gears grind to a halt. Dust fills the air. A blinding light shines from above. The sound of something shattering echoes through the darkness. It's like a maze. He realizes, the dark corridors stretching before him. Seeing as there are forks in the path all over the place, one of the group observes, this area might be connected to other places. There were multiple entrances at the cliff, he recalls, a new possibility dawning on him. So maybe it's connected to there. If we're lucky enough, we'll come across Elpam. One of them hopes, but the other retorts, it's more likely that we won't get lucky. The second speaker continues grimly, we might come across the followers. Suddenly, a sound breaks the silence, leaving them questioning what awaits. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air. The sound intensifies, a sharp, piercing screech that echoes through the area. The piercing screech escalates into a deafening roar. The roar seems to emanate from above, where a figure is now visible behind the bars. We're fucked, right? A voice whispers, laced with dread. Shit! What the hell is this? Someone exclaims, their voice filled with alarm. Dibwa, you idiot, someone shouts, trapped behind a heavy gate. A voice below frantically denies responsibility, it wasn't me. The gears grind, a chain whipping around them as the mechanism activates. The walls are closing in, he shouts, panic etched on his face as the room begins to shrink. Solar slash, he declares, unleashing a powerful strike against the encroaching walls. The attack seemingly failed. Shit, he curses, realizing the walls are still closing in. The walls continue to close in. Panic etched on his face, he braces for the inevitable. Damn it! These stupid bars, he yells, desperately trying to break free. Eyes wide with frustration, she shouts, TCH. Move out of the way. Apparently, the bars are protected by some strange energy. A powerful bullet smash skill erupts, seemingly aimed at the energy bars. The bullet smash skill connects with the energy bars. The energy bars explode in a burst of light and splintered metal. The warrior continues his attack, his blade aimed at the core of the shattered energy barrier. The attack continues, shattering the remaining energy grid in a blinding explosion. The sound of the barrier shattering reverberates. Straining, he grits his teeth, struggling to comprehend what just occurred. Keg? How was that? That should have done I. His eyes widen in disbelief. What? It's still fine, he exclaims, seeing the barrier remain intact. Panic etched on her face, she realizes the walls are closing in faster than she anticipated. Shit, the walls have already closed in so much. Shit, she curses, her face contorted in desperation as the walls close in further. Shit, she exclaims, her voice tight with desperation as the relentless walls press inward. Her hand slams against the closing wall, a desperate attempt to halt its advance. A desperate HAAH rips from her throat, sweat and tears flying as the walls continue to close in. Her breath hitches as the walls emit a grinding sound, inching ever closer. Didibwa, she cries out, the walls closing in with alarming speed. Dibwa's hand slams against the floor, the impact echoing in the confined space. Dibwa's face contorts into a menacing grin, sweat dripping as he breathes heavily. We can't die like this. Dibwa's desperate cry echoes his refusal to accept defeat. Kiri! Do something, he shouts, desperate. He doesn't want to see Leah yet. Kiri, teeth gritted, can only manage, I know, but... Dibwa, seeing their situation, despairs, "Ah man, this isn't working out." What? A voice echoes. Then, a chilling revelation, I've actually never forgotten the time you tried to die in my stead. The figure plummets, a chilling statement echoing, I don't like being indebted to others. As she plummets, she reveals her intentions, so I was going to save you the next time you were in danger, but, damn it. A voice below echoes in disbelief, you still remember. Mid-fall, she declares, "Oh, well. I give up." With a pained expression, he says, "I'll hand this over to you." His voice cracks as he asks, "Can you save me one more time?" A sinister grin spreads across her face as she retorts, "You crazy bastard. How can you joke right now?" His hand tightens around the sword's hilt, a visible clench of determination. "All right. Everyone, hold on a bit," she shouts, her expression a mix of urgency and desperation. "This machine is powered by mana since the bars are protected by an aura," she exclaims. "There must be some device nearby that supplies mana, so just hold on until I find and destroy it." A booming voice echoes, "Don't think of dying before you repay me for that debt." Suddenly, a voice booms, threatening her, "Don't think of dying before you repay me for that debt." She grits her teeth, determined to survive. A sharp sound cuts through the air as she descends rapidly. She plummets towards a seemingly bottomless brick-lined shaft. She continues to fall deeper into the dark abyss. The sound of something flapping echoes around her as she continues to fall. The flapping intensifies as something large swoops past her. Summoning art, flying nimbus. A figure in a dark cloak appears, seemingly conjuring a swirling platform of energy. "What the hell? Those guys are all murder machines," he exclaims, perched precariously on the swirling nimbus. He lunges forward, fist clenched, ready to strike. He presses forward, but a chilling realization dawns: a dead end? The attack collides with something unseen, eliciting an outburst. "What the hell is up with this place? Wait. Time out. Time out," he pleads, as his masked assailant closes in. He raises his hands in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but the masked figure's attack is relentless. Huffing and visibly strained, he grips the fiery staff, bracing himself against the unseen attack. "I told you that you shouldn't let your guard down," the masked figure taunts. A roar of pain rips from his throat as the unseen attack lands. The masked figure's cruel smile widens as he declares, "Those guys are all done for. Even if they run." Eyes wide with focus, she launches a burning projectile toward her unseen targets. Streaks of light cut through the air as the projectile hurtles toward its destination. The projectile explodes in a burst of fire and debris. The force of the blast sends debris flying as a figure is thrown back. Despite the explosion, the man grits his teeth, a tch escaping his lips. A figure in a mask and hood unleashes a blade, taunting, "Nice. You might even die after having ripped me off." He cries out as the masked figure's blade is blocked by a protection charm. The masked figure launches a shuriken burst attack. He cries out as the shuriken attack closes in. The shuriken strike lands, and he cries out, "Cook? Cook!" He cries out as the shuriken finds its mark. The attack explodes with a blinding, violet light. He cries out, clutching his neck. "Keg! My neck! My neck!" The spear continues its downward trajectory. He cries out again, "Quack!" as the attack lands. The hooded figures advance, their blades glinting. He struggles to catch his breath. His breath comes in ragged gasps as the hooded figure's blade descends. The blade strikes home with a sickening sound. A pained scream rips from his throat as the hooded figure's attack finds its mark. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. Two figures descend upon him, their attacks blurring into a furious assault. Amidst the chaos, a flaming spear pierces through, striking with brutal force. A searing pain erupts as blood trickles down his face, his expression contorted in agony. A pained gasp escapes him as the attack lands. The fiery weapon slams into him, sending him hurtling backwards. His vision blurs as he crashes through the debris. Submerged in the depths, she struggles against the current. A surge of electricity crackles through the submerged mechanism. Straining, she asks, have we found it? Not that there's anything I can do at this point if this isn't it. She thinks, as the mechanism continues to glow intensely. A strange noise echoes as she wonders, is this the mana source for the entire building? A sharp cracking sound echoes through the chamber. Her eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. "Ah," she gasps. There's an enormous amount of mana concentrated in there. This is definitely it, she stutters, realizing the gravity of the situation. Her resolve hardens. If I just destroy this, I can save Dibwa and Minoru. Above, a sinister grin spreads across his face. How interesting, he says, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he watches her struggle. Dawn Moonflow, 5th form, is declared as she unleashes a powerful attack. Void-shattering flash. The attack crashes down upon him. He grunts as the attack lands, blood dripping down his leg. Despite the injury, she grins maniacally, blood splattered across her face. Ha! My luck's crazy, she exclaims, then adds, I can kill those two if I just kill you, right? Her red eyes gleam with malice as she declares, plus, you're the weakest of them all. Crouching low, she clutches her shoulder, a grimace twisting her blood-smeared face. Things are working out in my favor, she declares. The chapter continues. An imposing figure looms over her, demanding, you damned follower, move, I don't have time to mess around. But, defiant, she retorts, oops. I can't do that. I also have a name, you know. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he proposes, why don't we talk? Suddenly, the words rising sun appear, accompanied by a surge of intense energy. The energy intensifies as he prepares to strike, his blade now glowing with the same fiery power. Just get started. I'm a bit busy, he says, impatience lacing his tone. Ha! You're really stubborn. He says, his tone laced with annoyance as he grips his weapon, now stained with blood. The weapon fires, a burst of energy erupting from its barrels. Then I'll kill you as you wish, he declares, unleashing a devastating attack, Tempest Downpour. The blade attack descends, a torrent of crimson energy. The protagonist is caught in the downpour, exclaiming, what? Where did all these swords come from? Amidst the onslaught, a realization dawns, there are fake ones among them? The swords continue to rain down, a crimson storm of sharp edges. Ugh! This is bad, he groans, wincing in pain. The swords strike relentlessly, and he realizes, I can't differentiate between the real and the fake swords. The relentless assault continues, a flurry of blades closing in. Swords rain down, a red blade slashing dangerously close. He struggles to keep up with the relentless onslaught. From behind, she cries out, as a new, unseen attack comes slashing in. SFX, whoosh! A flurry of red blades descends upon her. The blades close in, but a sudden realization dawns. She's changing the trajectory? Could it be telekinesis? Damn it! That makes things a lot more annoying, a voice exclaims as the blade's trajectories shift. Ha! That's... Damn it! That makes things a lot more annoying, the voice exclaims as the blade's trajectories shift. But then, a surprised huh? That's, cuts the sentence short. The figure leaps into the air, blades drawn, a red aura surrounding him. A gust of wind whips past as he moves with incredible speed. He lunges forward, his blade aimed directly at the viewer. The blade comes to a halt, red beams of light crisscrossing around it. It's revealed, it's not telekinesis. She's controlling her weapons using invisible strings. In other words, the voice begins, setting the stage for further explanation. I can fling them right back at her, the voice declares, a clear declaration of intent. As the attack connects, she cries out, AGH. Wait. But her opponent smirks, retorting, is that what you thought I would say? The air crackles with energy as the sword drawing art technique is unleashed. Red energy blades tear through the air as the sword drawing art descends. The woman's face contorts in pain and shock as the attack lands. 100 slaying flash explodes across the scene. The Dawn Moonflow 6th form obliterates her defenses. A maelstrom of red energy engulfs the scene, as the words beautiful sadness appear. She cries out as the force of the attack sends debris flying. The force of the blow sends her hurtling backwards through the shattered arena. A cruel smirk on her face, the victor declares, I knew you weren't that strong. Holding her blood-stained blade, she taunts, it's not too late. Why don't you try running away? Or would your ego not allow that? She continues to mock her fallen opponent. The name Kurt Fraudmain is revealed. Kurt Fraudmain lies defeated, sweat dripping from his brow, blood trickling from his mouth. A voice echoes, laced with condescension, "You were born to a pretty impressive household. You must have been quite spoiled. Sending their precious daughter to such a dangerous place like this." Despite his injuries, Kurt grits his teeth, blood dripping down his face. "Don't act like you know everything about me." A voice replies, dripping with sarcasm, "Oops, sorry, don't be so mad." The voice continues, dripping with mockery as she grins widely. "You're creating wrinkles on your pretty little face." The figure grips their weapon tightly, continuing their taunt. "Did you know that in Maple World, opportunities are not given to those who are born into unfortunate situations?" The figure continues, lamenting, "Someone is experiencing all of the privileges just because of the family they were born into. Isn't that unfair?" Blood and tears stream down their face. The taunting continues, the figure's eye glowing red as they sneer, "You're not even talented." Red glowing text appears, filling the dark void. The hero is sent sprawling, crying out in pain from the impact. Struggling to rise, she is warned, "Don't show yourself again." The scene shifts to a close-up of a man, his face contorted with rage as he declares, "You're only here because of nepotism." The figure looms over her, a dark silhouette against a blood-red sky. The figure observes, "Your party's full of talented people, I noticed. Except for one person." The figure continues her assessment, stating the target lacks the experience of Ralph, the combat sense of Minoru, the talent of Dubois, or the mysteriousness of Elpham. "You're just..." A defiant voice answers, "So what?" The figure's face is shown up close as she utters, "Sorry?" The figure is met with a surprising admission. "Yes, I'm weak. I'm not good enough to live up to the expectations of my master." The figure continues, stating that she is unworthy of her parents nor her party mates. "But that doesn't mean that you're stronger than me." Despite her self-deprecating words, she lunges forward, weapon raised. Despite her earlier words of self-doubt, she challenges her opponent, "Come at me. Didn't I already tell you that I don't have time?" "Ha! You're so stubborn," her opponent retorts, unfazed by her challenge. "Miss Garbage, you need to know your place," he sneers, his words dripping with disdain. Red energy erupts from his hand, slicing through the air with deadly force. The red energy continues its deadly trajectory, impacting with tremendous force. The red energy continues to rip through the air, narrowly missing its target. His eyes widen, a blue light emanating from within. Falling moon, lunar divide erupts in a blinding display of blue energy. The falling moon, lunar divide attack unleashes a torrent of icy shards. The falling moon, lunar divide attack continues, leaving the opponent stunned. What is that skill? I don't have something like that in my data." The shards continue to fly, accompanied by a resounding impact. "My strings," he cries out as the attack lands. He reels from the blow, blood flying. "Resorting to dirty little tricks, are we?" he shouts, furious. A red blur engulfs the scene as he unleashes his sword-drawing art. 100 slaying flash. The words hang in the air as the hero's eyes blaze with determination. The world fades to white. "Do you really think that?" he asks, his expression unreadable. He continues, "The Night Order took you in because of the family you're from. Is that what you want?" She hesitates, the silence thick with unspoken words. Meanwhile, a voice thinks to itself, "Phew, all right. There are those who cannot see the worth of treasure." Her eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. "Do not live to other people's standards," a voice echoes in her mind. "Do not choose a limit for yourself," a voice echoes. Once you realize the meaning of these words, once you are able to trust yourself, the voice continues, the words hanging in the air, you will become stronger than everyone in the world. A blinding flash accompanies the words. His eye flashes crimson, and a look of utter disbelief crosses his face. How, he stammers. Amidst a flurry of blows, he struggles to comprehend her speed. How can she keep up with my speed, he thinks, bewildered. he cries out as a blow lands. The force of the blow sends blood flying. Ugh! How dare you, he cries, unleashing a void-shattering flash. The void-shattering flash erupts, but a stunned expression crosses his face. She dodged it? A voice booms, revealing a hidden aspect of Kiri's power. Kiri, your power doesn't just burn your opponent. The power within you. The voice continues, hinting at Kiri's true potential. Is like the vast universe out there, the voice declares, further emphasizing the boundless potential within Kiri. Kiri lies defeated, bloodied, and broken. Kiri's potential is overshadowed by his current state, utterly defeated. Suddenly, time itself seems to warp around him, the words "Lunar time" emblazoned in the distorted space. A blinding light erupts, and Kiri's eyes widen in shock as he faces an impossible power. The force of the Lunar time technique explodes outwards, engulfing Kiri in a vortex of searing energy. With a fierce glare, Kiri prepares to meet the oncoming attack head-on. The impact is deafening, the force of the collision shaking the very air around them. Rush! The force of the attack explodes outward in a blinding flash of light and energy. The force sends him hurtling downward, his expression a mask of pain. The last adventurer. The adventurer crashes through a barrier of ice, shattering it into fragments. Master! I think I get what you meant now, he realizes, finally understanding the lesson. He realizes, the me that I want isn't the me that restricts myself, but perhaps. Panting heavily, he realizes, I realize too late. But still. I'm going to believe in. He declares, bloodied and battered, but with a newfound resolve. He stands, weapon in hand, a grim smile on his face. A fallen comrade sits nearby, while another, bloodied, stands ready for what comes next. My friends, and myself, he thinks, giving a thumbs up despite his injuries. The last adventurer. 49. These little rats, he growls, pursuing his targets with relentless speed. He commands, his voice booming, find them. Damn it. He curses, realizing his current tactic is only a temporary solution. How long can I stall time with a trick like this? Breathing heavily, he knows his time is running out. How long can I stall time with a trick like this, he wonders aloud, his expression grim. More importantly, he begins, his focus shifting to a more pressing matter. His breathing labored, he asks, Elpum, are you sure you'll be alright? Those bastards have nowhere to go, one of the masked figures shouts, eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Get them! A blinding strike erupts, the masked figures attack a furious, fiery assault. The hero is sent flying backwards from the masked figure's fiery staff. As the hero is sent reeling, a voice booms out, demanding, what the hell are you all doing? Take care of them. A second voice adds, that kid is terrible at combat. Stunned, the hero demands, what? What did you just say about me? Fueled by rage, he screams, don't underestimate me. A surge of red energy erupts around him. He unleashes a furious attack, red energy swirling around his blade as he lunges. No. Never mind. Please just underestimate me, he shouts, desperation etched on his face as he grips his weapon. His eyes widen in disbelief as the attack comes crashing down. The attack slams down with incredible force. He struggles to breathe, desperately summoning a small orb of energy. A sinister grin spreads across his opponent's face. Goodness, you look exhausted. A brutal strike lands. The force of the blow sends him reeling back, a cry of pain escaping his lips. Staggering, he can only manage a confused, huh? His eyes widen in disbelief as a hand reaches for him. A devastating impact follows, shaking the very foundations. The explosion throws everything into chaos, but amidst the destruction, an opponent scoffs, TCH. You're just dragging it out. Her eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Has she underestimated her opponent? The smoke clears, revealing an empty space. He vanished, she gasps, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. The scarred warrior, visibly enraged, taunts, you're pissing me off. You thought you could catch him with just that? But a voice, seemingly belonging to the vanished figure, calmly replies, well, it's alright. I've already dug my teeth in. A sinister grin spreads across his face, as dark energy surges from his hand, chains swirling around him. The grin widens, a surge of dark energy erupting from his hand as chains begin to swirl around him. Above, a splatter of blood stains the ceiling. Below, someone cries out, hey! Are you alright? The dark energy surges, slamming the other man backwards. Staggering back, he cries out, what's that? His eyes widen in horror at the dark pool forming before him. A horrified shout echoes, pea poison? At most, it'll be 40 minutes. Elpham doesn't have long, he states, urgency etched on his face as they race forward. Venom, a voice declares. The speaker elaborates, it's a lethal poison that takes away the target's life with immense pain with just one stab. He won't be able to get far, a voice predicts, the words hanging heavy with grim certainty. A beat of silence hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. The group decides to split up. Let's split up here, one of them declares, while another commands, make sure to find him. His eyes narrow, a determined glint shining through the shadows. He struggles to breathe, blood dripping from his mouth. Damn it! I didn't think it would get this troublesome, he grits out, regretting his decision. I shouldn't even have asked you guys for help. He stammers, I am sorry. Don't mind it. It's not your fault, a voice reassures him. Though bloodied, he steels his resolve. If I can't overcome this skill, I would have died sooner or later anyway. The blade glows with dark energy. It's real this time. It's not a trick like last time with the twins. I'll take care of Beiju. You do your thing, the voice declares, setting a clear division of labor. Bloody and battered, he questions the cryptic instruction. My thing. His eyes widen in sudden realization. Ah! This is, he exclaims, the meaning of the cryptic instruction seemingly dawning on him. The ceiling. He utters, the realization solidifying. The realization hits him. It's a device that opens the ceiling, he exclaims, finally understanding the room's purpose. He realizes that if he can just solve the puzzle, the mana will flow through and activate the device. The device hums with power, mana visibly coursing through its core. Sweat dripping, he grits his teeth. Just wait. I'll try to solve it as fast as I can, he exclaims. His hand moves with incredible speed, attempting to solve the puzzle. A surge of energy emanates from the puzzle as he strains. He collapses, surrounded by a swirling blue energy. A voice echoes, taunting, you can take your time. The puzzle glows intensely, a voice declaring, I have things to do too. The puzzle's energy intensifies, the room around him taking on a stark, digital form. The digital transformation intensifies, the sound of the world solidifying around him. Surrounded by enemies, he grits his teeth, shouting, no one will do anything if you find him. A voice booms, filled with murderous intent, I'm going to be the one to kill him. A masked figure challenges the previous declaration, questioning, why should we follow your orders? The man's face contorts in disbelief. He exclaims, before commanding, if you have complaints, take it up to your lead. His face contorted with disbelief, he shouts, what the hell? A fiery explosion erupts. Screaming, the figure is engulfed in flames. That's not possible, he cries out, blinded as strange energy surges around him. I can't see. Where is this coming from? Amidst the inferno, he wonders aloud, is this with the penetration monocle? The facility's layout flashes before his eyes, and a chilling thought occurs, is he sniping everyone in this entire facility with those? Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts before him, throwing him back. His eyes widen in horror as a wall of flames rushes toward him. The inferno rages through the stone chamber, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Suddenly, a voice booms out, it's done. The glowing maze lights up, a clear path now revealed. I did it! The mana should be coming through, he exclaims, a hopeful glint in his eye. Now if we just wait a bit. Elpum lies motionless, blood staining his face and clothes. Elpum? Wake up, his companion cries out in desperation. A blinding flash erupts, shattering the crystal into fragments. Elpum's eyes snap open, a surge of light flooding his vision. Struggling to focus, Elpum grits his teeth, demanding, "What? What's wrong with this thing?" A wave of panic washes over him as he realizes, the mana got cut off? Suddenly, a booming voice declares, "Found you." Flame-comics.com. Read on flame-comics.com for faster updates. The crystal shatters, fragments flying in all directions. The force of the shattering crystal unleashes a torrent of energy. The protagonist pauses, glancing back with a puzzled expression. Did you hear a sound from behind? He asks, concern etched on his face. An unsettling echo reverberates through the stone corridor. A resounding crash echoes through the corridor, the source of the sound still unseen. Whoa. What the hell? One of the fighters exclaims, caught off guard by the sudden impact. Amidst the chaos, another fighter cries out, "What's going on?" A fighter is sent flying backward, crying out in pain. The fighter is sent crashing through what appears to be a water-filled corridor. The armored fighter is blasted back by a powerful force, the impact creating a shockwave. 50. It's unsettling. What is this sound? One of the figures whispers, peering cautiously from behind cover. Another voice snaps back, quit complaining, why don't you? A metallic clang echoes as a figure's boot comes into view. This place should get submerged in water soon, he says. His eyes narrow with cold fury. I thought you ran off with that overconfident mouth of yours. He glares down, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. But I suppose you have the skills to back it up, huh? He looks down at the limp form in his grasp. Well, they did make me go through quite the effort. His grip tightens on the limp figure as he asks, but what about the members that I assigned to you? They're all dead, he states coldly, dismissing the loss. Well, they served their purpose, so don't feel too bad about them. He then questions if he'll start talking some nonsense about camaraderie. The deed's done. Now, then. He states, his face marred with dirt and determination. He demands, pay up the rest of the reward. He promises to hand over Elpum once he does. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he observes, isn't he still breathing from the looks of it? He questions, his tone laced with veiled threat, but what if I killed him and you ignored our deal? A bag of money drops to the floor as he states, well, your attitude leaves a lot to be desired, but that's what makes you trustworthy. The bag spills open, revealing stacks of cash. Here's the promised 100 million mesos, he announces. A sinister key echoes as the money spills out. All yours. A pleasure doing business with you, he sneers, standing over his fallen opponent. A swift strike follows. With a sinister grin, he asks, isn't this quite the boring end for all the trouble you've made us Kania go through? The fallen warrior utters his last words, all shall be done for the Black Mage. His final word escapes him, no. But with a final, desperate cry, he shouts, for my master, Lord Ivok. The world blurs as he's struck with immense force. Finally, rings out, as the world fades to white. His vision focuses, revealing the source of the attack. What is this? He exclaims, amidst a flurry of blue energy and blood. What is this? He cries, as blue energy crackles around him. A voice booms, surprise. His opponent's face contorts into a maniacal grin as he looms over him. His eyes widen in fury, shouting, RLPH. You son of a bitch. A burst of energy explodes outwards as he unleashes his attack. Chains lash out, crackling with energy, as he cries out in fury, damn it. I knew I shouldn't have trusted yo. The chains slam into the ground, the impact creating a violent explosion of rock and debris. A violent explosion erupts as the chains strike the ground. As the chains explode against the ground, a voice declares, in the end, he decided to join Elpum. How dare he toy around with Kania? His face twisted in a cruel sneer, he believes enough time has passed for the poison to take effect. Now that it has come to this, I'll just need to check his corpse. A massive blast erupts, forcing the sneering figure to exclaim, "Over there?" He then hears, "Thanks for saving me the trouble to look for you by crawling out on your own while you're near dead." The blast intensifies, a surge of power emanating outwards. The force of the blast sends the sneering figure flying backwards, colliding with a torrent of blue energy. His chain weapon flies wildly as he's blasted backwards, colliding with a wave of blue energy. A torrent of flames erupts, searing the air as the hero's intense gaze pierces through the blaze. Despite the flames, he remains standing. How is he still standing? The flames intensify, consuming everything in a blinding inferno. The explosion rips through the area, debris flying in all directions. Emerging from the blast, he grits his teeth, clutching a weapon. "Seriously, go easier on it," he mutters, struggling against the force. The force of the impact sends him reeling backwards. His eyes widen in pain as the attack slams into him. Through the smoke and flames, his opponent stands tall. "You're tougher than I thought," he admits. Wounded and reeling, he cries out, "Why? Ralph!" He struggles to comprehend the betrayal. "Weren't you someone who did anything for Mesos?" he asks, his voice laced with disbelief. A sinister grin spreads across Ralph's face as he reveals his true motivation. "That's exactly why. Mesos," he declares. "If your side were to win, wouldn't the world be over?" Ralph's twisted logic continues to unfold. "Then all the Mesos I earned through my blood and sweat would be useless. So why would I help with that?" The clash of blades sends sparks flying as Ralph continues, "Me siding with you?" Ralph's shocking revelation cuts through the air. Was Maya and Elpham's plan to begin with? Ralph reveals, Elpham expected Kania would deploy assassins, desperate as they are. A smugness creeps into his tone as he adds, "So obvious, heh." Ralph declares, "I'm saying that the moment you laid your eyes on me, this result was going to be inevitable." He then wonders aloud if the damage inflicted on Elpham during the first attack was all just a trick. "Ha? Damage?" Ralph scoffs. Ralph's rage intensifies as he demands, "Do you even know who you're talking to?" He declares himself to be the best healer in all of Maple World. Ralph, teeth bared in a furious snarl, declares, "That kind of wound is nothing to me." Coo. He starts to explain, Of course, if I decided to seriously attack, even Elpham would have. Ha. But then, clearing his throat, he decides, "I'll cut the explanation here." The explanation is cut short. He smirks, close up, revealing a face marred with cuts. "Thanks to you, I got my 100 million Mesos." His eyes narrow, a sinister glint in their depths. "And you're all alone, no?" he taunts. The air crackles with energy as he declares, I'll make you, regret being born," he finishes, lunging forward with a chain-linked blade wreathed in dark energy. The air distorts around him as a voice booms, "Regret your decision." Just as he lunges, a booming voice echoes, "Regret your decision." The world seems to warp as the enemy towers over her, his hand reaching down. The enemy descends, a swirling vortex of energy forming beneath him. His hand closes in, the hero's face a blur as the enemy's attack connects. His eyes widen in shock as the force of the blow registers. A brutal impact sends shockwaves through the area, the hero's vision blurring as the armored figure stands firm. "Puah," she cries out as the axe slams into her. His opponent's voice booms, "Are you awake now?" The force of the blow sends her crashing through what appears to be water. "What in the world just happened?" she cries out, confusion etched on her bloodied face. Submerged in the water, she struggles to stay afloat. Meanwhile, her companion observes their surroundings, muttering, "I wonder, whatever it is, it's probably not good." Water pours in from all directions, and it's estimated that the entire area will be completely submerged in under 30 minutes. Water rushes in, filling the area. The situation grows more dire as the entire space is estimated to be submerged in under 30 minutes. Damn it! 30 minutes. She curses, her eyes wide with desperation as the water rises around her. As I thought, is there truly no way to escape this place without opening that roof? She wonders, the sound of the rising water echoing around her. But because I destroyed the energy source, she realizes, a grim understanding dawning. There's no way to open that. The shattered remains of the energy source lay scattered across the floor. Escape now seemed impossible. Surrounded by the swirling energy, she pauses, a thoughtful escaping her lips. A surge of energy erupts around her, the force of it immense. Caught off guard, he cries out, what's going on this time? His eye widens in disbelief, questioning, huh? The armored figure looms closer, water dripping from its form as it advances. Wait. He manages to stammer. A blinding light erupts, engulfing everything. That thing, it can move, he stutters, the armored figure now lunging forward with surprising speed. The armored figure towers over him, its massive axe poised to strike. Flames engulf the village, leaving only charred remains. A lone figure stands amidst the destruction, overlooking a fallen body. Go to hell. The figure declares, their boot planted firmly on the ground amidst the flames. Even hell is too good for scums. As it is the price of sin that he ought to have received. But the fate of those who taint their own hand in blood cannot be better than hell itself. He declares, his face streaked with grime and tears. The flames continue to rise, consuming what's left. Your revenge. The flames lick higher as the figure declares, your revenge is over. Then, in the aftermath, a new voice speaks, as promised. Beiju. The figure stands amidst the roaring flames, sweat and grime coating his face. The flames rage around him as the figure declares, your life is now mine. The figure stands defiant, blood smeared across his cheek. The title card flashes, Maplestory, The Last Adventurer, ch 51. A flurry of motion fills the air. The clash is brutal. Both fighters are bloodied and enraged. The chained fighter, eyes blazing with fury, unleashes a devastating blow. Damn it, what is this? Clone arts, he exclaims, facing multiple opponents. He scoffs, annoyed, they're keeping up with this nonsense. He realizes most of the figures are illusions created from talismans. Though they aren't a threat. He says, still wary. He's immediately struck by a powerful blow. The enemy strikes again, his blade a blur. The problem is that the real ones are mixed among the fake ones. The enemies press their attack, one shouting, shit. Hurry up and finish her. He retorts, I may be using sage arts, but this isn't something I can do endlessly. The enemy's eye glows with a menacing red light. A barrage of fiery arrows rains down. The chained figure plummets downwards as the fiery arrows explode below. He deflects the fiery projectiles with his sword as the explosions erupt around him. The protagonist clashes blades with his shadowy opponent, but his expression quickly shifts to one of terror. Oh no. I'm done for. The shadowy figure suddenly smirks, retorting, is that what you thought? The protagonist's cocky grin spreads as he shouts, alright. Go, me. He taunts his shadowy opponent, declaring, how was that? You'll never be able to tell us apart. With a ferocious grin, the protagonist lands a crushing blow, taunting, huh? What's the matter? Where did your confidence go? The shadowy opponent is sent reeling back, blood splattering as the protagonist's blow connects. The shadowy figure is sent flying back, blood spraying from the impact. Despite the blow, the shadowy figure grunts, a chain weapon materializing in his hand. The shadowy figure's eyes widen in disbelief. What? He exclaims, as the chain weapon is now wrapped around him. You think I'll let you get me so easily, he shouts, struggling against the chains. The chains tighten further, constricting him with incredible force. The chains bite deeper, and he cries out in pain. The chains dig into his neck, drawing blood. The chains tighten, and he's struck by a sudden, brutal attack. Ack, he cries out as the attack lands. You scums, he roars, fury contorting his face. I'm getting you first, she shouts, launching herself towards her target. Aha! And oh, someone screams in desperation. A flurry of blows rains down, the blue energy crackling as the attacker's weapon finds its mark. The weapon strikes true, a vicious blow landing with undeniable force. Staggering back, he spits out, "Damn it, these people." His face is bruised, a clear sign of the brutal exchange. Amidst a flurry of blows, he declares, "They're all a bunch of monsters." Fueled by rage, he throws a powerful punch, the force of it radiating outwards. Blades clash in a furious storm of attacks. The furious exchange continues, a whirlwind of steel and fists. The fight intensifies, a storm of purple energy erupting around them. The clash sends debris flying, the force of impact shaking the very ground. A dark flare erupts, engulfing everything in a blinding purple light. A stationary skill activates, summoning a large dagger that pierces through the air. "Quaff," he cries out, as the attack lands. The dagger strikes, sending a spray of blood into the air. "Cuck!" Cursing through gritted teeth, he vows, "I will definitely kill all of you." His face contorted in rage, the promise hangs heavy in the air. His eyes blaze with fury, the promise of vengeance burning bright. The air crackles with palpable tension. He's engulfed in a torrent of energy, the force of the blast threatening to overwhelm him. The energy surges, accompanied by cries of pain. "SFX, ugh." The man cries out as he's sent flying. "TCH," the other grunts, bloodied hand gripping a blade. "Damn, looks like time is up," he realizes, his fist clenched. A powerful blow sends him hurtling through the air. A blinding light emanates from his eyes. The hero is struck again, blood flying as he's sent crashing downwards. Blood splatters as he crashes down, his face contorted in pain. Gasping for breath, he struggles to rise. "I'll kill you." The shadowy figure snarls from above. Below, the hero, battered and bruised, hears the pronouncement, "All of you will die." A devastating blow lands, sending the hero flying. The shadowy figure strikes again, the hero reeling from the brutal assault. Blood splatters as he cries out in pain. The brutal attack continues, a burst of energy erupting as the shadowy figure's assault intensifies. "Ralph," he shouts, pain etched on his bloodied face. The force of the blow sends both warriors reeling, their faces contorted in agony. Blades of ice streak forward. The ice blades tear through the air. Her face contorted in rage, she grits her teeth as the ice blades fly. The ice blades strike, and the man is sent flying backward. The man is sent hurtling through the water, bubbles trailing in his wake. He continues to plummet through the water, the impact taking its toll. Blood mixes with the water as he struggles, realizing, "Cuck. The poison is." His vision blurs, the world distorted by the encroaching poison. Staggering, he clutches at the wound on his hand. Crimson streaks fill the water around him, the poison taking hold. The world tilts, the poison's effects intensifying. His vision blurs, the poison coursing through his veins. His face contorted in pain, he clutches the glowing cross tightly. A surge of golden light erupts from the cross, accompanied by a resounding "AH." The light intensifies, accompanied by a pained cry. The light explodes outward, engulfing everything. This is," he gasps, struggling against the force. What? How? Dispel flashes as he realizes, could it be a heal that purifies poison? As I thought, Elpum must have. A powerful force washes over him, accompanied by a whoosh sound. The force sends his opponent flying back with a resounding crash. The force slams into the opponent, the impact registering with a sharp. A holy aura surrounds the protagonist as he prepares to strike again. Suddenly, a voice cries out, A barrier? A magic shell protects against the incoming attack. The protagonist's attack slams into the barrier, his eyes widening in disbelief. His eyes widen in frustration as the barrier holds firm against his assault. Frustration etched on his face, he wonders at the barrier's strength. His fist slams against the barrier, the impact sending ripples of energy outward. That hand movement. He mutters, recognizing the technique. Don't tell me. A twisted grin spreads across his face. Oops. That was close. He retorts, "Don't you think it's much harder for me to ignore it since you're boasting it so generously for me?" The man's face contorts into a sinister grin as he reveals, "Your teleport item." Enshrouded in a bubble, he hears the man's declaration, "Now, let's wrap this up." A deafening boom reverberates as the man launches his attack. The bubble shatters with a sickening khuk as the attack lands. "Can't you tell it's useless?" the man shouts, fury etched across his face as he continues his relentless assault. The man continues his ferocious attack, a crazed grin plastered on his face. "I told you it's useless," he roars. The attack continues, but a bubble of shocked realization appears nearby. The crazed man continues his onslaught, spittle flying from his mouth as he screams. "You always appear behind me whenever you disappear," he snarls, blood dripping from his face. "Who do you think I am?" His face contorted in a manic grin, the crazed man declares, "It was fun for a short while." "Don't joke." He manages to choke out as a blinding purple energy erupts. Purple energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in its path. He coughs, blood trickling down his face, as the full force of the purple energy slams into him. His eyes widen in pain as blood streams down his face. The purple energy continues to burn. Even as the energy burns him, he grits his teeth. "Fun? Don't make me laugh." An orange blade slashes down towards him, his face contorted in pain as he braces for the attack. The force of the blow sends him reeling back, a silent scream escaping his lips. The air crackles with energy as the attack connects. "Help him!" The cry rings out as a wave of energy erupts from the staff. "Where are you looking?" he snarls, blood dripping down his face as he closes in for the attack. The hero reels, a look of shock and pain contorting his bloodied face as a powerful blow lands. The ground shatters beneath the force of the impact. The force of the blow sends debris flying. He cries out as his opponent follows through with the attack. The masked figure's defense shatters under the relentless assault. His eyes widen in terror as the attack lands. "See curses, I lost into darkness." He gasps, blood trickling down his face. He realizes, at this rate, I won't be able to fulfill Lord Ivok's orders. Despite his injuries, he steels himself, a surge of determination washing over him. "No, I have to do it," he declares. Fueled by his resolve, he launches forward with incredible speed. "At the very least, I'll definitely kill you," he declares, flames erupting around him as he faces his opponent. The flames intensify, engulfing the air as he prepares to strike. The flames explode outward, consuming everything in a furious burst. The blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, he is sent hurtling backwards. His face contorted in rage, he vows, I won't let him leave alive. Even if his whole body were to crumble. Fueled by his rage, he screams, no matter what. Surrounded by a blazing aura, he moves with incredible speed. He blurs forward, a dark shape against the stark white. The world around him explodes with raw power, a vortex of fire and shattered energy. His attack rips through the air, a devastating force unleashed. For Lord Ivok, he roars, his eyes burning with fervent devotion. His opponent's voice cuts through the chaos. "What are you going to do?" His crimson eye flares with power, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Despite the damage he's taken, he declares, I still have one more shot left. Despite his injuries, he prepares to unleash his final attack, energy crackling around him. His final attack surges forth, a blazing inferno erupting from his hand. The attack lands, sending his opponent crashing downwards with brutal force. The force of the blow sends his opponent plummeting towards the ground. The figure is sent hurtling downwards, a vortex of fire trailing behind. His descent is abruptly halted as he bites down hard on his own sword, a desperate act of defiance amidst the fall. Enveloped in flames, his eyes remain closed, bracing himself for what's to come. The figure looms, a faint smile playing on his lips. You've done well, he says, his words carrying an unsettling weight. The flames engulf him, obscuring the figure's form. Engulfed, he gasps, a choked "ah" escaping his lips. Through the flames, he cries out, "Lord Ivok!" A hand reaches down towards him. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. Tears well in his eyes as he pleads, "Please forgive me." The world explodes in a burst of light and energy. The blast engulfs everything. Amidst the fading light, a chained weapon emerges. A surge of energy ripples outwards. The armored figure bursts forward with incredible speed. The armored figure continues his charge, moving in a blur of speed. "Bullet smash," announces the armored figure as he closes in on his opponent, the impact radiating outwards. "Shit," he curses, eyes wide with disbelief. How is something that large floating? The bullet smash connects, a devastating blow that sends his opponent reeling amidst a burst of splintered debris and radiating force. The force of the impact explodes outward, a blinding flash filling the space. "All right. I got that attack in perf dash," he begins, a triumphant declaration cut short. Before he can finish, the armored figure retaliates with a swift, brutal counterattack. The attack lands, and a stunned bubble appears. The force of the blow sends debris flying. The force erupts outwards in a blinding flash. The impact reverberates with a deafening roar. Water explodes outwards as the axe slams into the wall. "Cook!" He catches the pirate, who stammers a thanks. The axe hurtles through the water. The axe connects. The last adventurer. The axe shatters on impact. The force of the impact sends shards flying. The hero is sent hurtling backwards by a torrent of energy. The armored figure unleashes a devastating blast. Bloodied but unbowed, he grits his teeth, declaring, "Defeating him isn't what's important." His words echo in the chamber, "We need a new source of energy in order to open up the ceiling. The best chance we have right now is..." He shouts, "All right, I've got it." Energy erupts from his gauntlets. The energy surges toward the massive, helmeted figure. The energy blasts forward in a concentrated beam. The beam strikes true, but a voice shouts, "We need his mana stone." A sinister grin spreads across a face marred by dirt and determination. "Make sure you don't destroy it," one shouts, as another voice adds, "We have to break the armor around it first." "If you can just locate it," the voice trails off, the speaker's intent hanging in the balance. A blinding light erupts as the armor shatters. A wave of shock reverberates as something pierces through. Stunned, he utters, "It just regenerated." Cursing, he realizes, shit, my feet are stuck." The armored figure looms, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. The armored hand descends rapidly, poised to strike. Damn it. "How does it have such a strong hold on me?" he cries, sweat dripping from his brow as the armored hand closes in. "Watch out, Debois," someone shouts, as Debois struggles, bloodied and desperate. His eye widens in terror as the attack rushes toward him. The massive attack bears down on Debois, but suddenly, a holy magic shell erupts, seemingly from nowhere. Debois' eyes widen, recognizing the figure before him. "Why he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. The figure responds, "Long time no see, son." A wide, menacing grin spreads across the man's face, sweat and blood glistening on his skin. A blinding flash erupts, the force of the impact shattering the ground. The armored giant looms over them, ready to strike. His face contorted in rage, he spits out, "You traitor!" Pinned beneath the giant, he hears, "Goodness! You shouldn't speak like that to your father." "Cut the bullshit," he demands, his frustration reaching a boiling point. A surge of power erupts, the force of it nearly blinding. The air crackles with energy as a thorny barrier erupts in a blaze of light. The thorny barrier explodes forward, a searing wave of energy unleashed. The armored figure roars, a shockwave of power emanating from him. "Fire arrow," someone shouts, recognizing the incoming attack. Dodging the fire arrow, a voice rings out, "I knew you'd be alive." "Boss," someone yells, appearing behind the protagonist with a crazed grin. Sweat drips down his face as he shouts, "Don't break the mana stone." The mana stone blows intensely as it's struck. The mana stone shatters. Energy explodes outward. "Got it." Hold on tight, Dibwa, he shouts. Below, someone exclaims in surprise, whoa! The polearm is moving on its own. He grips the polearm, assuring Dibwa to hold on tight. Below, someone cries out in alarm, we're gonna crash, boss. The polearm plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet them. As they plummet, he shouts, I see. Great! The polearm slams into something, shattering it. What? He exclaims, eyes wide. The blonde warrior grits his teeth, a manic grin plastered on his face. Go, idiot, a voice screams, the red-haired woman's face contorted in fury. Despite being called an idiot, he smirks, teeth bared. Ah, am I the main character this time? He wonders aloud, before declaring, leave it to me. He dives headfirst into the fray. A blinding slash fills the air. A massive blast erupts. His eyes gleam with a manic intensity as he swings his weapon. The structure shatters as he plummets through the opening. Found it, he exclaims. He hurtles towards a glowing orb, weapon drawn. A blinding flash erupts. The impact sends tremors through the air, stone fragments flying. A grotesque grin spreads across his face. How does my son taste? He asks, the question dripping with malice. Hanging upside down, he retorts, if you're done digesting, then spit him out. With a roar, he demands, then spit him back out. A shockwave erupts, shattering the ground. The force of his demand rips apart the very earth. He plummets through the shattered earth, engulfed in a golden aura. A resounding crash echoes as he continues his descent. He continues to fall, while his opponent descends with a fiery axe. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, one problem down. He barely manages to block the attack with a shard of ice. The ground shatters beneath a swift, powerful kick. The ice shatters as a powerful blow connects. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The force of the impact explodes outwards in a burst of energy. The armored figure is sent flying backwards from the blast. The force of the blast sends him hurtling through the air.